Chapter 1. Your wonderful life crossing simulator is loading. Currently at 99. Please be patient. Loading progress 99.01. Loading progress 99.02. In a somewhat dimly lit room, sunlight filters through the thick velvet curtains, casting varying patches of light upon the table, chairs, and upon Sushi himself. Sushi gently closes the book in his hands. He patiently awaits the completion of the simulator's loading. Soon, the progress reaches 99.99, followed by a final leap, signaling the completion at 100. Sushi breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that this simulator did not behave like some shopping app that at the last moment throws in a so-called 99.99000001. Nevertheless, I never expected that someone as ordinary as I could acquire a golden finger, he muses to himself. The young man, with an elegant appearance, sits in a wheelchair, gazing down at the book in his hands, reminiscing about the past, and cannot help but exclaim in wonder. 5 years ago, the once tranquil and ordinary earth, suddenly beset by a myriad of inexplicable changes. Some call it the revival of spiritual energy, others refer to it as the return of mythology, while some deem it the new era of human awakening. In simple terms, extraordinary powers inexplicably emerged in the world. Whether it be the Eastern cultivation system or the Western magic system, entities that previously existed only in fantasies have vividly manifested in the real world. As a result, the reality was shaken by tumultuous upheaval. Many perished amidst the waves of the extraordinary. Sushi was somewhat fortunate, managing to escape death, but during subsequent hospital examinations, he had to accept the reality of spending a lifetime in a wheelchair. Yet now, after 5 years of life in a wheelchair, could it finally come to an end? Sushi chuckles lightly. He calls forth the simulator panel that has completed loading in his mind. Is it a conspiracy or a trap? This inexplicably bestowed golden finger seems to exude an air of peculiarity. Nevertheless, I find myself with no options. In this chaotic new era, extraordinary battles could erupt at any moment. Sushi, with his legs already crippled, knows that one stroke of ill fortune could render him one of the nameless victims featured in the evening news. Thus, to avert such a future, whether demon or devil, upon acquiring the simulator, Sushi prepared himself to dance with it. Come on, simulator, show me your power. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the wonderful life crossing simulator. This simulator will comprehensively assist the host in experiencing various traversed lives. Once the simulation begins, the host's consciousness will be projected into the simulated world. Upon the conclusion of each simulation, rewards will be granted based on the host's performance in their simulated life. Current available simulations. 1. Then what is the cost? Facing the simulator's display, which is visible only to him, Sushi inquires warily. The simulator offers no response. The forward start simulation at the center of the display, flickering slightly, as if beckoning. So, do you want to or not? After a moment of silence, Sushi decisively presses the button. Why would he refuse? This is his sole hope of escaping his predicament. Simulation is now initiating. World line projection in progress. Locking onto the traversable world. Analysis indicates a cultivation-oriented realm. Generating entries generation complete. Please select 3 entries as the character talents for your initial simulation life. Entry levels are ranked as white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Wealthy background green. You were born into an affluent family, blessed with a natural fortune. At any given moment, you find yourself living a life richer than average. Brute strength white. Your physical strength exceeds that of an ordinary person, albeit only slightly. Heavenly spiritual root gold. You possess an extraordinary spiritual root aptitude by birth, making you an object of envy even among the elite cultivation sections. Sudden inspiration purple. You occasionally possess a keen awareness of certain matters. Great compassion blue. You harbor immense love and cannot bear to see others suffer, often choosing to physically aid those in distress. 4 arts of cultivation blue. As fundamental means of survival in the cultivation realm, alchemy, weapon forging, formations, and talismans are specialties that traversers must master. You're quite proficient in these. Sushi swiftly scans the 6 entries. Before long, he makes his choice, selecting heavenly spiritual root gold, sudden inspiration purple, and 4 arts of cultivation blue. This, he judges, is the best combination after weighing the pros and cons. Entry selection complete. Shall the simulation commence? Yes. As Sushi mentally prepares himself, a blinding white light suddenly erupts before him, his consciousness detaching and soaring toward the unknown and mysterious boundaries. The first simulation, numbered 01, officially begins. The sun shines brightly, the weather fair, and suddenly, while at home, you feel an urge to venture outside. You struggle to propel your wheelchair, leaving the familiar confines of your home. However, upon reaching the street, you are struck by a heavy truck, sending you flying. To your astonishment, you discover that you have not perished instead. You have traversed into an entirely new world, and you have returned to the age of 7, your crippled legs restored to their former state. Overjoyed, you believe this to be the reward for a decade of reading authentic online literature. Filled with confidence, you prepare to make your mark in this realm of cultivation. Yet before you can assess your surroundings, an abrupt and merciless famine engulfs you. Powerless, suffocating, despairing. Among the parched fields, corpses of the starving are strewn everywhere. Under the scorching sun, refugees, enough to overwhelm the forests, advance slowly, their eyes vacant, staring blankly ahead, nearly devoid of human thought and reason. The footprints of those in front are swiftly covered by those behind. Sushi is one of them. He did not anticipate that this so-called simulation would feel so real. A fire rages within his stomach, fiercely burning through the walls of his gut, radiating a sense of helplessness throughout his body. Child, have some water. With diminutive arms parting the obstacles and tender feet treading upon dangers, the intrepid hero finally arrived at his destination, beneath a withered tree, where he discovered an infant girl swathed in cloth. Sunlight cascaded from the heavens, fragmented by the leafless branches of the gnarled tree into countless shards, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. Susi, thou jet thou. He cradled the evidently newborn child, shielding her from the scorching sun. At last, I have found you, he murmured softly. The infant's skin was delicate and fair, akin to freshly blossomed petals, tinged with a faint rosy hue, her eyes blinking curiously as they gazed upon Sue's Zai's flushed and fatigued countenance. Her petite nose twitched slightly, her tiny form curling within Sue's Zai's embrace, emanating an overwhelming stillness. It seemed she felt an undeniable sense of security in his arms. It appears she is not in grave danger. Noticing the infant's serene slumber, Sushi exhaled in relief, subsequently making every effort to return to his original group while cradling the child with utmost gentleness. Though it proved somewhat challenging, Sushi was resolute in his determination to not abandon this child. At the very least, he would endeavor to ensure her survival amidst this famine. Adversity forges heroes. You disregarded the astonished glances of others, and when all chose to forfeit hope, you resolutely emerged as a solitary hero, rescuing the endangered infant and regarding her as your own sister. With the meager rations you had left, you traded for some maternal milk, sparing your sister from the pangs of hunger. In turn, losing your last sustenance, you endured the spasms in your abdomen, feeling the weight of your frailty each passing day and night. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon you. Before succumbing to starvation, you, alongside your sister, joined a throng of famished souls, successfully reaching Immortal City, where you obtained life-saving hot porridge from a food distribution shelter. You survived, and together with your sister, you thrived. Through diligent inquiry, you learned that the city was named Haishi City, belonging to Immortal Dynasty, where every 5 years, immortals would come to test the qualifications of potential disciples. Yet, your luck seemed slightly askew. The last recruitment had only just concluded, necessitating a wait of another 5 years. You resolved to remain in Haishi City, determined to participate in the quinquennial recruitment event. To this end, you began devising ways to earn a living, striving to support yourself and your sister. You named your sister Su Emoli. Time flowed ceaselessly, the years weaving swiftly past. Perhaps it was due to the simulator's influence. Sushi often felt time racing by, akin to pressing a skip button during a game, leaping over several years in an instant. Yet, Sushi retained the memories associated with those times. He recalled his struggle for survival in Haishi City, the cherished moments shared with his sister Emoli, and the interactions with neighbors and townsfolk. Calculating the time, there remains but a year until the recruitment event. Within the confines of a modest wooden dwelling, the furnishings were sparse, the floor immaculate. Sushi pondered, etching a deep mark on the wall with charcoal, a score that had accumulated to 4, signifying the 4th year. This year, she was nearing 11 years of age. The essence of a transmigrator, coupled with a mature mindset, rendered him more reliable than his peers. "Brother," a soft, innocent voice called from behind. Almost simultaneously, a tiny figure leapt onto Su Zai's back, affectionately resting against him, revealing a cherubic face brimming with comfort. "You always so mischievous," Sushi replied with a tone of exasperation, effortlessly lifting the girl by the nape of her neck, gently placing her back on the ground. "How can that be?" "Brother wrongs, Lee," the girl retorted with dissatisfaction upon landing, tugging at Su Zai's robe, smoothing out the wrinkle she had created with her earlier antics. Her expression was earnest, and her movements meticulous, as if she were engaged in a matter of utmost importance. Once everything had concluded, the girl revealed a look of contentment. Her smile was innocent and vivacious. And at the tender age of 4, she resembled the most exquisite porcelain doll, prompting Su Shi to resist the urge to ruffle her hair. "You mustn't mess with Lee's head." Hearing the girl's adorable protest, Sushi chuckled. "Why not?" The girl, with utmost seriousness, began to count on her fingers. The neighborly grandmother said that if you touch a child's head, they won't grow tall. Brother has already done it many times. "What if Lee doesn't grow tall anymore?" Su Shi, intrigued, inquired. "And what does little Lee plan to do once she grows tall?" Without hesitation, the girl replied, "To help my brother earn lots and lots of money." "Ha ha ha! Is that so? That indeed sounds like something to look forward to." Sushi laughed heartily. Amidst the girl's indignant expression, he once again tousled her lustrous black hair. Then, with a swift motion, he produced a round, oversized watermelon before his adorable sister could express her annoyance. "Wow, that's a really big watermelon!" Su Lee exclaimed in delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. Clutching Sushi's leg, she cheered, "I want to eat it. I want to eat it, brother. Hurry and cut it for Lee." All right, I'm on it," the boy replied affectionately, moving her aside a bit before retrieving a kitchen knife and slicing the watermelon into even pieces. The cut watermelon resembled a crescent moon, with its pink, tender flesh glistening with droplets of sweet juice that dripped onto the wooden table, leaving behind tiny water stains. The girl beamed with delight as she lifted one slice with both hands. Just about to take a bite when she suddenly remembered something. She strained to stand on her tiptoes, raising her hands higher, presenting the slice towards Sushi's mouth. "Brother, you eat first. Then I shall thank the lovely little Lee," Sushi said with a smile, taking a small bite. It was sweet and delicious, with a grainy texture and a refreshing juiciness that burst forth on his palate on a scorching summer day. Indulging in such a treat was nothing short of a delightful salvation, the sweetness exploding on his tongue, bringing forth happiness and joy. The siblings each held a slice of watermelon, sitting at the doorstep, munching away while observing the passers-by and the rustling ancient trees swaying in a breeze. "Brother, when will Lee be tall?" "Well, how should I put it? I can't say for sure. I want to grow tall quickly." The girl sat on the doorstep, eating her watermelon. The wooden threshold was quite high, and with her current leg length, she couldn't touch the ground once seated. Thus, her little feet swung back and forth, each movement accompanied by the crisp sound of her munching on the fruit. One swing, one bite. Back and forth, her toes traced gentle arcs in the air, and in that serene, bird-like grace, time seemed to slow down. Summer, the girl, and the watermelon harmoniously intertwined in a beautifully tranquil manner. Atili Su, she felt that this scene was truly lovely. However, beauty aside, necessary lessons still needed to be imparted. Sushi gently tapped the girl's forehead with his clean knuckles. "Be quiet while eating, and don't fidget so much. Brother, you're so annoying." Su Lee pouted, yet she obediently retracted her legs and continued to eat her watermelon quietly. Before long, all the watermelon had found its way into the bellies of the siblings. Being still young, Su Lee couldn't consume too much, leaving the majority for Sushi. Nonetheless, her tummy had grown round and plump, and she lazily draped herself over Sushi's back, muttering, "I'm like this because of you. Brother, you have to take responsibility and let me rest." The girl was likely genuinely tired, her voice growing softer. After a while, Sushi heard the gentle sounds of her snoring from behind it. To be young is a blessing. One can fall asleep anywhere. Sushi shook his head, hoisting the now slumbering girl onto his back, slowing his pace, and gently cradling her as he walked to the bed. He let her rest half reclined on the bedding. Mindful that her tummy was full, he worried that if she lay flat, she might suffer from indigestion. So he propped her up with bedding, allowing her to rest comfortably. Truly, she was a child that kept him on his toes. Sushi thought to himself. Before him, the girl slept soundly, her breathing soft and even, resembling an adorable young creature, her unguarded, innocent face radiating pure charm. Sunlight streamed in from the window, gentle and warm, casting a soft veil over the room. Sushi watched for a while, holding a fan, occasionally waving it to cool the sleeping girl and shoo away pesky mosquitoes. This child perhaps a bit too clingy. When the disciple selection conference comes next year, I will have to leave that if I don't let her come along. She might cry for a long time. Sushi clicked his tongue softly, seemingly envisioning a rather amusing scene, a smile gracing his lips. According to his original plan, he intended to enter the cultivation sect alone at next year's conference. However, given the girl's attachment, he felt uneasy in trusting her to anyone else. Thus, it seemed better for them to leave together. With such a rare talent for spirit roots as hers, he believed the cultivation sect would not refuse Sushi's request. Time continued to flow. You patiently awaited the disciple selection conference, suggesting to your sister that they leave together. She agreed, finding the notion quite cool, and all she wished was to be with you. Till a month passed, then 2, then 3. Time flowed once more, and a year had gone by. This marked your 5th year in the world of cultivation, and the new disciple selection conference was upon you. Immortals descended from the heavens, some riding swords, others piloting flying boats, collectively unleashing a grand formation that enveloped the entire city, designed to assess the spirit roots of mortals. 3 spirit roots, 4 spirit roots, 5 spirit roots. The formation activated. Those within the city possessing spirit roots were swiftly identified. Surprising it turned out that very few individuals had spirit roots, and most of them were mediocre mixed roots. Suddenly, you felt a tremendous surge as the celestial spirit root within you erupted forth, no longer concealed. Your sister, Su-Mo Lee, was elated yet simultaneously felt inferior, for she was a pure mortal without a trace of spirit roots. A year later, in Haishi City, within the spirit root formation, a soaring green radiance burst forth, startling the previously calm practitioners who had been exchanging cultivation experiences. Could this aura be? There was no mistaking it. This was the celestial spirit root of the wood element. This child is fated to join my Tianjin sect. Almost simultaneously, those exalted cultivators, who appeared lofty in the eyes of mortals, revealed ecstatic expressions. Swiftly converging upon the Su siblings. Brother, it's all right. Let me handle this. Gripping the trembling little hand tightly, Sushi shielded the girl behind him, facing the cultivators alone. Some coaxed, some enticed, others lured with promises of benefits. In an instant, the scene resembled a bustling mortal marketplace. Ultimately, Sushi chose Tianjin sect as his destination. In terms of foundation, Tianjin sect was the strongest among the present sects, boasting several nascent soul cultivators. In terms of sincerity, the practitioners of Tianjin sect were the most genuine, promising that upon entry, one would become a true disciple with exclusive cave dwellings and abundant cultivation resources. Moreover, they allowed the siblings to depart together. Young man, have you made your decision? Yes, esteemed elder, I wish to join Tianjin sect. Upon your selection, the cultivators of the Tianjin sect expressed their delight, promptly escorting you and your sister away from Haishi City. Soaring through the clouds on a flying sword. You were unaware of how long you had been flying or the speed at which you traveled. All you knew was that the clouds rushed past you on either side. And after a complete cycle of the sun and moon, the flying sword finally decelerated, landing upon a majestic mountain range. This was the very entrance to the Tianjin sect. You and your sister were settled into a modest room, where you took a brief rest. Upon awakening, the cultivator who had brought you there hurriedly ushered you to the grand hall of the sect. Here, many eminent cultivators, drawn by the news, vied to take you as their disciple. Su Shi's initial impression of the master of Xinjiang Peak was exceedingly favorable. This newly recognized mentor appeared kind-hearted and benevolent, resembling an amiable elder rather than a lofty ancestor of sect. Behind his ample robe, he carried an ancient wooden sword, unremarkable in appearance, yet one could surmise it was a treasure of profound significance, given that a nascent soul cultivator bore it. Similarly, as Su Shi observed the master of Xinjiang Peak, Li Wanshou, he too scrutinized Su Shi with increasing satisfaction, stroking his white beard. Indeed, a rare find, a wood attribute heavenly root. It is destined for our Xinjiang Peak to flourish. Other nascent soul cultivators within the sect voiced their displeasure. The old ghost. Why should a wood attribute heavenly root belong solely to your Xinjiang Peak? Exactly, remarked another. It is well known that the five-element cycle, which generates fire, and our Xinjiang Peak is equally suited for this lad. Ha! Listening to the envious and resentful banter of his peers, Li Wanshou laughed heartily. Waving his sleeve, the gust of wind enveloped Su Shi's form, propelling him towards the distant verdant mountains. Come, my obedient disciple. Do not let these frustrated old ghosts harm you. Ah, what a delightful day! The towering green mountains were serene and lush, their waters cascading in distinct layers, while the winds and clouds roared with vigor. By the time Su Shi regained his senses, he had traversed through the mountains, swiftly distancing himself from the grand hall of the Tianjin sect, heading towards Xinjiang Peak. Senior. Su Shi quickly corrected himself. Master, is it truly all right for us to leave so directly? Li Wanshou chided with a chuckle. No need to concern yourself. Those old ghosts have long mocked me, claiming that Xinjiang Peak has no disciples. It is high time they experience some embarrassment. The elder conducted himself with remarkable nonchalance, utilizing his profound nascent soul powers to ride the winds. Before long, he brought Su Shi to Xinjiang Peak. The architectural style of this place mirrored that of the sect's main hall, yet many areas were adorned with sword bamboos, which, from a distance, appeared as thousands of green swords standing proudly upon the mountainside. Exuding an aura of sharpness, my obedient disciple, from this day forth, you shall manage Xinjiang Peak. You are my only true disciple. Thus you hold the highest rank among the disciples here. You may arrange all matters as you see fit. Should you encounter uncertainties or doubts in your cultivation, seek me at the Xinjiang Hall atop the mountain. Cultivate diligently. Our Tianjin sect has yet to produce a transformation stage cultivator. Who knows? You might be the first. Ha! If I could teach a transformation stage disciple, my life would be deemed worthwhile. After placing Su Shi down, the elder burst into joyful laughter, tossing a storage bag and a volume of secret techniques aside. Before strolling into the mountaintop hall with an air of indifference, Su Shi, catching the storage bag and the tome, wore a complex expression, feeling as though he had inadvertently stepped into a laborious environment. You successfully became the grand disciple of the nascent soul sect, Tianjin sect, and within the storage bag left by your master, Li Wanshou, you discovered a travel token, a flying boat available for mortals to use, and a plethora of spirit stones, talismans, and formation tools that a sudden realization struck you. You were destined to belong to Xinjiang Peak. You activated the flying boat and summoned your sister, Su Moli, to your side, seeking an unoccupied cave dwelling on the mountain to settle down. Your prodigious talent allowed you to sense qi within a day, refine essence in a qi within 3 days, and achieve the pinnacle of qi refining on your own after 100 days. Li Wanshou's expression shifted as he praised you, noting you bore a resemblance to his youthful self. Not long after, you were met with unexpected news. Your master, the esteemed nascent soul cultivator and master of Xinjiang Peak, Li Wanshou, had sustained injuries that, in your inquiries, you learned that he had boasted of your rapid cultivation speed to other peaks, resulting in a collective assault from several nascent soul cultivators. You shook your head, thinking that indeed, Li Wanshou deserved a beating. Simultaneously, due to your astonishing pace of cultivation, all within Xinjiang Peak were in awe of you, and no one dared to ridicule or provoke you, the possessor of a heavenly root, which rendered your experience in this new life somewhat mundane. Your status as the grand disciple of Xinjiang Peak was unwaveringly solidified, and all believed you were destined to become a nascent soul powerhouse. Perhaps even catching a glimpse of the transformation stage. Rumble, thunder roared, dark clouds obscured the sky, and threads of silver descended from the heavens, coalescing into lines before being torn apart by fierce winds, transforming into a tempestuous thunderstorm. The rainy days on Sanjian Peak differed greatly from those in Haishi City. The former was tranquil and ethereal, while the latter was bustling and noisy with the chatter of people. Yet one aspect remained constant. Someone awaited Su Shi each time. "Brother!" A tiny figure struggled to hold a paper umbrella larger than herself, excitedly waving at Su Shi at the entrance of the cave. "Didn't I say you need not wait for me each time?" Su Shi accepted the umbrella, tilting it slightly to better shield the delicate figure. "But the book says doing so will make my brother happy." "Which book?" "The one lent to me by Sister from the Pill Hall, 108 Strategies to Capture a Man's Heart." Su Shi fell silent for a moment before ruffling Su Molie's hair. "Do not read such books in the future. They are not suitable for children." Oh, the girl, already a beauty in the making, seemed to grasp only a fragment of understanding. She didn't need to comprehend fully. All she wanted was to heed her brother's words. As the big and small figures walked through the rain, the large umbrella kept all wind and rain at bay, allowing only a gentle, moist breath to waft into their noses upon returning to the cave. The formations automatically activated, completely isolating the sound of the rain. When one mentions a cave dwelling, most envision a tranquil stone chamber. However, in the realm of cultivation, the significance of a cave lies in its concentration of spiritual energy, which dictates the pace of cultivation. The specific living arrangements are of little consequence. Su Shi's cave was quite simple, resembling the wooden houses of Haishi City, albeit slightly larger. It also bore an air of emptiness and solitude. Su Shi paid this no mind, while the girl was adamant about making changes, often pondering the addition of small flowers and plants to breathe life into the cave. When she grew tired of playing, she would dash over to Su Shi, pestering him with questions. "Brother, what does it feel like to cultivate? Can you also fly to the heavens?" "Of course, once I break through to the foundation establishment stage. I can fly on my sword, and I'll take you with me." "Yay! Molly will wait forever." Rest assured, it won't be long. Su Shi patted Molly's small head. The girl beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling, her corners crinkling with delight. Then, Su Shi opened his right hand, revealing 2 hard candies. "I bought these today when I went out. Take them and enjoy." The girl was even happier, her eyes shimmering as if adorned with stars. "Brother is the best. Your cultivation journey has been remarkably smooth. After achieving the pinnacle of chi refinement, you did not hasten to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Instead, you heeded the counsel of Li Wanshou and began to refine your foundation, striving for perfection in your establishment. During this period, you commenced your study of the 4 arts of immortal cultivation, which include the traditional practices of alchemy, artifact forging, formation crafting, and talisman making. Your extraordinary talent allowed you to grasp the 4 arts in an exceedingly short span of time, and, inspired by a sudden burst of creativity, you developed an entirely new alchemical formula. You began to reorganize Sun Jian Peak, and a female disciple from the Dan Hall was punished to serve as a firekeeper for 3 months after she inadvertently stepped into the Dan Hall with her left foot. The other disciples trembled in fear, thereafter always entering with their right foot. You devoted yourself to rigorous training and welcomed the first new year after joining the Tianjin sect. You chose to remain in your cave dwelling, spending the occasion with your sister, Su Moli, and prepared an exceptionally lavish meal. The girl was overjoyed, devouring the food voraciously. The winter world was filled with desolation. Leaves had fallen, flowers withered, and the once verdant mountains were stripped bare of foliage, swaying uncertainly in the biting wind, accumulating layers of snowflakes that gradually turned pure white. Su's family, however, did not particularly enjoy winter, especially after entering the simulated world. During the 5 years spent in Haishi City, the meager income Su could earn was barely sufficient to sustain herself and her sister, consuming all her energy just to provide for their daily meals. Unsurprisingly, the siblings could not afford the coal needed for warmth. At that time, Su could only venture outside the city daily to collect coal cinders scattered along the road or gather stray twigs. Managing to kindle a small flame at home, Sue still vividly remembers those days when the snow fell incessantly, and tiny icicles would enter her lungs with each breath. Every day, a small figure would huddle at the door of their wooden cabin, shivering in the cold wind, steadfastly waiting for Sue's return. Upon Sue's arrival, the girl would rub her tiny hands together, warming Sue's frostbitten cheeks, and greet her with a smile. The cold wind remained as fierce as ever, unchanged in its intensity. Yet, during those days, Sue would receive fleeting warmth that allowed her to carry on. Now, with her identity as a celestial root cultivator in Tianjin sect and an independent cave dwelling, she no longer needed to worry about the biting wind. However, gazing at the swirling snow outside, she would occasionally become lost in thought, reminiscing about the hardships of the past. "Brother," the lively voice of the girl interrupted Sue's reverie. "I'm here. What's the matter? If you don't eat soon, the food will get cold." The 6-year-old Sue Moley pretended to be serious, shaking her little finger in admonition. "You must eat while it's hot." Sue was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "All right." The chopsticks crossed in a tacit understanding as they shared dishes. Before the arrival of spring, the harsh winter was indeed difficult to endure, but nestled together for warmth, they always awaited the coming of spring. You and your sister spent a warm new year together. As the old year gave way to the new, you inhaled deeply, consolidating perfect Tao foundation, setting the record for the fastest foundation establishment in Tianjin sect and becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. You received rewards from your master, Li Wanshou, including a supreme flying sword and a corresponding defensive artifact. You did not forget your previous promise. After acquiring the flying sword, you took your sister on a sword flight, later inquiring about her feelings. She responded that flying with you brought her immense joy. As winter faded and spring blossomed, all things revived. Now a foundation establishment cultivator, you took on greater responsibilities within the sect to alleviate your sister's boredom and consider her future. You enrolled Sue Moley in school. That on her first day, she looked at you with tear-filled eyes, mistakenly believing you were abandoning her. But fortunately, the misunderstanding was resolved in the end. After some time, your sister learned a great deal at school. Her innate intelligence and quick thinking brought you solace, yet you worried about her seeming solitude, as she had not made friends her own age. You expressed concern for her future. "Brother, is life long?" "Very long." "Brother, is life short?" "Very short." How can it be both long and short? It feels so strange that that's just how life is." The girl furrowed her brow in confusion for a long while before offering her perspective. "Life is truly troublesome. Molly just wants to be with her brother and doesn't need any friends." The girl had her own standards. You could only let it be. Time flew swiftly. You and the girl spent year after year in Tianjin sect, growing ever closer to in the 7th year of your journey. You were 13, and your cultivation made another breakthrough. The girl, now 7, completed all her school courses in 1 year. In the 8th year, at 14, you advanced to mid-foundation establishment, wielding the withered vine sword to defeat a false Dan cultivator. Some began to refer to you as a golden Dan true person, yet your heart remained unperturbed. The girl, now 8, began assisting you with the affairs of Sun Jian Peak, winning the affection of the sect's disciples with her adorable appearance. In the 9th year, at 15, you truly matured, shedding your youthful appearance. Wherever you went, you received praise from both elders and juniors, overshadowing contemporary demonic path talents and rising as a new star of righteousness. The girl, now 9, though lacking in cultivation talent, resolved to aid you in the management of Sun Jian Peak, achieving remarkable success in the 10th year. You were 16, and the girl turned 10. Time flowed year by year, and life gradually improved. Sue felt content with this existence, continually growing stronger, enhancing the evaluation of his simulated life rewards, while also caring for Sue Moley, ensuring she could live better. Although aware that this was a fictitious, simulated world, the experiences shared between people and the emotions that emerged were undeniably real. Thus, Sue wished to provide the girl with the best life possible. Time indeed passed swiftly. Before long, it was the 10th year, and Moley's 10th birthday approached. It felt as if the day he had found her during the escape was merely yesterday. In the 10th year of the simulated world, Sue was 16. He gazed up at the sun and the sky, filled with sentiment, soaring on his sword towards his cave dwelling, preparing to present a birthday gift to his beloved sister. Everything seemed perfect. Everything was going smoothly. It should have been this way. I asked that you. Brother, moly hurts. Upon entering the cave, Sue did not see the familiar, adorable figure waiting for him, as usual. Taking a few more steps, he discovered the girl lying on the ground, her complexion alarmingly pale. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, staining her lips a haunting red. It looked dire, looked perilous, and appeared impossible to ignore. Moly. Rushing to the girl's side with utmost urgency, Sue retrieved every healing item he possessed, striving with all his might to save her. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. After half an hour of unconsciousness, the 10-year-old Sue Moly awakened weakly, gazing at Sue with feeble eyes. She forced a smile, her voice barely a whisper. Moly knew you would come to save her. Brother, that's why Moly has been waiting. Thank goodness. Moly finally waited for you. The girl's condition was far worse than you had anticipated. This was not an ordinary mortal illness, nor was it a result of external harm. It was a gradual internal decay, a collapse from within, as her body steadily approached its demise. You could not comprehend, nor did you understand why. All you could do was exert every effort to seek a remedy for her affliction. Regrettably, even the most exquisite elixirs of the immortal practitioners cannot eradicate the girl's affliction. They can merely delay the deterioration of her body. You strive tirelessly, you endeavor persistently, akin to a bird desperately flapping its wings, soaring through a thicket of thorns in search of an infinitesimal glimmer of hope. Yet, no matter how hard you toil, even if you become battered and bruised, pleading with everyone, including your master, you remain unable to uncover the true cause of the girl's ailment. You can only watch her suffer more and more each day, witness her gradual decline. You find yourself powerless, unable to effect any change. Reality does not bend to human will. You cannot, like the valiant protagonists of spirited anime, change the unfolding tragedy and suffering merely through senseless outbursts of rage. In the face of genuine tragedy, human effort always seems so insignificant, so small that it breeds despair. Each morning's greeting and each evening's farewell serve as harbingers. Inching ever closer to death, you have toiled under this immense pressure for 4 years, ultimately achieving nothing. 4 years have passed. You are now 20, while the girl is 14, that the once adorable child who trailed behind you, calling you brother, has blossomed into a beautiful young lady. Yet, she spends her days confined to a sickbed, as fragile as a cracked porcelain doll, ready to shatter at the slightest misstep. Her frail pallor embodies the pinnacle of beauty. But in your eyes, it is the very essence of despair, helplessness, and loathing. Your seasons seem to have been reduced to a relentless winter, devoid of any joy or warmth. The girl observes all of this, her eyes often filled with self-reproach and guilt. Rather than focus on her own suffering, she seems more concerned about your increasingly weary state, frequently offering apologies that I'm sorry, brother, in the cave of Sunjian Peak. Years have passed. The interior remains largely unchanged, still furnished with the same tables and chairs, along with the flowers and plants the girl once lovingly transplanted, their faint fragrance mingling with an unspoken silence. The girl lies quietly on the bed, her long, black hair cascading around her, her beautiful eyes devoid of luster, her lips pale, exuding an aura of fragility that feels as if she might crumble at any moment. It's all right. We need not apologize between us, Sushi reassures, placing a pill into the girl's mouth. This is today's Jui Dan. Once you've taken it, sleep well. The girl obediently nods and swallows the pill. After consuming it, the ailing girl offers Sushi a smile reminiscent of the morning sun, of beautiful dreams, of an immaculate sky, playfully requesting her reward just as she did in her childhood. Brother Immortal has finished the medicine. Her eyes sparkle with joy, and she seems not to have aged a day, adorably teasing Sue X. This very moment. The stark contrast between Sue Immortal's frail body and lively voice strikes a profound chord, leaving onlookers breathless, ensnared in an involuntary silence, consumed by sorrow. Yes, Immortal is a good child. Sushi manages a strained smile, suppressing the moisture threatening to spill from his eyes, retrieving a piece of candy he had prepared in advance. which the girl savors in her mouth as if tasting something extraordinarily precious, relishing every moment. The candy truly that delightful. Sushi muses, recalling how every time he offered Immortal sweets, her expression radiated pure happiness. After finishing the candy, the girl does not drift off to sleep as usual, but instead expresses a desire to see the outside world that Sushi can sense. Naturally, flying on a sword is out of the question, as excessive speed would further jeopardize her already fragile health. Thus, Sushi supports the girl, leading her out of the cave, and they take a leisurely stroll in the autumnal landscape of Sunjian Peak, moving at a pace far slower than the cycles of life itself, more meticulous than the minutiae of daily existence. As they tread upon the carpet of fallen leaves, a hint of color returns to the girl's cheeks. However, even with this slow pace, even on such a brief journey, the 14-year-old Su Immortal feels an overwhelming burden. She halts suddenly, clutching the fabric of her clothing tightly, her face turning ghostly pale. If you cannot walk, then do not force yourself, Sushi gently insists. Echoing the sentiments of their childhood, he lifts the girl onto his back, allowing her to rest against him. And I understand, brother, she softly replies. Resting against the familiar warmth of his back, she feels a sense of security and steadiness, her eyes gradually drooping as fatigue envelopes her. Before succumbing to slumber, she poses a question. Brother, will Immortal die? Not at all. Brother will save you, he assures her. Immortal believes in brother. Brother would never deceive. Su Immortal's voice grows increasingly faint, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth as she nestles into Sushi's shoulder, straining to remain awake. Yet, the blood continues to seep forth, slowly siphoning her strength. By the time she realizes something is amiss, the girl has already slipped into unconsciousness. You have successfully joined the Tianjin sect, becoming the envy of many as a true disciple with celestial roots, your future promising, your life vibrant. You are undoubtedly a prodigy within the realm of cultivation. Yet in stark contrast, your sister has fallen gravely ill, her condition worsening as she enters her 14th autumn. You find yourself powerless to save her, compelled instead to fulfill sect duties and self-study alchemical theory, utilizing the precious elixirs revered by practitioners to stave off your sister's demise. 15 years have passed. You are now 21, while Su Immortal is 15, that you have successfully advanced to the later stage of foundation building, your strength having grown to the point where you are unafraid of ordinary golden core realms. Your speed in gathering medicinal herbs for your sister has increased. However, concurrently, Su Immortal's condition has deteriorated further. She has lost the ability to walk and can only lie in bed day after day. In the 16th year since your arrival, you are 22, and Su Immortal is 16, that your stress has reached its peak, and you seem to be on the verge of madness, frantically searching for ways to save your sister. Finally, just before her life teeters on the brink, you discover a description related to her affliction in an ancient tome from overseas, the Heaven's Calamity. The ancient text records that only those with spiritual roots can cultivate. This is a well-known truth in the realm of cultivation. Yet, among the countless mortals, there are always a select few who, despite lacking spiritual roots, can still absorb spiritual energy. However, spiritual roots are the foundation of cultivation. Without their aid, a mortal's body, upon absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy, is instead harmed. Thus, this phenomenon is termed Heaven's Calamity, signifying a disaster bestowed by the heavens. Your sister, Su Immortal, is precisely such a case. Heaven's Calamity, spiritual roots, spiritual energy, that is how it is. Within the territory of the Tianjin sect, in a cultivation marketplace, Sushi peruses the ancient tome in his hands, reading every word until his eyes close slightly, his face eventually revealing a trace of bitterness. He had never anticipated that bringing the girl to the Tianjin sect would jeopardize her life, despite the tome stating that spiritual energy is omnipresent. Even in places where its concentration is minimal, Heaven's Calamity does not permit survival beyond the age of 40 from the outset. Sushi had been unaware of Heaven's Calamity. He only wished to protect the girl, which is why he had brought her to the Tianjin sect. Despite Su Immortal's character, she would never blame her brother Sushi. Yet, wrong is wrong. Sushi sighs internally, The face that had grown increasingly haggard from years of toil now appears even more haunted. Anxiety, guilt, regret, if, after committing a misdeed, one merely shifts all responsibility away, then to whom can Sushi cast the blame? Is it to the sister who has always trusted him since childhood, or to the cosmic spiritual energies that function without self-awareness? How absurd, is it not? Indeed, I find myself a rather inadequate elder brother, and thus my spirits are somewhat diminished. With a swift flight upon my sword, I ascend towards the Tianjin sect, my destination clear. The error has been irrevocably made, and the calamity of destiny has befallen my sister. Fortunately, ancient texts provide a means of salvation. The so-called calamity of destiny essentially refers to individuals who possess an innate affinity for spiritual energy but lack spiritual roots within their bodies, thereby transforming this potential into a nightmarish plight. Consequently, the solution is rather straightforward: to endow those afflicted by this calamity with spiritual roots and enable them to commence their cultivation. The notion of granting mortals spiritual roots is unprecedented, and I can only hope that my master possesses a remedy. I soar through the skies on my sword, the winds and clouds swirling about me. I furrow my brow while standing upon my flying blade. Although there exist methods of soul transference within the realm of cultivation, at its core, it merely entails exchanging one body with another that equally possesses spiritual roots. Were it truly possible to conjure roots from nothingness, bestowing mortals with spiritual roots or transplanting them, the number of cultivators would not be so scarce. Upon discovering the cause of my sister's affliction, I hasten back to Sunjian Peak with utmost urgency. However, I do not return to my own cave dwelling. Instead, I fly directly to the Xinjian Hall atop the mountain, where my master, Li Wanshou, engages in seclusion for cultivation. This marks my second visit to the Sanjian Hall for personal matters. The first was to inquire about my sister's ailment, while this time, I seek guidance on how to forge spiritual roots to aid in her restoration to health. Upon entering the Xinjian Hall and meeting Li Wanshou, I candidly express my intentions and beseech him for the method of crafting spiritual roots. My master, who regards me as a chosen disciple, is usually responsive to my requests. Yet, even he, a great cultivator at the nascent soul stage, cannot provide the answer I seek. In my 1,000-year existence, I have never encountered a method for cultivating spiritual roots postnatally. Spiritual roots are bestowed by heaven. They cannot be altered by human effort. Perhaps only the legendary immortals possess the power to achieve such feats. Within the Xinjian Hall atop Xinjian Peak, the ethereal old man strokes his beard and sighs, "Disciple, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Even if a transformation stage cultivator were to intervene, the matter remains unsolvable that I remain silent," continuing to bow respectfully. The elder continues, "Your disposition is such that I have heard that in ancient times there existed methods involving external spiritual roots, utilizing the treasures of heaven and earth to substitute for innate spiritual roots, thereby assisting human cultivation. However, such practices are nearly impossible to accomplish. Why is it impossible? I ponder. Simply because it is exceedingly difficult. The rare materials of this world are scarce, and even the great masters struggle to utilize enough for themselves, let alone spare any for mortals to forge spiritual roots. Even the Tianjin sect, a prestigious nascent soul sect, lacks such treasures. That I comprehend the magnitude of this challenge. That it is formidable, yet it remains a potential avenue for hope. Thank you, Master. I express my heartfelt gratitude before departing, leaving the elder to gaze after my retreating figure with a long sigh, as if lamenting or reminiscing about something. Upon learning of the existence of external spiritual roots, my spirits soar. Returning to my cave dwelling, I arrange the locking spirit array for my sister, significantly alleviating her suffering and prolonging her life. She continues to gaze at me with warmth and trust, believing in and relying on me. I commence my search for the rare treasures of heaven and earth. The process of searching proves to be immensely arduous. Treasures of lower grades cannot serve as external spiritual roots, while those of higher grades are far beyond the reach of my nascent golden core cultivation. That I begin to pursue self-rescue, engaging in relentless research and exploration. Seeking alternative possibilities for external spiritual roots, such as utilizing formations or artifacts as substitutes, I exhaust my energy, igniting sudden bursts of inspiration, leading to advancements in my four arts of cultivation that I deplete my vital essence. Spurred by impassioned motivation, resulting in further progress in my cultivation arts, I exhaust my spirit, ignited by fervor, leading to notable improvements in my cultivation skills. I continue to push myself, time and again encountering failure and starting anew. The countless obstacles I face prompt thoughts of surrender. Yet, each time I recall that trusting gaze, I find the strength to persist. Alas, reality proves harsh. The method for external spiritual roots resembles a life buoy for one drowning. Just when a glimmer of hope for survival emerges, the next moment brings forth tumultuous waves, mercilessly dragging one back beneath the surface. With my current nascent golden core cultivation, I am far from possessing the strength to grasp or attain such high-grade treasures, let alone forge them into external spiritual roots. If I must identify any treasures within my reach, it would be my very own self. Possessing a wood attribute spiritual root stands in stark contrast to the calamity of destiny. It is indeed a mark of celestial favor. Even after years of neglecting my cultivation, I am on the verge of entering the golden core stage without any hindrance to AS for the four arts of cultivation. I have evidently overestimated the limits of the blue tier attributes. Even with continued bursts of inspiration, my level could never reach the mastery required to create external spiritual roots. Perhaps I should reconsider my approach and first enhance my own strength. After numerous failures, this thought arises within me, that I cease my fixation on creating external spiritual roots and redirect my focus towards advancing my own cultivation, that I wholeheartedly dedicate myself to seclusion and practice, fervently consuming medicinal pills. Remarkably, having only recently surpassed the late foundation establishment stage, I achieve a direct breakthrough to the golden core stage at less than 30 years of age. I become the youngest golden core true person since the establishment of the sect and awaken my innate divine ability, wood regeneration. This technique boasts a formidable life-preserving capacity, capable of consuming golden core mana to unleash an exuberant vitality, effortlessly restoring severed limbs and broken arms. When the vitality reaches a certain intensity, it can even yield extraordinary effects, nourishing both golden core and nascent soul cultivators, healing their spirits and mending their hidden wounds. Frankly speaking, this is a technique that can dominate the realm of cultivation, coupled with the accelerated cultivation speed granted by my wood attribute spiritual root. Anyone would undoubtedly rise to become a top-tier cultivator in the realm of immortality. Yet, amidst this, I discern something even more significant, the possibility of saving Su Moli, what constitutes a treasure of heaven and earth. Certainly, celestial phenomena, like the true fire of the sun or the essence of the lunar emperor qualify. However, such divine objects are exceedingly transcendent and elusive. Now, as I ascend to the golden core stage, witnessing the vibrant vitality emanating from my divine ability, a thought emerges in my mind. Is the product of my wood attribute spiritual root considered a treasure of heaven and earth? The answer is affirmative. An item capable of healing golden core and nascent soul cultivators must indeed be regarded as a treasure of heaven and earth. Moreover, this technique knows no bounds. Theoretically, the purer the mana I invest, the more golden core essence I mobilize, the greater the vitality released by wood regeneration will rise. This could lead to the creation of even more precious divine objects. Truly remarkable. Indeed, how should I express this? I suppose it is the reward bestowed by the golden tier attributes that in the past. This realization would have delighted me to the point of believing myself to be a child of destiny. Under the waning thunder tribulation, having achieved the golden core stage, I am met with blessings from all corners of the Tianjian sect. Congratulations, congratulations. Young and accomplished Su Shirji. Congratulations to my senior brother for condensing the golden core and attaining the status of true person. An ever-increasing chorus of congratulations surrounds me, including elders from the nascent soul stage, peers at the golden core stage, and juniors at the foundation establishment and chi refinement stages. Applause, cheers, and the fiery display of spiritual beasts celebrating like fireworks fill the air. The atmosphere is lively and boisterous, as if a monumental achievement has been accomplished. Upon my breakthrough to the golden core stage, the world around me inexplicably erupts into jubilation. Despite the cacophony, I feel as though a thick barrier separates me from the revelry. Everyone is too kind, I politely respond, yet amidst the bustling crowd, I feel little joy, even sensing a profound loneliness. If one were to inquire as to why, it would likely be due to the absence of laughter reminiscent of the morning sun, the beauty of enchanting dreams, or the pure skies echoing with the innocent calls of a sister, along with the continuous refrain of elder brother. 17 years have passed since my crossing, and I am now 23. Sumoli is 17, that despite the assistance of the locking spirit array, my sister's vitality is sustained. Yet the calamities from the heavens inflicted such grievous harm upon her that she frequently succumbed to unconsciousness, at times remaining in a slumber for over 10 days before awakening. Your cultivation has reached a breakthrough, and you have ascended to the rank of a golden core cultivator, awakening the divine power of wood rebirth. Resolute in your determination, you decide to establish an external spiritual root for the benefit of mortals, basing your creation upon your own divine powers. With no path of retreat available, you cling desperately to the last vestiges of hope. Akin to a gambler at the end of their rope, you have succeeded. Your research into the divine powers has progressed remarkably well. In a moment of inspiration, you keenly perceive the inherent commonality among the 4 arts of cultivation, which serves as the foundation for integrating your divine powers and exploring the method of shaping the external spiritual root. However, this joy is fleeting. The duality of success and cost becomes apparent when you suddenly realize that the vitality required to mold the external spiritual root is astronomical. Even if you were to expend all your magical energy and the essence of your golden core, it would be insufficient for true creation, unless you are willing to genuinely burn your own cultivation and the heavenly spiritual root. The spiritual root is a celestial gift. Whether one possesses a spiritual root is a matter predetermined by the heavens. In other words, granting a mortal devoid of a spiritual root the ability to cultivate is an unequivocal act of defiance against the natural order. The cost, naturally, would not be trivial. Should a divine artifact be at hand, the burden of this defiance could be borne by the artifact itself. However, lacking such a treasure, you must shoulder the consequences alone. Despite the awareness of the monumental cost, you had not anticipated it would require the complete incineration of your cultivation and heavenly spiritual root. If you were to proceed with such an act, it is likely that not only would you revert to being a mere mortal, but your lifespan would also be drastically curtailed. In that case, this simulation would essentially be declared a failure. At the forest sword peak of the Tianjin sect, within the wooden dwelling, you Su-Shi, having just concluded your research on the divine powers, find yourself half squatting before a bed, gazing at the pale, frail visage of the girl. This sight evokes memories of the winter in Haishi City, when a mere 3 or 4-year-old Immortal shivered alongside you. Life during those times was indeed arduous, yet even in such hardship, little Immortal would rub her hands together to warm them, gently cupping your cheeks with her small, comforting palms. The thought of this fills you with an unwavering resolve regarding the safety of the girl's life. Yes, this is merely a simulation. You could easily abandon her, discard this sister who shares no blood ties, and choose the most pragmatic course of action, continuing your adventures in this realm of cultivation to acquire further simulation rewards. However, you have grown weary, exhausted by the meekness of your reality, where you feel powerless. If you cannot even act freely within the confines of the simulator, unable to save those dear to you, then what meaning does such a life hold? In truth, a person's life need not be burdened by excessive contemplation. One must simply pursue what they believe to be right. Yes, that is all there is to it. With a gentle motion, you extend your palm, softly brushing against the girl's face, a faint green light intertwining and shimmering as it flows into her body in a specific pattern. This is the entirety of a golden core cultivator's magical energy. The very essence of their golden core, the burning of a vital divine power, the self-ignition of a heavenly spiritual root. Everything you can wield has been transformed into pure vitality, arranged in patterns resembling seeds. perfectly integrating into the heart of the girl. "Brother," she murmurs, her eyes briefly fluttering open before she drifts back into slumber. "Continue to rest. Immortal," you whisper gently. "When you awaken, all will be well. I promise you that." Pain at an indescribable agony surges through your entire being. You keenly perceive that as your cultivation and spiritual root burn away, your body is inexorably approaching its end, with blood surging uncontrollably in your throat. Yet, the expression upon your face grows increasingly radiant, bloodied, tearful, yet smiling. You gaze at the girl upon the bed, feeling the resurgence of life within her. What a splendid method. It is indeed effective. With trembling fingers, you reach out, a sorrowful smile gracing your lips as you wipe the damp corner of her eyes, which had inexplicably moistened despite her deep slumber. You have succeeded. You have successfully shaped the external spiritual root, exchanging everything for the life of your sister. Suimoli, devoid of a spiritual root, stripped of your cultivation, you now lie in a state of utter weakness, easily toppled even by an ordinary mortal. With scarcely 3 years of life remaining. Yet you harbor no regrets. You accept this fate willingly, but you know there is more to be done. Otherwise, when the girl awakens, she will surely struggle to accept the reality. Moreover, you require someone to explain your actions to the sect. Departing the dwelling, you retrieve a long-unused flying vessel that can be operated by mortals and soar directly to the temple atop Forest Sword Peak, where you encounter your master, Li Wansho. This marks the first instance of witnessing your teacher's furious wrath. Rebellious disciple, rebellious disciple. Without a spiritual root, how will you cultivate in the future within the Forest Sword Hall? Adorned with cloud-patterned tigers and shrouded in ethereal mist, ancient trees loom overhead. Wansho's countenance darkens as he raises his voice to scold you, an unprecedented display of anger from the usually affable elder, clearly indicating his genuine fury. "Simple enough. I shall not cultivate, master," you reply with a calm smile, perhaps emboldened by the nearing conclusion of this simulation, facing the irate Li Wansho without a hint of trepidation. Pausing for a moment, your voice takes on a tranquil tone. "After all, I have but a few years left to live. It matters not whether I cultivate or not." Upon hearing this, Li Wansho's expression stiffens. The anger in his face gradually wavering, morphing into a complex array of emotions as he gazes upon his once promising disciple, now devoid of all cultivation. "Speak. Explain everything from beginning to end. What on earth have you done?" "Yes, master. You conceal nothing, nor is there any need to do so. You recount how you researched the external spiritual root and the act of sacrificing yourself to create it, leaving no detail unmentioned for Li Wansho to comprehend thoroughly." Li Wansho's eyes widen in astonishment, even pulling out a white beard in disbelief. "Impossible. I merely mentioned it in passing, and yet you truly created the external spiritual root. A prodigy of heaven, a prodigy indeed." Li Wansho initially rejoices, but quickly shakes his head in regret. "Alas, my child, you have severed your spiritual root. Otherwise, ascension to immortality would have been within your grasp." The elder suddenly lapses into silence, shaking his head and sighing, pacing back and forth within the hall. Finally, in exasperation, he stamps his foot, casting a reproachful glare at you. "Rebellious disciple, why the haste? Do you truly comprehend the magnitude of your actions? Why did you not inform me beforehand?" Enduring the elder's reprimands, you shake your head gently. "Had I confided in you, you would have surely dissuaded me. I understand your intentions, master. You wish for me to proceed with caution, to save Li without endangering myself. Yet, I could not stand idly by and watch my loved one approach death." The elder falls silent, his lips twitching slightly, yet ultimately he refrains from further scolding. His gaze softens, filled with understanding and perhaps a hint of pride, as if witnessing a child grow into adulthood, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him that "I understand now. Since this is your decision, there is little more I can say." With all anger dissipated, Li Wansho continues, "As for the sect, I shall address it on your behalf. I possess enough influence to speak a few words. However, concerning Immortal." Li Wansho hesitates, caught between words that he understands the profound bond between the siblings. Should Immortal learn that her brother sacrificed himself to save her, she would likely teeter on the brink of despair. A gentle breeze stirs, rustling the leaves of the ancient trees outside the hall, creating a rhythmic wave of shadows. In a moment of reverie, the distant tolling of a bell resonates. You respond, I do not intend to disclose the truth to her. After some time, I shall depart from the Tianjin sect. To that point, I will leave Immortal in your capable hands. Sacrifice the life of an elder brother merely to survive is a reality far too cruel. Even those who have weathered many storms would find themselves engulfed in guilt and remorse. How much more so for the girl who has regarded Su Shi as her unwavering support throughout her life. Never separated from him. Once all matters have been deliberated with the master, Su Shi, bearing an ancient wooden sword gifted by an elder, slowly departed from the forest sword hall. The elder had forcefully thrust the sword upon him, exclaiming, Go away, ungrateful disciple. Take this sword, lest you be killed by mortals and bring shame upon me. The elder scolded and gestured, forcibly expelling Su Shi from the ancient hall with a resounding slam of the door. As if he could no longer bear to see him, standing outside the hall, Su Shi found the path paved with green slate winding downward, and he reached back to firmly grasp the hilt of the wooden sword. Feeling the surge of powerful magical energy within, with the original owner's consent, even an ordinary person could wield it at will. Disciple obeys. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Su Shi remained by the bedside for 2 days until the external spiritual roots completely merged with the girl's body, dissipating the original calamity that had befallen her. Correspondingly, she experienced an inexplicable sense of breakthrough. Although she had yet to truly embark on her cultivation journey, she had taken the extraordinary first step, propelled by her innate talent. Brother Suthamo Lee's voice was hoarse, tinged with the weakness of one recovering from a grave illness. Yet, she quickly realized that her body was no longer in pain, instead feeling an indescribable lightness. That's wonderful. Seemingly anticipating something, she offered Su Shi a sweet smile from her sickbed, saying, Brother has fulfilled the promise made to him, Oli. Indeed, Su Shi gently clasped the girl's warm, pale hand, as if holding onto a fleeting petal, capturing the essence of summer breeze. His weary voice was filled with tenderness. Brother promised you, and will certainly bring Immortal back. The girl smiled even brighter. But as her laughter continued, her eyes inexplicably became moist, and she could only wipe them away with the back of her hand. I'm sorry, brother. I don't know what's wrong. I suddenly feel like crying. It was as though something profoundly sorrowful had occurred. How strange it was, for she should be joyous at this moment. Uncertain of the reason, Immortal clutched her garment tightly, her fingers turning pale as if something of utmost importance was slipping away, something that could never be lost, something more precious than her own life, more invaluable than all her convictions. It felt like the roots of a tree, the wings of a bird, the teeth of a beast. Without such things, she felt she could not endure the suffocating void. Everything will be all right. Su Shi's soothing voice emerged from beside her, his hand gently stroking the girl's hair. In that moment, the emptiness stemming from the loss of her cherished possession found a fleeting solace. I believe little Mo Lee has simply slept too long. Her body is adjusting. She will be fine in due time. There's no need to dwell on it. 17-year-old Su Mo Lee sensed something was amiss. But upon reflection, she found no reason to doubt Su Shi's words. Perhaps it was indeed the lingering effects of her prolonged illness that caused her to weep uncontrollably. She contemplated this. Her emotions gradually settled. There was truly nothing to fear, and no matter what adversities they faced, her brother would always be by her side. As long as he was present, there was nothing to dread. Yes, as long as her brother was there, Su Immortal took the initiative to firmly grasp Su Shi's hand, holding tightly, unwilling to release her grip. Would her brother leave her? He would not. This was a lie. You had arranged everything with masterly Wansho, fully aware of the dire state of your own body and the impossibility of salvation. You began to prepare for the inevitable, ensuring that your sister could lead a better life without you. You started to teach her, encompassing not only cultivation, but also the ways of the world and the 4 arts of immortality. Your sister relied heavily on you, yet your demeanor grew increasingly distant, intending to diminish her dependence and temper the bond between you. You believe yourself to be but a dying man, unworthy of being a stumbling block in the path of the girl's future. Given your current relationship, after your departure from the Heavenly Sword sect, Suemoli would undoubtedly risk everything to seek you out. Thus, you actively sought to sever this bond, hoping to lessen her affection for you, even to the point of inciting hatred. Only in this way could you ensure she would not search for the missing you. Only this way could she remain oblivious to the truth. And only this way could you depart in peace. Your actions bore fruit. Under your deliberate neglect, Suemo Lee's dependence on you began to wane. Yet, she still held you in high esteem, viewing you as her brother. Under your guidance, Suemo Lee formally became a chi refining stage cultivator, her joy evident as you uttered 2 words in response to her hopeful gaze. Mediocre, Suemo Lee felt a pang of grievance due to your apparent indifference. Instead of offering comfort, you assigned her more rigorous training. You were anxious, for theoretically, you had but 3 years left to live, yet the signs of your physical decline had already begun to manifest. One day, you discovered an issue with your hearing. You masked it well. The girl remained oblivious to your ailing condition. You hastened the pace of her education, striving to prepare her to stand on her own before your body completely failed. Your overly strict training regimen only bred further dissatisfaction and grievance within her. She began to question her significance in your life. Why had the brother who once lavished her with affection turned so cold? Increasingly overwhelmed by grievances and doubts, Suemo Lee could no longer endure the emotional turmoil. Half a year later, within the cave dwelling, the ethereal beauty of the girl was marred by glistening tears at the corners of her eyes. Her lips pressed tightly together, as if a multitude of grievances swirled within her heart. Her lips trembled slightly. "Brother, what have I done wrong?" Silence, a prolonged silence, in response to his sister's inquiry. Sushi shook his head. "You have done nothing wrong." "Then what does brother mean by?" Amoli. Sushi interrupted her questioning, his eyes gently closing as if lost in recollection. "Do you remember how long we have lived together?" The girl, unsure of the sudden shift in conversation, instinctively replied, 17 years. 17 years. This was the total duration of Sushi's simulation, as well as the age of the girl. Indeed, it had been 17 years. Sushi spoke softly, his voice laden with fatigue and an undeniable rasp. "When I first met you, you were merely an infant. To ensure your survival, I had to trade my last rations for some human milk. I was truly starving then, yet I worried daily, fearful that you would be unhappy, that you would not be warm enough, that you would not eat your fill. When you fell gravely ill at the age of 10, it took until now, at 17, for you to recover. 7 long years passed in which I tirelessly labored for your sake." Sushi's voice remained calm, devoid of blame or reproach, merely revealing a hint of bittersweet exhaustion. "Emoli, had it not been for you, my life could have been far more splendid. I am human too. I have my own dreams, and I cannot solely consider your needs. I am not that noble. Do you understand? You are 17 now, no longer a child. It is time you learn to care for yourself and live independently. I am tired." The atmosphere within the cave grew oppressive and heavy. The light dimmed and blurred. The girl appeared pale, her eyes vacant, as if she wished to retort, yet all she could utter was, "So, does brother see Lee as a burden?" Yes, that a heavy heart weighed upon her, as if she had plunged into an abyss without end. All emotions gnawed away until nothing remained but a frantic escape. Su Moli choked on her sobs, unable to utter a sound. She fled swiftly, racing out of the cavern. Only Su Shi, utterly drained of strength, slumped silently on a wooden chair, lost in thought for an extended period. Indeed, humanity is an exceedingly contradictory creature, Sushi pondered. He had meticulously prepared various excuses to sever the bond with his sister, to erase the image of a good elder brother from her heart. Yet, when the moment to act arrived, he found himself engulfed in an unbearable discomfort. The pain was far greater than when he had burned his spiritual roots. Sushi clutched his chest and murmured, "Yet, by doing so, that child can completely escape my influence and thrive in the world of cultivation." Your words were piercingly sharp, like swords that pierced and shattered the girl's heart. She ran away for a long time, weeping bitterly, mourning alone, wiping her tears in solitude, forcing herself to find solace in the most pitiful, most aggrieved, and most lonely manner possible. By the time Sue Moley returned, her expression had grown markedly indifferent. Her gaze towards you no longer brimmed with reverence, and she no longer complained about your training. Your heart ached, filled with conflicting emotions. Following this incident, the girl's resolve had solidified considerably. As you reflected on this, you feigned nonchalance, covering your mouth, concealing the blood you coughed up from her sight. You devoted yourself wholeheartedly to assisting the girl in her training, the intense mental focus hastening the deterioration of your own body. On a morning in the 18th year of your journey, you realized your strength was waning even further. You understood that the time for your departure had come, despite the reluctance and the desire to witness the girl's growth. Remaining at the Tianjin sect would inevitably lead to the revelation of the truth. You chose to leave without a word, piloting a flying vessel solo away from the Tianjin sect, slicing through the winds and clouds toward a place far removed from the realm of cultivation. Where to next? You felt lost. Throughout these 18 years, your objectives had been solely cultivation and looking after your sister. Yet now, both pursuits were rendered impossible. After much contemplation, you resolved to return to the once familiar Haishi city, intending to spend the remainder of your time there in solitude. The cultivation world was vast, with countless mortal kingdoms and pleasures as abundant as the stars. Yet for you, none held the familiarity and comfort of Haishi city. Where 5 years of memories with the girl had coalesced, the flying vessel descended silently, unnoticed in the stillness. The youth, devoid of any cultivation or spiritual roots, settled into the old wooden house he once inhabited, living alone and awaiting death in tranquility. During this time, neighbors who still remembered him greeted him, and he responded to each. When asked about the girl's whereabouts, he merely smiled and evaded the topic. Has the elder brother already departed? Within the Tianjin sect, on the already desolate Sunjian Peak, the cave-dwelling felt even lonelier after he left. The girl sat in silence on a wicker chair, with flickering candlelight casting shadows that obscured her face. Without the sun, plants cannot thrive. Without wings, birds cannot soar. Without feet, humans cannot. Are you Tio the girl? Sushi was such an essential presence. Irreplaceable, the one and only. Yet, alas, that singular essence had drifted far from her grasp. Why has it come to this? Her injuries had healed completely, and her brother had broken through to the golden core stage. Both should have been joyous milestones. Yet they had culminated in this dismal state. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Her gaze was hollow, as if she had lost the ability to perceive the world. Tears lingered in her eyes for what felt like an eternity before finally cascading down her cheeks. At that moment, even breathing was painful. Her throat burned, constricted tightly. Amidst the overwhelming despair, tears streamed down her face, pooling at her chin before falling to the ground with a sharp echo. The glimmer of her tears shattered. Much like the reliance she once held in her heart. Now forever lost, I cannot cry. I must not cry. She yearned to scream, to weep, to unleash this despair within her. Yet, the only person who could accept her, who could embrace Sue Moley, had completely vanished. Moley was acutely aware. Long ago, after that quarrel with Sushi, she had sensed a vague premonition that one day, her brother would cast her aside as a burden and vanish from her life entirely. Unwilling to accept this fate, she exerted every effort to learn, striving to impress her brother and prove that she was no burden. But why? Despite her relentless efforts, adhering to Sushi's teachings and mastering all she was meant to learn, why must he leave? Had she fallen short in some way? Was her demeanor not agreeable enough? Did her existence bring him unhappiness? Sue Moley closed her eyes, allowing the tears to flow freely to A.T. first. When her brother disappeared, she clung to a glimmer of hope, believing he might only be away briefly. Yet, after waiting for half a month, even the most obtuse person would realize that man would not return. He had cast her aside, breaking free from his useless shackles, departing freely. Yes, was this not to be expected? After all, everyone is entitled to freedom, and she, as a burden, had no right to demand Sushi remain by her side. Such a ridiculous and naive fantasy should have been shattered long ago, should it not? Liar, the great liar. He had promised her he would not leave. The weeping girl cried out louder, gripping a storage ring tightly in her hand. A gift she had left her before departing to IT housed numerous items. Abundant spirit stones, exquisite magical artifacts, an immense stash of talismans, and a plethora of cultivation and healing elixirs. Yet to Sue Moley, these were utterly meaningless. Filled with rage and sorrow, she hurled the storage ring against the wall. After a series of rebounds, it rolled away, along with its contents, cast aside by Sue Moley. Utterly meaningless. All of it was devoid of significance. I only want you. I only want you. The girl covered her face, weeping in anguish, her knuckles whitening from the force of her grip. But no matter how she cried, no matter how sincere her wishes, the hero of her childhood, who had braved the scorching sun and hunger, choosing to save her when all others had given up, her brother, her unwavering pillar of support, would never return. Indeed, he would never return. No matter how much she refused to accept it, no matter how terrified she was to confront reality, this truth would not change. Suffocating, it felt as though she had plunged into the depths of the sea. Submerged by an endless tide of despair, Sue Moley felt herself drained of all strength, her mind swirling in confusion, ultimately surrendering to the descent into darkness. Perhaps it was because the sun within her heart had vanished. She spiraled further into this state of chaos, weeping in despair. Time slipped away, and gradually, the girl's sobs grew fainter as she emerged from her cavernous abode. Her once vibrant gaze had dulled, becoming colder than ever before. It was as if she had resolved to make a significant decision. Alone, she ascended towards the summit of the forest sword hall. Before long, news spread within the Heavenly Sword sect. The illustrious true disciple Sue, she had mysteriously vanished. While his sister, Sue Moley, had ascended to become the second true disciple of the Forest Sword Peak Master. Reactions varied. Some were puzzled, others were bewildered, and many were astonished. Amidst the discussions circulating throughout the sect, Sue Moley's performance shone remarkably bright. She resembled a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, exhibiting unparalleled talent that even surpassed her brother's, rapidly advancing to the status of a Foundation establishment cultivator. She pressed forward relentlessly, as if to prove something. Sue Moley's strides grew increasingly audacious. Gradually, her exploits in the cultivation world became more pronounced, whether delving into sacred sites of inheritance or defeating formidable adversaries. The righteous sect regarded her as a seed of immortality, while the demonic factions viewed her as a thorn in their side. The commotion was so great that even in the mundane cities distant from the cultivation realm, tales of a young girl began to circulate, sword immortal. Heaven's favor shines upon her. Reincarnation of an immortal. These were but a few of the accolades bestowed upon her, in Blackstone City. When Sushi first heard these praises, he was momentarily taken aback. Particularly, the notion of heaven's favor elicited a chuckle from him. Subsequently, Sushi exhaled in relief. The worries that had plagued him during his long absence from the girl began to dissipate. How wonderful it was to realize that, even in his absence, Moley could thrive in the cultivation world. With this understanding, he felt he had little left to concern himself with, aware of his increasingly feeble and weary body. Sushi smiled faintly. To be candid, his current condition was dire, bordering on torment, far worse than the state of being confined to a wheelchair. He had contemplated ending this simulation through self-termination more than once. Yet, each time this thought surfaced, Moley's visage would materialize in his mind, compelling him to linger a while longer, to observe her growth. After all, once the simulation concluded, the two of them, existing in different realms of time and space, would never have the chance to meet again. This body had but a year of life remaining. Let the simulation conclude naturally, Sushi mused. With great effort, he forced his stiff legs to carry him homeward. Knowing his sister was faring well brought him a sense of ease. Yet he could not let go of her, resolved to silently monitor her development during the limited time he had left. His body was in a lamentable state, having expended all his vitality to forge a foreign spiritual route. His life began its countdown. For many, life is exceedingly finite and precious. As one approaches its end, fear and trepidation often take hold. Yet, you are different. You understand that death is merely a return. More troubling than the dwindling of your lifespan is the relentless agony wrought by your deteriorating body and the myriad inconveniences it imposes on your daily existence. In the first month of your final year at dawn, you awoke to a startling realization. Your left leg had completely lost its sensation, and no matter the method of stimulation, it would not bear your weight. You sought solace in humor, finding comfort in the fact that you still possessed one leg, at least superior to your condition in the real world. You retrieved the wooden sword gifted by your master, Li Wan Shou, using it as a makeshift cane, from that moment forth becoming a peculiar figure and a limping outcast in the eyes of others. Moving with great difficulty, you paid little mind to this. Recalling the legendary Tai Guai Li from ancient tales, and thus found amusement in the thought of the lame sword Immortal Su X in the third month of your final year, you realized your mirth had been premature. A torrential downpour unleashed its fury, and as you steadily made your way home, you suddenly experienced a loss of sensation on one side of your body. Before you could react, you fell headlong into a muddy puddle. The puddle, small enough for a normal adult, let alone a child, to leap over, became an insurmountable chasm for one whose body was half paralyzed. Struggling, you propped yourself up with one hand, only to slip again. You repeated this arduous process, becoming soaked to the skin, until you finally managed to stand once more, deciding then and there never to laugh again, as the pain rendered you incapable of doing so. By the 5th month of your final year, you ventured out less frequently. Your coughing grew more incessant, each bout bringing forth copious amounts of black blood, eliciting head shakes and sighs from those nearby. In the 8th month, your condition deteriorated further. You could no longer savor the flavors of food, and your vision became increasingly blurred. Aside from your awareness, which remained intact, you found yourself in a state worse than that of the elderly. Rogue criminals, sensing your frailty, attempted to invade your home under the cover of night to rob you. Armed with your wooden sword, despite your blindness, deafness, unsteady legs, and clumsy hands, you easily dispatched them, hang in the realm of demonic cultivation, where myriad rogue practitioners roam. An incomprehensible and unbelievable scene unfolded before Su Shi. Was this truly the onset of a war between the righteous and the demonic? A surge of uncertainty gripped Su Shi, who, in the twilight of his life, found himself witnessing such a magnificent spectacle. Earlier, during his time at the Tianjin sect, he had sensed an escalating friction between the two factions, yet he never anticipated it would culminate in open warfare. Suddenly, Su Shi's thoughts turned to Mo Li, who was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. If this truly was a battle between the righteous and the demonic, then, as a prodigy of the righteous path, endowed with the aura of an immortal, Mo Li would undoubtedly become the primary target of the demonic cultivators' assault. But what did this matter to you? Had he not already done enough for her? Now, you can scarcely manage to walk. How could you possibly save anyone? Abandon this notion. There is no need for you to exert yourself to such an extent for a mere figment of a simulation that does not exist in reality. In a fleeting moment, a torrent of thoughts cascaded through Su Shi's mind, each one resonating with reason, allowing him to comfortably disregard the grand conflict unfolding before him. His body convulsed in pain, and his spirit was utterly exhausted. The repercussions of burning his spirit root, his cultivation, and even his lifespan had subjected Su Shi to 3 years of relentless torment. On this, the final day of his life, his body had deteriorated to such an extent that even he could scarcely recognize himself. His pallid complexion, emaciated arms, and the utter numbness of his lower half, compounded by a pervasive itch that felt as though countless insects were writhing beneath his skin. The intermittent sensation of muscle tearing was akin to being sliced repeatedly by a razor-sharp blade. Such a physical condition was undeniably dire. Su Shi gritted his teeth against the pain, summoning every ounce of strength to extract the last remnants of vitality from his weary frame. Yet, even this effort was in vain. He could not muster the strength to rise. The agony was overwhelming, and the urge to surrender was ever present. The incessant buzzing in his ears sounded like urgent warnings, signaling that his body had reached its limits. Gradually, the world before Su Shi was engulfed in crimson. His body, on the brink of collapse, could no longer endure. Blood streamed from his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose, obscuring his vision and staining his teeth. With his mouth slightly agape, more blood flowed uncontrollably, saturating the bed beneath him with a chilling and eerie crimson bloom. Ugh! Bubbles formed in his throat. Sushi could no longer hold on. The pain had surpassed the threshold of human endurance. He was engulfed in agony, wishing to yield to the torment and bring this simulation to a definitive close. Yet, in his dazed state, through the haze of his deteriorating vision, a familiar figure began to emerge, a silhouette that grew from infancy into girlhood. From health into frailty, Oli wished to help her brother earn a great fortune. Oli adored her brother. Brother? Will Oli perish? The memories of the past suddenly surged forth, clearing Sushi's eyes of their murkiness. Oli was still waiting for him to rescue her. He could not, must not, die here. With a struggle, Sushi propped himself up from the bed, his pallid face contorted in pain, fine beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He yearned to stand, but as his body swayed, he toppled off the bed, crashing into various objects that scattered across the floor like broken dreams. In such a state, where even standing was a monumental challenge. Could he truly intervene in the battle between cultivators? Did Oli genuinely require his assistance? Sushi was uncertain. All he knew was that, as her elder brother, he had once vowed to go to any lengths to save his sister. This was not about capability or the authenticity of the simulated world. What mattered was the promise he had made with his own lips. Ha! His laughter replaced the cries of pain as Sushi coughed blood, collapsing to the ground while his hand groped wildly until it finally grasped the hilt of a wooden sword. The moment he touched it, he felt the surge of Yuan Ying's spiritual power within. This power responded to Sushi's will, forcefully coursing into his broken body, flooding every shattered meridian, providing him with a fleeting strength. He rose to his feet, staggering out of his home, as the spiritual force surged within him. His body began to undergo an unnatural breakdown, erupting in clouds of scarlet mist. If this continued, Sushi might not even be able to leave behind a complete corpse. But what did that matter? Brother is coming to rescue you. The astonishing wave of spiritual energy shot into the sky, startling the cultivators of both the righteous and demonic paths present by the time they regained their composure. A beam of sword light had already streaked far away, racing towards the Tianjin sect. You are on the brink of death. Prolonged suffering has drained every ounce of your strength, and your body has already approached the end of its life. Yet, you have achieved a miracle that should have been impossible. Your will has transcended human limits, forcing your body into action. Even though the pain you endure now far exceeds anything you have experienced before, you hold no regrets. You have longed to wield the sword light once more, hastening towards the direction of the Tianjin sect etched in your memory. Upon your return to the sect, you discover it has already fallen to the demonic forces. The protective array rendered utterly ineffective. Blood, severed limbs, and broken artifacts litter the ground. The war rages on, yet the rivers of blood have already formed. The entire Tianjin sect has become a hell on earth. Amidst your shock, you feel a surge of concern for your sister and master. You forcefully wield the wooden sword to strike down your foes. Some recognize you, their expressions a mix of joy and terror. You have gone mad with the thrill of battle as a Yuaning sect. The Tianjin sect is not weak, although it may not rank among the very top in the cultivation world. It stands as a prestigious righteous sect with a storied legacy, a source of pride for disciples across generations. Yet, in the deluge of the righteous and demonic confrontation, even the formidable Tianjin sect must concede defeat against the overwhelming numbers of demonic cultivators. The sword peak collapsed. The main hall was cleaved in twain. Numerous disciples were slain, and the various peaks were besieged. Even several high-ranking Yuaning cultivators met their demise, plunging the atmosphere into despair and igniting a fervor for vengeance. Prior to the full-scale assault, the demonic faction had devised a meticulous plan. Certain individuals were deemed essential to eliminate, among them Oli. The second true disciple of the Xinjiang Peak was simply too extraordinary, achieving foundation establishment in a year, with aspirations to condense her golden core within another year. Countless demonic elders could not help but exclaim in terror, It can be said that a significant portion of the reason the Tianjin sect became a target for the demonic onslaught was Su Mo Li's unparalleled talent, which compelled the titans of the demonic faction to desire her recruitment or, should that fail, her immediate execution to prevent future troubles. Surrender. Fairy Mo Li, should you choose to join our Tianma sect. The position of Saintess would be yours for the taking. You are like a bird in a cage, with no hope of escape. 2 late-stage golden core cultivators, 5 mid-stage golden core cultivators, and 9 early-stage golden core cultivators surrounded Su Mo Li. They issued loud pleas for her to surrender while casting wary glances towards the cool figure clad in white. Wielding a long sword, Su Mo Li, deserving of the moniker of a celestial being, possessed formidable strength. Despite being at the Foundation establishment stage, she had already slain several golden core cultivators in succession. Yet ultimately, she remained merely at the Foundation establishment stage, her power limited, no matter how prodigious. She could not escape the encirclement of 10 or so golden core assassins that, in the end, she found herself at the end of her rope. The calm voice resonated through the heavens and earth. Compared to the innocence of her childhood and the frailty of her girlhood, the 20-year-old Su Mo Li possessed eyes like deep pools, her beauty cold and unparalleled, her flowing garments resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her black hair fell like a waterfall, elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin. Her fingers, delicate and slender, wielded the sword to confront her enemies. Fierce, commanding, and sharp, no one knew the extent of Su Mo Li's experiences. Each move she made emanated a terrifying power, striking fear into the hearts of the demonic cultivators. Yet human strength has its limits. As the demonic cultivators set up their formation, the Foundation establishment, Su Mo Li quickly found herself ensnared in a deadly siege. Would she perish, feeling the dwindling remnants of her magical powers and the nearly shattered flying sword? As her gaze swept across the impenetrable array of the demonic path surrounding her, Su Mo Li let out a light laugh. Her smile laced with an undercurrent of murderous intent. Demonic vermin, come forth and fight. Ignoring the so-called pleas for surrender, she unleashed a final, breathtaking strike, effortlessly slaying 2 practitioners of the early Golden Core stage amidst the astonished and enraged stares of her foes. Yet, she was soon bombarded by a multitude of magical artifacts plummeting from the sky. The young woman understood that, given the current state of battle, no one would come to her rescue. Yet, she felt neither fear nor regret. Long ago, she had prepared herself for the possibility of death at any moment, having already traversed the gates of the underworld once. However, the thought of bidding farewell to the world stirred a twinge of reluctance within her heart, a longing for the Tianjin sect. Her masterly Wanshou, and the distant memories of the man who had accompanied her through the majority of her life, warm and reassuring, now long gone. Over the past 3 years, Su Mo Li had experienced countless events and visited numerous places. Yet, no matter how vibrant the scenery, it could not fill the void left by that man's departure. What kind of feelings did she harbor for him? In the stillness of each night, she would ask herself this question. Was it hatred? Perhaps, for he had left without a word. Was it love? It seemed somewhat like love, yet not quite, a sentiment distinct from the conventional notions of love or familial affection, an indescribable yearning to be together forever. Yet, at this moment, such contemplations no longer held weight. After all, she was on the brink of death. Strangely, as her life hung in the balance, a flicker of relief washed over Su Mo Li. Thank goodness that man had already departed from the Tianjin sect. Otherwise, he too would face danger today, perhaps even death, a scenario she could not bear to witness. Rip! A sound reminiscent of fabric tearing resonated through the heavens, momentarily startling the girl who was calmly awaiting death. She looked up, only to find the despairing sky sliced apart by a brilliant sword light. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a familiar, bloodied figure stumbling towards her. It was her most trusted elder brother. Her solitary hero, the one who brought her joy and sorrow alike. Yet why? Why was he here? No, stop. Please don't come any closer. Panic and distress instantly overtook the serene expression she had worn, as she sensed something dreadful, an unacceptable future looming ahead. But Sushi continued to advance, just as he always had, rushing to her side at her moment of dire need. The pain was unbearable. Your consciousness was engulfed by an unending agony, rendering you nearly incapable of thought. Yet you still remembered your purpose, to protect your sister. You wielded the wooden sword, returning to the long-abandoned Tianjin sect. You witnessed the destruction of your sect, the slaughter of your fellow disciples, and saw your grown sister ensnared by the encirclement of demonic forces. Without hesitation, you swung your wooden sword, unleashing the spells of old against the fiends who sought to harm your precious sister. You were discovered, and a fierce battle ensued with the demonic cultivators. Your muscles cried out in torment, your bones fractured, and blood sprayed forth on the battlefield of the Tianjin sect. Sushi was drenched in crimson, appearing as though he should have perished long ago. Yet he pressed on, numbly wielding the wooden sword in hand. His yawning power, not truly his own, cleaved through a late-stage golden core practitioner. However, the counterattack from the demonic cultivators cost him one of his feet, severed and lost to the chaos. He is Sushi, the foremost true disciple of the Tianjin sect. Quickly, everyone, let us slay him. A demonic practitioner cried out in terror, recognizing Sushi's identity. The astonishing feat of dispatching a late-stage golden core cultivator in a single blow struck fear into their hearts, compelling them to unite against him. Brother, Suemoli called out the long-forgotten title, her expression more frantic than ever. She yearned to shatter the array and join Sushi in battle, yet her frail state rendered her powerless against the constraints of the formation. All she could do was watch in despair, her heart aching as she witnessed that bloodied figure fall time and again, yet rise once more. Please, I beg you, don't. Another flash of sword light erupted. 4 golden core demonic practitioners fell, while Sushi paid the price of losing both legs. He could no longer stand, resorting to crawling on his hands, moving forward in a painfully slow and comical manner. Blood poured from the wounds where his legs had been severed, saturating the earth beneath him, leaving a long trail of crimson. The demonic cultivators were struck with dread, momentarily unsure of who truly represented evil. Nevertheless, they suppressed their fear and continued their assault on Sushi. This time, he fought back with his body charred and blackened, having completely lost his left arm, yet he succeeded in slaying the remaining golden core demonic practitioners. No, please don't. Why? I'm just a burden. The girl's eyes were devoid of life as she knelt upon the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping on her thighs, reflecting a visage of utter despair and ruin. Please don't come any closer. I beg you, she sobbed, trembling from fear. Gazing at the figure before her, scorched and barely recognizable, dragging itself forward with a single remaining arm, her heart sank further into desolation. Unable to breathe, unable to think, every subtle movement carried immense sorrow. All she could do was shiver, awaiting the inevitable tragedy. Crack! Finally, that charred monster reached the formation that ensnared Suemoli, propping itself up with its remaining right arm and wooden sword. Struggling to breach the array, with its last ounce of strength, with what remained of its magical power, it pierced through the entire formation. Sushi's cracked lips parted slightly, as if he wished to say something. Yet his vocal cords had long been destroyed, rendering him voiceless. But Suemoli understood the true message he sought to convey. Brother has come to save you. Emoli. Brother did not deceive you. Boom! Almost in the instant the formation shattered, Sushi gently closed his eyes, fatigue crashing over him like a tidal wave, leaving him unable to do anything further, desiring only eternal slumber, in the face of her brother's demise. Suemoli could only watch in utter despair as his charred body dissipated into the wind, offering her not a single chance for salvation. Her mouth agape, she wished to cry but could not summon the tears. All that emerged were desperate, silent screams, a relentless hatred for her own helplessness. You died. In the final moments of the simulation, through sheer effort, you successfully saved your sister. Your heart brimmed with fulfillment, leaving you to pass on without regrets. Though destined for greater things due to your innate spiritual root, you felt no resentment, believing you had done the right thing. The simulation concluded, and the highlights were being tallied. The evaluation was processing, and rewards were being generated. The host's consciousness returned, and the simulation countdown began anew. The familiar ceiling came into view, as though you had been tossed about in a washing machine for ages. Sushi's mind was filled with a cacophony of buzzing sounds, and when he finally regained consciousness, he found himself back in the real world, seated in a wheelchair, gazing up at the white ceiling. Lowering his head slightly, he discovered that he still held the book he had before the simulation began, its cover pristine and dust-free. Had the real world remained unchanged despite his years in the simulated realm? This must be what they refer to as time pausing. She breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it wasn't a scenario where both worlds synchronized in time. Otherwise, if one were to simulate once more, they would undoubtedly find themselves on the list of the missing. The incessant beeping of the simulator echoed in the air, seemingly settling the rewards from the first simulation. Sushi paid no heed, instead maneuvering his wheelchair to the bedside, straining to lift himself with both hands, inching onto the bed to lie down. He closed his eyes and surrendered to rest. The fatigue was overwhelming, even though he had escaped the crumbling body upon leaving the simulated realm. Sushi's mental state had not been rejuvenated. Thus, he resolved to sleep first. In a semi-conscious state, the sound of rain from outside began to permeate his awareness. Torrential rain poured down, as though the heavens themselves were cascading, engulfing the entire Tianjin sect in a deluge of vapor, even diluting the heavy scent of blood. The rain lashed violently, creating splashes, yet the girl remained unmoved. Kneeling in place, she lowered her head in a daze, hands cupped as if attempting to grasp something. However, the rain washed away the mud and sand she gathered, slipping through her fingers. Nothing could be held. The only remnant she found was a tattered piece of cloth, the sole keepsake left by that person after their demise, once pure white, but now stained dark by blood. Even the deluge could not cleanse it. The girl clung tightly to the frayed strip, her gaze hollow and despairing. Despite her reluctance to acknowledge it, despite her unwillingness to believe, the searing pain, the piercing regret, and the surging hatred made it painfully clear to Su-Mo Lee that her elder brother had perished, dying before her eyes in the most tragic manner. The brother who would kindle fires to warm her during the frigid winter was gone. The brother who toiled tirelessly to buy her sweets with hard-earned money was gone. The brother who had steadfastly cared for her during her unconsciousness was gone. He truly was dead. That hero who belonged solely to her, the sun that forever shone brightly and warmly in her heart, would never return. It was not a brief separation, but a final farewell. Su-Mo Lee's heartbeat grew fainter amidst the clamor of the rain, as if it might cease at any moment. Her eyes had long since run dry of tears, leaving only parched sorrow and despair. How she wished to simply cease to exist. Yet even such a thought felt like a luxury, for this life had been saved by her brother. If she were to pass away so recklessly, his death would become utterly meaningless. Thus, Su-Mo Lee resolved to abandon herself to the depths of despair. Outside, fierce battles raged on. It seemed that other righteous sects had come to aid, meeting the Tianjin sect cultivators in a moment of peril to jointly repel the demonic cultivators, who fled in terror. This, however, no longer concerned Su-Mo Lee. Whether righteous or demonic, she had no desire to engage. Yet amidst the fierce clamor of the battle, her once empty gaze flickered for a moment. She heard mention of her brother. Damn it, how could these hypocritical scoundrels arrive so swiftly? The plan had already failed. Retreat now. It's sufficient to have killed 3 Yuanying, along with the first true disciple of Tianjin sect, Sushi. I believe, what a monster, managing to slay a dozen Jindan alone, but thankfully he perished in the end. A genius. Merely a fortunate wretch. Unforgivable. 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 She could not pardon those who brazenly defamed her brother, nor could she forgive her own impotence. She must do something. Bang. Thunder cracked through the gloomed in the dim expanse. A flash of lightning illuminated 100 miles in an instant. Su-Mo Lee, braving the torrential wind and rain, rose, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. A visage caught between weeping and smiling, entirely devoid of her own will, propelled forward by a singular obsession. She silently grasped the blood-soaked cloth, using it to tie her long hair, with her hair dancing in the wind. Murderous intent surged within her as she brandished her brother's wooden sword, charging alone towards the fleeing demonic cultivators. Point one sword, and the heavens trembled. Point one sword, and even ghosts would weep. Point one sword, and the Jindan coalesced. I shall have you accompany my brother in death, the girl declared, laughing through her tears, uttering such chilling words, channeling her murderous intent into the path of cultivation, disregarding the foundational bottleneck as trivial. In an instant, she attained the Jindan. Wherever the wooden blade struck, all was cleaved, be it Jindan or Yuanying, all fell beneath her sword. At a voice cried out, urging the others not to panic, asserting that since they could kill Su Shi, they could surely slay his sister as well. But barely had the words left his mouth when he felt his vision tilt, rolling several times. The final sight of his life was a blurred figure. Bloodied from battle, wielding a wooden sword, she had grown even more ferocious. Kill. Continue to kill. Eliminate every last one who tarnished her brother's name. Su Mo Li emitted a sickly laugh, her exquisite visage marred by blood. Tilting her head to regard the remaining demonic cultivators, pacing through the void. Though her movements appeared slow, each step traversed vast distances. The onlooking demonic cultivators felt their scalps prickle in terror. They wished to flee. Yet escape was impossible. No matter how far they ran, they would be pursued by that D. As she gazed upon the blood-stained wooden sword held by Su Moli, Li Wanshou stroked his beard and shook his head, recounting the tale of how the Su family had sacrificed everything to forge an external spiritual root in a desperate attempt to save Moli, choosing to depart without a word to prevent her from discovering the truth. Such a revelation, such a stark reality, evidently far exceeded Su Moli's expectations. She could never have imagined that the affliction that had tormented her for 7 long years came at the cost of her elder brother's everything. He had burned through his life, his cultivation, his spiritual root, enduring unimaginable pain, all while facing each day with a heart-wrenching resolve. Even on the last day of his life, he had dragged his frail body to save his sister. Su Moli's pupils trembled violently. The harrowing image of her brother's suffering replayed ceaselessly in her mind, deepening her despair and intensifying the pain in her heart. It hurt so much a fierce agony coursed through her entire being, particularly in her stomach, which convulsed in torment. Her eyes burned with unshed tears, yet the well of sorrow had long since run dry. Thus, the pain only grew, blurring her vision of her own trembling hands. Lowering her gaze to her hands and feet, she felt as though they were saturated with the sins of blood. It was all my fault, all my fault. If not for her, her brother would surely have lived well, basking in the adoration of the masses as a paragon of excellence. Rather than being reduced to this, there was nothing left of him. Yes, it was all her fault. She was but a burden, a sinner stained with her brother's blood. Elder brother. The girl, now painfully aware of the truth, left the summit of Sanjian Peak in a daze, returning to the cave where the siblings had lived together for 12 years. In a frenzy, she rummaged through every corner. After a prolonged search, she unearthed a small storage ring, containing a wealth of cultivation resources left behind by the Su family. The girl cared not for the quantity of these resources. What mattered to her was that they were among the few remnants of her brother's existence, imbued with profound significance. In the ensuing days, the girl isolated herself within the cave, neglecting her cultivation and disregarding the summons of her sect. She sat quietly in the innermost chamber, opening the storage ring and pouring out its contents, allowing the items imbued with the essence of the Su family to envelop her completely. It was as though, by doing so, she could conjure an atmosphere in which the Su family still lingered by her side. Yet, as she continued to sift through the items, Su Moli suddenly discovered something peculiar among the myriad of possessions. It was neither a resource for cultivation nor an exceedingly rare treasure, but rather a jar brimming with candies. What is this? Su Moli's once vacant eyes regained a flicker of light as she stiffly reached for the jar. Extracting a piece of hard candy to place in her mouth, the taste was familiar, yet something felt amiss, perhaps due to the passage of time rendering it inedible. No, that was not it. It was because she had discovered it too late. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Had she found this jar of candy in the first year following the Su family's departure, she would have savored it at its finest. But she had not. She felt utterly useless, so much so that she loathed herself. That I must atone. I must bring my brother back, regardless of the cost. In the midst of her mental unraveling. Her voice trembled with both sorrow and determination. The following day, Su Moli's figure vanished from Tianjin sect without a trace, leaving no announcement or words behind. That it was said that someone once caught a glimpse of Su Moli in a mundane city named Haishi, where she had used her immense power to move a wooden cabin, tears of blood streaming down her face as if she were weeping in anguish. Later, she was seen in a legacy cave. Having attained the Yuan-Ing stage of cultivation, acting with ferocity, she slayed a transformation stage cultivator, her name echoing throughout the immortal realm as the killer of immortals, killing an unending cycle of slaughter. She decimated the demonic path to the point of near extinction. That it appeared as though she bore an irreconcilable grudge against the demonic cultivators, single-handedly annihilating their ranks, inciting the intervention of a formidable figure in the tribulation stage. Yet she managed to escape. Not only that, when Su Moli reemerged, she had also broken through to the tribulation stage, wielding a sword that obliterated both the tribulation demon cultivator and the prestigious demonic sect backing him. What transpired thereafter remains unknown to the cultivators. Su Moli's talent was simply too extraordinary, too defiant of the heavens. The lower realms could no longer contain her, and she scorned the notion of remaining in the immortal realm, as if it held nothing of value for her. Thus, she opened the celestial gate with her unparalleled offensive prowess, boldly stepping into the realm of immortals. Impudent, how dare a mortal being intrude upon the realm of immortals? To encounter an immortal without paying homage, your name shall be inscribed upon the monument of rebirth. O mere mortals, you are like frogs in a well gazing at the moon, having entered the immortal path. You ought to regard me as a fleeting existence in the vast sky. With each step, she slaughtered and broke through her cultivation, encountering countless formidable foes. Yet, armed with only a wooden sword, Su Moli carved a path through the immortal realm, leaving none daring to label her as mad. The notorious title of Killer of Immortals spread throughout the realm, until finally, even the exalted immortal emperor could not escape the wrath of her blood-stained blade. Elder brother, at last, I can rectify my mistakes. The heavens trembled, the seas of realms roiled. After an undetermined passage of time, a figure exuding an icy aura, suffused with murderous intent, emerged from the immortal realm. Wielding a bloodied wooden sword, with a step, she traversed the river of time. Under her overwhelming presence, the waters symbolizing the past, present, and future boiled violently, splashing forth torrents of water, each droplet bearing the weight of a miniature world. Buzz! Su Moli gently raised her delicate hand, causing time to reverse in her grasp, rewriting the annals of history. How much time had elapsed since her brother's demise? Su Moli found it difficult to recall. She only knew that from that day forth, she had lost all hope and reliance, leaving only the obsession to resurrect her brother, propelling her body to ceaselessly cultivate. At long last, she broke through to a level beyond the immortal emperor, achieving an unprecedented pinnacle, capable of disregarding causality and reversing time. With this unparalleled power, she was certain she could save her brother from the past. As this thought crossed her mind, her ageless, enchanting visage involuntarily revealed a hint of a smile. Thunder rumbled. Thunder rumbled. The river of time was severed. Her jade-white hand surged upstream, precisely grasping a small world imbued with a familiar essence from the boundless droplets of world water. It was none other than the small world of Su Moli prior to her ascension. The past was drawn forth, transforming into vivid scenes. After a long separation, Su Moli once again beheld that familiar face, watching as her brother tenderly nurtured her through her childhood. She saw him, at the age of 17, sacrificing his life to save the girl he once cherished. Elder brother. A whisper laden with myriad emotions escaped her lips. The river of time shook, and the supreme power concentrated at her fingertips gently reached toward the past essence of the Su family, yearning to draw it close. Yet, with the crisp sound of shattering bubbles, the icy woman's fingers passed straight through the essence of the Su family, leaving not the slightest impact, even with all her might. She could not touch it in the slightest. No, this cannot be. Sue Moley felt a pang of panic. She attempted to grasp other remnants from the past, and everything went smoothly before her transcendent power. The constraints of time posed no obstacle. However, she simply could not reach her brother. Once more, no matter how many attempts were made, one could only behold the presence of Sushi in the past. Never truly able to reach out and touch him, it resembled the moon reflected in water and the flowers mirrored in glass. Visible, yet separated by an immeasurable distance, rendering any possibility of contact utterly non-existent. Why, oh why, has it come to this? It should not be so. Why am I not granted the opportunity to atone for my mistakes? Ultimately, Sue Moley relinquished her countless endeavors, coming to the profound realization that she would never be able to rescue her beloved elder brother. As she gazed upon the memories belonging to the two of them within the river of time and space, tears of longing cascaded down her cheeks. It was a silent weeping, quiet and sorrowful. No sounds escaped her lips, only an incessant flow of tears merging into the endless stream of years. Yet, even as time washed over those sorrow-laden droplets, their weight remained unchanged. Brother, I am so sorry. In the end, the girl, who transcended countless beings to reach the seemingly impossible shores, curled herself into a small ball. She allowed her consciousness to fade, plunging into the abyss of infinite darkness, seeking refuge from the unalterable despair. Upon opening her eyes, the darkness was pierced by the warm glow of sunlight. Unlike before, when she awoke in the realm of cultivation, this time Sushi found himself rejuvenated in a room of the real world. It felt as though he had experienced an extraordinarily lengthy dream. The sunlight was abundant, still bright in the daytime, streaming through the window and illuminating everything within the room. This was not due to Sushi's insufficient sleep. Rather, he had slumbered for nearly 10 hours, awakening at the break of dawn. After all, the actions he undertook before the simulation concluded surpassed the human limits of endurance, placing an immense burden on his psyche. He wondered how Moley fared after his demise. With her talents, there was no need for his concern, yet the thought of never seeing that child again brought an inexplicable sadness that Sushi sat up in bed, cupping his hands to catch the sunlight, feeling its warmth and comfort, and he sighed in reflection that he was, in truth, a somewhat reclusive individual. Especially after his leg became crippled, he seldom interacted with others. This simulation experience had afforded him the semblance of a normal life for 17 years. And truth be told, Sushi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, the image of the girl's tearful, despairing countenance at the end of the simulation lingered in his mind, prompting a deep sigh as unease settled within him. Simulation life? Indeed, it was as the simulator had described, an experience akin to a second life, yet it bore no resemblance to the beautiful existence initially promised. Sushi clicked his tongue softly, then began to review the system notifications he had yet to examine due to fatigue. Ding! The first simulation statistics have been completed. Congratulations, host, for activating the following achievements. The hero of one, revolutionary of the four arts, early demise, the man behind him. The hero of one, you are her sole hero. The light in her heart, revolutionary of the four arts. Your mastery in the four arts of cultivation has achieved the status of founding a sect, completing a transformation unbeknownst to others. Early demise. Your future could have been more resplendent, yet your life was cut short. The man behind him. Your existence is insignificant to the world, yet you indirectly facilitated his birth. Some call you the man behind the unspeakable taboo. Sushi pondered. The first three achievements seem quite standard, yet the last one takes an unexpected turn. From the description, it appeared that he referred to Moley. Sushi mused. It seems that after my death, Moley has become an extraordinary individual. His worry for the girl diminished slightly. Sushi continued to peruse the simulator panel. Simulation summary. You have squandered your innate talent, despite possessing an exceptional spiritual root. Your cultivation ultimately stagnated at the golden core stage, undoubtedly a waste. However, correspondingly, you paid with your life to indirectly accomplish another monumental feat, thus earning the title of that man across the myriad realms. Your existence is etched in the minds of the people. Simulation number 01, final evaluation. S- reward generation in progress. Please choose 3 of the following 5 rewards. Selections will be issued immediately. Point 1. Pinnacle cultivation within the simulated life. 2. All Tao techniques from the simulated life. 3. Would attribute spiritual root. 4. A storage ring filled with cultivation resources. The simulator thoughtfully provided detailed descriptions of each reward, enabling Su Shi to assess the pros and cons of each option more intuitively. For instance, selecting the pinnacle cultivation would grant him golden core cultivation within the simulation. Consequently, his reality would afford him the ability to protect himself instead of starting from the foundational qi refinement stage. An S evaluation allows for 3 rewards, which implies that A and B evaluations would yield 2 and 1 rewards, respectively, or perhaps the rewards would be significantly diminished. Therefore, it is imperative to ensure a high evaluation in future simulations. Su Shi contemplated deeply, his gaze flitting back and forth among the 5 rewards that he quickly decided on options 1 and 3. Pinnacle cultivation and the spiritual root. The choice of cultivation would save time, allowing him to reach the golden core stage directly, while the spiritual root would guarantee future enhancement of his strength. These 2 were what Su Shi required most at present. As for the 3rd reward, he glanced at the last option, a seemingly mundane jar of candy, which appeared incredibly ordinary compared to the other rewards. The jar was merely a common container, and the candy was just simple sweets. Su Shi was acutely aware of this. After all, he had purchased these candies at the mortal market. He had not anticipated that the jar he had kept in his storage ring, as a token to cheer up his sister, would also appear among the simulation rewards, marked with the note that it would never expire. Did it mean it had expired once before? Su Shi's expression turned complex. It seemed that his actions had indeed displeased Mo Li, to the extent that she hadn't even tasted a single piece of candy. With a self-deprecating thought, the young man selected the jar of candy as his final reward. He retained all the memories of cultivation. The Tao techniques could be learned anew, and resources could be gathered again in reality. However, this seemingly unimpressive, even somewhat mediocre candy was irreplaceable, a treasure of special significance from another world. Even if it served no practical purpose, Su Shi wished to keep it as a memento, a memorial to the girl with whom he would never again have a chance to meet. Ding! Reward selection complete. Distribution commencing. Accompanied by the simulator's visual refresh, Su Shi suddenly felt an uplifting lightness in his body, as the powerful sensation he had only experienced within the simulated world flooded through him. He swiftly bypassed the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, forming a flawless golden core. The wood attribute spiritual root took root within his corporeal essence. As for the final jar of candy, it materialized in Su Shi's hand. The jar was a cylindrical ceramic vessel, its light blue surface faintly reflective. Gently lifting the lid revealed an assortment of various candies within: gummy candies, crispy sweets, hard candies, and fruit preserves. Life in Blackstone City had been quite frugal for the 2 siblings, leading Su Shi to purchase only the most basic candies for his sister's delight. Thus, for this last gift of candy, he had chosen with great care, filling the jar with all the sweets he could find. Sadly, the candies never reached the one meant to savor them. Su Shi spoke with a tinge of regret in his voice. Holding the jar, he placed it on the bedside table, slightly repositioning it to avoid direct sunlight. After completing this task, Su Shi took a deep breath and, with practiced ease, began to circulate the golden core within him, engaging in his first practice of breath control in reality. The gentle spiritual energy surged through his meridians in a rhythmic cycle, with the golden core secured and the wood's spiritual root established. It was only natural that his innate divine ability would rebirth, manifested as well. This ability could restore severed limbs and broken arms. Naturally, it could also mend Su Shi's disability in the real world. Excellent, just as I had envisioned. The reality, already brimming with revitalized spiritual energy, bore little difference in terms of cultivation from the simulated realm of cultivation. With this, I can utilize my innate divine ability. Unable to contain the excitement coursing through him, Su Shi eagerly absorbed the ethereal energy from the air at the fastest pace possible, transforming it into his own reservoir of magical power. He then activated his golden elixir's innate divine ability, would rebirth, directing its effects towards his legs, which had been crippled for years. With a soft sizzle, subtle bubbles burst forth, as a continuous flow of vitality infused his legs. healing, merging, and reshaping them until they regained their former glory. When Sushi finally attempted to move his legs after such a long time, they effortlessly touched the ground. He walked, jumped, and squatted with ease. Everything felt so seamless. Just like any ordinary person at last, the long-awaited day had arrived. In the solitude of his room, Sushi couldn't help but cover his face with his hands, laughing heartily for quite some time before regaining his composure. It was no wonder he lost control. The days of being lame had been incredibly stifling in the past. Even a small step could pose a significant challenge for Sushi, often forcing him to take detours or seek assistance for passersby. Now, a brand new life unfolded before him, all thanks to the simulator. If he could have more simulations, surely his life would undergo a complete transformation, leading him toward an unimaginably bright future. The only issue was that simulations could not commence at will. After experiencing the joy of walking on his own legs again, Sushi neatly stored away the wheelchair he once relied upon, grasping a slightly yellowed apple in his hand. With a flick of his wood-based magic, the apple returned to its freshest state. As he took a bite, the crisp sweetness burst forth. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the simulator panel on the light blue virtual screen visible only to him. He saw a notification stating, "Simulation cooldown time, 9,999 days and 6 hours, minus the time he had spent sleeping." This led him to conclude that the simulator's natural cooldown rate allowed for a new simulation every 10,000 days. Such a figure was somewhat daunting. However, the simulator offered a second method to avoid waiting an entire decade. Recharge Anchor Point Medium to obtain new simulation opportunities. Please recharge generously, so the host may soon enjoy a wonderful life. Ignoring the simulator's advertisement-like phrasing, Sushi's gaze focused intently on the words Anchor Point and Medium. They sounded akin to something related to positioning, and after inquiring a bit more, he confirmed that these items could indeed be found in the real world. Silently committing this information to memory, he was in no rush. Having just completed his first simulation, Sushi was still in a state of digesting the experience and had no immediate desire to embark on a second. One must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a journey step by step. This principle holds true at all times. For now, Sushi planned to practice his magical arts at home, restoring the combat prowess expected of a golden elixir practitioner before eventually venturing out to admire the rapidly evolving world that had thrived during his time of disability. Although he had been unable to move freely, he had still kept up with developments through his phone, albeit limitedly. Now, as a golden elixir cultivator with restored legs, he truly felt qualified to perceive the true face of this new era. The resurgence of spiritual energy, the return of mythology, the awakening of the extraordinary, and the evolution of humanity. This new age bore different names in the mouths of different people. Yet there was a consensus that the dawn of this new era stemmed from the cataclysm that occurred 5 years prior. That disaster shattered humanity's dreams of supremacy, bringing forth a plethora of extraordinary phenomena that had once seemed impossible, wreaking havoc across the world. Even to this day, such anomalies still occasionally manifested. However, it was precisely due to this that humanity began to harness extraordinary powers. Some fortunate individuals, or those with exceptional insight, could even ascend to become true powerhouses. 5 years later, the emergence of the extraordinary had become commonplace, accompanied by formal laws outlining benefits and obligations. Some envied them, seeing extraordinary individuals as superior beings, while others lamented the high mortality rate among them. Yet, without a doubt, this was a truly remarkable era, a grand epic brimming with infinite possibilities. Half a month later, having swiftly mastered magical arts through the simulator's memories, Sushi, after 5 long years, stepped outside his home. Walking through the city's streets with a sense of wonder, he observed the eclectic array of establishments lining the road, such as Tai Chi steamed bun shop, telekinetic haircut studio, and Chi transformation horse vocational training school. The fusion of local earth culture with the extraordinary was captivating, leaving Sushi momentarily dazed that humanity's technological landscape had undeniably shifted. Everywhere he looked, the influence of extraordinary powers was palpable. Of course, despite the increase in extraordinary individuals over just 5 years, society had yet to reach a state of universal extraordinary capability. Many of the establishments lining the streets bore names that merely capitalized on the trend. True extraordinary individuals had largely aligned themselves with the extraordinary administration, reaping the benefits and resources afforded by the government. In return, officials issued tasks and collaborative projects for these extraordinary individuals to undertake, complete with compensation. A mutually beneficial arrangement, indeed. Perhaps I should also consider joining the extraordinary administration. If memory serves, there should be a branch nearby. As Sushi strolled along, he casually purchased breakfast. The large meat bun had a thin skin and generous filling, bursting with succulent juices. Overall, it was delicious, and to his delight, the vendor had included a bowl of sweet tofu pudding. Cultivation was not solely about combat. It also encompassed social nuances, with my golden elixir strength. Joining the administration would likely draw attention, allowing me to leverage their resources in search of the so-called anchor point medium. Even if I couldn't locate it, I could still utilize their resources to enhance my powers. Taking a bite of the meat bun, he savored the warmth of the juices bursting on his tongue. She pondered thoughtfully. He had no intention of emulating those archetypal protagonists who, upon gaining a miraculous ability, disregarded the existence of the state, believing they would inevitably rise to the pinnacle. History had proven that such behavior was foolish and misguided. During the early days of the spiritual energy resurgence, many fortunate individuals who gained extraordinary powers harbored such mindsets, secretly blending in with ordinary people, conceitedly considering themselves destined champions. Yet when the official announcements were made, these so-called protagonists were left stunned, realizing how far behind they had fallen. One person's wisdom could never rival the might of a nation's machinery. The matter of cultivation could be explained through unexpected inheritances, something that had occurred countless times since the spiritual energy revival. There was no need for me to conceal anything. Time was of the essence. I would join the administration today. After satisfying his hunger, Sushi opened his phone and searched for the location of the extraordinary administration's branch. Locking in the coordinates, he stepped out. The advent of the extraordinary era had provided humanity with new sources of energy, leading to a transformation in transportation that far exceeded previous capabilities. However, Sushi had not walked in so long that, combined with the self-sustaining nature of his magic, he felt no fatigue at all. He ambled leisurely for over 2 hours, occasionally pausing to admire new buildings or observe the magical, energy-infused taxis whizzing by. As noon approached, he finally arrived at his destination, the branch of the extraordinary administration in Yanshan City. What greeted him was a spectacular, towering structure reminiscent of a majestic mountain, exuding an aura of mystery. Indeed, as one of the gathering places for extraordinary beings, the administration had its own defensive measures. Intrigued, Sushi took a moment to observe before entering the administration's doors. Inside, the grandeur of the administration truly revealed itself. With vast spaces bustling with people and intricate passageways, it was Sushi's first visit. He was naturally unfamiliar with the layout. Thus, he approached a male staff member passing by and inquired, "Excuse me, this is my first time here. Could you please direct me to where I can register as an extraordinary individual?" "Ah, you are heading to the registration office, aren't you? Since it's on my way, allow me to accompany you there." The male staff member is quite enthusiastic, leading the way while cradling a hefty folder of documents. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquires, "By the way, my friend, what extraordinary power do you possess? Did you awaken it yourself?" Sushi smiled and replied, "I suppose I could be considered a cultivator. Fortune smiled upon me, and I received a legacy while lounging at home." Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression visibly shifted to one of envy. "I truly envy you," he remarked. "Not only have you awakened extraordinary powers, but you are also one of the most renowned cultivators that my friend. This is truly outrageous. Who would have thought one could cultivate simply by taking a nap?" The staff member's tone bore a hint of bitterness. In this era, there are numerous extraordinary powers that can be awakened, including but not limited to fantasy, cultivation, martial arts, magic, and qi. Yet, when it comes to the extraordinary powers that Chinese people are most passionate about and yearn for, there is no doubt that it is the cultivators. Who among us has not fantasized about soaring through the skies on a sword during our childhood? It is evident that the male staff member leading the way is an ardent fan of the cultivation system, gazing at Sushi with unabashed admiration. His longing, almost mournful, Gaze made Sushi feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ahem, it's merely luck, Sushi said. I have just embarked on the path of cultivation. My strength is feeble, and I still have a long way to go before achieving immortality. That is true, the staff member conceded, his demeanor softening upon hearing Sushi's explanation, just as the two were about to reach the registration office. A sudden commotion erupted from the corridor to their right, accompanied by cries for help and the frenzied roars of a wild beast. Not good. Everyone, get out of the way. A foundation-building beast has broken free from its restraints and is charging your way. Chaos ensued as people scattered in all directions. The physical strength of the foundation-building beast was terrifying. It was a crimson-eyed, furious tiger, effortlessly demolishing the corridor as it raced forward. Even extraordinary beings of the same level would find it difficult to confront the onslaught of a foundation-building tiger beast. At this critical moment, Sushi stepped forward, his fingers curling into a fist. With a soft sound akin to the tearing of fabric, a powerful surge of energy manifested into an invisible cage, forcefully restraining the rampaging tiger beast, pinning its four paws to the ground. The staff member looked on in disbelief. Is this what you call weak strength? Under normal circumstances, the registration process for extraordinary beings is quite cumbersome, necessitating a series of official examinations to confirm whether one truly possesses extraordinary powers, to which system they belong, and ultimately to classify their rank and determine their specific benefits. However, exceptions do exist. Before the eyes of the crowd, Sushi single-handedly subdued the foundation-building beast, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Point one could almost hear the collective intake of breath in awe of his formidable prowess. Thus, a few minutes later, Sushi was respectfully invited to the office of the branch director, where a dedicated staff member presented him with hot tea, informing him that the branch director would soon arrive. This unexpected turn of events saved him a considerable amount of time. In the office, Sushi settled into a plush leather chair, sipping the hot tea with a sense of wonder. While he had no objection to following the rules and going through the registration process step by step, bypassing it was undoubtedly preferable, as no one wishes to squander time. With his eyes slightly closed, Sushi reflected on the earlier situation. The foundation-building beast had escaped, yet the personnel at the Supervisory Bureau could not subdue it immediately, and they treated him with profound respect. This indicates that extraordinary beings of the Golden Core stage, or those of similar caliber, are quite rare in the real world, at least in Yen City. After a rough estimation, Sushi gained a basic understanding of the circumstances in the real world. Now, he merely awaited the arrival of the branch director of the Yen City Supervisory Bureau. After approximately 10 minutes, a middle-aged man with a square face hurriedly entered, appearing quite agitated. My apologies for the delay, Mr. Su. I am Zhang Yaogua, the director of the Yen City Extraordinary Supervisory Bureau. Sushi rose and shook his hand politely. It is a pleasure to meet you, Director Zhang. I am Sushi. Noticing Sushi's courteous demeanor, the middle-aged man's expression visibly softened. As the branch director of the Extraordinary Supervisory Bureau, Zhang Yaogua had encountered numerous arrogant individuals who overestimated their abilities over the years. Thus, upon hearing that a Golden Core cultivator had joined the Supervisory Bureau, he felt both excitement and concern for Sushi's character. However, it appeared that there was ample room for collaboration between them. Mr. Tsu, please have a seat. They both took their places across the ebony desk. Zhang Yaogua made an effort to calm his excitement, adopting a serious and meticulous demeanor as he addressed Sushi. I have been fully briefed on the specifics of the incident. On behalf of the Yen City Supervisory Bureau, I express my gratitude for your assistance. Additionally, I have heard that you intend to join our bureau. I wholeheartedly welcome your joining. However, according to regulations, I must pose a few basic questions. Sushi nodded. I indeed wish to join the Supervisory Bureau. Feel free to ask any questions. Zhang Yaogua was overjoyed. Over the past 5 years of spiritual energy recovery, while many strong individuals had emerged nationwide, the distribution of these talents was fragmented among various branches, leaving the Central Bureau in the capital with only a handful. This explained why the Yen City Supervisory Bureau had been unable to recapture a mere foundation-building tiger after its escape. There simply were not enough capable personnel available. If Sushi were to join the Supervisory Bureau, having a Golden Core cultivator on their side would significantly enhance the Bureau's strength and standing. Subsequently, Zhang Yaogua began his inquiries. May I ask how you awakened your powers? Mr. Su? I was sleeping at home when I suddenly received the legacy of a cultivator, breaking through overnight and condensing my golden core, Sushi replied. Your luck is truly extraordinary. Mr. Su, do you know the identity of that cultivator? I only know that they were from a sect called the Tianjin sect. Beyond that, I am unaware. Sushi answered. Point one, final question. Could you please demonstrate your golden core cultivation? Of course, Sushi responded. He opened his palm, channeling his energy to connect with the golden core within him, manifesting his innate divine ability. Glimmers of golden core energy radiated from him, shimmering brilliantly. There could be no doubt. The unique, innate, divine ability of a golden core true person, along with the resplendent golden core energy, was sufficient to prove that Sushi was indeed a genuine golden core master. It is indeed golden core cultivation. The delight on Director Zhang's face intensified. Having witnessed it firsthand, his final reservations dissipated, and he quickly began discussing Sushi's benefits and the various matters he might encounter upon joining the Supervisory Bureau. A guaranteed monthly salary of 300,000 Chinese yuan, with additional rewards for completing tasks or engaging in other official collaborations. Furthermore, within the Supervisory Bureau, there exists a shopping network exclusively for extraordinary beings, known as the Extraordinary Home. Transactions can only be conducted using points circulating within the Bureau. As a golden core cultivator, Sushi would enjoy a monthly allocation of 1,000 points, which he could use freely for exchanges within the Extraordinary Home to acquire desired cultivation resources. Similarly, he could also use points to obtain information from the Extraordinary Home. In summary, the applications were extensive. Sushi pondered. Considering the value of 1,000 points in the Extraordinary Home, it far surpassed the aforementioned monthly salary of 300,000 Chinese yuan. Without a doubt, Sushi was very satisfied with this arrangement. I provide the strength, and you provide the rewards. Both parties obtain what they desire, a true win-win situation. After symbolically signing the contract and entering his identification information, Sushi officially became a member of the Yin City Extraordinary Supervisory Bureau, and the joy on Zhang Yao's face was readily apparent. We shall be colleagues from now on, Mr. Su. Zhang Yao laughed heartily. His demeanor now markedly more amiable than before, and his gaze towards Su, she carried a newfound sense of camaraderie. With your addition, our days at the Yinshan Administration Bureau will undoubtedly improve. We will no longer need to frequently seek assistance from the headquarters. The initial sum of 300,000 Chinese yuan and 1,000 points will soon be deposited into your account. Furthermore, this is a token of my personal appreciation. A small gesture to commemorate your joining the Yinshan Administration Bureau and your decisive action against that foundational tiger demon. Director Zhang smiled as he presented Su Shi with a storage ring. Indeed, this storage ring may appear modest, but the treasures it contains are quite another matter. After a brief inspection of the ring's contents, Sushi raised an eyebrow, feeling quite affronted by the extravagance, and resolved to take it home for a thorough critique. Thus, he accepted the storage ring with determination, exchanging smiles with Zhang Yao. Brother Zhang, it is evident to me that you are a good person. Su Lao Di truly possesses discerning eyes. It is no surprise that you awakened so swiftly to become a golden core cultivator. You are indeed a dragon among men. The two shared another hearty laugh, their surroundings filled with joyous sounds. After discussing the matter of joining the Extraordinary Administration Bureau, Sushi chose not to leave immediately, opting instead to remain in the director's office to further converse with Zhang Yao about the extraordinary and the resurgence of spiritual energy. In this arena, Zhang Yao, as the branch director, clearly possessed greater knowledge than Su Shi. Resurgence of spiritual energy, you say? Sunlight streamed into the office, casting a melancholic glow upon the middle-aged man's face. Zhang Yao sighed deeply. Su Shi, how much do you truly know about the cataclysmic event that transpired 5 years ago? Su Shi shook his head in response. My understanding is limited. I only know that countless extraordinary beings emerged overnight. Wreaking havoc across the globe, I was one of the fortunate survivors. Had luck not favored me, I would not be here today. Director Zhang appeared taken aback. I had no idea Su Lao Di had such an experience. Truly, those who survive great calamities are destined for greater fortunes, and it is no wonder you have inherited the legacy of a cultivator. He paused momentarily before continuing. Most people's recollections of the cataclysm are akin to yours. They know only of the emergence of extraordinary beings and the subsequent awakening of others. The sudden manifestation of entities previously confined to the realm of fantasy into our reality is indeed astonishing. This is why many refer to this new era as the resurgence of spiritual energy. Yet he added with a bittersweet smile, the term resurgence is somewhat inappropriate. These entities and abilities were never truly native to Earth. Rather than a revival or awakening, it is more akin to an invasion. Cultivation, magic, martial arts, and even more unfathomable phenomena have all materialized on our planet. Invasion. Sushi furrowed his brow at Zhang Yaogua's explanation. He had contemplated many truths, but the words spoken by Zhang Yaogua still caught him off guard. Director Zhang, are you suggesting that these extraordinary beings are actively invading us? Not necessarily, the middle-aged man replied thoughtfully. In my previous missions, I encountered some extraordinary beings capable of communication, even humans from other worlds. They too seemed perplexed as to why they found themselves on Earth. Moreover, it is not only extraordinary beings that have appeared. Entire landscapes, novel species, and abundant extraordinary resources have also emerged. The growth of the Extraordinary Administration Bureau to its current scale is largely attributed to these products from other worlds, as he spoke. The complexities of the man's expression deepened. On one hand, he resented the incursion from other realms that altered the Earth he once knew. On the other, he felt genuine joy for the prosperity that these extraordinary forces could bring to his homeland. Eventually, Zhang Yao was summarized. Whether it is an invasion or a resurgence, it matters little to us. We cannot change our circumstances. What we can do is to elevate our own strengths, shielding ourselves and others from the unforeseen, extraordinary calamities that may arise. Sushi wholeheartedly agreed, finding resonance in the director's perspective. Thank you for your enlightening discourse. I have gained much today. With the information he sought now acquired, Sushi rose to take his leave. Armed with the truth about the resurgence of spiritual energy and his successful entry into the Extraordinary Administration Bureau, he had many aspirations to pursue. Director Zhang warmly escorted Sushi to the door and arranged for a staff member to serve as his guide, assisting him in familiarizing himself with the internal structure of the Bureau. For instance, there was a designated storage area for items purchased from the Extraordinary House, considering that most of these items could be harmful to ordinary individuals. Thus, all purchases would be delivered to the local administration bureau, where the buyers would personally retrieve them. Additionally, to aid newcomers embarking on their extraordinary journey in mastering their powers, the bureau offered a variety of extraordinary courses. Although for Sushi, these were of little use. After a brief tour of the bureau, gaining a rough understanding of the various departments, Sushi stepped out into the open air, heading home while glancing at his phone. Although the Extraordinary House operated as an internal trading network of the Bureau, it could be accessed from anywhere. Transactions, information searches, and task assignments could all be accomplished from the comfort of home, proving far more convenient than he had anticipated. Looking at the phone activated and linked through the Bureau, Sushi felt quite satisfied. This way, he would not need to shuttle back and forth between his home and the Bureau incessantly. However, he was taken aback to discover that the so-called resurgence of spiritual energy was, in fact, an invasion from other worlds, occurring simultaneously across multiple realms. If this continued, could Earth potentially merge with these other worlds? Sushi pondered, momentarily lost in thought, before a self-deprecating smile crossed his face. What if his speculation proved true? He was merely a fortunate individual possessing a simulator, pitifully weak and powerless, capable of nothing. Surely this so-called resurgence of spiritual energy had no bearing on him. Such a notion was utterly impossible. In any case, it was prudent to return home first. The storage ring gifted by Zhang Yao would contain numerous items that could enhance his capabilities. Once his strength stabilized, he could leverage the Bureau's intelligence channels to gradually gather anchor points and initiate a new simulation. With this in mind, Sushi quickened his pace. However, fortune was not on his side. No sooner had he stepped out of the Bureau than the sky darkened rapidly, and raindrops began to fall. The gentle rain fell like silk, the moisture hanging in the air like a mist. The pavement, once scorched by the sun, cooled swiftly, sending up a flurry of splashes. As he inhaled, Sushi could detect the dampness filling his nostrils. Initially, he intended to conjure a barrier with his magical prowess to shield himself from the rain on his way home. But after a moment's consideration, he turned back and entered a department store to purchase a new umbrella. With the umbrella unfurled, he continued his journey homeward, the raindrops tapping rhythmically against the canopy, producing a crisp, melodic sound that he found delightful, a sound reminiscent of dreams, illusions, and lullabies. It occurred to him that it had been 5 years since he last strolled through the real world under an umbrella. Time truly flies. It felt as though he had been confined to a wheelchair for an eternity. Sushi felt a sudden dampness on his left shoulder, prompting him to adjust the umbrella he held in his right hand, shifting its canopy slightly to the left. However, it was not long before the torrential rain once again assaulted his left shoulder. That moment, Sushi realized that whenever he held the umbrella, he unconsciously tilted to the right, instinctively attempting to shield an imaginary figure from the rain. After a brief silence, Sushi ceased to correct his posture. He maintained this somewhat peculiar stance, advancing with the umbrella while allowing his left shoulder to become drenched. He understood that he could not easily alter this habit, nor did he intend to. Perhaps he was secretly yearning for an improbable miracle. Upon returning home, as Sushi folded his umbrella, a crisp notification chimed in his ear, not from the simulator, but from his phone. Your debit card account 9527 has received a deposit of 300,000 Chinese yuan today. Available balance 323,333.00 yuan. That was quick, Sushi remarked, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at his phone, surprised by the speed of the Bureau of the Extraordinary. However, upon reflection, 300,000 yuan paled in comparison to a golden elixir cultivator, so it was only natural that the Bureau would take this matter seriously. Sushi did not dwell on this sum for long. After changing into clean clothes, he reclined on the sofa and opened the Extraordinary House on his phone. After passing through numerous verifications, he accessed the trading network reserved solely for the extraordinary: talismans, combat techniques, blood and chi martial arts, ghostly cultivation secrets, and the grand art of harmony. Meteoric iron bows, alchemical furnaces, holy light enchanted Gatling guns, and thunder-enhanced armor-piercing shells, an overwhelming array of goods. As a trading platform established by the Chinese government, the variety of products in the Extraordinary House far exceeded Sushi's expectations. He was astonished to see that they had even developed enchanted firearms. This must be what they call keeping pace with the times. After this moment of reflection, Sushi began to search for the items he desired. As a cultivator, the most crucial aspects were techniques and Taoist arts, both of which he possessed in abundance. Having experienced the life of a cultivator once, he had retained numerous scriptures from the Heavenly Sword sect. The Extraordinary House offered a recycling function, providing varying amounts of points based on the rarity of the recycled items. Perhaps I could find a time to sell the Heavenly Sword sect scriptures. That way, I would have ample points to purchase other items and desired information, Sushi pondered as his fingers glided across the phone screen, meticulously filtering for the 4 arts of cultivation: alchemy, weapon crafting, formation, and talismans. Elixirs could aid in cultivation, artifacts could enhance a cultivator's offensive and defensive capabilities, formations had versatile functions, and talismans could be activated instantly. As a former standout in the 4 arts of cultivation, Sushi naturally wished to let this talent shine and not go to waste. Thus, he decided to purchase material from the Extraordinary House to forge a complete system of elixirs, artifacts, formations, and talismans, integrating cultivation, self-defense, and offense. As for why he did not simply buy finished products, the answer was straightforward. They were prohibitively expensive. In the Extraordinary House, the price difference between finished goods and materials often reached several times over, and one could not always find the desired finished products. 5 years was ultimately a brief span. In such a short time, it was unlikely that the Bureau of the Extraordinary had many qualified alchemists, weapon crafters, formation masters, or talisman makers. Sushi's thoughts flowed, quickly leading him to the cause of this awkward situation. Once I refine the items I need, if time permits, I could purchase materials and craft finished products myself to sell in the Extraordinary House, thereby establishing a steady channel for earning points. Sushi mused, his gaze swiftly scanning the phone screen as he added the materials he coveted to his shopping cart. Crimson fox eyes, dragon bones, and thunderous gold essence. Buy them all. He continued until his points were insufficient, reluctantly halting his purchases. 1,000 points still felt insufficient, far from enough to meet his spending needs. Glancing at the other items in the extraordinary house, he felt a twinge of regret. Besides the valuable items for cultivation, there were numerous other extraordinary products that piqued his interest. If only his funds were not limited, he would have prioritized purchasing the materials for the elixirs, artifacts, formations, and talismans. For now, he decided to leave it at that. Time was on his side, and there was no need to rush. Closing the page of the extraordinary house, Sushi closed his eyes to meditate. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Sushi gradually adapted to his new life with restored legs, spending most of his time at home cultivating. With occasional strolls outside, with the arrival of the materials for elixirs, artifacts, and formations, he crafted a complete set of spirit-gathering formations and a substantial quantity of Huanglong elixirs to enhance his cultivation speed. Additionally, utilizing his innate divine ability, with rebirth, he nurtured a Qiaolong vine worth 500 points, refining it into the Cut-Hen sword, a personal treasure of the San Jian Peak lineage. Lastly, Sushi inscribed numerous talismans, although their power could not compare to his own direct attacks. He believed in the adage that preparation is key, and he would not squander his talents. Joining the Bureau of the Extraordinary did not thrust Sushi into a whirlwind of activity. Over the course of the month, he had only intervened twice. The first instance involved slaying a sudden appearance of a mutated raptor, seemingly from a fantastical realm, which spread its wings to obscure the sky, casting a shadow over a significant portion of the city. Holding the Cut-Hen sword, Sushi unleashed a streak of azure sword light from a distance, cleaving it in two. In addition to the materials from the raptor's remains, he received a reward from the Bureau, 1 million Chinese yuan and 500 points. The second time he acted was during a peculiar phenomenon known as the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts in mid-month. This grand spectacle of ghostly entities overwhelmed the extraordinary beings of the Bureau, leaving them in disarray, yet they were ultimately vanquished beneath Sushi's sword light. His wood-affiliated magic flourished with vitality, proving particularly effective against these spectral beings. The subsequent reward amounted to 1,500,000 Chinese yuan and 900 points. After these two battles, Sushi sincerely reflected that money was merely a string of numbers. He had grown indifferent to its significance in the expansive territory of Yanshan City. The month had not witnessed merely two extraordinary disasters. However, some posed minimal threat, allowing other extraordinary beings to handle them. As Bureau Chief Zhang Yaowa aptly remarked, good steel should be used on the blade. As one of the few golden elixir combatants in the Yanshan Bureau, Sushi's task was to conserve his strength and address those truly hazardous anomalies. Ordinary extraordinary disasters could be managed by weaker extraordinary beings, providing them with opportunities to hone their skills. Sushi was more than agreeable to this arrangement. The current pace was just right, neither hindering his cultivation nor obstructing his missions to earn points. However, points were something one could never have too many of. Recently, he had set his sights on several desirable items, but his points were insufficient. Since he could not grind out tasks to earn more, he decided to delve into the 4 arts of cultivation. Among the 4 domains of alchemy, artifact crafting, formations, and talismans, elixirs had the broadest applicability. Not only could cultivators use them, but other extraordinary beings could as well, particularly those from the mystical and martial paths, who had an immense demand for elixirs. That I could easily refine elixirs to earn my first pot of gold, and then steadily snowball from there to in the confines of his abode. Sushi perused the merchandise page of the extraordinary house, having just procured a substantial quantity of spiritual materials intended for alchemical endeavors. He was abruptly interrupted by an urgent communique from Zhang Yaowa. Since his induction into the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, Sushi had become acutely aware that the beings descending upon Earth were not merely a plethora of extraordinary life forms, but fragments from the extraordinary world, replete with alien landscapes and edifices. These otherworldly fragments were officially designated as boundary ruins. The concealed value of the boundary ruins is exceedingly high. Through their study, one can unravel more intricate details of the extraordinary systems and even acquire unique extraordinary product from within. The diverse array of goods available through the extraordinary house is largely sourced from these boundary ruins. However, The emergence of such ruins does not guarantee safety. Some possess extreme levels of danger, posing not only challenges for profit, but also threats to the vicinity upon which they manifest. The predicament Sushi now faced was precisely such a situation, a boundary ruin of the cultivation realm. Upon receiving Zhang Yaogua's transmission, Sushi hastened to the outskirts of Yin City with utmost urgency. From a distance, he beheld the azure sky shrouded in a crimson rain, the ghastly mountains of corpses and seas of blood flickering ominously. Suffused with an indescribable dread and overwhelming terror, it was unfathomable how many souls had perished within the boundary ruins to give rise to such a nightmarish realm. Faintly, Sushi discerned that the attire of some corpses within bore a striking resemblance to that of familiar cultivators. Could it be that the origin of this boundary ruin was the very cultivation world I had simulated? No, that is not necessarily the case. There exists more than one cultivation realm. Sushi gazed into the distance, observing for a protracted period before turning to Zhang Yaogua beside him, inquiring, "What is the current situation?" "It is dire," Zhang Yaogua replied, his expression grave and countenance pale. This boundary ruin had manifested an hour prior and was expanding rapidly. If this continued, it would inevitably encroach upon Yin City. I have already sought assistance from headquarters, but until then, we must rely solely on ourselves. The weight of Zhang Yaogua's voice grew heavier, laden with vigilance, anxiety, and repression. The director of the Yin City Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, a middle-aged man who had devoted the majority of his life to the service of his country, instinctively clenched his fists, fixating on the indescribable sights of the boundary ruins before them. The horror that lay ahead was overwhelming. The incessant rain of blood and the wailing of spirits echoed ominously. Merely casting a glance at the mountains of corpses and seas of blood within could sap the courage of even the most resolute. Moreover, Sushi sensed a significant presence of malevolent energy emanating from within, suggesting the potential emergence of sinister entities. Perhaps the souls of the fallen cultivators had transformed into malevolent specters. This posed a considerable challenge for Sushi, whose eyes narrowed slightly. Although adept at defeating enemies beyond his level, and possessing the ability to counteract malevolent beings with his withered vine sword, there remained inherent limitations. The scale of the blood-soaked boundary ruins was indeed staggering. It was uncertain which deity of death had wrought such an exaggerated scene of carnage. Fortunately, while the aura of malevolence was formidable, it remained within manageable bounds. Even if the boundary ruins could not be eradicated, Sushi believed he could find a safe means of escape. With this thought in mind, Sushi turned to Zhang Yaogua and said, "Instruct those below the Foundation establishment stage to withdraw. This incident is far too perilous. Only extraordinary beings at the Foundation establishment level and above possess the capacity to safeguard themselves within the boundary ruins." "Understood," Zhang Yaogua responded decisively. "You are a golden core cultivator and are more familiar with the cultivation aspect of the boundary ruins. I shall defer to your judgment in this regard." Before long, a significant portion of the extraordinary beings present dispersed. Those who remained were all Foundation establishment cultivators or extraordinary beings of equivalent standing, such as innate martial artists and formal mages. Those who had reached this level were no longer in their novice stage and could wield their extraordinary powers with finesse, representing a reliable fighting force. Furthermore, due to the immense threat posed by the current boundary ruins, Zhang Yao was summoned another top-tier combatant from the Yin City Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, Wang Dali, a formidable figure of muscular stature, skilled in the martial arts of qi and blood, on par with golden core cultivators. "Haha! My super intellect tells me that it's time to unleash my super strength to save the world." Wang Dali boomed, his robust physique and powerful limbs striding forward with the steadiness of a heavy truck. He approached Su Shi, flashing a broad grin and exclaiming, "Long time no see." Su brothered. Su Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it has been a while. This was not their first encounter. Over the past month, they had crossed paths several times within the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau. To be candid, Sushi held a favorable impression of this brawny man. Honest and upright, his martial spirit radiated abundantly, epitomizing the essence of the martial arts. After a brief moment of regrouping and ensuring their readiness for battle, the extraordinary beings of the Yin City Coordination Bureau followed Sushi's lead, drawing nearer to the boundary ruins as they closed the distance. The horrifying sight of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood became increasingly apparent. The sky and earth were stained crimson, exuding a putrid stench, as torrents of blood cascaded from above, rapidly forming small puddles filled with softened remnants of corpses. Tendons interwove, hair tangled, and shattered bones embedded themselves deep within the decaying flesh. Ugh! Among the ranks of extraordinary beings, those with weaker psychological fortitude widened their eyes in horror, clutching their chests as they retched violently. The grotesque scene before them defied comprehension that a multitude of mangled corpses, piled high in tragic demise, emitted an unimaginable stench. Hatred, astonishment, fury, and fear, an array of complex emotions manifested upon the grotesquely disfigured faces, leaving one to ponder the unimaginable horrors that had transpired. Suddenly, amid the chaos, corpses imbued with overwhelming hatred sprang to life, shrieking as they lunged at the crowd, while the lingering souls of cultivators, their spirits twisted with malice, cackled as they sought to possess the bodies of the extraordinary beings. Under Su Shi's vigilant watch, these malevolent spirits were swiftly dispatched. Yet, the perplexity etched on Su Shi's face only deepened. Squatting down, Su Shi retrieved a tattered robe from the bloody ground, furrowing his brow in recognition. He was all too familiar with this garment. During his initial simulation, the adversaries he faced from the demonic sect wore similar attire. If memory served, it belonged to a faction known as the Heavenly Demon Sect. "Is there an issue, Su brother?" Wang Dali inquired, remaining on guard. "No, it's nothing. Let us proceed," Su Shi replied, shaking his head as he continued leading the group deeper into the boundary ruins. They advanced while employing their extraordinary powers to clear away the blood and corpses, striving to prevent a vicious cycle that would taint the outskirts of Yen City. However, Su Shi soon stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. Within a pool of blood, he uncovered the corpse of a cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect. Both the attire and the token at his waist matched perfectly with Su Shi's recollections that a bold hypothesis sprang to mind. Was this the battleground of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Heavenly Demon sect? Could the source of this boundary ruin be the very cultivation world I had simulated? Sky-covering handprint, martial technique, gale leg, magic, fireball spell. As the exploration of the boundary wasteland deepened, the adversaries encountered by Su Shi grew increasingly formidable and tenacious. The scent of blood permeated the air, and beneath his feet lay the brittle bones of the fallen. Rivers of blood surged freely across the scorched earth, causing the corpses to swell, their features rendered unrecognizable. Along the way, an ever-increasing number of slain disciples from the demonic sect appeared, occasionally interspersed with the bodies of the Tianjin sect as practitioners, prompting a frown from Su Shi. Most individuals have experienced dreams at some point. Yet, whether they be sweet reveries or nightmarish visions, no matter how vividly remembered, they remain mere illusions. If such dreams were to manifest in reality, one would find the experience grotesque and absurd. Su Shi now found himself in such a state of unease. He could scarcely believe that what he had assumed to be a mere simulated experience would manifest so vividly in reality, presenting itself in the form of this boundary wasteland. Absurd, utterly preposterous. No, he couldn't draw conclusions just yet. He needed to gather more evidence to ascertain whether this wasteland indeed originated from the simulated realm of cultivation he had envisioned. That a surge of confusion welled up within him. He turned to Wang Dali and said, "Dali, I leave this place in your capable hands that I will delve deeper into the investigation of the dangers within the wasteland." Wang Dali scratched his head. "Brother Su, are you sure you can manage alone?" Su Shi replied confidently, "It's fine. Even if I cannot prevail, I have ways to return." Wang Dali, enlightened, struck a pose to display his muscles and laughed heartily. "All right, go ahead. The bond between my muscles and me is invincible. With me here, you can rest assured." With that, Wang Dali led the other extraordinary beings into a fierce assault against the undead demons. Their fists roared, their vitality surged, shattering all malevolence with sheer brute force. That it was a scene of chaos and carnage that Su Shi nodded, reassured that he need not worry for the time being. With the golden core circulating within him, he commanded his sword with profound magical prowess. soaring into the depths of the sea of corpses and rivers of blood, all the while scanning his surroundings in search of the evidence he sought. Alone in his endeavors, Sushi's search was remarkably swift that he soon uncovered a variety of evidence, including the bodies of other demonic sect practitioners who had besieged the Tianjin sect, standardized flying swords. In storage bags, indeed, he mused as the blood-drenched sky loomed above him, the withered vine sword conjuring a magical barrier that completely blocked the rain of blood. Sushi pondered over the evidence before him. This boundary wasteland undeniably stemmed from the simulated realm of cultivation he had conjured. It seemed impossible that it could originate from a world that was supposed to be an illusion. Sushi fell into silence. Initially, he believed the wasteland to be from a different realm of cultivation, later considering it a similar world. However, after examining all the evidence, it became unequivocally clear that the source of this wasteland was indeed the realm of cultivation Sushi had traversed in his simulation. How could this be? Wasn't it merely a fabricated illusion? How could it transform into a tangible reality and manifest as a wasteland upon Earth? In that moment, Sushi suddenly recalled that the simulator had never claimed that the simulated life was fictitious. It was merely his subconscious that had led him to believe that since it was a simulation, it must be an unreal fantasy. Upon deeper reflection, if the simulator could issue the innate spiritual roots from the simulated life in a tangible form, it was certainly plausible that the experiences within the simulation could also be real, though Sushi had previously been unaware of this. Indeed, that must be it, Sushi thought with deep emotion. He could never have anticipated that the golden finger he had inadvertently acquired would possess such an extraordinary capability, transforming simulated experiences into reality and directly influencing the world around him. If that were the case, then Immortal was indeed a living, breathing person, truly existing. The girl he had saved in the simulation should still be alive and well, or perhaps she had already passed away. With a deep sigh, Sushi resumed his flight on the sword, continuing his search over the sea of corpses and rivers of blood. The origin of the wasteland had been identified, yet how to eradicate or halt the expansion of this foul place remained a monumental challenge. Perhaps within this battlefield of the heavenly demonic sect and Tianjin sect, he might uncover some intelligence regarding who had orchestrated this horrific scene that he recalled that at the end of the simulation. Immortal had been quite weak, hoping that she had not been caught in the turmoil of this war, considering her frail strength at the time. Subconsciously worrying for the girl, Sushi steered his flying sword toward the summit of the corpse mountain. Along the way, he faced numerous attacks from undead demons, remnants of the fallen demonic practitioners, including many souls at the nascent soul level. Slash. Sushi executed a spell, causing the withered vine sword to multiply into countless forms, quickly forming a formidable sword array that ensnared the enraged, ghostly demons. He then unleashed a barrage of talismans, striking with the ferocity of a tempest, effortlessly clearing a path forward. Ascending rapidly, Sushi soon reached the pinnacle of the corpse mountain, where he beheld a solitary figure standing with her back to him. Severed limbs cascaded from her side, forming a mountain of bones. Blood dripped from the tip of her sword, creating a torrential downpour of crimson rain. Alone with her sword, she stood atop the sea of corpses, ruthlessly slaying countless demonic practitioners. Who could she be? A chilling aura emanated from her presence, causing Sushi to feel a sudden jolt of fear, rendering his body momentarily rigid. Yet, the killing intent vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Sushi's instincts alerted him, prompting him to instinctively distance himself from his perilous place. However, as he turned his neck, the withered vine sword had not yet flown far when the figure atop the corpse mountain seemed to sense something, turning to face Sushi. What met his gaze was a familiar visage, her crimson lips parting slightly. "Brother," she uttered, a radiant smile gracing her blood-stained features. When a plant regains its roots, it can continue to grow. When a bird regains its wings, it can soar once more. When a beast regains its fangs, it can charge forth fearlessly. Similarly, when a girl reunites with her beloved, her eyes once again sparkle with light, an expression of longing, joy, and an unyielding desire to never let go. Immortal, Sushi's pupils constricted. He wished to act, yet found himself paralyzed, unable to move. He could only watch as the girl approached, traversing the corpse mountain and crossing the blood sea. extending her blood-soaked fair hands to gently embrace him, gradually tightening her hold. "Brother, this time I will never let you go," her voice echoed in Sushi's ears. She tightened her embrace further, the immense pressure causing discomfort in Sushi's ribs. Sushi felt a whirlwind of uncertainty, overwhelmed by the bizarre occurrences that had transpired so suddenly. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the figure of Su Moli before him abruptly disintegrated into a myriad of luminous particles, accompanied by a faint rustling sound, dissipating into the void. All that remained was a crystalline object resembling a droplet of water, which landed gently in the palm of his hand. Ding dong, the eternal tear. Item description: all of his sorrow, his tears, his lament, his wounds, his hatred, his regrets, converge within this singular droplet. Item effects: increases spiritual cultivation effectiveness tenfold, accelerates the progress of the 4 arts of immortality tenfold, amplifies the power of Tao techniques tenfold, enhances comprehension of the cosmos tenfold, boosts swordsmanship effects tenfold, augments divine abilities tenfold, and inflicts tenfold damage upon malevolent entities. Refreshes protective spiritual light daily, capable of withstanding full force strikes from an immortal emperor. Refreshes the lifeblood mechanism daily, automatically healing all bodily injuries and slightly extending lifespan. Usage requirement: only you. It must be used at a delicate, pale red droplet-shaped crystal slipped in a Sushi's palm. Its texture was exquisite. The surface gleaming like a firefly dot, it felt akin to a little girl's affectionate nuzzle, yet also reminiscent of a maiden's sorrowful weeping. That it was cool to the touch, growing warmer as he caressed it. A tear, is it? Whose tears they were? The answer was self-evident. Sushi gazed down at the sanguine tear, feeling overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all, his mind swirling with a plethora of confusion. Why did a girl-esque figure exist in this desolate realm? And why had it suddenly transformed into an eternal tear? What had transpired after the demise of the simulated version of himself, leading to the horrifying scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Too many questions tangled within him, impossible to untangle. As Sushi contemplated the eternal tear, he frowned in deep thought. Suddenly, the droplet shimmered, as if responding to his musings, revealing the internal sorrow and despair it harbored. It was the tale of Sushi's demise, a tempestuous day, drenched in rain. The girl, witnessing her brother's death, sank into an abyss of regret and despair. She knelt for an eternity upon the ground where her brother had vanished, hoping for a miraculous resurrection. Yet, miracles eluded her, replaced only by the scorn of others directed at her brother. Her expression crumbled, her heart convulsing, breaths becoming labored. In that pinnacle of hatred, the girl oscillated between tears and laughter, utterly losing control. She despised her own helplessness, loathed the mockery of others towards her brother, and resented a world devoid of his presence. Unable to forgive, her tears mingled with the rain, binding her long hair with bloodied cloth. Armed with a wooden sword, she charged alone at the practitioners of dark arts. The dull blade effortlessly glided across the throats of her enemies. Her exhausted body, driven by hatred, refused to tire. Kill. She would keep killing. Annihilate those who had brought her brother to ruin. Su Moli had succumbed to madness, embracing slaughter as her path. And no matter if they were golden core or nascent soul practitioners, they all became souls beneath her blade, bodies piled high, forming mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This was the truth behind the emergence of such horror, not the result of a heinous calamity, but merely the desperate vengeance of a girl. The scene continued to unfold, seemingly depicting the girl's future, though it grew increasingly vague, ultimately cutting off abruptly. Only the final image of the girl weeping alone remained. Her tears drifted in the sea of realms, lingering in chaos, eroded by the currents of time, finally merging with this desolate realm, manifesting together in the outskirts of Yen Mountain City. This was the essence of all that had transpired. Sushi silently gripped the eternal tear. So much had occurred after my death. How had that child, Moli, endured through these years? She must be so weary. Sushi sighed deeply. He understood that in the girl's heart, he held an esteemed position. Witnessing his death would undoubtedly inflict profound trauma upon her. Yet, even if time could rewind, he would still make the same choice, for had he not perished, it would have been Moli who met her end. Unlike Su Shi, who could return to the realm of reality after his death, Su Moli's demise was final, devoid of any rebirth. Thus, Su Shi harbored no regrets regarding his decision. The Moli he had encountered earlier was merely a manifestation of the eternal tear, not her true self, which explained her sudden dissolution, that he wondered if there would be a chance to meet again in some future day. Tightening his grip on the sanguine tear, Su Shi slightly curled his fingers, weaving a thread of magical energy through the center of the droplet, crafting an exquisite bracelet to adorn his wrist. This was not solely due to the unique significance of the eternal tear, but also because of its remarkable effects. Truth be told, Su Shi found it hard to fathom just how powerful his sister had become to endow a single tear with the capability to withstand an immortal emperor's assault. For Su Shi at the Golden Core stage, even the weakest of immortals was a daunting presence beyond his reach. Could it be that my path is not the traditional route of upgrading and growing stronger, but rather to partake of my own sister's blessings? Su Shi mused as he donned the eternal tear. In an instant, he felt an unstoppable surge of power coursing through him, a sense of overwhelming strength that felt as if he could wield a true dragon as a jump rope. Su Shi dismissed this as an illusion birthed from the sudden amplification of his power. However, with his current golden core cultivation, augmented by the eternal tear, he should possess the combat prowess of a late-stage nascent soul practitioner. With this foundation, employing swordsmanship techniques against malevolent forces would undoubtedly yield damage akin to that of a soul transformation cultivator. Su Shi clicked his tongue in acknowledgement that it is worth noting that the eternal tear also enhances cultivation speed. This implies that it would not be long before Su Shi's realm would ascend at an astonishing pace. At that point, the amplification of his combat strength would become even more exaggerated. It truly is advantageous to rely on my sister, Su Shi sincerely reflected. He then glanced down at the sea of corpses and blood beneath him, before raising his gaze to the crimson sky. Perhaps due to the loss of the eternal tear suppression, the malevolent spirits and demonic entities had grown increasingly restless. In mere minutes, the foul miasma within the desolate realm had multiplied several times over, with numerous wicked entities awakening, emitting shrill, piercing wails. Su Shi, wielding his withered vine sword, his eyes ablaze with determination, had initially intended to delay the expansion of the desolate realm, seeking assistance from the supernatural administration. Yet now, bolstered by the power of the eternal tear, he was more than willing to engage in battle. He shouted, "Heavenly sword technique! Slash!" Su Shi exclaimed, as the withered vine sword coalesced into a 1,000-foot beam of sword light, shimmering with a ghostly green hue, cleaving through the boundless sea of blood and the scarlet sky, separating them into two distinct halves. Furthermore, some malevolent entities merely grazed by the sword light and perished on the spot. Another fierce swing of his sword ensued. The blood rain ceased. The mountain of corpses collapsed. The entire desolate realm trembled violently as the pervasive blood mist evaporated, significantly broadening his field of vision, exposing the lurking malevolent beings. Su Shi also spotted Wang Dali and others, who had previously been separated. At this moment, they stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the earth-shaking might displayed before them. Relying on my sister truly is delightful. A slight smile curled at the corners of Su Shi's mouth. With a single sword strike, the heavens and earth were swept away. With two strikes, the malevolent entities were annihilated, empowered by the eternal tear. Su Shi effortlessly obliterated the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Yet the battle was not yet concluded. Amidst the ruins of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, numerous malevolent entities still lingered. Only by completely eradicating them could this conflict truly come to an end. A tearing sound resonated through the sky as the air erupted with a thunderous roar. Thunder rumbled, winds howled, and an exceptionally brilliant beam of sword light cleaved the heavens and earth asunder, severing the very foundation of this desolate realm's existence, banishing the overwhelming presence of ghostly energy, demonic essence, sanguine aura, and vengeful spirits. With his robes billowing and his sword piercing the sun, Su Shi rushed towards the direction of Wang Dali and his companions, his sword blade never faltering. With each strike, He annihilated vast swathes of malevolent entities. Junior disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, how dare you? Watch as your ancestor seizes your flesh and embarks on a path of demonic grandeur. Huh! How audacious of you to be so presumptuous. Those who were once slain by Su Moli, the practitioners of the demonic path, have had their souls nourished by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Now, they manifest in the guise of ghostly cultivators, employing various methods to assault Su's faction. Roar, a blood dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length, soars through the skies, its vertical pupils pitch black, exuding an aura of murderous intent as it lunges towards Su's group. The swish of its tail reverberates, shaking the very mountains. Yet, Su remains unfazed, noisy. With a simple and unadorned punch, the blood dragon is obliterated in an instant, bursting into a shower of sanguine droplets that rain down and dissolve into the earth beneath. He then forms a sword shape with his fingers, slicing through the air toward a ghostly body of the nascent soul. The sword gleams a deep emerald. Thunder rumbles. Life force surges to its zenith. Yet it carries the destructive power to annihilate all, shattering the nascent soul ghost into nothingness, leaving behind no trace of its spirit. Golden core? Nascent soul? Mere trifles. Su's confidence has swelled, unless a divine object of transformation appears. He feels no pressure whatsoever. Damn it, where did this young one emerge from? So terrifying indeed. Fellow cultivators, let us unite. Today, either he perishes, or we do. The onslaught of the malevolent spirits intensifies, their faces betraying fear as they regard Su with trepidation, unleashing a variety of sinister artifacts upon him. Among these are the infamous 10,000 Corpses banner, the Bone Spectre, and the Human Skin Scroll. That Su shakes his head. Such artifacts, forged through the slaughter of lives, are inherently countered by him. Moreover, he is currently bolstered by multiple enhancement buffs from the Eternal Tier. MY life has been a precarious walk on thin ice, solely reliant on relentless self-cultivation. Eternal Tier, grant me your aid. Divine ability, would rebirth, sword path, celestial sword technique, a resplendent and blinding emerald sword light, centered around Su, cleaves through the heavens and the earth, obliterating the myriad of malevolent spirits beneath its radiance. Seizing this moment, Su accelerates toward Wang Dali and his companions. They appear disheveled, many bearing injuries. This is to be expected, as aside from Su and Wang Dali, the rest possess only foundational strength. A mere encounter with a golden core malevolence would leave them in a state of helplessness. Su, brother, you just... Wang Dali looks at Su, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The once most audacious muscular man, having witnessed Su slaughtering the nascent souls as if they were mere dogs, now stutters. Clearly shaken, "Oh, it's nothing, just a slight breakthrough," Su replies with a smile. "You all should leave first. I shall handle this. I will eradicate all the malevolent beings. A slight breakthrough. You dare label this a mere slight breakthrough?" The extraordinary individuals present were expressions of disbelief, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Yet, ultimately, they comply with Su's words, assisting their injured comrades under Wang Dali's protection as they retreat towards safety, away from the realm of ruin. They understand that remaining here would only hinder Su, rendering them unable to assist. "Su Sr., I cannot express my gratitude enough. We entrust this to you, Brother Su." Soon, aside from Su himself, all combatants from the Yinshan Supernatural Coordination Bureau evacuated the realm of ruin. Now, Su could unleash his full potential without restraint. He gazes at the remaining malevolent spirits. Some plead for mercy. Some have lost their sanity to the aura of death. Some attempt to flee, while others contemplate a mutual destruction with Su. Slashed, a calm voice reverberates through the heavens and the earth. The withered vine sword slices horizontally. At first, it is but a faint glimmer, akin to the dawn's early light, bright yet diminutive, however, within mere breaths. The sword light burgeons into a dazzling orb, illuminating the entire realm of ruin, granting life to the living and sending the dead to their final rest, annihilating all malevolent spirits in serene execution. Time seems to freeze, enveloped in profound silence. Phew! Just then, a gentle breeze sweeps through. All malevolent beings are reduced to powder, dissipating peacefully into the wind. Within the realm of ruin, no traces of the former terrors remain. Only harmless fragments of artifacts and remnants of certain cultivators. Sue glances over them. Most are beyond salvaging, and he loses interest in scavenging. Just as he prepares to depart, a flicker of something unusual catches his peripheral vision. It does not resemble typical artifacts from the realm of cultivation. This a wand from the realm of magic. Sue picks it up for inspection, suddenly realizing it must be left behind by the magical practitioners of the Yinshan Coordination Bureau. The disparity between the realms of cultivation and magic is vast. Both possess extraordinary powers, yet they tread entirely different paths. Sue has little interest in studying it, and is about to discard the wand when a prompt from the simulator halts his actions. Ding! Magic anchor point medium detected. Would you like to recharge? Note: the recharged anchor point medium will be permanently destroyed. Magic anchor point medium? On the windswept brown earth, Sue first glances at the suddenly appearing simulator panel, then at the wand in his hand, and suddenly grasps the situation. The so-called anchor point medium refers to extraordinary items. But if that is the case, why did I not trigger the simulator as prompt when studying alchemical tools? Formations, or symbols? Sue muses. Not long after, he arrives at the answer. Alchemical tools, formations, and symbols belong to the realm of cultivation, while the world he first simulated also belongs to the realm of cultivation. That is how it is. Only one simulation can be conducted for the same type of world, and oh wonder the simulator emphasizes that it is a magic anchor point medium. If anchor point mediums were universal, it would not need to make such a distinction. Sue contemplates, confirming the recharge on the simulator panel before him. Immediately, before Sue's very eyes, the wand vanishes from his grasp at an astonishing speed, completely disappearing as if consumed by some unseen force. Ding! Magic anchor point medium loading status. One that after confirming that no malevolent spirits remain, Sue departs the realm of ruin. This news, once confirmed, incited tremendous upheaval. And one could have anticipated that what originally required the Supernatural Coordination Bureau's intervention to suppress would be resolved solely by Sue. Impossible. The weakest among them are at the foundational level, with numerous golden core and nascent soul entities present. Given his golden core cultivation, Sue should not be able to single-handedly eliminate the enemies. A collective gasp fills the air. Everyone gazes at Sue. Their faces a mix of astonishment and disbelief. That I see now. Sue Sr. must be a concealed transformation god cultivator. His golden core cultivation is merely a fade. Just like in novels where one pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger, from the moment I laid eyes on Sue Sr., I knew he was an invaluable ally. Foster father, do you still need a powerful ally? Ahem. Actually, I have a younger sister. Faced with the overly excited crowd, Sue can only helplessly explain, I truly am just a golden core cultivator. However, this truthful declaration fails to convince anyone. Even the most straightforward Wang Dali wears an expression that suggests disbelief. Ultimately, Sue can only allow the misunderstanding to persist. After all, with the eternal tear in hand, his combat prowess indeed far exceeds that of an ordinary golden core. Thus, the events unfolded perfectly. The extraordinary beings who had come to provide support from the Bureau turned back midway, leaving only a small group of extraordinary individuals and researchers to remain on site to gather from the realm of ruin. Afterwards, Zhang Yaoguo inquires what reward Sue desires, given the grave threat posed by the realm of ruin. Sue's ability to resolve it preemptively merits significant recognition, yet he is at a loss for how to reward him. If possible, I would like to exchange everything for extraordinary items. Yes, everything, and I do not require items from the realm of cultivation. Sue makes this peculiar request without asking for currency or points, leaving Zhang Yaoguo astonished. All right, I understand. Though uncertain of the purpose behind Sue, she's request for extraordinary items from other systems as a cultivator. Zhang Yaoguo readily agreed. Before long, Sushi received over 1,000 extraordinary items, varying in quality, some damaged while others remained intact. He diligently infused them into the simulator, significantly enhancing the loading progress. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming variety of extraordinary items, the progress of the anchor point mediums varied greatly. In the end, none achieved a loading degree of 100. This indicated that Sushi needed to exert further effort, investing even more extraordinary items into the simulator. Presently, the highest loading degree belonged to the magic-related anchor point medium, which stood at a commendable 83. Thus, he resolved to commence with the magical aspect. Upon returning home, Sushi wasted no time and commenced his alchemical endeavors. He procured raw materials from the extraordinary house to refine into finished pills, which he then sold to accumulate points for further material purchases. This cyclical process, which continually encroached upon his rest time, ultimately led Sushi to the moment of fruition. Bang! After nearly 20 days, during the nocturnal hours, the copper lid of the alchemical furnace soared upwards, and dozens of resplendent golden pills floated into the air. With a swift motion, Sushi flicked a porcelain bottle, causing the pills to soar into the vessel. All sealed within Daha, he exhaled a long, weary breath, his face betraying an unmistakable fatigue. This was the final batch of Huanglong pills. Come tomorrow, selling them would allow him to purchase another set of magical items, thereby filling the remaining magical progress. At long last, he thought, after days of relentless alchemical work, it felt as if he might be consumed by the process itself. Shaking the porcelain bottle in his hand, he listened to the sound of the pills clinking against one another, and Sushi sighed deeply. Subsequently, he stored all the pills within his spatial ring. Glancing out at the night sky, with a bright moon hung high, he surrendered to the encroaching drowsiness, making his way to bed and lying down peacefully. As a golden core cultivator, he had long since replaced ordinary sleep with meditative practice, capable of remaining awake without respite. Yet, Sushi was utterly exhausted. The continuous alchemical labor over the past 20 days had left him spiritually drained, longing for deep slumber, indifferent to all else, before long. Within the tranquil room, a faint sound of breathing arose, signaling the master had entered the realm of dreams. The moonlight, soft and serene, bathed the night in a tranquil glow. It was an exceptionally peaceful evening. The pure white moonlight, cool and gentle, twinkling softly alongside the brilliance of the stars. Unlike the radiant sun, the moonlight lacked the same intensity and warmth. Yet, in the dimness of the earthly night, it streamed through the window, piercing the thick curtain seams, instantly illuminating the entire room with a tender silver sheen. This ethereal glow enveloped everything, including a cool figure that stood silently at the bedside, her raven hair shimmering with a silvery halo. "Brother," she called softly, her voice quivering with deep affection. Her fingertip pressed against Sushi's chest, echoing the innocence of childhood as she bent down and tilted her head. Nestling against her brother's familiar embrace, relishing in the warmth and scent that soothed her restless heart, he had returned. Her brother had truly returned. Witnessing his presence, feeling him close, and hearing his voice, Su-Emoli finally grasped the answer she longed for, the hero she cherished. The son that belonged solely to her was unmistakably here. "Brother, we shall meet again soon," the girl whispered gently, envisioning herself nestled against him. Finding her longed-for brother should have been a joyous occasion. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a sense of foreboding about his presence in this fragile and diminutive realm. In such circumstances, Su-Emoli's true form could not enter this place, that if she were to force her arrival, it would only result in chaos, shattering everything. She did not wish to do something that would displease her brother. Therefore, from an infinitely distant realm, having ascended beyond the status of a celestial emperor, Su-Emoli rapidly dismantled various cultivation worlds, merging their fragments with the fabric of Earth's space-time. She prepared to enhance Earth's capacity in this manner until it could accommodate her true form's descent. At that time, the girl would fulfill her wish and live once more alongside her brother. However, the inability of her true form to descend did not preclude contact, utilizing the eternal teardrop worn by Su-Emoli could sense his existence at any moment, a strand of power enveloping him. Just as it was now, a thread of energy, a single thought could construct a corporeal form for movement. The reason she had refrained from revealing herself all this time was rooted in fear. Fear that her brother would not accept the changes she had undergone, fear that he might reproach her, fear that he would not welcome her return. Though she knew he was not that sort of person, the one who cared for and cherished her the most, a sense of unease lingered in Su-Emoli's heart. compelling her to remain concealed until the stillness of night when Sushi succumbed to slumber, allowing her to stealthily emerge and touch him. "Good night, brother," resting her head upon Sushi's chest. The girl, bathed in moonlight, gradually closed her eyes. She was not asleep. Rather, she sought to savor this tranquility as much as possible, cherishing the rare moments spent in her brother's company. Thus, she lingered, resting until the sun rose the following day, when she reluctantly faded away into the air. Before departing, the girl, now possessing an unparalleled grace, cast a glance at the magical, extraordinary items in the corner of the room, her brow furrowing slightly. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition washed over her, neither lethal nor dangerous, but distinctly unsettling, akin to the annoyance of childhood when peers attempted to snatch her sweets. Half an hour later, the morning sun penetrated the curtains, its glaring heat, in stark contrast to the moonlight, roused Sushi from his slumber. Strange, why did his body feel so fatigued? Upon opening his eyes, Sushi sensed something amiss. A peculiar heaviness enveloped his upper body, particularly around his chest, as if weighed down by a heavy burden throughout the night. Could it be that this golden core cultivator had encountered a night terror? Sushi pondered in confusion, but dismissed the thought, attributing it to the toll of excessive alchemical exertion manifesting as residual fatigue. The immediate priority was to sell the pills. After rising, he washed up and prepared a simple breakfast. Sushi quickly accessed the extraordinary house, adeptly listing the pills for sale, and soon enough, a familiar customer purchased them. He then navigated to the purchase page for magical extraordinary items, pre-selecting what he wished to acquire, adding each to his shopping cart. With that completed, all that remained was a visit to the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau. Sushi mused as he stepped out of his home. The withered vine sword soared against the wind, carrying Sushi toward the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau in Yen City. The Extraordinary House offered unparalleled convenience. All transactions could be executed via mobile phone or computer. However, the actual distribution and receipt of items necessitated a visit to the Coordination Bureau, which explained the multitude of people he encountered during his initial visit. Form a team. Form a team. I'm a grandmaster from the fantasy realm, seeking both healer and tank, a novice extraordinary being seeking a group. Please, great ones, guide me. My son possesses an immortal aura. Astonishingly, he has 3 spiritual roots. Within the Grand Hall of the Extraordinary Administration Bureau in Yenshan City, a cacophony of diverse sounds fills the air, extraordinary individuals calling out to form teams, along with the ecstatic cries of ordinary folks verifying their extraordinary potential. Occasionally, one might even witness more novel presences, the fusion of the extraordinary with technology, the convergence of the ancient and the modern. This is the resurgence of spiritual energy. This heralds a new era. Though it is not his first encounter, each time he witnesses it, he is struck anew with Sushi. Amidst the respectful greetings of Senior Su, hastens into the bureau. Transactions, sales, confirmations, and further transactions ensue, repeated countless times from dawn until noon. At long last, Sushi successfully converts all the elixirs in his possession into the magical items he requires, securing them within his storage ring. He is unwilling to waste even a moment, soaring homeward on his sword with utmost speed. Once home, he eagerly uploads all the magical items into the simulator. Ding! Magical anchor medium loading progress. 1. The progress bar steadily climbs. With each magical item that vanishes, the loading degree of the anchor medium experiences a slight enhancement, slowly yet resolutely inching toward completion. Finally, the last sliver of the progress bar is filled to the brim. Magical anchor medium loading complete. Congratulations, host. You have gained simulation attempts. Would you like to initiate the simulation and embark on a splendid simulated life? Current simulation attempts available. 1. Success at last. A smile of joy graces Sushi's face. Nearly 2 months have passed since his last simulation, and he has thoroughly digested the reward from that first experience. Now, the time for the second simulation has arrived, perfectly timed. The disparity between the magical and the cultivation realms is immense. They are, in fact, almost unrelated. Sushi wonders what benefits he might glean from this simulation, but he hopes the outcome will not leave him disappointed. Summoning the completed simulator panel, Sushi chuckles lightly before decisively pressing the button to commence the simulation. Simulation initiating. World line projection in progress. Locking onto traversable world. Analyzing as a magical realm. Entry generation in progress. Entry generation complete. Please select 3 entries as character talents for this simulation life. The entry levels are categorized as white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Melee mage. Blue as a competent mage. Your melee skills are astounding. Even when faced with a knight in close quarters, you can hold your ground. Elemental perception. Purple, you possess an exceptional ability to perceive elements. With a chance to form contracts with elemental spirits, perhaps you will become a leading elemental mage of your time. Dream whisper. Gold, you often dream of incredible whispers from which you can derive substantial benefits. Yet your sanity will dissipate at an alarming rate. Sprint. White, you run swiftly, much faster than the neighbor's dog. Mortal wisdom. Red, your research capabilities are remarkable. Should you desire, you can learn anything. But all your knowledge remains confined within mortal limits. Observer. Purple, your attention is keener than that of ordinary individuals, allowing you to see through the surface to the essence. She peruses the entries and discovers at this time. The entries are particularly powerful, including the highest level red entry. Mortal wisdom, which enables one to learn anything, could signify an extraordinary destiny. Sushi contemplates rapidly before selecting his 3 entries. Elemental perception. Purple. Mortal wisdom. Red. And observer. Purple. Although Dream Whisper is a golden entry, the downside of sanity collapse is something Sushi finds unacceptable. After all, a simulated life is meant to be utterly authentic. He has no interest in becoming an aimless madman. Entry selected. Shall we commence the simulation? Confirm, but a familiar sensation of detachment envelopes him. And in a daze, Sushi, as a golden core cultivator, perceives a radiant brilliance surrounding him before uncontrollably breaking through the fabric of time and space. Simulation number 02 officially begins. Today's weather is exceptionally gloomy, and suddenly, heavy rain begins to pour outside. Staying indoors, you have no intention of venturing out. The sound of the heavy truck's roar echoes from outside. But you remain unfazed, believing that being indoors insulates you from any danger. You let your guard down and fail to dodge. The roads are too slick from the rain, and a large freight truck suddenly skids, barreling straight towards your house, placing you directly in its path. You experience a painless crossing. When you open your eyes, you find yourself in a world of steam and magic, your body transformed into that of a 15-year-old, fragile and ordinary. You possess no identification, no wealth, and not even a bowl to your name as a traveler. You remain calm, methodically surveying your surroundings, preparing to start anew in this world from scratch. Though your 15-year-old body has yet to fully develop, you already possess the capability for self-sufficiency, serving as your greatest asset and confidence. You cheer yourself on, struggling to rise from the murky filth, the thunderous sound of steam, the interlocking gears, the efficient magic, all merge in the night, creating a colossal hub of steel, steam, magic, and mystery at the heart of the city. What awakens Sushi is an incredibly sharp, elongated whistle. Toot! He opens his eyes that on either side, towering red walls obscure his view, leaving only a central opening that reveals the dim sky and a few flickering yellow streetlights. Suddenly, a blast of scalding white steam erupts from an unknown source, shooting skyward, colliding with the cold evening breeze. It forms a dense mist of water droplets that fills his field of vision, only to dissolve back into vapor, slowly and evenly spreading across the city. This mist severely obstructs visibility, and from various corners of the city, curses can be heard. Then, Sushi sees it, figures clad in robes, wielding wands, floating in the air, casually gesturing to conjure massive firestorms that consume the mist entirely. Once again, the city falls into silence. All hail the omnipotent magic and the esteemed fire god. The people pray. This era is indeed wondrous, with the faith in deities permeating the land, exalted by the might of magic and the convenience of steam. In the grand corners, shadows too often go unnoticed. How shall I put it? Couldn't the simulation grant me a more favorable start? Sushi struggles, laboriously rising from the alley. This alley is filled with murky, foul-smelling water, reeking and possessing an inexplicable corrosive quality. Compared to the last simulation's impoverished beginnings, This one is equally dire. Sushi harbors doubts about whether the simulator is deliberately tormenting him. In any case, the priority is to resolve the basic necessities of food, clothing, and shelter before contemplating the study of magic. Upon rising, Sushi stumbled out of the alley. In this entirely new simulated world, he possessed not a trace of extraordinary power, nor did he bear the eternal tears of a fallen angel. Unable to indulge in the comforts provided by his sister, fortunately, he had three innate abilities that enabled him to be self-sufficient. You took your arduous first step, and through inquiries, you discovered that your location was the city of Ellenson. Situated in the northern part of the world, this bustling metropolis operated with highly efficient steam machinery and predominantly worshipped the god of fire, the god of smiths, and the goddess of harvest. As a newcomer, you decided to earn your first fortune through manual labor. You succeeded, though exhausted beyond measure, earning your first meal and a meager sum of 3 copper coins through the sweat of your brow. You counted it for an entire 10 minutes, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction as everything unfolded according to your plan. You chose to temporarily settle in the slums, where food was both delicious and affordable, and housing required no rent. A few scraps of metal and a muddy lot sufficed for your new abode. That a year passed. During this time, you successfully grasped the fundamental knowledge of the world and understood your next steps. This was an era ruled by deities, where countless individuals relied on their faith to acquire the ability to wield magic. The deeper the faith, the more potent the magic, with some even chosen as divine agents, known as demigods. However, there are also those who, eschewing divine belief, chose to cultivate their own magical prowess, referred to as elemental mages. They established connections with the elements through profound understanding, releasing magic in the process. This was an arduous path. Those who devoted themselves to the divine could achieve greatness in a relatively short time, while elemental mages trudged forward step by step, with few opting for this route. You smiled, for you possessed an exceptional talent for elemental perception, yet felt no interest in divine worship. You expended all your hard-earned savings accumulated over the year to purchase a bottle of the lowest grade slime essence from a store in the city center, widely regarded as the most inferior magical material and the only item you could afford. A year later, in the slums, disregarding the pervasive stench around him, Sushi sat expressionless in his home. If the makeshift shelter crafted from a few iron sheets on the muddy ground could indeed be considered a home. A year had passed. Although the sensory perceptions in the simulated world were not as acute as in reality, the experience of living in the slums for a year had truly worn thin. Sushi reflected, shaking the colorless slime essence in his hand. The viscous liquid, sealed in a transparent bottle with excellent airtightness, sloshed slowly with his movements. Practicing magic with slime essence seemed an impossibility. Yet Sushi was different. Long ago, upon choosing the path of magic in this new simulated world, he had prepared diligently, equipping himself with meditation techniques and studying various aspects of magical cultivation. Moreover, in this simulation, he possessed the special trait of elemental perception. Thus, a miracle that should not have been possible was born within the slums. You became a magic apprentice. Through meditation, you successfully sensed the life element within the slime essence, and your mind astonishingly calmed, reaching the limits of what a mortal could attain, etching this elemental fluctuation into your spiritual consciousness. Consequently, you learned the zero-level spell, Life Slime Generation. You departed from the slums, heading to the Magic Association in the center of Ellenson, where you registered as a magic apprentice, receiving a monthly stipend of 10 silver coins. Your life began to improve and genuinely take a turn for the better. You transcended social classes, transforming from a muddy-footed slum dweller into a distinguished magic apprentice, leaving everyone astonished. They regarded you as a devout follower of the goddess of life, for in this world, elemental mages were exceedingly rare. Even those who wished to learn found it challenging to comprehend the elements, a rarity celebrated only in tales. You smiled, neither confirming nor denying the notion, although you had left the slums. Your legend would forever resonate within its confines. You were hailed as the man of myth. After your departure, the nefarious forces of the slums sought to curry favor with you, delivering a harsh lesson to the scavenger who had crossed you. You became a figure of both respect and fear, known as the invisible godfather of the slums. You moved to an area closer to the city center, where the environment was pleasant, devoid of repugnant odors and the chaotic discharge of waste. Your spirits lifted, accelerating your magical studies, and you activated your elemental perception, mastering more attributes by the third year. This year, at the age of 17, you became a composite elemental mage, mastering various attributes such as earth, wind, water, fire, lightning, light, darkness, life, and death. Apart from the most challenging domains of time and space, you had no shortcomings. Those belonged to the realm of deities. More accurately, the domain of the supreme god, far beyond the reach of mortal intellect. You felt no regret, believing that mastering so many elements was a significant accomplishment. You focused your mind, dedicating your attention entirely to the realm of magic. The hierarchy of magic practitioners is divided into Magic Apprentice, Official Mage, Elite Mage, Grand Mage, Archmage, Sanctum Archmage, and Demigod. Your exceptional talent allowed for a staggering rate of advancement. In the fourth year of simulation, at 18, you successfully ascended to the rank of Official Mage. In the fifth year, at 19, you mastered all attributes basic spells of levels 1 to 3, forged contracts with multiple elemental spirits, and could draw upon elemental power from the elemental planes to replenish your own. Your magical capacity was tenfold that of an ordinary person, a seemingly divine blessing. In the sixth year of simulation, at the age of 20, you experienced yet another breakthrough, becoming an elite mage. From this point forward, you could wield spells of levels 4 to 5, and if you desired, could obliterate towns at will. Given enough time, even destroying cities would be within your grasp. In a bid for discretion, you did not reveal your elite mage status. Instead, claiming to have just advanced to an official mage, a new wave of sensation ensued. Despite your efforts to remain low-key, your background as a slum dweller combined with your rising fame made your name known throughout Ellenson. From the nobility to beggars, everyone was aware of your existence, a shining star breaking through the mire. Your tale spread far and wide, sung by wandering bards, and you became a role model for many struggling individuals. Nobles began inviting you to their banquets, and you basked in the glory. The simulation proceeded smoothly. Although the first simulation was intended as a beginner-esque benefit, this second simulation brought Su-Shi an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. The synergy among the three traits yielded results far exceeding mere arithmetic. Just 20 years of age, you had become an elite mage. You were confident that before this simulation concluded, you would formally step into the realm of Sanctum Archmage. Perhaps even catch a glimpse of the divine. If, after this simulation, you could replicate your accomplishments in reality as you did previously, you would indeed be invincible. If memory serves, the demigod level in the magical system equates to the scattered immortal level in the cultivation realm. Should you become a Sanctum Archmage, would that not be akin to the Great Ascension phase? Walking down the street, Su-Shi ambled thoughtfully, pondering the events that would transpire after the simulation, distractedly chewing on bread. Eager to return home swiftly for another round of magical research, Su-Shi turned into a narrow alley. The soles of his boots splashed in the muddy potholes, sending up sprays of dark brown water, starkly contrasting his clean attire against the fetid environment. Occasionally, the impact of his steps would even dislodge the rough coverings. Beneath the cracked bricks, dried bloodstains became visible. This city was far from beautiful. The lofty nobles engaged in power struggles while the lower classes resorted to primal violence, making bloodshed a common sight. Yet, this did not concern Su-Shi. After all, the people of this city knew him well. No one would be foolish enough to provoke an official mage. Stop. Hand over the bread. A trembling voice emanated from the front, quavering and stuttering, as if the speaker was gripped by an overwhelming fear. Su-Shi's footsteps faltered as he gazed upon the diminutive figure ahead. It was now late October, and the weather had turned chilly. Yet the disheveled figure was clad in a tattered short shirt on the upper body and oversized, unappealing deep green trousers on the lower half, the state of which suggested they had been scavenged from refuse. Her hair was matted with dirt and moisture, and a scar was faintly visible on her forehead. Her eyes, a pale shade of gold, betrayed no joy or sorrow, only an abyss of emptiness and fear of the unknown, creating an illusion of dark pupils from every angle. One could only perceive her hollowness and lack of light. Sushi's gaze drifted downward, revealing the small knife clutched tightly in her hand. Though her body trembled with fear and her hands shook uncontrollably, she still grasped this solitary weapon with all her might. Was she truly intending to rob a certified mage with such a meager blade? Sushi furrowed his brow, activating the observer's entry, uncovering more of the peculiarities that marked this small figure as different from the norm. For instance, the jagged remnants concealed within her hair and the scales embedded beneath her skin that no ordinary human could possess. It was a hybrid born of human and demon lineage, judging by her appearance. She was likely abandoned and had only recently fled to Ellenson City. And oh wonder she dared to attempt robbery. She clearly did not recognize him. Sushi took a few steps forward, the scars on the girl's face, the bruises on her arms, and the trembling legs filled with fear became more vividly apparent. How pitiful! Sushi sighed softly, lowering his gaze. In a world governed by deities who rule over all beings, it stands to reason that there would also be demonic entities in opposition to the divine. Most demons are large and grotesque, yet there exist rare races that resemble humans, igniting peculiar interests in some. Thus, hybrids, neither fully human nor entirely demon, were born. Such offspring are seldom acknowledged. From the moment of their birth, 99% are cast aside. Only a select few, possessing formidable strength, are retained for training and used as alternative soldiers. Clearly, from the girl's fearful and trembling demeanor, she belonged to the category of absolute rejects, lacking the strength of demons and the normalcy of human appearance, rendering her unable to integrate into human society. She was among the most tragic of her kind. No, don't come closer. Facing Sushi's approach, the demon girl appeared even more terrified. Her hands clutched the small knife, her sole source of security, while the oversized, deep green trousers, dragging on the ground, rustled as her legs trembled incessantly. Though she bore the identity of a robber, her unease and fear resembled that of a tormented victim, lacking any semblance of intimidation. "Stop and give me the bread." The girl realized her own inadequacies. Straining to adopt a fierce demeanor, she aimed a sharp knife at Sushi, resembling a young beast baring its teeth, while simultaneously shouting loudly, desperately urging Sushi to halt his advance. Her gaze was filled with longing, fixated on the half-eaten white bread in Sushi's hand, marred by bite marks. Unintentionally, her parched throat, devoid of moisture, made it difficult to swallow. The atmosphere was undeniably bizarre, even dramatically absurd and ludicrous. In the early morning, the massive steam engines of Ellenson City roared to life, their tremendous clouds of vapor shrouding the sky, while mages occasionally soared through the mist. In a secluded alley unnoticed by anyone, a half-demon girl, brandishing an absurdly small knife, attempted to rob a prominent figure of Ellenson City, Sushi, who publicly claimed to be a certified mage, but was, in fact, an elite mage. Such a scenario defied all logic, surpassing even the mythic tales sung by wandering bards. Even disregarding Sushi's mage status, a fully grown man could easily subdue this frail demon girl. However, Sushi chose not to act. "Are you hungry?" Instead of unleashing a spell to punish this disrespectful demon girl or delivering a harsh reprimand, Sushi simply regarded her calmly and inquired. The girl paused momentarily, nodding slightly. Here, Sushi tore off the bitten portion of the bread and offered the remainder to the girl, who hesitated to take it, instead watching him warily from a distance. Confusion and bewilderment flickered in her eyes. It seemed she had never anticipated receiving food so easily. Point one step, point two steps. The girl cautiously moved closer, one hand gripping the knife while the other reached for the bread, inching towards Sushi with utmost caution. Upon grasping the bread, she swiftly retreated to the depths of the alley, huddling atop a decaying wooden crate, her feet submerged in a murky puddle. Under Sushi's watchful gaze, she initially took small bites, and upon confirming its safety, she began to devour it voraciously. It was said that true-blooded demons possess particularly resilient organs, capable of enduring hunger for up to a year, subsisting solely on their magical energy during that time. Thus, it could be inferred that this half-demon, being a hybrid, might also inherit some ability to withstand hunger. Observing the girl as she feasted, Sushi shook his head. He could hardly fathom how long she had been in exile and what experiences she had endured to arrive at such a pitiful, filthy state, marred by countless wounds. After a while, the demon girl finished the white bread. She turned her gaze back to Su Shi, or more accurately, her empty, soulless eyes fixated on the breadcrumbs that had been bitten by him. Only then did a flicker of desire appear in her eyes upon spotting the food. "Could you give me some?" Perhaps Su Shi's act of providing sustenance had elevated her favorability slightly. This time, the girl did not threaten him with a knife, but rather stuttered her request, unconsciously infused with a hint of pleading. Her emaciated form rose from the rotten crate, her bare feet squelching in the mud and grime, as she staggered toward Su Shi, yearning to grasp the breadcrumb in his hand. Yet, Su Shi completely ignored her, tossing the breadcrumb into his mouth before turning away and departing the alley, leaving her with only his receding silhouette. Why? The girl was left dumbfounded, the flicker of light that had sparked in her eyes extinguished. Returning to a state of emptiness and dullness. Losing her balance, she fell to the ground, landing in the wet, foul-smelling alley, pain surging through her as fresh blood streamed from her forehead. The girl did not scream, for she had long since grown accustomed to it. She did not rise, remaining in her fallen position, lost amidst the mud and water. "Did I do wrong again, Mother? Mother, why is this happening? I am so hungry. So hungry, Mother." The gnawing sensation of hunger surged once more, the lethal convulsions twisting in her abdomen far more intense than the pain from her bleeding forehead, causing her to cry out in despair. She curled into herself, clutching her abdomen tightly, tossing and turning in the mud, as if such movements might alleviate her suffering. She yearned to cry, but that emotion had long been lost, utterly obliterated in the face of relentless despair. Ultimately, she lay there in a state of ruin, her eyes devoid of life, staring blankly at the sky, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. "If I die, I won't be hungry anymore," that a simple thought flickered through her mind. But just then, footsteps approached from not far away, drawing ever closer until they reached the demon girl that a warm, strong hand lifted her up. She beheld the hand's owner, the young man from before, who had returned with fresh bread. "Eat this. The previous bread was bitten by me and not entirely clean. You should have this freshly bought one." Su Shi spoke, seemingly indifferent to the foul stench emanating from the girl and the mud dripping from her body. He extended his palm, unleashing a fifth-tier life magic, harnessing immense life energy to heal the girl's wounds. He then helped her to her feet, guiding her to a cleaner spot where she could eat some bread. The girl appeared utterly bewildered, struggling to grasp the unfolding situation, until Su Shi offered her the bread. It was only then that she snapped back to reality, mechanically taking bite after bite. The entire bag of bread was quickly devoured. Su Shi then employed water magic to conjure a large water sphere, providing the girl with hydration and cleansing the grime from her body. Finally, he crouched down to meet her gaze, striving to exude gentleness. In a filthy and chaotic alley that even rats would shun, he extended his hand to the girl, who was undeniably flesh and blood, offering a simple invitation. "Come with me." The girl, who had remained as silent as a doll, looked at Su Shi with vacant eyes, resembling a marionette devoid of autonomy. She still did not comprehend what had transpired, yet an inexplicable impulse stirred within her, urging her to respond. Gradually, she clasped the man's hand. "All right." Her voice trembled. The autumn breeze carried the message of falling leaves, heralding the impending chill of winter in the north. On your way home, you unexpectedly encounter a half-blooded demon girl, her body riddled with scars. Friendlier than the homeless souls you've seen in the slums. You heal her wounds, provide her with sustenance, and bring her to your home. You do not perceive yourself as particularly noble or grand. You merely extend a small act of kindness within your means. Yet for her, this gesture is a radiant salvation akin to the sun. The thick soles of your boots crunch upon the dried leaves scattered along the path, creating a crisp sound that reverberates in the empty courtyard. She led the girl through the dark, sunless alley, away from the nauseating stench of decay, crossing a narrow ditch and ascending a few steps. Before them appeared a clean and tranquil courtyard. Su Shi's residence in Irensen. "Step inside," he encouraged. Faced with the pristine courtyard, the demon girl seemed hesitant, Sushi exerted a bit more force, half pulling, half leading her into the yard. The sound of their footsteps echoed on the gravel path, amplifying the courtyard's serene emptiness. The girl, exposed to the sunlight, appeared uncomfortable, squinting and trying to avert her gaze from the blinding brightness. However, with Sushi's firm grasp on her small hand, she could not escape as she once could. Gradually, she attempted to open her eyes, revealing a scene of soft sunlight filtering through the brick and vine, casting beautiful patterns of dappled light on the ground. In the tranquil air, the sounds of insects chirping emerged, and if one listened closely, the distant hiss of steam engines from the city center could be heard. How beautiful! The girl's eyes reflected Sushi's figure, and for the first time, she discovered the world of light to be so enchanting, realizing that she too could stand beneath the sun. If only she grasped this man's hand. She could muster the courage. Upon bringing the demon girl home, your first action was to escort her to the bathroom for a thorough cleansing. The girl had wandered for far too long. Having spent years amidst refuse, merely using the water magic you had previously cast was insufficient for a complete cleansing. You summoned a water elemental spirit to assist you in casting a purifying water spell. You succeeded. The filth clinging to the girl was thoroughly eradicated. The sound of rushing water resounded within the bathroom. Sushi turned the valve, and with the distinct hissing of mechanical operation, hot water began to flow from the pipes, cascading over the girl's head. So, her hair is gray? Sushi exclaimed softly, rubbing his palm against her scalp to wash away the clumps of dried mud. Once her hair was clean, it revealed long strands of silvery gray. Their luster dim and texture coarse, akin to withered straw, a clear sign of extreme nutritional deficiency. Naturally, there was no cause for surprise. After all, the girl's emaciated frame made her bones visibly protrude through her skin, a poignant reminder of her frailty and a stark indication that she could perish at any moment. Given such dire physical conditions, merely surviving was a miracle. Thus, there was little nourishment left for her hair. How pitiful! She sighed inwardly, cleansing the girl's hair and hands, before placing the hot water hose in her hands, gazing into her confused eyes. "Now, you wash yourself, all right?" he said, while he could assist with her hair and hands. The more private areas of her body were best left for her to clean. After all, she was no longer a helpless infant. Certain lessons needed to be instilled from now on. All right, the girl nodded slightly. Once he handed her the hot water hose, Sushi exited the bathroom, seizing the opportunity to purchase some clothing for her while she washed. Having lived alone, he had no garments suitable for a young girl, and the rags she had worn previously were hardly worthy of the term clothing. It would be more accurate to call them tatters, which he had burned without a second thought. Upon returning with the clothes, he found the girl had just finished washing. She stood silently in the bathroom, motionless like a hardened statue, holding the hot water hose, from which steam was continuously escaping, disappearing down the drain. Her eyes were lifeless. When Sushi appeared, she turned to him like a robot awaiting the next command. "Step out and dry off your body. You need to turn off the hot water here." Sushi's instruction. He pressed the wall valve in the bathroom. Moments later, the flow of hot water ceased. He then draped a large towel around her, gently drying her damp body. Her hair would naturally remain in place, utilizing fire magic in his left hand and wind magic in his right. He conjured a warm breeze that dried the girl's hair completely, leaving no droplets behind. Next came the new clothes. The garments Sushi purchased were not particularly extravagant, yet when the girl donned them, there was an undeniable sense of freshness, if one were to describe it. It was akin to finally becoming a person, no longer discarded refuse or neglected autumn leaves, but a tangible being standing here. Observing the girl's transformation, Sushi smiled. Much better now, he took her hand once more, preparing to lead her to her new room. The corridor stretched straight ahead, not very long, culminating in the room he had prepared for her. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, just before pushing the door open, he suddenly recalled something and looked down at her. "Do you have a name?" Krisha, the previously silent demon girl, finally reacted, lifting her gaze to meet Sushi's Christina. Her gaze remained hollow and devoid of spirit, offering no reflection on the world around her. Yet there lingered a faint glimmer of expectation. "Krisha, what a melodious name." Sushi murmured softly, Gently stroking the girl's hair before pushing open the wooden door and leading her inside, you have discovered the true name of the demon girl, Krisha Christina. Such a lovely name. You mused, echoing the thought aloud. Since adopting the witch, your life had undergone subtle changes. Previously, your days were consumed solely by the pursuit of magic and various magical studies. But with Krisha's arrival, a portion of your time was now devoted to her education. You perceived nothing amiss in this adjustment. Your mastery of magic had already reached an exalted level, and any further enhancement of your abilities was merely a matter of time. Teaching the girl provided a welcome distraction from idle moments. The girl demonstrated remarkable aptitude, far exceeding your expectations. Although you imparted only the basic knowledge of human existence and fundamental social skills, she grasped them effortlessly within a mere week, despite her tragic past rendering her somewhat peculiar. She was now capable of engaging in ordinary conversation with you. You felt a sense of pride and offered her praise. Yet, amid your contentment, concern for the witch's future gnawed at you, for during your daily interactions, you discerned a critical absence in Krisha. It was not merely the impurity of her demon blood, the damage to her horns, or the imperfections of her scaled skin. The more pressing issue was the emotion she had lost, an inability to experience joy, sorrow, or anger, leaving only fear in their wake. In her tumultuous past, Krisha had endured countless humiliations and brutalities, learning to numb herself and forget unnecessary feelings. She could neither smile nor weep, merely reacting instinctively to pain with a shrinking fear. On one occasion, while in the same room, you reached for a cup of tea, prompting Krisha to scream in terror, mistaking your gesture for an impending strike, and cowering in the corner. From that moment forth, you consciously softened your movements, and gradually, the young witch became accustomed to your presence. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, you had nurtured the witch for half a month. Over these 15 days, through your diligent guidance, she had grown increasingly obedient, even assisting you in daily tasks. You contemplated her future extensively, weighing various paths for the girl. Ultimately, you resolved to allow her to choose her own destiny. 1. To remain in your home as a maid, caring for your daily needs. 2. Accept you as her mentor, learning magic to become a true witch and transform her life. 3. Depart and embark on a new life. With ample funds provided for her journey, on a chilly autumn afternoon, when the winds howled and rustled the fallen leaves, you summoned Krisha and presented her with 3 distinct choices, encouraging her to decide for herself. In the courtyard, slightly distanced from the slums and nearing the city center, an 11 or 12-year-old girl stood before you, her gaze still vacant, as though she were an automaton devoid of will. Before her lay 3 items. The first was a maid's attire, the second a magical apprentice's outfit, and the third a pouch brimming with coins, each symbolizing a different path in life. Without hesitation, Krisha bypassed the pouch of coins. Though it promised a life free of worry, she felt no temptation whatsoever. Maid, she murmured, her eyes fixated on the maid's outfit. She held no interest in extraordinary powers and had never aspired to become formidable. To remain by Su Shi's side as a maid, possessing personal belongings, was the epitome of happiness for her. With this thought, Krisha reached for the maid's garments. However, she suddenly noticed a flicker of disappointment in Su Shi's eyes. More than her own desires, the witch was reluctant to disappoint him. Thus, she tentatively extended her hand toward the magical apprentice's attire. This time, she perceived the glimmer of encouragement in Su Shi's gaze. Resolute, the witch seized the outfit of the magical apprentice. Mentor, I have made my choice, Krisha stated, her tone flat and devoid of inflection, as she donned the black robes of a magical apprentice, paired with her silvery gray hair. She exuded an air of mystery. Krisha, starting tomorrow, you will join me in the meditation room, where I will teach you the foundational techniques of meditation, Su Shi replied, a hint of regret in his voice as he stroked the girl's hair, which was beginning to regain its luster. He understood that Krisha's choice to pursue magic stemmed not from her own desires, but rather from his own aspirations. While a sense of guilt washed over him, he also felt a sense of relief. In this world of magic, without power, one could not wield destiny. Compared to humans, demons possessed a significantly longer lifespan, truly embodying the essence of longevity. Even a half-demon, which could easily live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Sushi was uncertain how long he would survive in this simulation, but he assumed it would be shorter than the girl's lifespan to prevent her from enduring further inhumane treatment or meeting a tragic end at the hands of others after his departure. He felt compelled to teach her the means to protect herself. Magic. Given Krisha's demon lineage, relying on divine faith to wield magic was utterly implausible. Fortunately, being an elemental mage himself, he could guide her in comprehending the elements. Sushi mused, lifting his gaze to the grand tree in the courtyard. The weather had grown cooler, and the once lush green leaves had all fallen, leaving only bare branches swaying in the cold wind. All things bloom only to wither in due time. If one waits until after events unfold to regret, it is far too late. Come inside, Krisha. It's chilly outside and you might catch a cold. Yes, Master Mentor, the girl replied, following closely behind Sushi, inseparable from his side. The next day, in the dimly lit meditation room at the back of the courtyard, where flickering candles cast dancing shadows, Sushi and Krisha sat together. The meditation room was inscribed with a special magical array designed to enhance focus and sensitivity to the elements, ideal for a novice like her. Krisha, clear your mind, think of nothing, and attune yourself to the elements in the most natural state. Sushi instructed. Within the meditation chamber, wielding a brown wand, he made a subtle gesture, transforming the cold, oppressive air into a warm, stifling atmosphere that carried a faint burnt scent. The herb known as cleansing grass, said to be a divine gift from the goddess of harvest, was renowned for its remarkable ability to awaken the senses of novice mages, facilitating their understanding of magic, in Sushi's vision. Continuous exposure to the cleansing grass over the course of a month, coupled with the focus-enhancing effects of the magical array, would enable the girl to successfully become a magical apprentice without the need for divine faith. Take your time. There is no rush. Sushi maintained a calm demeanor, preparing for a prolonged endeavor. After all, in this world, elemental mages who did not follow divine faith were exceedingly rare, and demon mages were virtually unheard of. In a certain sense, Sushi was attempting to create a miracle. Mentor, I am ready, Krisha announced. If confusion could manifest visibly, Sushi would undoubtedly be surrounded by a flurry of question marks at that moment. To ensure Krisha's success in meditation, he had prepared multiple contingency plans well in advance and was ready for a long-term commitment. Never did he anticipate that the girl would achieve success in her first attempt at meditation. Krisha, please share your experience during meditation, he inquired, seeking confirmation. Yes, Krisha replied obediently, her speech occasionally faltering. However, in comparison to their initial encounter, much has improved. Elements, magic, mental fortitude. Through the descriptions provided by Krisha, Sushi can ascertain that she has indeed succeeded in her meditation. Yet, what could be the reason behind this? In the dimly lit meditation chamber, the scent of burning calming herbs lingers in the air, somewhat pungent and slightly spicy. The dark-clad demon girl patiently awaits Sushi's next command. Sushi gazes at the girl, lost in confusion and contemplation at my own success in meditation. Transitioning from an ordinary person to a magic apprentice stemmed from my possession of the highest grade red attributes, complemented by 2 purple attributes for assistance. With 3 attributes at my disposal, possessing an innate advantage, it is only natural that my first attempt at meditation was a success. But this child, she too, Sushi muses, pondering the factors that led to her successful meditation. Beyond the fundamental talents and comprehension, there must be something else, something that has eluded my attention, a unique advantage that others of her kind do not possess. One that even humans lack. So, this is how it is. Gazing at the small figure before him, Sushi suddenly falls silent. He understands now. The young sorceress is not a prodigy. She lacks the formidable physique of pure-blooded demons and does not possess a superior mental capacity compared to humans. Her body is frail, having endured the torment and beatings from others. Her spirit is akin to stagnant water, having sealed itself in prolonged despair, devoid of emotion, ignorant of joy or sorrow. Yet, this is precisely why Krisha managed to achieve success in her first meditation. Meditation, in essence, is the practitioner's mental strength reaching out to perceive the elements of all things, demanding a high degree of mental stability. Ordinary individuals may falter due to emotional fluctuations, hesitating from overthinking. But Krisha does not. Lacking emotions, she remains unperturbed. Devoid of thought, she does not hesitate. Only when subjected to pain and suffering does this half-demon girl briefly reveal her fear in response to acute agony. This truth is indeed harsh to Sue. She silently grips his wand. Krisha possesses the talent of a mage, which is a splendid thing. However, the price for such talent is grim enough to render one speechless. Sue, she sighs inwardly. Tio validate this perspective. He instructs the girl to undergo several more tests. Everything proceeds smoothly, effortlessly. Similar to her attempts at meditation, Krisha exhibits remarkable aptitude in the subsequent processes of sensing elements, establishing connections, and absorbing magical energy. Well done, Krisha, Sushi praises as he crouches down beside the quiet demon girl. Do you feel any discomfort? No, master. Krisha Kristen shakes her head. Her small face bears no trace of the innocence and vivacity typical of childhood, replaced instead by a shadow that seems to engulf her faint golden eyes. It is an indescribable void, invoking silence. In a sense, the girl is a complete failure. Aside from her physical deficiencies, she also suffered from a severe emotional deficit, incapable of providing the responses others desire. Yet it is precisely this deficiency that unexpectedly endows her with the qualities of an elemental mage. She pauses her training. Master, Krisha tilts her head in confusion. Please sit down. Krisha. She settles onto the floor, gesturing for the girl to join him. He realizes that there is something more crucial than merely enhancing the girl's strength. It is to comprehend her past, to understand her experiences. Only through understanding can he better assist her in navigating the future. Act without knowledge, believing oneself to be benevolent, could potentially inflict further harm upon the girl. Krisha obediently sits down. Her magic apprentice robe, slightly oversized for her slender form, engulfing her legs as she settles. Her excessively long silvery gray hair, trailing to the ground, gracefully spreads across the meditation chamber's tile floor. A breeze brushes against Krisha's cheek. The warmth of Sushi's breath too close for comfort. A peculiar sensation swells within the girl, inexplicably providing her with a sense of security. Then, Sushi speaks. Krisha, would you share your past with me? What do you mean? Anything at all. I wish to know you. Did I understand, master? The girl does not truly grasp what is worthy of being known about her. Yet, she knows she must heed Sushi's words. As a personal possession, obeying her master is the most fundamental duty. Thus, under Sushi's watchful gaze, the 11 or 12-year-old demon girl slowly begins to recount a tale from long ago, one that predates Sushi's arrival in this world. In the year of her birth, the girl met her biological mother. She was a female demon, known to humans as a succubus, possessing large, curved horns, a figure reminiscent of humanity's allure, and a massive iron ring firmly secured around her neck. With gentle eyes that seemed to seep compassion, she gazed lovingly at the infant Krisha. Krisha had never seen her father. From the very first day of her existence, her mother had concealed her. After approximately 3 to 4 years, Krisha finally encountered her father, which was both her first and last sighting. Father violently yanked her from the room, casting her out of the window, flinging her into the wilderness, and hurling her into desolate lands. Her mother attempted to resist, but was met with her father's disdainful gaze. What qualifications does a wretched spawn have to live? At that moment, Krisha could not fully comprehend her father's words. All she knew was that her mother's head was among the discarded this day. Krisha vividly remembers the horrific state of her mother's severed head, charred and rough to the touch. The hardened surface scorched and the large horns ruthlessly severed. The life of a demon is remarkably resilient. Even when decapitated, even when burned, her mother's head spoke to the young Krisha in her final moments. Thus, obedient Krisha fled, distancing herself from that home. She ran, tears streaming down her face, escaping far, far away, so much so that even the knights sent by her father could not trace her whereabouts from that day forth. The young Krisha embarked on a life of wandering, oscillating between near death and survival. Her identity as a demon made her easily recognizable. The kind-hearted individuals who might have considered adopting her would recoil in terror upon seeing her horns. Hastily fleeing. Why? Why must it be this way? The young Krisha could not comprehend until she grew older, at which point she began to understand the root of people's fear. This was a great era ruled by deities, benevolent and generous, safeguarding humanity with their supreme powers, while demons were seen as malevolent beings, forever at odds with humans and the gods. Consequently, people harbored a profound disdain for demons. Begone, begone, great sun god. Please rain down your fiery wrath and incinerate this demoness. People either detest the chase or pursue with swords drawn. Krisha could find no place to settle. Thus, she had no choice but to heed her mother's dying wish and continue to flee, seeking a more distant refuge, one where even she might survive. With this thought in mind, Krisha wandered for an extended period. She had once laughed, delighting in the sweet fruits that fell from nature's bounty, savoring their sweetness deep within her heart. She had also cried, attempting to join the games of human children, only to be shunned and battered with stones, leaving her covered in scars. As time passed, both laughter and tears vanished, leaving only fear in their wake. As Krisha grew, her demonic traits became increasingly pronounced. A mere glance would reveal the horns atop her head, the scales adorning her skin, symbols of a demon. Consequently, violence descended upon her with greater severity. They hurled hard stones and foul, decaying food from a distance, leaving her reeking of filth and covered in wounds. They reveled in their cruelty, whether through kicks or lashes, deriving pleasure from her pleas and screams. Some even bound her to the back of a cart, dragging her along the ground. Mother, why must it be this way? In the relentless torment, the light in her eyes extinguished completely. And from that moment on, her emotions became flawed. She no longer understood joy, nor did she grasp the nature of sorrow. In truth, this was a blessing. Krisha mused, staring blankly ahead, devoid of emotion. Only an eternal void remained. Without sadness, there would be no tears, thus conserving her strength. After her emotional numbness, her speed while fleeing surpassed anything she had known. If she could run fast enough, she would not be beaten. Krisha shared her experiences of escape with Su Shi, her expression unchanged, her tone flat and devoid of inflection. She felt neither cold nor warmth, nor the pulse of a beating heart. She was akin to a machine, recounting her past. She informed Su Shi that muddy water was unpleasant to drink due to its abundance of sand and stones, which would upset her stomach. In contrast, the city's drainage ditches were somewhat better, as the rats within could stave off hunger. That's enough, Krisha. Su Shi interjected sharply, interrupting her narrative. He inhaled deeply, his voice heavier than ever. I'm truly sorry for bringing back such painful memories. That I deeply apologize. The weight of his remorse shattered the silence in the air, especially as he met Krisha's vacant gaze. His guilt deepened. Apologies, the demon girl responded, appearing bewildered. She could not fathom why Su Shi would apologize to her. Had she spoken out of turn? Surely, a master could do no wrong, and the son that redeemed her could not err either. Krisha genuinely believed this, that if Su Shi was not at fault, then the blame must lie with her, right? Contemplating this, Krisha looked at Su Shi and earnestly suggested, if I am such a burden, please cast me aside. In her mind, discarded items deserved to be thrown away. After all, that was how she had been cast out by her father. The witch considered herself devoid of merit, save for her exceptional obedience, despite her affection for Su Shi, despite her yearning to remain by his side forever, despite her reluctance to wander again. If Su Shi chose to discard her, she would leave without hesitation, just as she had obediently fled when her mother had instructed her to do so. Yes, all she needed to do was obey. Krisha sat rigidly, her fingers interlaced atop her thighs, awaiting Su Shi's verdict that would banish her from this beautiful and dreamlike home. A twinge of reluctance stirred within her. Yet it was unavoidable. After all, she was so grotesque, inept, and wretched. Being cast away was only to be expected. She should be grateful for this brief respite of kindness. How could she dare to seek more? Krisha remained still, her expression still devoid of life. Yet her interlaced fingers began to rub together unconsciously. What felt like mere seconds stretched into an eternity, causing even the emotionally numb girl to feel a sense of unease. At last, she awaited the final judgment, but a warm, familiar hand gently covered her head, moving side to side, imparting a faint warmth and comfort. "I will not abandon you, Krisha," Sushi declared. His voice was soft, yet his tone was resolute, filled with compassion and affection. This outcome clearly took the girl by surprise, and she emitted a muted sound of astonishment, her expression unexpectedly endearing as she looked up at Sushi. "Really, master?" she inquired. "Indeed, truly," Sushi affirmed. The misfortune that had enveloped her since birth suddenly dissipated, and the beauty that had only existed in dreams now shone vividly in reality. Like a beam of light, it illuminated Krisha's path. She remained in a daze for an extended period. She thought that had this been in the past, she would have laughed joyously or wept with emotion. Yet, after her emotional defect, she could no longer experience either feeling. "Thank you, in the serene meditation room." The girl suddenly felt a slight sting at the tip of her nose. Perhaps it was fatigue from practicing meditation, she mused. The witch's talents might astonish you, but what captivates you more are her past and experiences. Torment, bullying, pursuit, abuse, and every conceivable atrocity she could endure. Krisha had suffered them all, her life steeped in anguish. Were she not so young? The consequences could have been irreversible. You can't help but ponder whether human malice surpasses the demons lurking in the abyss. You realize that merely nurturing Krisha's powers is far from sufficient, that a day spent in meditation comes to an end. After dinner, Sushi escorted Krisha back to her room, that he then traversed the silent hallways alone. Entering the study located outside the courtyard, he twisted the knob, and several glass lamps embedded with luminous crystals cast a soft glow, illuminating the otherwise dark room. That child's situation is rather complex, he thought. The emotional void wrought by such extreme past experiences seems nearly impossible to restore. All I can do is my utmost. His voice echoed in the spacious study. Sushi approached the desk, pulled out a chair, and seated himself, retrieving a stack of densely written papers. These documented his research on new magic, encompassing various attributes. All-encompassing and creatively unique, it represented Sushi's distinctive foundation crafted from the wisdom of mortals. Even if there were no rewards for these new spells upon simulated evaluation, Sushi could replicate them in the real world through memory. However, this evening, Sushi did not intend to delve into new magic. After a cursory glance at the new magic materials, he placed the papers back in the cabinet and took out a blank sheet. Pausing to reflect at times, jotting down notes at others, he understood that cultivating a well-rounded personality in Krisha should not be rushed. The child was still in a sensitive phase. Exposing her to too many things too soon would only deepen her fear and cause her to retreat further into her painful past. For now, let us continue at this pace and gradually teach her magic. Acquiring extraordinary abilities is the first step toward fostering her confidence. After that, we will progress to the second and third steps, slowly filling the void within her until she can stand independently, free from my shadow. The fervent steam surged through the conduits of the room, bestowing ample warmth upon Sushi. With a flick of his wrist, the pen tip grazed the paper, reminiscent of gentle rain sliding down a window pane. The incessant rustling echoed through the night, resonating with an unusual tranquility. It was only in the deep hours of the night that Sushi finally set down his pen, the paper brimming with plans for Krisha's future. Outside, the sharp, elongated sound of a whistle drew his attention. Instinctively, he glanced out the window, where he beheld dark clouds shrouding the luminous moon, enveloping the entire city of Ellenson in a cloak of darkness. The buildings, fashioned from magical bricks, still towered high, while the steam billowed in a cacophony of mist above. Yet, under the cover of night, the city seemed to transform instantaneously into a distorted, grotesque forest of shadows, with the steam engines' exhaled vapor morphing into a nightmarish fog. Occasionally, a few windows in nearby homes flickered with faint light, only serving to amplify the eerie stillness. Steam, magic, deities, elements, and demons. This world is replete with complexities. Gazing into the darkness beyond the window, Sushi let out a soft click of his tongue, feeling that this simulated world of magic, much like the city of Ellenson before him, concealed myriad mysteries yet to be unveiled. The previous simulated world of cultivation bore similarities. Though Sushi had perished too soon, his abilities stagnating at the golden core stage, never having the chance to step into the legendary realm of immortals. He hoped that this second simulation would yield breakthroughs, wishing at the very least not to meet an early demise. Indeed, he wished to wait until Krisha had acquired the capability for self-defense before he could leave with ease. Thus began your formal training of Krisha. Within the magical framework, meditation serves merely as the gateway to establishing a connection with the world. The true essence lies in how one communicates with the elements and wields the corresponding magic. The girl aspired to mirror your nearly all-encompassing mastery of magic, yet it was evident that she lacked your innate talent. With a smile, you instructed her to commence her training with the fundamentals of earth. Wind, water, and fire. Your first lesson focused on earth magic. Krisha, clear your mind and attune yourself to the earth beneath your feet. Perceive, communicate, and release. Proceed through the steps with patience that I in the courtyard, where autumn winds howled. The little girl donned her apprentice robe and struggled to channel her inner magical energy. After a minute, a small mound of earth materialized, a modest yet scattered manifestation of the zero-level magic. To be candid, Krisha's performance was commendable. She successfully cast magic on her first attempt. Despite its imperfections, you did not hesitate to offer your praise. Well done, Krisha. Remember, the key to earth magic lies in steadiness, slow and deliberate. Profound and weighty, you gently advised, kneeling to brush off the dirt clinging to her robe, for she had become somewhat disheveled in her endeavor. Your second lesson introduced wind magic. Once Krisha had mastered earth magic to the point of gathering earth without personal interference. You proceeded to teach her the zero-level wind spell, Windblade. This spell, simple yet widely known, possesses limited lethality and a modest range. However, many renowned wind spells have evolved from this foundational technique, making it an essential skill for any wind mage. Compress, stabilize, and finally release. You demonstrated the entire process of casting the wind blade before her. The girl appeared perplexed, grasping only fragments of understanding. After considerable effort to manipulate the wind element, she finally managed to compress a semblance of a wind blade, only for it to dissipate mid-flight as she attempted to aim it at a tree. Keep pushing forward, you encouraged with gentle encouragement. Your third lesson centered on water magic, among the four natural elements. Krisha seemed most adept with a water element. You introduced her to the zero-level spell, Water Generation. Within a mere 10 minutes, she not only grasped its application, but also independently mastered another zero-level water spell. Water Arrow. You couldn't help but exclaim. My pupil Krisha possesses the potential of a holy water mage. However, as soon as the words left her lips, the girl, having exhausted her magical energy, lost control of the water she had conjured, drenching herself with a splatter. Consequently, you lightly tapped her on the head that day, admonishing her not to be careless. Your final lesson delved into the volatile and perilous fire element, among the myriad magical elements. Fire is regarded as one of the more dangerous. Due to the inherent instability of flames, a moment's inattention could lead to self-inflicted burns. Therefore, you first ensured Krisha had mastered the other three elements before embarking on teaching her the foundational fire magic. Zero-level Fireball. This spell is the precursor to the one-level Fireball technique, characterized by rapid release, considerable power, and a degree of penetration. Its drawbacks are apparent, as only magic apprentices can cast zero-level spells, and often they struggle to control their magical energy, resulting in self-harm from the fireball. Fortunately, thanks to your preparatory instruction, Krisha ultimately mastered the fireball spell. Thus, the path of the sorceress toward elemental mastery had taken its first tangible step, with the subsequent goal of nurturing the fragile sapling into a towering tree. Until that day arrives, you shall remain a vigilant guardian over the girl. Your guidance has proven successful. She has adeptly mastered the four fundamental elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. The emotional deficiencies that distinguish the sorceress from others also enhance her rapid magical progression. And in certain aspects, she possesses a unique comprehension of magic. You feel a sense of gratification, for this signifies that her potential is far from lacking. You believe that such growth and advancement may, to some extent, mend Krisha's fragile and sensitive heart. You commence imparting more profound magical knowledge to her, and Krisha absorbs your teachings with utmost diligence, holding your lessons close to her heart while displaying profound respect toward you. In addition to her magical studies, she willingly engages in household chores, and you do not deter her, for you are acutely aware that healing a fractured heart requires patience and care, in addition to instilling confidence. One must also provide a sense of existence. Merely offering assistance to a girl and unreservedly displaying kindness and love will not restore her to normalcy. It will only leave her feeling lost and helpless. Therefore, you impart to the girl a value of existence. Through the busyness of household chores, you enable her to feel needed and valuable, rather than perceiving herself as worthless and easily discarded. Such an approach effectively enhances the sense of security within her heart. Time has swiftly passed, and 2 months have elapsed since you adopted the witch. It is now the end of December. The fervor surrounding you in Allenson City has slightly diminished, yet among the lower-class populace, you remain a widely discussed figure. People often talk about your unwavering faith, which is said to have moved the goddess of life to bestow her divine grace upon you. You smile in acknowledgement, for you are not a devotee of the goddess of life. Allenson City, situated in the northern reaches of the world, experiences winter earlier and with greater severity than other cities. Snowflakes begin to fall from the sky, and pedestrians on the streets shiver in the cold. The heavy snowfall brings a chilling bite to the in such extreme conditions, even breathing becomes an excruciating ordeal as the frigid wind mercilessly cuts through mouths and noses, invading the body and wreaking havoc. Yet this does not concern you. Your home is equipped with a full suite of steam devices, and you can also warm yourself with fire magic. You unexpectedly learn from the Mage Association in the city center that orcs are launching an assault in a border town further north of Allenson. The brutal winter not only torments humans, but also afflicts these extraordinary beings. This news has not stirred any commotion in Allenson, as multiple mage legions and several divine churches are stationed at the border, rendering any possibility of a breakthrough non-existent. As the new year approaches, both nobles and commoners begin preparations for the first day of the new year. This day is celebrated as the Day of Divine Creation, a momentous occasion recognized by many divine churches, marking the great day when the gods jointly created the world, and it is a day of joyous celebration amidst the winter chill. Amidst the hustle, bustle, and clamor, Sushi sits in his comfortably warm study, quietly listening to the sounds of revelry from outside. Since the weather turned cold, he has not heard such lively sound for quite some time. Children playing and adults laughing, adding a splash of color to this cold and silent winter. In previous years, Sushi would spend this time alone. But this year is different. He has the company of a witch. Master, please, the calm voice resonates beside him, devoid of any dramatic fluctuations or emotions. Akin to a gently flowing stream or a soft breeze rustling through treetops. This is a uniquely enchanting timbre of Krisha, a quality that belongs solely to her. Thank you. Krisha, Sushi glances to his right. After 2 months of nourishment, the once emaciated and pitiful little girl has regained her basic complexion and stature. Her silvery gray hair flows smoothly, reminiscent of a cascading waterfall, as she stands quietly in her black and white apprentice robe. Holding a cup of hot drink in her hands, Shaka, a magical beverage renowned in human society, is how Sushi perceives it as akin to coffee in the magical realm. He takes the cup from her hand, savors a sip, and feels a warm flow soothing his throat while his spirit awakens, deepening his perception of magic. This is the effect of Shaka. Priced at 1 gold coin, Sushi smirks, finding this so-called Shaka rather mediocre, far inferior to his 3 attributes. However, upon reflection, it is understandable for a local mage in a simulated world, lacking attribute bonuses, to inflate the price of Shaka for the meager enhancements it offers. Shaking his head, Sushi dismisses the thought. He places the cup back on the tray and rises. Krisha, I must step out for a while. Please keep an eye on the house. Yes, rest assured, Sushi dons his formal mage robe, envelopes himself in a barrier of wind and warmth from fire, and then employs a wind spell to ride the currents out of the courtyard. The girl stands at the courtyard gate, quietly watching his retreating figure until he is completely out of sight, before returning home to continue her chores. Today marks the final day of the old year. Sushi prepares to head to the Mage Association in the city center to settle some commissions and acquire new magical tomes while making a brief appearance. While he is not particularly enthusiastic about socializing, The identity of the mage from the slums has attracted considerable attention, with many mages eager to befriend him out of curiosity. Through these social connections, Sushi has obtained valuable extraordinary materials and gleaned much information, including the news of the orc invasion at the border. Gradually, Sushi has developed a habit of visiting the Mage Association from time to time. "Hey Sue, long time no see. Isn't this the renowned light of the slums? Come, let's drink to our heart's content. Damn it, Tydaff, you old rascal, using wind magic to cheat with my dice again. Your tricks are the least effective." Haha, can a mage's actions be deemed cheating? Upon entering the Mage Association in Allenson City, familiar faces greet Sushi, while unfamiliar patrons are engrossed in their merriment. Compared to usual, the association's hall appears much quieter, indicating that most people have returned home for the new year. Sushi ponders this as he nods in acknowledgement to those he knows, then skillfully makes his way inside the association to settle some previous commissions. With the commission funds in hand, his wallet swells significantly. She purchases some extraordinary materials and magical books he has yet to peruse. Thanks to his wisdom of mortal's attribute, he can swiftly integrate extraordinary materials and knowledge, transforming them into his own intellectual reservoir, allowing him to progress further along the path of a mage. There's a well-known saying in this world: the stronger one is, the more erudite they become. This implies that powerful mages possess vast knowledge, and conversely, it can also be understood that mages with extensive knowledge are stronger. In the advancement of the magical system, both mental strength and knowledge are crucial. The former serves as the key for mages to connect with the world, while the latter is the manifestation of a mage's understanding of the world. When combined and catalyzed with magical energy, it results in what is commonly known as magic. Present. On this extraordinary path of magic, there remains a long journey ahead. In Allenson City, within the Mage Association, after exchanging the necessary items, Sushi gently caresses the cover of a magical book, feeling its sandpaper-like texture, and cannot help but sigh. Every extraordinary path is fraught with difficulty, requiring both fortune and talent. Fortunately, he has the aid of a simulator, as long as he can live until the end of his days. He is not merely dreaming of becoming a deity. One can reasonably expect him to attain the status of a sanctified mage. With this thought, Sushi stores the extraordinary materials and magical books in his spatial ring, turns to leave, and notices the exquisite walls around him adorned with flickering candlelight, infused with a precious incense from the distant south. The aroma is delightful, reminiscent of cleansing herb, invigorating the mind. Simultaneously, he can faintly hear a melodious female voice emanating from the second floor of the association. Enchanting and captivating. The voice is lovely, likely belonging to noble mages hosting a banquet. Sushi pauses in his departure, not drawn by the sound, but reminded of a certain girl awaiting his return home. Krisha should be tidying up now, shouldn't she? A sense of unease washes over him. Before heading back, he decides to purchase a New Year's gift for her, considering her dedication to practicing magic. She returned once more to the trading window of the Mage Association. After meticulous selection, he chose a necklace adorned in white and blue hues. The silver outer ring glimmered, with fragments of sparkling star stones embedded at intervals, creating an eye-catching spectacle. The inner groove cradled deep blue aquamarine, an extraordinary material source from the waters of Little Britain, radiating a splendid brilliance. When light danced upon its surface, it shimmered like real waves, casting an enchanting halo that drew one into its depths. "I hope Klisha will adore it," Sushi mused, gazing at the necklace in his hand. From his perspective, he felt the necklace complemented the sorceress beautifully, and wearing it would appear exquisite, while the water attribute of the aquamarine would provide valuable enhancements to her water magic. However, when it comes to gifts, the recipient's sentiments ultimately reign supreme. After exchanging gold coins for the necklace, Sushi exited the Mage Association, politely declining an invitation to a gathering on the second floor. He then made his way toward the market, intending to procure additional ingredients and other essential items. The steam hissed and the cold wind howled. In this harsher winter than previous years, the steam devices of Allenson City operated with increased fervor. It was as if countless birds were shrieking, steam colliding with the frigid air, coalescing into massive clouds. It would not be long before these clouds were dispersed by colossal steam airships or torn apart by swiftly flying mages. The wondrous fusion of steam and magic was truly remarkable. Sushi pondered how humanity in this world embarked upon such an extraordinary path of coexistence, once again donning multiple layers of protection. He employed the wind manipulation spell to soar toward the market at the city center. His speed was swift, and he soon completed his shopping list. With a change of direction, he flew back toward his courtyard. Upon landing, a small figure had been waiting for quite some time. "Master, welcome back," said the girl with silver-gray hair, slightly raising her toes to assist Sushi in shedding his oversized robe, while patting away the snowflakes that clung to it. Her expression earnest, as if she were engaged in a momentous task. "Yes, I'm back," Sushi replied with a smile. "The world is vast, vast enough to accommodate even the gods. Yet it is also small. Small enough that in Klish's eyes, there exists only you." After tidying up the household, the young sorceress stood at the courtyard entrance, eagerly anticipating your return. She had indeed awaited your arrival, helping you remove your robe, preparing soft shoes, and taking the ingredients for tonight's meal from your hands, intent on cooking the New Year's Eve dinner on her own. After contemplating, you stopped the girl. After all, she had only recently begun experimenting with cooking, often encountering various mishaps. Ordinarily, you would not mind these, but tonight was New Year's Eve, and you deemed it necessary to ensure your stomach's safety. Your timing in reaching the kitchen proved fortuitous, successfully averting a potential kitchen disaster. You commenced cooking personally. With the wisdom of mortals awakened, you observed the recipe in its entirety, discerning the details of the ingredients. From this moment forth, pots and pans bowed to your will, and your culinary skills ascended to masterful levels. You inquired what the girl enjoyed eating, to which she replied, "I like everything you make." A shiver coursed through you, as if an unseen gaze were upon you. Dismissing the feeling, you continued to focus on your cooking, and soon produced a fragrant spread of 4 dishes and a soup, revealing a hint of golden light as you lifted the lid. Your culinary prowess continued to flourish. As night fell, the streets of Ellenson City were nearly deserted in the winter chill. A cold mist enveloped everything, shrouding the world in obscurity. Yet the laughter of people and the joy of celebration resonated in unison. Praise the god of fire. Praise the god of smithing. Praise the goddess of harvest. Their glory, their achievements, their brilliance converged here in gratitude. Under the guidance of the 3 divine churches in the city, hymns of praise echoed from every corner of Ellenson. In stark contrast was the solitude of Sushi's home. Desolate and empty, each corner steeped in the wintry stillness. Only at the dining table, laden with delectable dishes, did a semblance of life emerge. Sushi occupied the head of the table, with Klisha seated to his right. Several glass lamps cast a gentle glow, illuminating the glistening surfaces of the dishes and highlighting the intricate details of the expansive dining table. Another year had passed, and the following year would mark the 7th in this simulated world. Suddenly, Sushi found himself lost in thought. The simulation of life felt astonishingly real. Despite retaining memories of the real world and the initial simulation, and having the simulator panel at his beck and call, prolonged residence in Ellenson caused him to subconsciously forget that this was merely a simulation. Yet, this was not necessarily a negative outcome. In his youth, he had often fantasized about traversing worlds. Now, in a sense, he had achieved an alternative dream. Sushi exhaled softly, his expression relaxed and at ease. The sumptuous dinner commenced. The meat was tender and succulent, the vegetables crisp and flavorful, and the hot soup was exquisite. In this magical realm, people typically utilized knives and forks, but Sushi preferred chopsticks, so he fashioned 2 for his personal use. Klisha had originally used knives and forks as well, but upon witnessing Sushi's use of chopsticks, she inexplicably desired to learn how to wield them. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in Sushi's home. While others merrily celebrated the new year with knives and forks, the petite sorceress struggled with her chopsticks, repeatedly attempting to pick up fallen morsels in an awkward predicament. She blinked in confusion. They're difficult to use, Klisha lamented, unable to fathom why. After over half a month of practice, she still could not master the 2 slender sticks. They were merely ordinary wooden sticks, yet they proved even more challenging to learn than magic. "Klisha, take your time," Sushi reassured her, demonstrating the technique in slow motion. After another 10 minutes, the girl finally managed to grasp her first piece of meat with the chopsticks. As though she had accomplished a monumental goal, she exhaled in relief. Chopsticks, a lifelong adversary. To prevent the dinner from growing cold, the girl ultimately relinquished her battle with the chopsticks and reverted to the familiar knives and forks. Beginning to savor the culinary delights prepared by Sue X, Is it delicious? Sushi inquired. Master, it's delicious, Clisha replied, her eyes widening slightly. The sound of knives and forks clashing against plates, the crunch of chewing, and the movement of tongues all occurred simultaneously in that moment. Undoubtedly, from the girl's expression, it was clear that she genuinely relished Sushi's cooking. However, after her first bite, she abruptly halted, turning her hollow gaze towards Sushi, as if awaiting something. All right, I'll eat too, Sushi chuckled, beginning his own meal. The two of them, illuminated by the light, cast long shadows, one large, one small, under the stark white light, their contrasting forms harmonizing perfectly. The intimate New Year's dinner for just the two of them was quiet, far from the merriment of ordinary households in the city. Yet Sushi felt that this was more than sufficient. With delectable food and cherished company, could one ask for more? A fierce wind battered the windows. Outside, the world was blanketed in snow. Once a beautiful courtyard filled with blooming flowers, it now lay buried under increasingly deep snow, including the withered tree, its branches heavy with snowdrifts. Seated indoors, Sushi savored a bowl of hot soup. Feeling an inexplicable warmth, it was not merely the steam circulating within the room. It was also the presence of the girl beside him, creating an atmosphere of home. Yes, he gazed out at the falling snow. A thought arose in Sushi's mind. For the sake of this New Year's Eve dinner, he had expended considerable effort, hoping to provide Clisha with an unforgettable celebration. However, for two individuals, for dishes and a soup are evidently excessive. Even though the girl possesses the bloodline of a demon race, her appetite is only slightly larger than average. After enduring half an hour of culinary warfare, a considerable amount of food still remains on the table. Clisha rises, taking the initiative to clear the bowls and plates, intending to wash them, but is halted by Sushi. Wait, Clisha. As the girl gazes at him with a look of bewilderment, Sushi's fingers glide over his spatial ring, retrieving a sea blue necklace and a gold coin that he had prepared in advance. The sea blue necklace is placed in the girl's left hand, while the gold coin is set in her right hand. Her expression grows even more perplexed. Sushi explains, in my homeland, there is a tradition of giving gifts and blessings to children during the new year as we bid farewell to the old year. Therefore, I have chosen this necklace for you. I believe that if it were Clisha wearing it, it would look splendid, and the sea blue pearl within the necklace will enhance your water magic to some extent. As for this gold coin, it serves as your New Year's lucky money, symbolizing my wish for your safety. Sushi speaks gently, awaiting Clisha to accept the gift. Yet, the young witch neither accepts nor declines. She merely stands there in a daze, her eyes still hollow and devoid of light, fixated on Sushi's figure. The room is silent, yet Clisha's eyes are even more tranquil, like a fragile mirror, bright yet brittle. This mirror has shattered many times before, to the point where Clisha herself has forgotten how often it has occurred. And today, this delicate mirror, these lifeless eyes, reflect only Sushi's silhouette, occupying the entirety of her world. For some inexplicable reason, Clisha suddenly feels her throat dry. Her lips part and close multiple times before she manages to utter a complete sentence. Why do you wish to give me this? Is a reason necessary? Sushi extends his palm, gently tousling the girl's hair. After 2 months of rest and care, her once parched strands have become smooth and supple, but the girl's eyes are filled with confusion. But someone like me, a worthless wretch, doesn't he deserve gift that I ought to be discarded, belonging to the useless, detestable debris? Yet here I am, basking under the warm rays of the sun, living in the light. That alone is enough to make me happy. Enough to bring me as long as I can maintain this existence. I genuinely feel content. Yes, how could someone as flawed and unsuccessful as she be so greedy as to desire more? There is no but. Sushi's words interrupt her bewilderment and helplessness. His voice carries warmth, akin to a flickering candle flame, drawing in those struggling in darkness, subtly urging them to draw nearer. He continues. In life, one does not need to ponder excessively, nor are there so many questions to be asked that do what you like and refrain from what you do not. Krisha is typically obedient and well-behaved. Thus, I like Krisha and wish to gift her something. Similarly, if Krisha appreciates the gifts I offer, she should simply accept them, unless Krisha does not. Upon hearing this, the girl hurriedly shakes her head, tightly clutching the necklace and gold coin, expressing her affection for these two gifts through her actions. You like the gifts from your mentor, don't you? Yes, that's wonderful. Sushi smiles upon hearing the witch's response. The delicate and slender Krisha appears exceedingly quiet and compliant. Yet her expressionless face and vacant eyes evoke an instinctive concern for her well-being. However, compared to 2 months ago, she has improved significantly, has she not? Sushi's eyelids flutter slightly as memories of their first meeting 2 months prior resurface, a scene of utter despair. In a filthy alleyway, a battered body covered in wounds, a tender face stained with blood, and trembling legs paralyzed by fear. At that time, Krisha had brandished a small knife, attempting to rob Sushi. Yet what he perceived, what he heard, was a clear cry for help. Save me. That was a desire concealed deep in the witch's eyes, a plea hidden within every wound, a call for salvation embedded in every ounce of pain, a longing for someone to see her, a prayer for someone to rescue her from despair, a silent cry for help directed at everyone she encountered. That Sushi saw and heard it all, which is why he saved Krisha back then. Unable to abandon a witch whose cries resonated with such sorrow, boom, an explosive sound reverberates from outside. It is the fireworks soaring into the sky, culminating in a burst of high-level fire magic. The dazzling flames illuminate the night. In the city of Alenson, the 3 major deities, the god of fire, the god of blacksmiths, and the goddess of harvest, command their mages to unleash an array of powerful spells, showcasing the might of the deities. Each year at this time, the divine churches engage in a subtle competition, vying for supremacy, for the winner will garner more followers in the coming year. The distant sounds of magical detonations interrupt Sushi's reverie. He glances at the young witch beside him, whose expression remains vacant, clutching the necklace and gold coin, still bearing that same empty, tranquil demeanor. The magic outside is simply too dazzling, so bright that its light floods into the room, illuminating half of Krisha's fair cheek, her silvery gray, smooth hair, her delicately contoured nose, and her hands that cannot help but caress the necklace. Krisha seems to wish to wear the necklace, yet she is uncertain how to proceed. For in her past life of torment and suffering, she has only known pain, and her understanding of necklaces is limited to mere observation. Her slender fingertips brush against the necklace's loop, clumsily and cautiously, touching it gently only to retract instantly, fearful of inadvertently damaging it. Her awkward movements and hesitant fingers evoke a sense of tenderness in those who witness them. Krisha, let me assist you. Okay. Sushi extends his hand. Taking the sea blue necklace from the girl's grasp, he moves to stand behind her, gently grasping the ends of the silver chain, carefully threading it around her neck with the utmost gentleness. During this process, Sushi's fingers graze her neck, and an intriguing sensation ensues, causing Krisha to feel a bit ticklish, slightly warm, and somewhat pleased. She instinctively leans against the chain, causing it to emit a melodious clinking sound. However, the girl quickly realizes that this might trouble Sushi unnecessarily, and so she straightens her posture, feeling his warm hands part her long hair, guiding the 2 silver chains to cross behind her neck. Finally, with a soft click, she secures the sea blue necklace in place. Outside, snow falls heavily, and the atmosphere is lively and boisterous. Under the gentle touch of the man, the silver necklace adorned with the sea blue pearl settles comfortably against the girl's slightly warm neck. Why is it warm? The witch is perplexed. This is an experience she has never encountered before. Very nice, very nice. Sushi steps back slightly, surveying Krisha, who is now adorned with the necklace, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. As I initially anticipated, this necklace suits you perfectly. Krisha to Sushi smiled warmly, offering heartfelt admiration. Winter possesses an austere and frigid demeanor, a fact that remains unchanged even amidst the lively New Year's Eve festivities. Yet, in this very moment, Sushi felt he had witnessed a beauty potent enough to melt the chill of winter. Her silvery gray hair gently cascaded over her alabaster neck. The scars of yesteryears vanished. Replaced by a delicate softness, the emotionless sorceress, with her head bowed, cradled the azure necklace that hung from her neck. That reflection, that glimmer, echo, as Cleesa gazed upon the azure necklace. The ethereal, dreamlike blue radiance swayed, casting reflections in her hollow eyes. At first glance, those eyes seemed to regain their vivacity, albeit fleetingly, dissipating swiftly with the instability of light. Nevertheless, Sushi felt an overwhelming brilliance in that moment. A swell of pride and emotion surged within him. My sorceress is truly enchanting. He then turned to the expressionless girl and inquired, Cleesa, how do you feel? Do you like it? The girl nodded gently, replying, I like it, and courteously added, thank you. As the night deepened, the time for farewells on this New Year's Eve approached. After bestowing gifts and red envelopes, Sushi departed from the kitchen, heading towards the study, preparing to meditate and further enhance his mental fortitude before sleep. Once he left, Cleesa found herself lost in thought for an extended period. A duration far surpassing all her previous memories, it felt chaotic, more convoluted than her inner turmoil. When Cleesa finally regained her senses, she realized, almost unconsciously, that she had tidied the dishes and returned to her room. She curled up in the corner of her bed, motionless, lost in contemplation for a considerable time. Gifts, she whispered to herself. I too have my own gift. The faint voice echoed in the air, devoid of fluctuations. At this juncture, Cleesa still believed that, like her, items easily discarded held no right to receive gifts or affection from their owner. Objects should possess the wisdom of their own existence, without yearning for what does not belong to them. Yet, obeying her master was imperative. If he insisted she accept it, she could not refuse. Cleesa clutched the deep blue necklace against her chest, her gaze a blend of confusion and tumult. She cherished it deeply, overwhelmed by the weight of emotions accumulating in her heart, increasingly heavy and chaotic, yet unable to comprehend their essence. For a sorceress devoid of emotions, grasping such sentiments proved exceedingly challenging. However, it was not a significant problem. Cleesa had her own means of resolution. She neither needed to understand nor to vent. Merely staying by Sushi's side, heeding his words and command sufficed. The sunlight streaming through the window caught Cleesa's attention. It was only then she realized she had been lost in thought all night, oblivious to the rising sun on the first day of the new year. The sun's brilliance was unprecedentedly intense, forcefully piercing through the curtains, illuminating the day's sorceress as if it were a redemption akin to that rendered by the man 2 months prior. All hail the great sun god. May the sun god forever shield us. Outside, the citizens of Ellenson City gradually emerged from their homes on this first day of the year, facing the sun in prayer, hoping for the sun god's protection. The sun, Cleesa mused, lowering her head and burying her cheeks between her knees. In a voice only she could hear, she murmured, "Thank you, Sunday," not in gratitude to a deity, but to that sun which invaded her world, pulling her from the mire of despair, bringing forth light and hope, her very own sun. In the continuous cries for help, only he heard the sorceress's voice and willingly extended a warm hand. That warmth, that tenderness, had etched itself deeply into her heart, impossible to forget. Henceforth, the sorceress's future would revolve solely around the sun. Should she lose that gentle light, that gaze fixed upon her, her existence would lose all meaning, plunging her into an abyss she herself feared. In the 7th year of simulation, at the age of 21. You tread further along the path of the elite mage, both your mental and magical prowess elevated, your concealed strength inspiring. As the first day of a new year arrived, you noticed that Cleesa exhibited a hint more of human warmth than usual. You felt both gratified and regretful. Gratified that the fragmented heart of the sorceress still held the potential for mending. Regretful that the difficulty of such restoration was akin to hellish trials. Your efforts over the past 2 months had merely resulted in a slight shift in her demeanor. Fortunately, the sorceress's once fragile body had been successfully salvaged through your treatment and 2 months of nutritional support. Her frail form gradually returned to a state of normalcy, No longer resembling a mere collection of bones, spring buds emerged, heralding the revival of the earth. A new year of spring had arrived. Your life revolved in a cycle between meditation, exploring new magic, and instructing Klisa. You ventured to the city center's Mage Association only occasionally, purchasing extraordinary materials and gathering intelligence. There, you learned an expected piece of news. The border's otherworldly beings had been repelled by the divine church. Upon returning home, you resumed your magical studies, embarking on the exploration and contemplation of how to further cultivate Klisa, ensuring she could survive independently in this world. Even in your absence, the winter snow melted and the essence of spring burst forth. The once dominant snowfall over Ellenson City had completely vanished. The bright spring light poured forth freely, radiant sunshine cascading from the heavens upon all in need of its warmth, including the barren trees in the courtyard, which silently sprouted new buds. Seated at the entrance of the courtyard, Sushi found solace beneath the natural shelter of the archway, which shielded him from the sun and cast a refreshing shade. The first step in nurturing Klisa was to instill within her the ability to protect herself. This goal was nearing fruition. In 6 months, Klisa would ascend to the rank of a formal mage. A formal mage could learn spells of levels 1 to 3. Unless faced with a higher-ranking mage, Klisa, endowed with her innate talent, would be nearly invincible among her peers. For ordinary individuals, she could easily handle them, even in her current state. Thus, it was time to prepare for the second step. In the shadow beneath the archway, Sushi held a thick tome of magic, his eyes gently closed in contemplation. To foster Klisa's independent personality, enabling her to thrive alone after your simulation concluded, it was essential to prepare in advance. Certain issues needed to be addressed promptly, such as Klisa's demonic lineage. Objectively speaking, Klisa's demeanor was gentle and obedient. She never harbored thoughts of harming others, feeling anxious even in the presence of strangers, let alone inflicting harm. Yet, the world was devoid of reason. The gods ruled the land, and the church served as their watchful eyes. In a society where everyone worshipped the divine and viewed demons as foes, any association with the demonic would render one an enemy. Klisa's desire to integrate into human society was nearly impossible unless her power was sufficient to suppress all opposition or if others perceived her as disconnected from her demonic heritage. She mused aloud. The former is exceedingly difficult to achieve. Even if this life flows smoothly, I have no confidence in ascending to godhood, let alone overpowering all deities. As for the latter, there exists a degree of feasibility. This world's means of identifying demons was surprisingly primitive and rudimentary. Initially, one might assume there would be searches and identifications targeting the soul, bloodline, or even concepts. However, from the materials reviewed during this period, it appears that both the Mage Association and the Divine Church rely on physical appearance to identify the demonic race. In other words, as long as I can conceal Klisa's demonic traits, she could make a public appearance without arousing suspicion. Moreover, there has never been a case of a demon mastering magic. Even if suspicion arises, Klisa could use her magic to prove her innocence. Sushi pondered, finding this approach quite feasible. Of course, he was not naive enough to believe that such concealment could deceive the heavens. Even if it could fool humans, it would certainly not escape the notice of the lofty deities. Yet, Sushi's expectations were modest. He merely wished for Klisa to venture into the world, to engage with more people and experiences, preventing her fragile and sensitive heart from losing its anchor and becoming indecisive. Thus, by merely restricting Klisa's range of activities, the chances of discovery could be diminished. Perhaps he should consult the girl's opinion. Simulation Year 7. Spring, as the witch's power grew stronger, you began contemplating how to obscure the bloodline characteristics of the witch to mitigate the risks of her being discovered. You sought Klisa's opinion, and should she insist on not hiding, you would respect her choice. However, her response surprised you. She expressed a desire to become like her mentor, not out of a wish to transform into a human, but because, being human, the witch also yearned to become one. Simulation Year 7. Summer Klisa achieved a breakthrough, enhancing her mental prowess through continuous meditation, reaching the threshold of an official mage. Your witch ascended to the rank of an official mage. Simulation Year 7. Autumn, through relentless study of ancient texts and self-directed learning of life-based magic, you devised a method to effectively conceal the traits of the demonic race. You summoned the witch to the meditation chamber, a secluded space exclusive to the two of you, and commenced the clandestine operation to hide her demonic characteristics. Clisha possessed few demonic traits. She bore neither expansive wings nor a slender tail. In this regard, Sushi was fortunate, for it meant he only needed to address the horns atop Clisha's head and some surface scales on her skin. Once completed, Clisha would be able to assume a normal human appearance. He hoped everything would proceed smoothly in the dimly lit meditation chamber. Cool and silent, it resembled the sites of certain cult rituals. Click that Sushi extinguished the underpowered steam lamp and instead summoned magic to gather light, illuminating the space. Not far from him lay Clisha, peacefully resting on the stone slab. Clisha, it may hurt a bit next, I trust my mentor. Her pale golden eyes displayed no emotional fluctuations, yet through that emptiness, one could sense the presence of trust. The operation commenced. You employed wind magic to condense into a razor-sharp wind blade, meticulously grinding away the remnants of the girl's horns, leaving only the base connected to the nerves. Concealed within her hair, you utilized level 3 magic, earth shaping. You utilized level 4 magic, water isolation. You utilized level 4 magic, fire isolation. You utilized level 5 magic, life mimicry. You exchanged high-quality shapeshifter slime from the Mage Association, molding it to match human skin tone, and slowly applied it to the witch's scales, artfully concealing them. Furthermore, you imbued the shapeshifter slime with water and fire resistance, as well as life properties, ensuring it would not easily peel away and would resemble human skin more closely. Your disguise experiment was highly successful. You feel any discomfort, Clisha? In the meditation chamber, a faint ticking echoed, emanating from the mechanical clock mounted on the wall. The hands traced their course, producing a steady and elegant tick, each sound marking the passage of time to a more precise moment. Sushi extended his hands, wrapping them around Clisha's arms and waist. Helping her to sit up, the girl responded sluggishly, finally shaking her head in confusion. No, well, then I can breathe easy. His furrowed brow relaxed. Sushi secured the girl and retrieved a roll of homemade binding bandages, wrapping them meticulously around her body. The concealed demonic traits were in a highly sensitive state. If left untreated, they could easily resurface. More severely, it could even affect the girl as control over her own body. Therefore, Sushi wrapped the binding bandages around and around, utilizing this magical material to effectively suppress Clisha's remnants of horns and scales, rendering them utterly dormant. Round after round, the white bandages enveloped most of Clisha's body, especially securing her horns, leaving not a single gap. Sushi reached out to touch, then stepped back a few paces to inspect, confirming that nothing was overlooked before allowing the girl to stand. Clisha, you must keep these bandages on for the next few days. If you feel any discomfort, remember to tell me, Sushi instructed. Yes, I will remember, Clisha replied softly. Her small face, devoid of expression, already appeared pitiful and listless. With the bandages wrapped around her, that sense of frailty became even more pronounced, as if she were a torn doll, forcefully sewn and patched together. Her hollow eyes, pale lips, and frail body each bore the silent scars of past torment. Although those wounds were long healed, the pain once endured remained etched in unseen places, rendering the bandaged witch even more pitiable. In Clisha's eyes, there was nothing but a fixation on Sushi's figure. After the operation, Sushi began to tidy the tools and materials. Originally, it was Clisha's task, but Sushi insisted that the freshly operated Clisha should continue to rest. I have truly become a human. Clisha murmured softly, lowering her head to touch the top of her hornless head, unable to believe that the cursed horns had vanished so effortlessly. In the past, when people saw those deformed, twisted horns, they would hurl insults and violence at the girl. Countless agonizing nights have been spent in her fantasies, wishing for those misfortune-bringing horns to disappear. Yet today, as that wish came true, her heart remained devoid of emotion. It was not due to an emotional deficiency. Rather, she felt that such matters were intrinsically unworthy of joy. Whether human or demon, these distinctions had long ceased to concern her. Her desire to become human stemmed solely from the belief that this form would be more fitting beside that man. If she became human, perhaps she could draw closer to him. Klish's thoughts were that simple. Just a little closer, just a step nearer, and she could more clearly feel that warmth, that ray of light. Instinctively, Klisha reached out towards Su Shi, tentatively and hesitantly extending her small, bandaged hand that trembled ever so slightly. The girl, who had long remained silent like a puppet, devoid of will for the first time, yearned to act, yet midway through her gesture, she silently withdrew. It was forbidden, not permitted. How could a thing approach its master unbidden? Klisha thought to herself, slowly retracting her small hand. Though she cherished Su Shi deeply and wished to be closer, she knew she must acknowledge her own identity and status. Klisha, suddenly, Su Shi noticed Klisha's movement, observing her hand frozen in mid-air, akin to a shy mimosa, neither advancing nor retreating. He seemed to have misunderstood something. He took the initiative to grasp the girl's hand, his tone laced with regret. I apologize for taking so long today. Klisha must be exhausted. Allow me to escort you back to your room. After speaking, Su Shi led Klisha gently and cautiously across the ground, step by step, towards the bedroom that was exclusively hers. Along the way, Klisha felt the urge to speak several times. She wanted to express that she was not tired at all and that she could walk on her own. However, for reasons unknown, feeling the warmth emanating from Su Shi's hand, all words became lodged in her throat, unable to escape. She yearned to experience more, to savor every moment. She even wished for time to come to a standstill in this very instant. I am sorry, mother. As the thought of becoming a deceitful, wayward child flickered through her mind, Klisha instinctively tightened her grip on that warm hand. At this moment, she absolutely did not want to let go. Your transformation of the witch's outward appearance was remarkably successful. After enduring 4 days of tightly bound bandages, when you finally unwrapped them from Klisha, what stood before you was a strikingly beautiful human girl. There were no grotesquely twisted horns, no unsightly protruding scales. From head to toe, Klisha exhibited not a trace of demonic traits. Anyone who beheld her would only perceive her as a human girl. You felt a surge of joy, for this signified that from this day forth, Klisha's life would be irrevocably transformed. Having fostered Klisha for nearly a year, despite her never expressing a desire to venture outside or interact with anyone but you during this time, you always believed that her life should be more enriched, not confined to this small courtyard. Seizing this opportunity, you decided to bestow upon Klisha a wand. As a newly elevated official mage, the witch was in dire need of a suitable wand to unleash her true potential. The wand was a deep brown, crafted from ash wood, slender and elegant, adorned with multiple magical gems capable of storing substantial amounts of magical energy as strategic reserves for a mage, named Grey Rebirth. This wand was not inexpensive, but you felt it was worth every penny. Thus, you purchased Grey Rebirth and gifted it to Klisha. Furthermore, you acquired a space ring separately. For a mage, both the wand and the space ring are indispensable essentials. Thank you. I really like it. Upon receiving the gift, Klisha maintained her expressionless demeanor, yet the slight tremble of her eyelashes suggested to you that she must have been pleased. Let us see how well it works. You smiled and began to teach Klisha how to manipulate the wand more efficiently, along with various insights a mage should know. Klisha cherished the wand you bestowed upon her and found it remarkably useful. She became increasingly reliant on you. With the wand's enhancement, Klisha's power soared significantly, and her command over magic experienced marked improvement. You were gratified and began to impart more spells than I in the past, as merely a magic apprentice. Klisha could only learn the most fundamental level 0 spells. Now, you could teach her level 1, 2, and 3 spells. After 2 months of instruction, Klisha learned numerous new spells from you, mastering the combined use of fire and wind magic. The witch had acquired your ingenious hair-drying gale technique. From now on, Klisha could conjure fire magic with her left hand and wind magic with her right, simultaneously releasing a warm breeze. Previously, you had utilized this technique to help the girl dry her hair after bathing, and now she could accomplish it independently. You felt a sense of contentment, yet for some reason, the girl's mood seemed somewhat subdued. You were perplexed by this in the 8th year of simulation, during spring. You were 22 years old, and Krisha was 14, having grown another year. Much time had elapsed since your first encounter with Krisha, and you were genuinely pleased with her development, beyond her magical progress. The most significant achievement was Krisha's emotional growth. Thanks to your assistance, she successfully shed all demonic traits and could now walk and interact in human form. Encouraged by you, Krisha finally summoned the courage to step beyond the courtyard. From that moment on, she no longer feared the presence of others, though she still preferred to remain by your side. Only when it was necessary to procure items did Krisha venture outside. A rare occurrence. According to her, such trivial matters should not burden you, so she took full charge of the daily necessities, food supplies, and clothing, much like a devoted maid. Under the sunlight at the entrance of the white-brown courtyard, the witch appeared somewhat timid, hesitant to take a step outside. However, just as she had once been drawn into the courtyard by Sushi, this time, Sushi likewise held the witch's hand, encouraging her to step into the world beyond. Krisha, look, there's nothing to fear. After they had walked through, Sushi gently reassured her. The witch, momentarily dazed, gazed at her legs now outside the courtyard, then turned back to glance at the courtyard gate. Suddenly, she comprehended a profound truth. As long as Sushi was by her side, she would not fear any place. The terror within her had dissipated, replaced by a steadfast sun in her heart that bestowed upon her courage. I am no longer afraid. Thank you. Through your meticulous guidance and her innate talent, Krisha's abilities had become truly extraordinary. In the entire city of Ellenson, there were scarcely a handful of mages at her level who could contend with her. It was not that their talents surpassed the witches. Rather, their extensive training duration far exceeded that of the witch, who had only practiced for a year and a half, to safeguard against the revelation of Krisha's true identity. You refrained from allowing her to join the Ellenson Mage Association. Krisha harbored no objections to this. She simply wished to remain with you, showing no interest in anything else. Your lives together were profoundly tranquil. There were neither thrilling adventures nor legendary exploits, but you believed that such a serene and peaceful existence was the most precious of all. Your sole aspiration was to diligently cultivate your skills, striving to reach a higher realm while ensuring the girl's safe growth. Beyond that, you sought nothing else. As time flowed once more, in the 9th year of simulation, you were 23 years old, and Krisha was 15. You began to develop your own insights into the realm of magic. Through the wisdom of mortals and elemental perception, you gradually comprehended the truths governing the world's operations. Your mental strength began to elevate rapidly, and your mastery of magic progressed further. You sensed that a breakthrough was imminent in the 10th year of simulation. During spring, you were 24 years old, and Krisha was 1/6 that it had been 3.5 years since you adopted the witch. The days had passed peacefully and beautifully. Though this period felt extraordinarily lengthy, it also seemed to have flown by in an instant. You had grown accustomed to life with Krisha. She had never disappointed you, nor had she ever caused you frustration. Your only regret was that despite the passage of time, Krisha's emotional shortcomings had yet to improve. You had still never witnessed her joy, nor had you seen her shed tears. Through your relentless training, your mental strength finally reached its limit, and you prepared to initiate your breakthrough in Ellenson City, within the most secluded meditation chamber at the heart of the courtyard near the city center. The light was dim, and the lamps flickered. Sushi sat cross-legged, gazing down his left palm, where radiant energy danced. At times it morphed into raging flames, at other moments into tumultuous waves, and at yet others into howling winds. "This is the limit," Sushi murmured. "Through the wisdom of mortals and elemental perception, I have mastered the magic within the realm of elite mages. It is time to ascend to the rank of Grand Mage." The cultivation system and the magic system are distinctly different. Despite having prior experience in breaking through the Golden Core stage, Sushi remains exceedingly cautious and vigilant regarding this upcoming ascension. Holding a sense of trepidation akin to 200, he is unwaveringly earnest as he draws upon the knowledge gleaned from the Mage Association's compendium, consolidating all his mental energy to commune with and perceive the elements of the world. This process involves sensing, engaging, and establishing a connection. Unlike the previous mere control over elemental forces, this time, Sushi's objective is to merge his mental energy with the elements, creating an inseparable bond. According to the records within the association, This step has confounded numerous magical prodigies, preventing them from advancing beyond the elite mage rank. This explains why the number of elemental mages is dwindling in contrast to the divine church, where sincere faith in deities guarantees breakthroughs. The path of elemental mages is undeniably arduous. However, possessing the elemental perception attribute renders this task relatively easy for me. Sushi mused that he summoned his mental energy, blending it with the surrounding earth. Wind, water, and fire. Everything unfolded as he had envisioned it. No, it was even simpler than anticipated. Sushi felt no resistance whatsoever. It was as effortless as drinking water or eating food. His mental energy seamlessly integrated with the elements, forging a harmonious relationship devoid of distinction. Grand Mage, a momentary breakthrough. Who? Like a surging tide, his mental energy engulfed vast quantities of worldly elements, wildly cascading back into Sushi's being. That moment, Sushi's body transformed into a bridge. Establishing connections with the elements of all things. It was an extraordinarily unique sensation, one that defied verbal description, exhilarating to the point of illuminating one's eyes. Previously, utilizing magic required painstaking manipulation of elemental forces, arranging them into the desired forms. Now, it seemed that a mere thought could command the elements into orderly formation, rendering the entire process far more efficient and convenient. Within the meditation chamber, the newly ascended Sushi found himself surrounded by a myriad of elements. He suddenly realized why the ranks within the magic system bore such simplistic and blunt names. Grand Mage, an enhanced version of a mage. It made perfect sense. The ascension to Grand Mage allowed me greater control over the elements. If this trend continues, mages of even higher ranks will undoubtedly wield even more effortless mastery, perhaps even commanding the elements of the entire world. Sushi paused briefly, recalling the gods that preside over the world. Perhaps the deities in the heavens are not as mysterious and magnificent as they appear. They are mages, albeit the strongest mages standing atop the pinnacle of the magical realm. This world indeed harbors many secrets. I hope to have the opportunity for deeper exploration in the future. For now, it is time to depart from Ellenson with Kirisha. Sushi had simulated the encounter with Kirisha at the end of the 6th year. Now, it was the simulated 10th year. This meant that nearly 4 years had passed since Sushi rescued Kirisha, leading her away from the filthy, sordid alleyways, granting her a semblance of a human life. 4 years of time, for years of companionship. What a weighty significance that holds. Even as the one who experienced it, Sushi could not provide a definitive answer. With a soft thud, he pushed open the meditation chamber door. Having successfully ascended, Sushi strode down the corridor, the slightly thick soles of his boots producing a heavy thud that reverberated through the air. The humming echoed repeatedly, creating a continuous resonance. Suddenly, Sushi halted, lifting his gaze slightly to behold the azure sky and the radiant sun beyond the corridor. The sunlight today was indeed blinding. The excessively glaring rays evaporated all the mist that had lingered above Ellenson City throughout the day. The sun shining so brightly that Sushi instinctively squinted his eyes. The halo of light triggered a cascade of memories. Amidst the haze of his vision, Sushi recalled many moments from his time in the simulated world. Over the course of 10 years in simulation, 6 were spent living alone, while the latter 4 were shared with the witch. It was peculiar, despite the former period being significantly longer than the latter. He scarcely remembered detailed occurrences. What he retained was entirely composed of the mundane interactions with the witch. For instance, 2 years prior, Kirisha had diligently practiced her culinary skills, finally managing to create a dish that resembled something edible. Though the surface was somewhat charred and the taste slightly bitter, Sushi nonetheless consumed every bite. Or a year ago, when Kirisha attempted to master level 3 water magic, her overwhelming affinity for the water element led to a deluge that swept through the courtyard, stripping it bare of flora. She herself was drenched, water cascading from her in rivulets. Kirisha immediately apologized to Sushi, who merely smiled, refraining from reprimanding the young girl. Instead, he helped her change into a clean outfit and, after a long absence, employed a combined wind and fire spell to dry her damp hair. These were the simple, inconsequential moments of daily life, yet they sparkled like faint miracles amidst the ordinary passage of time. evoking warmth and beauty. Regrettably, it was time to temporarily bid farewell to such a life. Sushi's gaze remained fixed on the sky, which was a pristine azure, beautifully reminiscent of a splendid painting, evenly laid out, devoid of any bothersome moisture. Yet it was precisely this clarity that instilled a profound sense of crisis within Sushi. This situation was not normal to sustain the operations of the entire city. The underground steam engines at the center of Ellenson were exceedingly vast. The power and steam output were far more tumultuous than what was observed today. However, over the past month, the activity of the central steam engines had diminished significantly. Additionally, steam airships had frequently departed, evacuating certain individuals from Ellenson. There was a problem. Absolutely a problem. She had previously ventured to the Mage Association to gather intelligence, but was left perplexed to discover that the higher-ups had vanished mysteriously. Much like the nobles, leaving only the most basic personnel to maintain the association's operations. From this, Sushi concluded something was amiss in Ellenson City. The lack of information made it impossible to discern the nature of the issue. But distancing oneself would be prudent. Having ascended to Grand Mage, relocating to another city would pose no economic concerns. Thus, an urgent withdrawal was imperative. She contemplated. A magical shield materialized before him, shielding him from the overly glaring sunlight. This was not Sushi's own magic. "Thank you, Kirisha. Your magical shield is quite effective," he remarked, glancing to his right to find the 16-year-old, which had approached him unnoticed. 4 years had passed, and the witch was no longer the fragile, pitiable figure she once was. She had grown considerably taller, her features refined. Her silvery gray hair cascaded over her shoulders like overlapping streams of water, and when the wind blew, it rippled like the surface of a tranquil lake. She lacked the vivacity typical of girls her age, her expression serene, devoid of joy or sorrow. Yet, this did not diminish her beauty or allure. Dressed in a soft, pale white gown complemented by a light blue outer jacket, her attire was simple, devoid of ostentation, yet effortlessly surpassed the so-called noble daughters of her peers, especially with the ocean blue necklace she had gifted her. The natural beauty, honed by the trials of malice, appeared even more resplendent and unique. "You flatter me. It is simply what I ought to do." Kirisha stood beside Sushi, her hands crossed over her abdomen, exhibiting a remarkable tranquility. Her voice, much like her visage, was devoid of any emotion. Observing the obedient witch, Sushi felt a pang of regret. Despite his numerous efforts over the past 4 years, he had yet to restore the witch's emotional depth. "Kirisha, has there been any news from the outside while I was away?" Sushi inquired as they walked along the path to the living room. "As per your instructions, I have been monitoring the usage of the steam airships. The last 3 airships departed this morning," Kirisha replied calmly. "This morning? Today?" "Yes." Hearing Kirisha's tranquil response, Sushi's footsteps faltered, the sense of crisis within him intensifying more than ever. Something was amiss. Not a single airship remained behind. Did this signify a complete abandonment of Ellenson City? "It appears we must take our leave. Klissa, today we depart." Sushi inhaled deeply, his eyes gently closing before finally reopening. He turned to the young girl, saying, "Klissa, you are to venture to the market at once. Procure an ample supply of food and necessities. Acquire as much as you can and bring it back in your spatial ring. There is no longer a need to conceal your magic. Go forth and employ the wind manipulation spell to soar there directly." "Yes, I shall heed your command." Without questioning the reason, Klissa nodded softly, then retrieved her wand, Gray Rebirth, with a graceful sweep of her arm. Wind elements enveloped her form, propelling her into the skies. Meanwhile, Sushi hastened into the study beyond the courtyard, withdrawing 2 tomes of magic from the shelves. The sense of impending crisis within him intensified. His intuition warned that mere level 4 and 5 spells would be insufficient to confront the unknown peril. Thus, he resolved to utilize the brief interval while Klissa procured supplies to master the advanced level 6 and 7 spells that only a Grand Mage could wield, thereby fortifying their impending escape. The atmosphere in Islandson City turned peculiar. You keenly observed something. The observer's entry activated, persistently in effect. You sensed the hidden crisis lurking behind the unfolding events. The exodus of steam airships hinted at an imminent threat. Perhaps even today, you dispatched the sorceress for urgent procurement of supplies, while you began your studies in magic to enhance the feasibility of your escape. The wisdom of mortals continued to unfold within you. You perceived the world's intricate workings, and your understanding of magic evolved rapidly. You mastered your first level 7 spell, followed by the second. The bustling market of Islandson City remained as vibrant as ever. At the grand gates forged of steel and gears, merchants traveled in steam-powered cargo vehicles, their faces alight with joy, while residents engaged in cheerful conversations with family and friends. Yet, amidst the throng entering and exiting the city, not a single noble of high standing could be found. For the common folk, such grandees were exceedingly rare. Thus, their absence went largely unnoticed in this very moment, within this steampunk city standing resolute in the north of the world. Only a multitude of commoners remained, alongside a few middle-tier individuals unqualified to grasp the truth of the situation. The true elite had long since departed. That I must procure the items swiftly, Clyssa thought, as she no longer concealed her powers, channeling her magic to its fullest extent to accelerate her journey towards the bustling marketplace at the city's heart. Upon her arrival, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Regarding Clyssa, the strikingly beautiful girl, the market vendors understood her connection to a formal mage, speculating that she might be a relative or perhaps the mage's personal attendant. This enigmatic relationship had thus far shielded the sorceress from any unwanted attention. However, today, witnessing Clyssa wield her magic, the ordinary vendors were left utterly astounded, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld the wand in her hand, their voices trembling with astonishment. That a mage? That child is indeed a mage? If I had known, I should have treated her with more respect. They murmured, awestruck by the harvest goddess. This is simply incredible. The crowd buzzed with a cacophony of reactions, some envious, others filled with admiration, and a few utterly captivated. Soon, as if on cue, a chorus of praise erupted, extolling Clyssa's beauty, kindness, and benevolence. Some even boldly offered her free goods, delicate mechanical pocket watches, crisp and delectable fruits and vegetables, and garments of extravagant design. The vendors, fervently competing, eagerly pushed forth their finest wares, desperate to present them to Clyssa. How tiresome, Clyssa observed calmly, watching the spectacle unfold before her. Was it the absence of the steam engine's vast vapor that unveiled the stark reality? For some reason, despite the familiar marketplace, vendors and buildings, the grotesque and unsightly visages of the people became glaringly apparent. They crowded together, flattering her in hopes of gaining her favor. Yet, wasn't this the very scene she had once yearned for? No one struck her, no one spat upon her. Everyone vied for a friendship, eager to draw near to her. Was this not the life she had dreamed of? But now, it filled her with profound distaste. Ah, she understood. Looking down at her delicate hands, and then at her exquisitely crafted wand, Clyssa suddenly realized those gathered around her, swept up in the throng, were enamored not with the girl Clyssa herself, but with the beautiful sorceress known as Clyssa, a mage with a promising future far beyond that of ordinary folk. They were not captivated by the witch, nor by Clyssa in her essence. Throughout it all, the only one who would extend a hand to the witch, embrace her like the sun, and offer her warmth and hope would forever be that singular individual. Only he, and he alone, would care not if his hands became soiled, taking the witch, reeking of foulness, gently home that I must complete my mentor's task swiftly. Clyssa mused, brandishing her wand to forcefully disperse the encroaching vendors in the face of their fearful gazes. She quickly honed in on various items: food, household supplies, clothing. Utilizing her wind magic, she swept everything into organized sections, subsequently storing them all in her spatial ring. The entire process consumed no more than 3 minutes. Such is the convenience of magic. Now I can return. Clyssa glanced at her spatial ring, sensing it filled to the brim, and nodded lightly, tossing a pouch of coins to distribute among the vendors. An equitable exchange. This was the first lesson she had imparted to the sorceress, which she held firmly in her heart. Wind manipulation. Gather. Without granting the vendors a moment's opportunity to respond, Clyssa waved her wand, and the howling wind elements enveloped her once more, lifting her skyward as she sped back toward the courtyard. She completed her task swiftly, the round trip totaling less than 10 minutes. Perhaps she would earn her mentor's praise? With that thought flashing through her mind, Clissa channeled more magic, intensifying the winds and hastening her flight, eager to reunite with Su Shi. Yet, why was it that her chest felt so heavy? The sky roared with the rushing wind as Clissa navigated the tempest, drawing closer to the courtyard with increasing speed. Almost there, it was so close, but the unease in her heart grew more pronounced. Clutching her chest, her eyes widened in confusion. She could not comprehend the cause of this discomfort. All she knew was the oppressive weight on her heart, compelling her to accelerate her flight instinctively. This long-forgotten pain set the sorceress into a state of panic. Return to her mentor, as long as he was present. Everything could be resolved. Unable to fathom the unfolding events, Clissa instinctively chose to rely on the one she trusted most, Su Shi, her mentor, her son. She believed wholeheartedly that as long as she was by Su Shi's side, any anxiety or pain would dissipate. Before long, the high-speed flight brought Clissa to the familiar courtyard. The mere thought of the man within eased some of the pressure on her heart. Thus, she quickened her pace. Propelled by a sense of urgency she could not articulate, recklessly charging toward the courtyard, even forgetting the caution Su Shi had consistently advised her. Faster, just a little faster. Please, even faster. The witch frantically urged the wind manipulation spell. And at last, she soared near the courtyard. But just then the sky darkened. Boom! An unimaginable array of fireballs descended from the heavens, akin to countless fallen meteors, abruptly manifesting in the sky above Ellenson City. A cacophony of roaring thunder surged forth, wreaking havoc in its wake. The high-speed impacts obliterated everything in their path. Among them, one particularly explosive fireball was destined to crash into the very courtyard Krista sought to reach. No, wait, don't. This cannot be allowed. Sensing an impending horror, Krista's pupils constricted, and she uttered a sound of panic she had never before experienced, her voice trembling with fear. The anguish in her chest reached its zenith at that moment. Catastrophe had arrived, without warning or indication, in an instant. The previously azure and serene sky was consumed by a terrifying magical blaze that was a hellish spectacle, a torrent of deep crimson fire meteors appearing from nowhere. So numerous, they resembled an endless sea of blood, staining the entire sky a dismal scarlet. The hissing of hellfire echoed around her. The horrifying scene of meteors plummeting from the sky unfolded before her. As buildings were reduced to rubble and countless cries for help filled the air, echoing in the face of death, there was no time to think. Before the witch could comprehend what was happening, her body instinctively sprang into action, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Charging towards the approaching fireball, she brandished her wand and unleashed her magic, that water's guardian. Yet, all was in vain. How could a frail moth challenge the ferocity of the flames? The water spell, summoned with all her might and even the reserve power of her wand, was effortlessly shattered by the impact of the meteor. Krista had failed. She had utterly failed. She could only watch helplessly as the meteor descended. Powerless to intervene, with a deafening roar, the flames crashing from the sky heralded destruction. And in an instant, the shockwave exploded, obliterating the courtyard filled with countless cherished memories. Krista herself was hurled far away by the force of the blast, colliding, tumbling, until she finally came to rest against a brick wall. Pain, excruciating pain. The witch fell to the ground, her body engulfed in relentless agony, every bone crying out in lament, every muscle tearing and bleeding. The struggle, the torment, rendered the 16-year-old witch nearly breathless. Yet compared to the anguish within her chest, the torment of her body seemed trivial. That was a despair of the truest kind. Merely contemplating it threatened to shatter her very essence. Mentor, amidst the ruins of the burning brick wall, where black smoke swirled and dust flew, the young witch staggered to her feet. Her eyes remained hollow, her face devoid of expression, yet inexplicably, one could discern a hint of urgency and panic within. She grasped her wand, now far from exquisite and even missing a fragment, and once more cast her spell. Wind manipulation, a voice quivering yet calm, resonated as the wind element enveloped Krista, struggling to lift her injured body towards the direction of the courtyard's explosion. The earlier shockwave had propelled Krista a considerable distance away, necessitating her to make her way back. The distance was short, very short. Yet for the injured Krista, it felt like an endless chasm. The blazing houses, the collapsed ruins, and the countless ordinary people who had suffered. This was all the witch could see. It was horrific. It was terrifying. She quickened her pace toward the courtyard. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through her body, interrupting the release of her wind spell. She plummeted from the sky, rolling several times upon hitting the ground. Her clothes were tattered, and her delicate skin bore numerous abrasions. Her face, hands, and legs were marred with wounds. A sight most tragic. The blurred flesh was caked with gravel and dust. Yet, the witch paid it no mind. Minter, Minter, Minter. She chanted these words, her gaze unwavering, fixated solely on the smoldering ruins in the distance. Striving with all her might to get closer, that if magic was no longer an option, she would walk. If she could not walk, she would crawl. She must see him again, clinging to this belief. Krista struggled to her feet once more, disregarding her lost wand, and staggered toward the courtyard, her mind solely preoccupied with Sushi's safety. He must not be harmed. He must not die. There could be no mistakes. Not even the slightest injury could be permitted. The girl would never allow such a thing to transpire. How could someone as unworthy as her, someone discarded like refuse, continue to exist in this world, while that person who radiated warmth like the sun could perish so easily? Just imagining such a fate caused her heart to constrict violently, sending waves of pain that made her tremble. Faster, even faster, not fast enough. Krista quickened her pace. This sudden acceleration caused her injured body to lose balance, and she tumbled to the ground. But it mattered not. Such things were of no consequence, ignoring the searing pain in her shins from the fall, disregarding the scratches from small stones on her cheeks, and paying no heed to her body that began to twitch involuntarily. The witch pressed on. She would rise after each fall, and should she fall again, she would rise once more, like a tea last. After navigating around a large expanse of collapsed debris, she beheld the courtyard she yearned to reach. That it was devoid of the tranquil beauty of yesteryear. There were no lush flowers or trees, nor the one person she held dear in her heart. What lay before her was a ruin engulfed in roaring flames, stripped of all familiar memories. Even the most fortified meditation room had been shattered beyond recognition. The fire surged and roared, smoke billowing towards the sky, and the scorching wind that met her face was dry and relentless. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. There was nothing left. Yes, there was nothing left. Thud. It was as if all her strength had been suddenly siphoned away. Krista came to an abrupt halt, her legs giving way as she kneeled on the ground, staring blankly at the distant ruins. The flames rising and reflecting upon her face, both searing and chilling. Her gaze remained flat, for she was a witch who knew not joy nor sorrow, devoid of emotion. Yet, within that beautiful, fragile shell, within that lonely, cowering soul, was there truly no emotion at all? Krisha remained oblivious, for the sole entity capable of providing answers, the only source of courage for the witch, the sun, had vanished from sight. Why is that? The young witch knelt in place, her once vibrant eyes now devoid of light, gazing intently at the inferno engulfing the courtyard, desperately seeking answers from the tempestuous sea of flames. Why had her master perished while she, as a mere personal belonging, continued to exist? Why had she failed to intercept that fireball with greater speed and determination? Why could the one who had died not have been her? What was the reason behind this? Without her master, an item loses its purpose. Without the sun, a witch is left without a future, and deprived of that warm, watchful gaze, Krisha could not take a single step forward. Her very being, her soul, endured solely because of that person's existence. If that person were to cease to exist, even if the witch were to survive, her life would hold no meaning. The witch trembled as she extended her hand to cover her chest. Feeling the palpable ache that yearned to surface, it dawned on her that she too could experience sorrow. An immense sadness flooded Krisha's heart, deeper than the autumn leaves' descent, more painful than the sunset's fading light. Although she found herself in the midst of a searing blaze, the gaping void within her could only perceive coldness and a suffocating sense of drowning, having lost her sense of purpose. Along with her very soul, she sank into an ocean named despair, allowing her thoughts and reason to plummet endlessly. It was all my fault. If only I could have returned more swiftly, she thought. Her mind fragmented, staring vacantly at the still-burning courtyard in the distance. Her heartstrings shattered, leaving only regret. The pain had become so intense that she could scarcely breathe or think. The collapse of her inner self overshadowed her physical wounds. At that moment, Krisha yearned to weep, yet her eyes remained hollow and devoid of moisture. That overwhelming grief was trapped within her chest, torturing her heart repeatedly, spreading helplessness and numbness through her limbs, ultimately leading her into an infinite cycle of self-reproach. Why could I not even shed tears for my mentor? What right do I have to live, being this incapable, this wretched, at 16 years of age? Krisha knelt on the ground, her gaze empty, her pupils trembling with pain. She clutched her head, repeatedly banging it against the hard ground, hating herself more than ever for this emotionally flawed body. Once, twice, thrice, for times. The witch continued to strike her head, as if impervious to pain. Or perhaps she deliberately inflicted this torment upon herself to substitute for the tears of sorrow, to dilute the guilt and collapse within her heart. Yet, this was ultimately futile, and no matter what actions she took, the one person who mattered most would never return. Upon realizing this, Krisha ceased her head-banging, blood trickling from her forehead, sliding past her eye, down her cheek, and along the bridge of her nose, finally pooling at her chin. Like tears of blood, they fell to the ground. At last, despair crushed the persona known as Krisha, dimming her once golden eyes. This was not merely a description of her mental state. It was a physical reality. Her pale golden eyes turned black from within, like a black hole consuming everything. The original gold, the thoughts, and the sanity of the young girl. Let it all disappear. Let it all fall silent. It no longer mattered that a world without her mentor held no significance. The girl sat in a daze, remaining motionless in her kneeling position. Even as the flames crept closer, she remained indifferent, perhaps even anticipating the fire to consume her. Just then, a hand appeared, pushing aside the encroaching flames. That a broad and warm hand, miraculously materializing before the girl, unperturbed by dirt and disarray, lifted the despairing Krisha to her feet. Accompanying this gesture was an incredibly familiar voice. "What's wrong, Krisha? Are you hurt? Get up. Let me tend to you." The familiar voice roused her self-enclosed consciousness. A miracle. Indeed, a miracle had occurred. The witch dazedly raised her head, looking at Sushi, her mentor, as her half-golden, half-dark pupils trembled, gradually regaining their calm as if rescued from despair. How wonderful, truly wonderful. Her mentor was safe and sound. The severed strings of her heart were reconnected, and her soul emerged from the depths of despair, reclaiming its essence. Even the immense sorrow trapped within her chest dissipated with each breath. There was no need for reasons. It sufficed that the sun had reappeared before her. "I'm fine. Mentor, as long as you are here. I won't have any problems." Fearing it was all a dream, fearing it was an illusion, her slightly trembling hands tightly grasped the hand of the man before her. She was unwilling to part. Sushi fell silent, observing Krisha's pitiful state and her oddly transformed eyes. He could not conclude that everything was all right. Earlier, Sushi had been alone in his study, practicing magic. The observer's entry had suddenly activated, alerting him to the attack from above. He promptly cast a defensive spell, successfully shielding himself. Considering Krisha was still outside, he immediately flew to the market in search of her, but found nothing. Ultimately, he decided to return to the courtyard ruins to wait, only to discover Krisha kneeling alone on the ground, covered in wounds and dirt, her expression one of relief. Everything indicated that Krisha had endured something harrowing. With a hum, a soft green light radiated from his palm as Sushi employed healing magic to mend Krisha's injuries. Subsequently, he began to inquire about what had transpired. Krisha did not conceal anything, recounting the entire ordeal. The mistaken belief that Sushi had died, her solitary self-reproach amidst the ruins, and her initial attempt to halt the fireball. Perhaps due to Sushi's presence, The girl's face lost all trace of anomaly, returning to her usual expressionless demeanor. Yet this very stoicism rendered She even more reticent. The flames around them continued to rage fiercely, with fire serpents hissing as they coiled around the structures, scorching the outer walls to a charred black. Occasionally, large machinery exploded from overheating, producing even more terrifying blasts in the midst of the intense flames and billowing black smoke. The witch appeared so minuscule. Her attire was singed, her body marred with countless small wounds, and her face still bore traces of despair and helplessness, evoking pity. "I'm sorry, Krisha, I should have arrived sooner. It was wrong of me to let you worry alone for so long." Gently caressing the witch's hair, Sushi tenderly wiped the blood from her face with delicate movements, his voice laden with regret. He could have done better, could have spared himself and Krisha from this predicament. Yet he had underestimated the high-ranking officials of Alenson, never imagining that their departure was aimed at the city's annihilation, an utter obliteration of Alenson and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. It was incomprehensible, utterly devoid of logic. Such erroneous judgments led to disastrous outcomes. It was precisely because Sushi had not foreseen the city's destruction that both he and Krisha found themselves ensnared in this series of tribulations. "It's all right, Mentor," Krisha said softly, shaking her head gently. She cared not for anything else. As long as Sushi returned to her side and gazed upon her once more, she felt complete contentment. This was the self-awareness of being an item. Should she nurture any more thoughts, should she exhibit unnecessary stubbornness, then she would become an invisible burden to her master, a role Krisha was unwilling to assume. Faced with Krisha's obstinacy, Sushi found himself at a loss. Compelled to care for the girl in his own way, he summoned a stream of water to meticulously cleanse her face, restoring her sooty visage to its former neatness. Throughout the process, Krisha remained tranquil, akin to a delicate porcelain doll. Allowing Sushi to tend her, as the blackened grime was wiped away, it revealed a refined face regaining its pallor. Then, Sushi turned his gaze skyward. He had initially believed that the crucial task in leaving Alenson City was to resolve the supply issues en route to other cities. However, it now appeared that the true challenge lay in how to safely exit Alenson. The relentless meteor shower was merely the beginning. The real menace was the horde of monstrous beings that had surged into Alenson from unknown origins. Orcs, goblins, pure-blooded demons, magical beasts. What schemes were the high-ranking officials of Alenson concocting to provoke such an assault on their own city? The observer's entry activated. You keenly sensed danger, promptly casting defensive magic to survive perilous attacks. You began your search for the witch, scouring Alenson City for an extended period, ultimately discovering her amidst the ruins of a courtyard. The transformations within Alenson City surpassed your wildest imagination. Goblins, centaurs, gnolls, beastmen, dragonkin, and pure-blooded demons. Those races that should have been driven far from human cities to the world's edges were inexplicably present within Alenson City. You even beheld the army of orcs that should have been halted at the borders by the divine church. Without hesitation, you resolved to flee Alenson City. Individual strength is limited, despite Sushi's exceptional talent. Possessing tenfold the magical power of an average mage, and having contracted numerous elemental spirits, he remained merely a grand sorcerer, not a grand archmage, nor a sanctum mage, let alone a demigod wielding divine power. He lacked the capacity to confront a massive army. Thus, faced with the tide of invading races, Sushi acted decisively, swiftly taking Krisha with him to escape. Level 7 magic, chain lightning. Level 7 magic, tempest gale. Level 7 magic, radiant blade. Amidst the collapsing, burning ruins of the courtyard, Sushi lifted his gaze to the blood-red, oppressive sky and the frenzied surge of grotesque creatures, with a firm grip on his wand. Elemental roars erupted, in a breath. The rampant, high-level magic surged forth. Lightning and storms intertwined, creating a dance of light that effortlessly obliterated countless invaders and forged a path ahead, clearing away all obstacles in the sky. The power of level 7 magic was indeed far superior to that of level 5. Sushi nodded slightly, satisfied with the newfound strength he had gained after ascending to Grand Sorcerer. He glanced at the slain bodies of the invaders, but did not linger. immediately unleashing a powerful wind spell, enveloping himself and Krisha in the wind element. Without any hesitation, they surged upwards into the sky. During this ascent, flying magical creatures shrieked and attacked, yet were torn apart by the tempestuous force of magic. More formidable magical beasts took notice, but the rushing winds were too swift before they could encircle them. Sushi and Krisha had already fled the confines of Alenson City. You cast level 3 magic. Wind manipulation. You cast level 5 magic. Wind swiftness. You cast level 5 magic. Earth-S Guardian. You cast level 5 magic. Torrent of water. You cast level 5 magic. Flame charge. You cast level 7 magic. Holy light blessing. Wielding his wand, Sushi unleashed the surging magical energy within him, amplifying his wind manipulation to unprecedented levels. His wind manipulation was swift. Before a true encirclement could form, he had already whisked Krisha away from Alenson. The wind that greeted them now was no longer the scorching breath of devastation, but a refreshing, soothing zephyr belonging to the normal world. Sushi guided the wind element in their flight. He cast a final glance back at Alenson City. What met his eyes was a blurred glow of flames. Distorted by distance, deep crimson engulfed the city of steam, slowly eroding it, progressively consuming its vibrancy, reducing it to nothingness. The colossal, towering steam spire at the city center came crashing down in a roar, engulfed by the searing flames that turned a fiery red, sending forth a multitude of ashes that a city that had thrived for a decade had thus fallen. A fall so absurd, so inexplicable. What has truly transpired? Sushi murmured, his gaze flickering with intrigue. To be honest, he had no clear thoughts regarding the fall of Alenson City. From the information he had previously gathered, the noble factions of Alenson had been dedicated to the city's development, indicating they had genuinely invested in its prosperity. From a personal standpoint, they would likely be reluctant to abandon Alenson. Even upon learning of the impending invasion, they could not possibly yield without resistance. Unless Sushi paused, deep in thought. What could compel them to relinquish Alenson City and choose to flee alone? What could it be? Sushi felt a surge of curiosity, with the aid of the observer's entry. He vaguely sensed the underlying essence hidden beneath the surface. Thus, Sushi resolved to delay his journey to the next city. He would remain nearby, continuing to observe the changes in Alenson City, eager to witness what transformations would occur after the city's obliteration by the invading races. Earlier, he had instructed Krisha to procure supplies. The spatial ring contained ample food and necessities, eliminating any worries about camping outdoors. With these thoughts in mind, Sushi led Krisha in swift flight until they encountered a small hill, where they finally paused. Though it was a considerable distance from Alenson City, they could still catch glimpses of the unfolding scenes. This location was chosen out of a necessity to mitigate risks. Even if Alenson City faced further turmoil, Sushi could leverage the advantage of distance to promptly evacuate Krisha. Krisha, we shall remain here for a while. He declared, I understand. Mentor, she replied. The young girl obediently responded. After Sushi's earlier treatment, her injuries had completely healed, restoring her ability to control her body. She stepped onto the summit of the small hill, her feet pressing down the verdant grass, her hollow, lifeless eyes scanning from side to side until they quickly fixed upon a level area. With both hands, she pushed forward, releasing her magical power. The howling wind element swept the lawn clean, exposing a dry ground that served as a suitable resting place. As for Sushi, he had set up numerous protective magical barriers nearby before ascending into the sky to ensure the location was sufficiently secure. The girl silently observed the figure in the sky, watching as he flew away, and then returned. It was only when Sushi landed once more that the girl, with her silvery gray hair, averted her gaze, as if relieved, and refocused on the task at hand. You have sensed that the downfall of the city conceals unspeakable secrets. You decide to postpone your plan to relocate to a new city. You seek a nearby location to remain with the witch, preparing to witness the unfolding conclusion of Alenson City. Is it a conspiracy of infighting among humans? Is it a struggle between divine factions? Or perhaps, is it the formidable rise of foreign races, forcing humanity to retreat? Numerous confusions swirl in your mind, and the abrupt departure from a city you have lived in for a decade leaves you feeling somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, the familiar which accompanies you. The night wind atop the mountain carries a certain loneliness and chill, rustling the sea of trees and bowing the grass. Sushi had not experienced such a sensation in a long time, especially during his time in Ellenson City. Aside from the first year spent in the slums, he had always resided in a warm courtyard. Even in the harshest winters, the steam devices provided ample warmth. Thankfully, although the courtyard was destroyed and Ellenson lay in ruins, Sushi could still wield fire magic. As he activated the level 3 fire spell, a faint red barrier enveloped the camp. The chill was dispelled. The fierce winds blocked, and warmth returned to the world. "Master, please." The calm voice flowed like a steady river, rhythmic and serene, lacking any fluctuations yet possessing a unique beauty. The owner of such a voice was known to Sushi alone. "You've worked hard," Cree said as Sushi accepted the steaming bowl of soup from the girl. The scalding broth, bubbling with steam and adorned with floating droplets of oil, was filled with a plethora of ingredients. With a substantial amount of meat nearly overflowing the modest bowl, the aroma was slightly pungent, suggesting the addition of ingredients to fend off the evening's cold. Without the lanterns of the courtyard, the light was inevitably dim. Sushi rotated the bowl, adjusting its angles several times until he could discern the soup's contents in the glow of the campfire, noticing bits of fiery leaf herb sprinkled on top. This was a spicy plant favored by the denizens of the magical realm. With a soft gulp, he took a small sip, feeling the heat wash over his tongue before it gradually slid down his throat. Warming his stomach, she could distinctly sense his body warming up. The fiery leaf herb was remarkably effective. "Well done, Krisa. Your culinary skills have improved immensely," he smiled, praising the witch beside him, who awaited his feedback. Krisa's talent in the kitchen had not been remarkable, having once caused an embarrassing kitchen explosion. But through 4 years of relentless effort, she had finally achieved a commendable standard in her culinary endeavors. Of course, Sushi's stomach had also developed a commendable resistance to toxins, an unexpected bonus. "Yes, thank you for your praise." Krisa stood quietly, her silvery gray hair taking on a more mysterious quality in the dim light of the night. Shimmering like flowing silk in the campfire's glow, the clothing that had once been singed by flames had long since been replaced with her previous black and white apprentice robe, due to its ample size, the groan which still fit comfortably in it. After receiving praise, Krisa, as if having accomplished a task, served herself a bowl of meat soup and quietly sat beside Sushi to eat, using a spoon and fork. To this day, chopsticks remained a lifelong adversary for the witch, proving difficult for her to use. Such scenes often appeared amusing, prompting involuntary laughter. "You seem to be lost in thought." The witch's intuition was surprisingly keen. "That must be your imagination," Sushi replied nonchalantly. "I guess it." The girl tilted her head in confusion. "Perhaps, after all, my master has no reason to deceive me." Embracing such thoughts, she buried her head back into the bowl. Chewing on tender meat in small bites, the two shared a quiet dinner. The atmosphere more desolate than ever, fully exposed to the elements, devoid of warm steam or bright glass lanterns. Yet, Sushi did not dislike this ambience. With his lips pressed against the bowl's rim, he gently blew to temper the freshly cooked soup before sipping it slowly. The warmth surged from within, spreading to his limbs and bringing a touch of comfort to the bleak night. Such an experience was indeed rare. Sushi mused that it might be difficult to find a similar scene throughout the magical world. A 20-something grand sorcerer squatting with a 16-year-old witch on a remote mountaintop, unceremoniously enjoying meat soup. And no matter how one viewed it, the image was somewhat absurd. Crackling sparks burst forth as dry branches ignited by the campfire. The silhouettes of the two, one large and one small, stretched long into the night, seamlessly merging with the shadows of the flora, indistinguishable from one another. Dinner was consumed swiftly. Neither was particularly hungry, but the meal was a necessity for maintaining their strength and warmth. Krisa stood up, employing water and wind magic to effortlessly cleanse the pot and utensils. This method was not only efficient but convenient, and she had grown quite adept at it over time. The fierce winds whisked away the grease from the utensils, demanding little more than a touch of her magical energy. This was why Krisa willingly took on many household chores, and Sushi had not opposed it. It was not that he intentionally burdened the girl, but rather that magic simplified everything significantly. "Krisa, come here for a moment." The night wind had grown more howling, the sounds of whistling ringing in his ears. Sushi glanced toward Ellenson City, where flames still raged, the unquenchable glow particularly striking against the night, with numerous magical shadows wreaking havoc. However, overall, everything seemed normal, without any anomalies. Thus, he beckoned the girl to his side. Wishing to examine Kreese's eyes, the half-golden, half-dark pupils appeared significantly different from their usual pale golden eye. In truth, Sushi had sensed something was amiss upon reuniting with Kreese, but the urgency of the moment had left no time for inspection. Now, at last, he had the opportunity to investigate. Kreese, sit opposite me. Let me take a look at your eyes. Understood, master. The girl obediently sat directly across from Sushi, and, in the firelight, he could clearly see her delicate features and the subtle movement of her nostrils as she breathed. The witch seemed eager to assist Sushi, straining to widen her eyes. However, paired with her expressionless face, it appeared somewhat dazed. I can manage this. Kreese instructed her to cease her unnecessary efforts, and the girl quietly remained still. Subsequently, Sushi's left hand invoked light magic, casting a level 0 illumination spell with a brightness that wouldn't harm her eyes, gradually moving closer to Kreese. His right hand gently pried open her youthful eyelids, revealing the fragile eyeball within in the past. The witch's eyes had been a radiant pale gold, a splendid beauty to behold. Yet now, what Sushi perceives beyond the golden hue is a profound and shadowy black. Abruptly occupying the center of his gaze, the disparity between the golden and black portions is stark, akin to the forced amalgamation of entirely disparate entities. However, there exists one commonality. Both reflect Sushi's silhouette with remarkable clarity. Unchanged from the past, Sushi has coexisted with the witch for 4 years. During this time, he has watched her grow. Regarding all things related to the witch, and specifically to Kreese, Sushi believes that no one could possibly be more familiar than he. Yet despite this familiarity, he has seldom taken the time to truly observe Kreese's eyes. What words could adequately describe them? The campfire flickers in the darkness, intertwining warmth and dim light, while the air turns chilly, and breath forms mist. Her delicate, luminous eyes blink slightly. Those eyes do not possess the ethereal beauty often depicted in novels and biographies of protagonists. There is no aura of mystery or dazzling colors. No resolute and fearless determination, innocence or kindness. Those attributes, those descriptions, bear no relation to the emotionally vacant witch. What Sushi sees is only a pair of hollow, lifeless eyes, devoid of vitality and any emotional nuance, resembling inanimate objects devoid of presence. Only in the fleeting moment of a blink can one sense that the owner of those eyes is indeed alive. The eyelashes quiver gently, and the sheen covering the surface of the iris, illuminated by the campfire, amplifies the tranquility and indifference. Sushi is curious. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, so what might Kreese's soul resemble? He fixes his gaze, scrutinizing intently. Yet, regardless of how he observes, what Sushi sees in those eyes is forever merely his own reflection, nothing more. This is entirely reasonable. After all, Sushi is gazing into Kreese's eyes, and naturally, within her field of vision, only he exists. It seems that saying the eyes are the windows to the soul is a fallacy. Sushi feels a tinge of regret. He cannot penetrate the depths of the witch's heart through her eyes. Without further delay, Sushi begins to attentively observe the entwined gold and black within Kreese's eyes. The two colors intertwine and coalesce, akin to stars shimmering in the night sky, merging into one another in a manner that Sushi finds incomprehensible. Inseparable yet distinct. It is not aesthetically pleasing. One might even describe it as unsettling. The distorted colors induce discomfort. Kreese, could you describe when your eyes began to change? Sushi inquires that it was before your return. The girl replies in a calm tone. Regarding the transformation of her eyes, the witch herself is uncertain. However, through her explanations and a series of probing questions, Sushi swiftly discerns the fundamental cause of the change. Despair and sorrow? No. To be more precise, it is the overwhelming and intense emotions. The reason Kreese's eyes exhibit a pale gold hue is due to her having a lineage of demon blood. Thus, contemplating from another angle, Could the transformation of her eyes correspond to the change in her bloodline? Gazing at the still, doll-like girl, Sushi falls into contemplation. He has imagined numerous possibilities, yet among the countless options, only the suspicion of demon blood holds the most weight. Consequently, Sushi extends his hand, gently resting it upon Krish's head, caressing the area where her horns once resided. It feels somewhat rough, slightly raised, hinting at signs of regrowth. Indeed, his conjecture is confirmed that a whisper of wind brushes past his ears. As night deepens, the evening breeze grows more fierce, yet is thwarted by the magical barrier. Only the echoes of the wind remain. Unwilling to dissipate, Sushi's understanding of demons is rather limited. He has gleaned only fragmented snippets from the tomes of the Mage Association, such as that demons are born without magical abilities but possess formidable physical strength, viewed as pests loathed by the gods. These accounts are overly subjective and lack further detail. Thus, Sushi finds himself unable to ascertain whether Krish's transformation is beneficial or detrimental. Krisha, do you feel any different? Sushi removes the illumination spell and inquires of the owner of those eyes. She shakes her head. Her silvery gray hair sways with the motion. Master, I do not feel that way. Krisha responds honestly. She feels neither discomfort in her body nor any improvements. Aside from the change in the color of her eyes, everything remains consistent with the usual that's so. The campfire blazes with fervor as Sushi relinquishes his probing into her eyes. His knowledge of demons is scant, nearly non-existent in the face of such a lack of information. The wisdom of an observer and a mere mortal cannot provide much assistance to uncover the truth behind it all. He must venture to other cities, consult more comprehensive texts on demons, and observe the girl's daily changes. Fortunately, this transformation has not inflicted pain upon Krisha. The only issue is that her gaze can be unsettling. Sushi is indifferent to this, and Krisha does not mind either. Thus, this concern holds little weight. In the time that follows, Sushi and Krisha sit around the campfire, protected by the warmth of the fire. No fierce winds can intrude, nor can they extinguish the makeshift blaze that is a peculiar sensation. Seated in tranquility, sipping warm water, watching nature's fury rage not far away, it feels as if they are isolated from the world, transcending the boundaries of life and death. Looking up, one can see a sky full of stars. Looking down, vast fields stretch endlessly. To glance sideways reveals the flames of Alanson. Master, master, master. In such an environment, Krisha, as usual, finds herself wanting to do something for Sushi, whether it be boiling water or organizing items within her spatial ring. She cannot remain idle, always eager to assist It is only when Sushi speaks up, urging the girl to sit and rest, that she finally settles down quietly. Krisha, we are not in Alanson now. You can relax a bit. Yes. Observing the still restless girl, Sushi decides to share some stories to help divert her attention. He speaks of many things, a medley of tales. There are mythological stories from Earth, techniques and tricks for practicing magic, and even the mundane daily lives of ordinary people. Krisha listens intently. Is it because the stories are truly captivating? Or is it simply because they are told by Sushi? Or perhaps it is neither. Midway through his storytelling, Sushi notices that, unbeknownst to him, the girl has already fallen into a deep slumber. Her breathing is steady, and she sleeps soundly, emitting soft, adorable murmurs. Her delicate features, illuminated by the moonlight, bear a unique, ethereal beauty. After all, she is still a child. Sushi chuckles helplessly. Rising, he approaches the sleeping girl and drapes a thick, warm blanket over her. It seems she senses Sushi's actions in her dreams, for she utters indistinct murmurs, appearing exceedingly charming. To be honest, when Sushi first encountered Krisha, he never envisioned that the frail girl, mired in mud, would grow into the person she is today. Is this a beautiful life simulator, or a young girl cultivation simulator? Beneath the starry sky, Sushi summoned a simulated panel, lost in contemplation. On the second day after departing from Ellenson City, you awoke to Chris's apologetic morning greeting. She expressed regret for having fallen asleep while you were speaking the previous night, hoping for a form of reprimand from you. You assured her it was unnecessary, yet the girl insisted. Consequently, you gently curled your index finger and tapped her forehead, declaring this as your form of punishment. You began your morning routine, washing and then dining. From the mountain's peak, you gazed at the distant Ellenson city, observing that it remained ravaged by monstrous entities, with twisted flames of sorrow showing no signs of abating. You resolved to continue your vigil atop the mountain, communicating with the elements in an attempt to conjure more expansive and comprehensive magic. The perception of elements persisted, and the wisdom of mortals remained active. Your understanding of magic advanced further on the third day after leaving Ellenson City. The weather turned grim, and a torrential downpour suddenly ensued. The deluge extinguished the raging inferno in the city, yet the monsters that lingered within did not disperse, as if awaiting something. You too remained patient in your vigil. Meanwhile, you noticed a change in Chris's eyes. The previously chaotic blend of black and gold seemed to be transforming into a more ordered state, and you sensed that the girlesque gaze had grown more captivating. In your leisure, you chose to peruse magical tomes to pass the time and attempted to develop magical artifacts on your own. On the fourth day, after leaving Ellenson City, the weather cleared. You began to question whether your judgment had faltered. Under your scrutiny, Ellenson City still appeared as a desolate ruin besieged by monsters, showing no signs of improvement. You decided to remain, as the provisions within your spatial ring were ample enough to sustain both you and the girl for an extended period. Although life in the wilderness inevitably lacked stability, Chris stayed by your side, proactively training in magic, believing her powers too feeble to assist you. The witch's progress in her studies accelerated on the fifth day after leaving Ellenson City. Your patience was finally rewarded with noticeable changes. The earth trembled, mountains quaked, and a dark wave surged on the horizon. Relentless wheels crushed the terrain as countless steam-powered armored vehicles emerged, their hissing steam forming towering white columns that shot skyward. Amidst the cacophony of sharp whistles, the synchronized march of iron boots resonated, a heavy atmosphere laden with an oppressive force like a tea that moment. The steel gears began to turn, and the searing steam let out a mighty cry. Legions bearing the insignias of various divine churches advanced with thunderous momentum, while mages hovered above, prepared to honor the radiance of the deities. The sounds of prayers, roars, and marching feet merged into a unified, thunderous call. The gods above, vanquish these heretics. The blackened steam cannons began to charge, and wands infused with elemental energy prepared to cast spells. War had commenced. Legions from the human kingdoms and divine churches launched a lightning-fast assault on the monsters within Ellenson City. With explosions echoing wildly, the initial wave alone claimed the lives of thousands of formidable creatures. The results appeared promising. However, Sushi furrowed his brow deeply. The scene before him seemed ordinary, with human forces and God-fearing mages uniting against the otherworldly foes. Yet, numerous doubts and peculiarities lurked beneath the surface. For instance, the orcs that had appeared within Ellenson City should have been thwarted by the divine church. Why had they breached the defenses? Furthermore, why had the legions arrived so tardily? Days had passed, and there were nearly no survivors left within the city. Lastly, and most crucially, Sushi mused, it was impossible for such steam weaponry and this caliber of mages to secure victory. When he had departed Ellenson City, he had engaged in brief confrontations with those monsters. In most instances, he had emerged victorious with overwhelming strength. Yet among the multitude of adversaries, there existed uniquely dangerous entities, at least of the great mage level, possibly even the realm of the sacred mage. According to Sushi's observations, the legions invading the monsters could only inflict damage comparable to that of a great mage, merely effective for clearing out lesser foes. Incapable of truly reclaiming Ellenson City, the higher-ups, those truly in power, could not possibly be unaware of this. What then was their true intention? Sushi gazed toward the distant battlefield, his expression solemn, feeling that the truth was drawing ever closer. You witnessed a surprising spectacle. Countless legions approached from afar, emblazoned with the insignias of various human factions and divine churches, their might formidable and their assault impressive. Yet you furrowed your brow, sensing that things were not as they seemed. Patiently observing, you noticed that the human forces found themselves in a stalemate, horrified to discover that their proud weaponry was incapable of breaching the monster's defenses. The massive and fearsome subdragons charged into the ranks of armored vehicles with unstoppable force, smashing them to rubble with a single blow, a flick, or a stomp. Mages soaring through the skies with wind magic were also beset by venomous wyverns and blood bees. And although they retaliated fiercely, eliminating many monsters, they found themselves heavily surrounded. The tide of battle had turned, and cries of despair filled the air. You increasingly struggled to comprehend why the higher-ups had dispatched legions solely to meet their demise. You were perplexed, bewildered, and silent. Suddenly, the battlefield erupted with fervent prayers. Amidst the overwhelming fear of death, more and more soldiers succumbed to mental collapse, pleading for the deities to save their lives. Thus, you witnessed the so-called gods. Save me, great deities who created the world. I beseech you, spare my life. I do not wish to die. Atorna. No, please, who can save him? Stay away, monster! Ah! The cries for help, shouts of fury, and voices of terror echoed through the blood-soaked battlefield. Whether ordinary soldiers or elemental mages, all displayed fear in the face of death, their spirits fragile and helpless. They called out, beseeching the mercy of the gods to save their humble lives. Yet, could the exalted deities truly hear the pleas of mortals? Sushi could not provide a definitive answer, but at that moment, in that place, he indeed witnessed the descent of the gods. The heavens darkened, stripped of light. Thunder rumbled through the ominous clouds, illuminating the ground with flashes of lightning. A minuscule yet radiant light, seemingly inconsequential, drifted down from the firmament, pressing the earth in a silent ruin. This moment, silence reigned, but he listened for the gospel of the gods. What is a god? A power that transcends the mortal realm. A being that commands the world in ineffable exaltation. The god proclaimed, "Let there be light," in a world shrouded in darkness. Only brilliance remained, as all things floated in the warmth and searing pain of illumination. The thunder within the clouds, the sun in the sky, the boundless earth, the rising steam, and the howling storm, all became lost in the pure radiance. 3 days later, Sushi, accompanied by Chris, arrived in a new city, named Vague, which Sushi had chosen as their new residence. Within their newly acquired home, Chris busily checked for any missing items, assessing what additional furniture might be needed. Meanwhile, Sushi sat in a plush armchair in the living room. Reflecting on the divine retribution from 3 days prior, it was astonishing. Truly, one could say it was the work of the divine. Effortlessly, they had obliterated the monsters within Ellenson City while simultaneously safeguarding the remaining soldiers. The geography surrounding Ellenson City had nearly undergone a complete transformation. What kind of power had been exerted? No, perhaps even less than one. She closed his eyes in contemplation, holding in his hand a nearly shattered wand. On that day, the primary targets of the divine assault had been the monsters. Yet the magnitude of his onslaught was so immense that even from a great distance, the violent shockwave compelled Shi to reveal all his hidden cards. He unleashed a barrage of over a dozen 7th-level spells, barely managing to counteract the residual waves from the descent of that light, safeguarding both himself and the witch. Such an experience was undeniably perilous and dreadful, yet it proved worthwhile. Through witnessing the divine manifestation and the fervor of the rescued soldiers, Sushi finally unraveled the truth of the matter. Extra! Extra! The excited cries of a newsboy echoed through the streets outside. The northern city of Ellenson had suffered a devastating invasion by monstrous entities, with several legions falling to defeat, bringing the city to the brink of annihilation. The great god of light intervened. Rescuing the survivors? Extra! Extra! The God of Light has bestowed divine grace. The shouts reverberated further and further, capturing the attention of more passers-by who hurried to purchase newspapers, eager to indulge in the unfolding tale. Upon learning of Ellenson's plight, their faces reflected sorrow. Witnessing the defeat of human legions, they displayed fear, and upon witnessing the descent of the God of Light, their expressions transformed into fervent zeal. Praise the great God of Light. Praise the Lord of infinite radiance. May the light endure through the ages, shielding the weak until death. Thank you for once again saving us. The faithful of the God of Light sang hymns of praise on the spot. People lamented and prayed, their expressions gradually shifting towards reverence. The emotionally stirred shed tears of joy. Even those who were not adherents, caught in the fervent atmosphere, could not help but mutter a few words of gratitude to the deities. All of this unfolded before Su Shi's eyes. He perceived the god's schemes clearly. They had deliberately orchestrated the invasion of the monsters, allowing human legions to perish, further accentuating the might of the monsters and the urgency of the situation. Finally, the exalted deities intervened, not only reaping human faith, but also instilling awe within humanity. Su Shi pondered, expressing his thoughts. What a ruthless strategy! The god's psychological manipulation over humanity had evidently reached a high level. They understood that if humanity became too complacent, no one would venerate the divine. Hence, the deities actively created dangers and disasters, offering salvation at the moment of human despair. Thus, they could harvest faith, ensuring the devotion and affection of their followers. Undeniably, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Within Su Shi's line of sight, many had already chosen to join the divine church, yearning to experience the might of the gods up close and to become mages of divine faith. Perhaps this was one of their objectives. Su Shi mused, gently tapping his forefinger against the armrest of his chair, producing a soft echo. Faith mages and elemental mages, while both capable of wielding magic, traversed entirely different paths. The strength of faith mages stemmed from the deity they revered. The extent of divine grace they received dictated their power. Consequently, the pinnacle of this path was semi-divinity, with no possibility of advancement beyond that. A vassal could never surpass their master. This is the fundamental principle of the world's functioning. However, elemental mages differed. These mages observed the world and discerned truths capable of igniting divine fire in a genuine sense. Wielding authority over the world, the gods seemed unwilling to allow the birth of new deities, thus employing various subtle methods to promote the convenience of faith mages while diminishing the existence of elemental mages. In this manner, the gods could remain comfortably ensconced in the heavens, gazing down upon the muddled masses. If this were indeed the case, then Su Shi realized he must exercise caution in his future actions. He clicked his tongue softly, sensing an intuition that he could very well be the most powerful elemental mage in this magical realm. Should his power continue to rise, it was highly likely he would attract the attention of the gods. Such a result was not something Su Shi wished to witness, that he certainly did not want to awaken one day to find himself merely a grand mage, facing the onslaught of dozens, if not hundreds, of true gods. Am I to combat deities? Is this for real? The absurdity of such a scenario was enough to provoke outright laughter, a prospect Su Shi wished to avoid entirely. Ignorance, after all, can be a form of bliss. Slowly rising, Su Shi stretched languidly, his gaze drifting through the window to the bustling streets filled with excited devotees of the gods. The faithful believed that the deities cared for humanity, yet in truth, the gods only loved themselves. Such a deception, this intricately woven ruse, was not entirely malevolent. People provided faith, and the gods bestowed power. This was inherently a mutually beneficial transaction. The vast majority, nearly 99%, were destined to find the path of the elemental mage unattainable. If one could exchange the fervor of their faith for greater achievements from the gods, it would be a fortuitous outcome. Should there be any cost, it would merely entail occasional trepidation, to avoid becoming a sacrifice to divine miracles. In the case of Ellenson City, the death toll among local citizens and supporting soldiers approached 1 million, a sobering realization. The hissing of steam filled the air as a faint mist enveloped the new dwelling. Cliché entered, having activated the steam apparatus. "Master, everything is in order, and I found no discrepancies. Thank you for your hard work." Cliché Su Shi instinctively glanced into the silver-haired girl's eyes, only to see his own reflection staring back, as it had last time. "Let us proceed. Today, I will take charge of the cooking." The witch expressed surprise, yet obediently followed Su Shi's lead. As time flowed, the home was no longer the familiar abode of the past, and the surroundings felt entirely foreign. Yet the presence of a familiar figure before her dispelled any fear. En route to the kitchen, Cliché also heard the frenzied cries from outside, offering blessings to the deities. She paid them no mind, closely trailing her G.O.D. to go celebrate the first day in their new home. You resolved to cook a meal. The wisdom of mortals ignited the observer's insight with unparalleled precision. You crafted a table laden with delectable dishes, your culinary skills having improved, and your proficiency with kitchenware greatly enhanced. You lamented the absence of a culinary deity in this world. Otherwise, you might have had a chance to test your mettle. At the dining table, Clisha praised your cooking, exclaiming, "The meals made by the master are the most delicious." Her tone was simple yet sincere, and due to her hurried eating, remnants of soup adorned her lips. You carefully wiped her face clean. The dinner was a delightful affair, not merely for the exquisite cuisine, but also because you had escaped the harshness of the wild, returning to the comfort of a home. During the post-meal conversation, you conveyed to the witch the intelligence regarding the deities, suggesting that you might find yourselves at odds with them in the future, but Clisha's understanding was somewhat sluggish. She struggled to grasp your meaning. Yet in her heart, there would always be but one answer. As long as you needed her, she would remain by your side. Her response was as unwavering as ever, yet this time imbued with a sense of resolve. Even if you were to stand against the world, she would accompany you until the very end. Clisha, this matter is quite dangerous, I understand, Master. Then shouldn't you reconsider? No need, Master. There's no need to consider danger. Nor is there any room for hesitation. Such notions are utterly foreign to a witch who's been ensnared in a quagmire of malice since childhood, tormented to the brink of death. What remains for her to do, and what she's capable of, is to linger by the side of that radiant sun. The witch possesses her own set of guiding principles, unyielding and resolute. While it brings you comfort, you also harbor concerns that Clisha might attract the attention of deities. Consequently, you resolve to exercise greater caution in safeguarding her in the days to come. You continue your dialogue with her, imparting a wealth of knowledge about the divine, allowing the girl to comprehend her adversaries, so she's not left in ignorance. She marvels at the might of the gods, recalling the divine punishment she witnessed near Ellenson. The witch poses a question: does there exist a force in this world more powerful than the deities themselves? After much contemplation, you ultimately respond with a jest, suggesting that perhaps the power of love can be. For at times, the strength of emotion knows no bounds. You chuckle as you utter these words, reminiscing about the numerous spirited anime you had seen before your journey, where protagonists, while proclaiming friendship and bonds, love and justice, vanquish their foes. Alas, the harshness of reality dictates that strength must be cultivated gradually. One cannot hope to defeat deities in such a manner, as the seasons change, marking the commencement of a new cycle. You find yourselves in the 11th year of simulation at the age of 25, while Clisha is now 17. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, you and Clisha have spent a year in Varge City. You have refrained from adopting your former identities, instead fabricating false ones at a year is ample time to erode the unfamiliarity and unease, allowing you both to return to your erstwhile routine, living a tranquil life in Varge City. Much like that in Ellenson.in spring, you take Clisha to admire the fragrant blossoms and verdant foliage.in summer. You listen to the cicadas in the courtyard, as Clisha pours you chilled juice as autumn approaches and the weather begins to cool. The steam apparatus operates throughout the day, its rumbling providing a backdrop as you and Clisha quietly observe the falling leaves. In winter, with snow blanketing the ground and the layers deep, you find solace in this season, savoring the warm beverages Clisha brews while perusing tomes on magic. Everything is so beautiful, so harmonious. You wish for this daily life to endure eternally, with your innate talent, as long as time permits. You can ascend to greater heights. Moreover, you are delighted to note that, in this new year, Clisha has progressed from a novice mage to an elite mage in the new courtyard you have inhabited for a year in Varge City. Sushi observes the now 17-year-old gray-haired witch with a slight nod that he senses her mental prowess undergoing a transformation, advancing toward deeper levels of understanding. This indicates that Clisha is on the verge of breaking through to elite mage status, enhancing her strength and self-protection capabilities. While many powerful beings exist in this world, they are not ubiquitous. The strength of an elite mage is sufficient for Clisha to stand on her own. Clisha, relax a little more. Allow your mental energy to perceive the elements as fully as possible, Sushi instructs, as a vast canopy of leaves rustles above, creating a symphony of light and shadow. The girl stands directly beneath it, her cool, delicate features illuminated and dimmed in turn. "Yes, mentor," she replies softly, focusing intently on channeling her mental energy to keenly sense the surrounding earth, wind, water, and fire, the soil beneath her feet. The flow of air, the whirring steam, and the scorching sunlight, the four fundamental elements concealed within all things, gradually begin to resonate with Krisha's mental energy. Yet at that moment, unbeknownst to Krisha, her eyes undergo a rapid transformation. The mingling of black and gold swirling like a vortex. Thump. Her mental energy breaks through successfully. The witch ascends to elite mage status. However, for reasons unknown, she suddenly collapses, falling into unconsciousness. "Krisha?" Sushi's expression shifts as he rushes over to check on her. You are elated by the witch's progress. You believe that with her current rate of advancement, she will undoubtedly become a grand sorceress before you depart this world. With such power, she can protect herself even in your absence. Your mind wanders to the future, and you prepare several tomes of level 4 to 5 magic, eager to impart new spells to the 17-year-old witch. Yet, you never anticipated that the moment she achieved her advancement, the previously tranquil expression in her eyes would shift once more, plunging her into a profound unconsciousness. You hastily cast a life magic spell, only to discover that the witch is unharmed and the magic has no effect. You are astonished and perplexed. The observer's magic is activated continuously. Recalling the witch's eyes, you speculate that the cause of her unconsciousness may lie in a disturbance of the demonic bloodline within her body. Prompting a new avenue of research, you swiftly transport the witch to the meditation chamber for rest, while rummaging through the demonic tomes you have previously collected. Feeling that it is insufficient, you visit the Mage Association. We manage to locate 2 ancient texts after some inquiry. The wisdom of mortals continues to unfold. Unlike the dim meditation room in Ellenson, the new chamber is not so dark. The glow of mithril, the brilliance of gold, coupled with the steamy white vapor from the apparatus, envelopes the room in an ethereal ambience. With a click, Sushi adjusts the knob to illuminate the glass lamp embedded with crystal stones. The light diffuses slightly through the vapor, casting a soft, hazy glow that perfectly illuminates both himself and the gray-haired girl lying nearby in a state of unconsciousness. Occasionally, the girl displays a pained expression, momentarily regaining consciousness, but soon falls back into her stupor, a relentless cycle of suffering. Strangely, despite the perilous appearance of her condition, the girl's life remains unscathed, with no signs of impending death. Sushi has already examined her. Both life and death magic reveal that Krisha's state is stable. Yet, why is this occurring? What has transpired within her eyes and demonic bloodline? While it is indeed a relief that Krisha's life is secure, her ongoing torment and unconsciousness are clearly untenable. Sushi turns slightly, gazing toward the corner of the meditation room, where the young witch, oblivious to joy or sorrow, lies pale and unconscious upon a makeshift magical stone slab. Beads of sweat coat her forehead, her breathing erratic and rapid, her fingers trembling unconsciously in a moment of reverie. As he gazes upon this frail 17-year-old witch, Sushi is reminded of the girl who once traversed a fetid alley. Battered and torn, treading through mud with hollow eyes, pleading for salvation in the depths of despair. I could see this moment. In Sushi's eyes, the grown witch and the young witch merge into one, both exuding a profound sense of helplessness. It is truly worrisome. Krisha, he sighs softly, his voice echoing in the emptiness of the meditation chamber. Subsequently, accompanied by the clicking of mechanical chains, Sushi opens the furniture embedded in the wall, sits down, and lays out several ancient texts on the table, beginning to sift through them for information on demonic entities. Occasionally, he rises to observe and record the girl's physical condition, conversing with her during her brief moments of consciousness. Yet more often, he finds himself alone at the table, poring over books, pen in hand, under the softly diffused light of the glass lamp, transcribing notes on the records concerning the demonic race. So there is such a thing. It appears that long before the arrival of the gods, The demonic race was already active in the world. It seems that the creation theory propagated by the divine church is not worthy of belief. The gods are merely products of the world's birth. Muttering to oneself, one hastily takes notes. With the assistance of mortal wisdom, Sushi's research abilities and cognitive faculties have undergone a substantial enhancement. His comprehension of the demon race is gradually deepening. Concern for the unconscious sorceress weighs heavily on your mind, prompting you to delve into the study of demon-related materials, initially intending to awaken the sorceress from her slumber. You unexpectedly uncover profound truths about the world from various ancient texts. The creation myth of the magical realm presents two distinct versions. Point 1, widely known, narrates how the celestial gods collaborated to forge the world, crafting all that exists, including the heavens and the earth, thereby establishing the gods as the sovereigns of this realm. The other, concealed within obscure tomes seldom traversed by others, reveals the primordial theory, positing that the world emerged from chaos, with elements independently giving rise to all things. The so-called deities are mere newcomers, appearing even later than the demon race. In astonishment, you continue to examine the detailed records of the demon race. The materials are exceedingly obscure, laden with arcane language that significantly hampers your research speed. Yet, the wisdom of mortals remains ever active. You master the language of Egrabin, learn the ancient tongue of Yuan-Shu, and acquire the tongue of Ingla. Your studies on the demon race begin to progress smoothly, deepening your understanding of their mating habits, innate abilities, and racial characteristics. Engaged in a flurry of reading and learning, you endure hunger, quenching thirst with water magic, and stave off sleep through meditation. Apart from a few necessary meals, you maintain this rigorous state. Your mental fortitude is formidable. Such burdens are trivial to you, though inevitably, you experience some weariness. Am I being a bother to you? Mentor, at one point, Krisa briefly awakens. She observes the fatigued Sushi, his gaze vacant, his tone dazed. Even a girl devoid of emotions feels concern for someone she values. She is reluctant to see Sushi exhaust himself for her sake. It asks nothing. Krisa is very well behaved. She never causes me trouble. The man's voice remains gentle, his broad palms soothingly caressing the sorceress's head, imparting a faint but precious warmth that is comforting, allowing the weary sorceress to drift back into slumber. Subsequently, Sushi checks once more, confirming Krisa's body remains unharmed, before immersing himself back into his studies. On the cusp of a breakthrough, days pass, one after another. The sun rises and sets, repeating its cycle. After 9 continuous days of study, Sushi finally completes his review of all demon-related materials, clarifying the most fundamental thoughts. He has begun to form hypotheses regarding Krisa's unconsciousness. However, his mind is in disarray. Prevent his clouded thoughts from hindering further contemplation and plans. Sushi decides to rest, allowing his overworked body to find sleep, but he does not return to his bedroom, instead resting upon the soft bedding. Exhaustion engulfs him, and weariness washes over him like a tide, consuming his consciousness as he slips into a profound slumber, appearing remarkably serene. The rustling of writing instruments and the sound of turning pages fade away. In the vast meditation chamber, only the sound of steam swirling and the dim, yellowish light remain, occasionally accompanied by faint hums from the outside world. Those are the colossal steam machines in the city center, roaring like beasts, supplying energy to the entire metropolis. An hour later, within the meditation chamber, the stone slab inscribed with life-restoring magic quivers slightly. Krisa, who had been unconscious, awakens. The girl opens her eyes, the black and golden hues within swirling incessantly like a never-ending spiral. Instinctively, she glances toward Sushi. Her soul concerned. In previous awakenings, Krisa would hear Sushi's voice or the diligent rustle of pages, but this time, an unusual silence envelopes her. Unaware of Sushi's slumber, the sorceress's heart fills with worry. Is Sushi too fatigued? Has his health faltered? As such thoughts arise, the sorceress finds it impossible to remain calm. Thus, she braces herself against the stone slab, forcing her frail body to stand. Mentor, her legs, weak and trembling, seem ready to collapse at any moment. She advances unsteadily, her steps shaky, Her condition is dire. She is so frail that walking is a challenge. Yet she perseveres, inching closer to Sushi with labored breaths. The scene is silent yet profoundly poignant. The sorceress's actions affirm a singular truth. In the face of genuine will, a fragile body cannot impede even the slightest progress. The light casts upon the girl, illuminating her pallid face devoid of color. Trembling, she extends her slender fingers, resting them upon the chair where Sushi sits. This support alleviates some of her burden, enabling her to reach his front. Then Krisa beholds the familiar visage, now deeply asleep, worn from overexertion. Mentor is fine. Tilting her head, she blinks in surprise. The reality diverges from her fears. Sushi has not encountered mishap. He simply succumbed to sleep. Nothing more. How wonderful. Her serene voice echoes in the still air. The accumulated sorrow and anxiety within her dissipate, returning to their previous empty state. What should she do next? Krisa feels a wave of confusion. Having confirmed Sushi's safety, she suddenly finds herself at a loss. Should she lie back on the stone slab, patiently awaiting his awakening? Light and shadow are inseparable companions. When light appears, shadow follows closely. For once it departs from the light's embrace, it ceases to exist. Thus, when light falls into silence, where should shadow go? Krisa does not know how to answer this question. Her life, her very essence, has long been accustomed to dwelling beside Sushi. Beyond that, she finds little interest in anything else. Yet, given her current frail state, what could she accomplish even while awake? She struggles to care for herself, let alone anything further. Consequently, Krisa relinquishes any unrealistic notions of assisting with household chores as she normally would. In tranquil silence, her expression calm and indifferent, she crosses her hands over her abdomen, leaning gently against the table's edge, standing vigil by the side of the slumbering Sushi. The room is dim. The light hazy, the ethereal glow reminiscent of a bygone era's touch, delicate and tender, it envelopes the figures of the man and the girl. The former sleeps, while the latter stands sentinel. This is all the sorceress believes she can do at this moment. And indeed, is the only thing she wishes to do. Since light is asleep, shadow will remain beside it, until brightness once again warms the world, restoring shadow's purpose for existence. Yet, how to articulate this feeling? It is subtly strange. Mentor's face, Krisa murmurs, though she does not stand as tall as Sushi, and while she usually sees his entire face, she has never closely observed the finer details. Now, as Sushi sits sleeping, the standing girl can see him in full. It is her first time observing Sushi from such proximity. The sorceress notes his eyes, swollen from prolonged study, and his fingers, still poised, as if gripping a quill, even in sleep. She observes his countenance, weary and pale, the exhaustion palpable in every feature. She saw everything. She witnessed the passage of time at her temples, the quivering breath at her nostrils. She beheld Sushi deeply asleep, and all that lay behind that profound slumbered awe. Is it truly so? A heavy heart seemed to pierce through Krisa's heart in an instant, causing her pupils to dilate slightly. Once, the witch believed that if the light fell silent, it would lose its sanctuary of shadows. Yet now, reality revealed to the witch that even in silence, even when the sun briefly extinguished, its residual warmth still penetrated the soul, paving a path for the shadows to advance. The witch was at a loss for words, uncertain how to express gratitude for that fervent and warm light. Her feelings accumulated, her thoughts grew increasingly chaotic, and a tempest of impulses swelled within her chest. The witch felt clumsy, utterly unaware of how to proceed. Thus, guided by her own understanding, she endeavored to do her utmost. She delicately extended her 10 fingers, gently cradling Sushi's cheeks with the softest of touches, bending down to let their foreheads touch, their noses brush. Silvery strands of hair cascaded down, a few strands brushing against the man's face. "May you be in good health, Christine whispered softly in her calm, unruffled voice. It seemed for a fleeting moment that a multitude of emotions intersected, yet the tranquil words left one questioning whether it was merely an illusion. Pressing close, touching, feeling the warmth of the light, time appeared to come to a standstill. Those brief seconds felt as if they spanned an eternity. An eruption of feelings previously unknown surged within the witch's heart. What was it indeed? Chris felt guilt. She maintained the closeness of their foreheads, reluctant to part with that warmth and intimacy, even knowing that as a personal belonging, she ought not to overstep such boundaries. Suddenly, it seemed that Chris's actions disturbed the man's slumber. She furrowed his brow, letting out a low groan, barely audible, yet it startled the 17-year-old witch into a panicked flight. With her weak, unsteady legs, the witch fled at a speed she had never known before. She scrambled back onto the stone slab, grasped the bedding Sushi had prepared for her, leaped in, and curled up tightly, like a self-enclosed silkworm, wrapping herself securely, leaving no gap, fearful of leaving even the slightest space for the outside world to observe. Quivering gently, she moved slightly, an endearing sight. Her heart raced violently, bringing an unprecedented tension. The witch did not understand why she felt such fear. Though she had overstepped, it was merely a gentle touch of foreheads, yet her heart was in turmoil. Minter, after a long wait, there was no response, nor any scolding from her master. Chris cautiously peeked out, allowing her eyes to emerge from the bedding, and upon discovering Sushi still in peaceful slumber, her anxious heart gradually calmed, returning to its previous emptiness. However, how strange and hot it was! Chris, in confusion, lightly brushed her palm against her snow-white cheeks, only to find them burning with heat. The witch suspected she might have a fever. Could this be the price for overstepping her bounds with her master? Chris's knowledge expanded. She reasoned that as long as her master remained oblivious, this cost was acceptable. In Vague City, the towering steam stacks pierced the clouds, resembling an alternative steel volcano, exhaling a mist that enveloped the entire city. The engines roared, gears whirled, swift bullets sliced through the inky night sky. Radiant magic illuminated the dim stars at night. The massive chime echoed through the steel metropolis, dispersing layers of mist, driving away those lurking in the shadows. At this moment, it had been 15 hours since she had fallen asleep in the meditation chamber. The instinctive thirst stemming from his body stirred him awake. Unbeknownst to him, he had slept for such a long duration. As he opened his eyes, the familiar surroundings of the meditation room came into view. Sushi glanced at the mechanical clock on the wall and couldn't help but exclaimed it was only natural, considering he had worked tirelessly for 9 consecutive days and nights. Gurgle, gurgle. Summoning a large volume of fresh water, Sushi replenished his hydration while stretching his slightly stiff body. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the effects of this sleep. All physical fatigue had dissipated, and his previously lethargic spirit had been restored. It was time to proceed to the next step. After perusing numerous historical records, he finally grasped some insights. She turned to glance at the corner of the meditation room. There on the makeshift magic stone slab, the silver-haired girl still lay in quiet slumber. He approached, conducted a brief inspection, and confirmed Chris's life state was still intact before returning to his work desk. Focusing once more on the stacks of handwritten notes, the text was fine, densely packed, detailing the various classifications of demonkind. One could say that Sushi had now attained a profound understanding of the knowledge regarding demonkind. Some obscure or incomplete information had been clarified and supplemented through the entries of both observers and mortals. The term demonkind was a definition devised by humanity. To be precise, it should be referred to as the ancient race or the primordial race. In the stillness of the meditation room deep in the night, an air of emptiness prevailed. She resumed his seat, extracting a pristine blank sheet from the bottom of the numerous manuscripts, on which he began to jot down new points. The notion of gods creating the world was evidently erroneous. If the gods truly possessed such immense power, they would not require the trifling faith of humanity. Therefore, the correct history should align with what was written in the biography of the mage Leibu Gawa. The world emerged from chaos, with elements giving rise to all things. The so-called demonkind were the first beings born of this world, endowed with astonishingly powerful physical forms and gifted abilities bestowed by the world. From birth, they possessed extraordinary strength that surpassed other races, with the mightiest able to contend with deities. Their sole flaw was that the emotions and desires of pure-blooded demons were exceedingly unstable, rendering them completely incapable of pursuing the path of magic. Only exceptions like Chris, with a diluted demon bloodline and shattered emotions, could learn magic unaffected. Steam swirled, occasionally bursting open the copper lid, producing a series of crackling echoes. Accompanying this was the rapid scratching of the pen against paper, akin to a gentle breeze rustling through myriad leaves, creating a delicate and soft sound. Gazing at the demon-kind information he had recorded, Sushi fell into contemplation. Perhaps the defects of demonkind were not an unexpected occurrence. The evolution of things, the development of the world, has always adhered to the most fundamental principles, from nothing to something, from chaos to order to the dawn of the magical world. Even the world itself was incomplete. The so-called demonkind was, in essence, a manifestation of the world's disorder. This also explained why demonkind would later be supplanted by deities, as deities symbolize order, regulation, and the materialization of the world's operational order. Viewed in this light, the reason for Chris's fainting spell became quite clear. Sushi set down his pen, gazing at the freshly inked characters on the paper. He slightly raised his head to stare at the dimly lit ceiling, letting out a sigh. It was neither an illness nor a curse. The cause of the sorceress's fainting lay in the conflict between the demonic bloodline and the mage's mental prowess. Representing chaos and order, two opposing forces that could not coexist peacefully. In the past, the sorceress was weak, pitiful, and helpless. Her frail body and listless spirit meant she did not need to worry about such matters. However, the disturbances in the city of Alençon, along with the influx of sorrowful wails and despair, had activated the demonic bloodline. Upon ascending to the rank of elite mage, her mental strength experienced an unprecedented breakthrough. Thus, the clash between body and spirit, chaos and order, demon and divine, symbolizing two divergent paths of fate, waged a fierce battle within Krisha, fluctuating between urgency and tranquility, causing her to oscillate between states of consciousness and unconsciousness. The absence of immediate danger to her life did not guarantee safety in the future. This is troublesome. Gently massaging his throbbing temples, Sushi's expression grew intricate. Although he had grasped the reason behind her fainting, the solution remained a formidable conundrum. Frankly speaking, navigating the realm of gods and demons was somewhat beyond the scope of even a great mage. However, as Krisha did not harbor true deities or demons within her, and Sushi was no ordinary great mage, there remained a glimmer of hope through the might of the entries. You have uncovered the truth behind the sorceress's fainting. Your understanding of the magical world has deepened. You have grasped the essence of the world's truths. Through your outstanding performance and keen observation, your observer entry has received a notable enhancement, expanding the range of your observations. You begin to contemplate how to effectively and correctly assist the sorceress. Devising two potential methods. The first approach involves singularly strengthening the demonic bloodline or mental prowess, allowing one to completely engulf the other. In this manner, the sorceress, devoid of opposition, would awaken. The second method seeks to balance chaos and order, enabling the powers of the demon and the divine to coexist within the girl. After much contemplation, you ultimately opt for the second method. For the sorceress, for Krisha Christina, both body and spirit are indispensable. The absence of either would inflict severe harm upon her, a fate you cannot bear to witness. The wisdom of mortals awakens within the observer. You begin to explore the essence of balance. To your delight, you discover that in her unconscious state, Krisha instinctively harmonizes the two forces, intertwining them. This explains why her eyes have transformed into a swirling mix of black and gold. Acting swiftly, you arrange a unique magical circle within the meditation chamber to suppress Krisha's demonic bloodline, while igniting the cleansing herb to awaken the girl's nascent consciousness, allowing her to harness her mental prowess to guide, direct, and control the amalgamation of the two forces, layering, intertwining, merging. Under your watchful gaze, Krisha successfully awakens, breaking free from the chaotic state of intermittent fainting. Yet, the matter does not conclude here. As soon as the magical circle is dismantled and the effect of the cleansing herb subsides, the conflict between order and chaos will inevitably plunge Krisha back into unconsciousness. Time is of the essence. The problem must be resolved swiftly. Krisha, listen to your instincts and relax your mind to guide the forces. If anything feels amiss, notify me immediately, you advise, remaining vigilant. Yes, Minter, the sorceress replies obediently, her complexion still pale, lacking the vibrant health of days past, exuding a sort of fragmented beauty. Guiding her mental prowess, she seeks to soothe the bloodline within her body, creating a harmonious middle ground between the two. Thus, water and fire may coexist, allowing the divine and the demonic to merge, achieving perfect coordination between spirit and body. With your assistance and the insights offered by mortal wisdom, Krisha stumbles forward, guiding the two forces to intertwine within her. Ultimately, balance is achieved. You clearly observe as the swirling black and gold eyes of the sorceress gradually stabilize, no longer displaying the same alarming hues as before. The black forms the core, while the gold encircles it. The inky depths resemble a starry sea, shimmering with faint glimmers, concealing infinite unknowns and mysteries. The soft yet resplendent golden layer speaks of untold nobility, binding the stars within a ring that firmly seals the dark ocean of stars. The only jarring detail lies in the minuscule gap at the center of her tranquil gaze, preventing the complete fusion of black and gold, suggesting something still lingers unfulfilled. Yet this does not hinder the sorceress's ascension and transformation. The hollow gaze of emotional deficiency, devoid of joy or sorrow, presents a once familiar scene that now evokes an entirely different sentiment, reminding you of the light God you once encountered. Divinity, perhaps? No, it must transcend that. You cannot help but exclaim, recognizing that a sorceress who embodies both body and spirit, perfectly balancing chaos and order, is destined to surpass even the divine in her future achievements. Yet, before that can occur, a lengthy period of maturation is required. Once the time arrives, the miracle that transcends divinity will astound the entire world. Minter, am I all right now? Her calm voice carries a hint of confusion and hesitation. Sitting upon a magical stone slab, Krisha gazes at her hands, then shifts her eyes to your face, filled with helplessness. Even as she becomes a miracle that transcends divinity, even upon achieving an unprecedented feat, the sorceress instinctively turns to the person she trusts most in times of need. Her eyes, like a clear mirror, reflect your silhouette. Yes, you are fine now, Krisha, you reassure, gently taking her cold hand in yours, imparting a modicum of warmth. You have endured much, Krisha. It must have been difficult to remain here. Now, we can return home together. Your voice softens as you tenderly lead the sorceress out of the meditation chamber. In your heart, the meditation chamber does not truly feel like home. It is merely a place for cultivation and emergencies. You wish to bring Krisha back into the sunlight, allowing her weary spirit to bask in warmth and nourishment. The girl seems poised to say something, yet ultimately remains silent. She simply tightens her grip on your hand and follows closely behind, stepping into your shadow. Wherever you are is my home. This unspoken sentiment lies hidden within the sorceress's heart. After leaving the meditation chamber, you personally prepare a lavish feast for the fully awakened Krisha. Although she initially lacked much appetite, your culinary creations are irresistibly tempting. Consequently, she unwittingly consumes a remarkable 2/3 of the meal, far exceeding her usual portion. Krisha is bewildered, unable to comprehend why her appetite has suddenly surged. You observe this development. It appears that the activation of Krisha's demonic bloodline within her is catalyzing her body's evolution, naturally necessitating greater sustenance. Reflecting on this, Sushi offered a reassuring smile to Krisha, encouraging her not to take it to heart. The fusion of demon and deity represents an uncharted path, one that has never been traversed by any soul. The alterations in her physical form are merely the initial step. In the times to come, Krisha is destined to reveal even more astonishing and extraordinary traits, perhaps even challenging the very fabric of human comprehension. You have successfully salvaged the witch and wrought miracles that transcend all, balancing order, chaos, and even the world itself. It is beyond imagination to consider what tempestuous wonder she may conjure as she matures. Perhaps she shall ascend to a position of supremacy over all. Envisioning such a future, you joyfully prepared a grand feast for the witch, who devoured it eagerly, filling her belly to the brim. The following day, you conducted an examination for the witch, now restored to normalcy. To your astonishment, You discovered that her innate magical prowess, already extraordinary, had received a terrifying enhancement, rivaling even the wisdom of mortals. And indeed, it was even more remarkable. Not only that, but her previously frail physique was steadily gaining strength. Though her appearance remained unchanged, her essence had transcended humanity. Henceforth, you need no longer fret about her succumbing to colds or fevers. You felt elated and reassured. For so long, you had harbored concerns for Krisha's personal safety, believing her abilities insufficient for self-protection. Yet, the witch's remarkable transformation allowed you to completely lay your worries to rest. With a light-hearted and joyful spirit, you coexisted with Krisha in the city of Vague, filled with hope for the future, believing that both you and the witch could remain in seclusion there until you attained even greater power. 2 years hence, an incident arising from the witch stirred a slight ripple in your tranquil existence. It was the simulation of the 13th year. She was now 27, and Krisha 19th, the passage of time, inevitably left its marks upon the body. Even though she possessed life magic, brimming with vitality, the signs of maturity and the passage of years were evident in his face, form, and limbs. This was natural and expected. Conversely, Krisha, at 19, retained the youthful appearance of her 17-year-old self. Although the nourishment and physical training had endowed her with a slightly more voluptuous figure, it was undeniable that her body had ceased to grow, forever frozen at the age of 17. Immortality, or rather, eternal life, in the Garden of Vague, she, clad in a flowing mage's robe, gazed at the distant flowers swaying in the autumn breeze, feeling a sense of melancholy, yet not overly surprised. After all, long ago, Krisha's lifespan had already exceeded his own. Now, the gulf of several hundred or thousand years had merely been stretched into an eternal infinity. For mortals, that was equally unattainable. Life is a fleeting thing. Wilting in an instant, in the autumn wind, the withering blooms swayed and struggled, petals falling from their branches, tumbling slowly in the breeze, sometimes pausing, sometimes soaring far away, drifting toward realms unknown to them. Sushi observed this scene. Absorbing the unique desolation and loneliness of the season, he extended his finger, perfectly pinching a wilted petal. The flowers of Vague were indeed more fragrant than those of Ellenson. Perhaps it was due to the widespread reverence for the goddess of nature and the goddess of life. Yet at the moment of withering, the timing was strikingly consistent. The delicate blossoms would inevitably face decay. The tender green leaves would also yellow and fall. The vast majority of life on this earth is fleeting and hurried. Though humans may live a bit longer, they remain insignificant compared to the eternal deities, akin to a single droplet of water splashing in a mighty river. Small, humble, and easily overlooked, Sushi harbored no great desires regarding lifespan. In fact, he felt no loss even if the simulation were to conclude here. Since the simulation's inception, he had acquired numerous skills and knowledge, including but not limited to the use of magic. Elemental manipulation, mental prowess, magical artifact crafting, mysterious observation, and the application of complex, multifaceted elements. Just the world elements she commanded encompassed a dozen varieties, encompassing both life and death, with only time and space beyond his reach. Such gains and achievements were undeniably rich. Moreover, Sushi was merely 27, with a considerable distance still remaining before reaching the true end of his lifespan. Before the simulation concluded, his harvest would continue to expand. Thus, concerning the matter of lifespan, Sushi maintained an open perspective, never lamenting the finite existence of mortals. What truly troubled him was the immortality of the witch. After his departure, could she live on alone? Would she falter in despair? In countless nights spent gazing at the moon, the man pondered these questions repeatedly. Mentor, the sudden call interrupted Sushi's reverie. His fingers instinctively loosened, and the half-wilted petals slipped from his grasp, gliding past his cheek, brushing against his nostrils, and ultimately settling in the soil that nurtured its growth. "What is it, Krisha?" Sushi turned to see the witch, still bearing the visage of a 17-year-old. Her silvery gray hair shimmering more brightly, cascading like a waterfall down her back, some strands gracefully draped between her collarbones, accentuating her fair complexion in a subtle play of light. The eternal youth bestowed upon the witch of beauty that would never fade. Sushi believed this should be regarded as a positive development. However, Krisha herself harbored profound unease, fearful of the unknown changes. Mentor, I do not wish to become this way. Limited life experience left Krisha struggling to grasp the meaning of immortality. She only understood that she had become different from her mentor. This was absolutely unacceptable. It could not be permitted. The witch's life was dedicated to drawing closer to the sun. How could there be such a notion of distancing? Observing Krisha's palpable anxiety, Sushi offered solace. It is all right, Krisha. Immortality is not a bad thing. Many yearn for it in this world. The girl appeared somewhat bewildered, so it is actually a good thing. Sushi fell silent. Unlike before, where he would have promptly answered the witch's inquiries, that he raised his head, gazing at the sky, watching birds spread their wings and dive gracefully through the treetops, navigating the gaps with precise elegance. Soaring magnificently under the sunlight, perhaps it is neither entirely good nor entirely bad. She provided a vague response. Life ahead remains long and winding. The witch can embark on her own experiences and redefine the essence of immortality. Krisha felt a growing unease regarding her transformation, sensing that the distance between her and you was gradually widening. Despite your repeated reassurances, this disquiet showed no sign of dissipating. The witch began to exert herself doubly. Enhancing her power and her household skills, Krisha tirelessly endeavored from every angle to excel, hoping to foster a closer bond with you. Amused yet helpless, on one afternoon, you gently tapped Krisha's head, urging her not to overthink and to cherish each day as it comes. Heeding your words, Krisha slightly moderated her busy demeanor. Simulating the 14th year, you are now 28, while the witch is 20, maintaining the appearance of a 17-year-old. From this year onward, Krisha consciously reduced her outings. Though her eternal lifespan granted her an unchanging exterior, her mental growth continued unabated. The witch became aware that her unchanged visage over 3 years had sparked discussions among those around her. Thus, she chose to limit her excursions to avoid the prying eyes of others. In the realm of cultivation, there exist beauty-preserving elixirs. Naturally, the magical world boasts similar wonders, such as the blessings of deities or the life-giving waters that slow aging. However, even these extraordinary items cannot truly grant everlasting youth. They merely decelerate the process to an imperceptible degree. Within the body, various organs still age and develop. Krisha is different. She embodies true immortality, genuine invincibility. With time having truly paused at the age of 17, the mortals may find it difficult to discern this difference. Yet for mages, their heightened sensitivity allows them to instantly perceive the distinction between true immortality and mere preservation, recognizing Krisha's inhuman essence. After all, who among ordinary folk can attain eternal life? In the collective understanding of the magical world, only deities and a select few long-lived beings possess such capability to avert complications, to maintain harmony, and to safeguard Sushi's tranquil existence. Krisha chose to remain within the confines of the courtyard, refraining from her previous shopping excursions. This lifestyle persisted for 2 months, observing the witch diligently attending to household chores. Tirelessly honing her magical abilities and sweeping leaves from the courtyard, Sushi reached a decision. Krisha, it is time to change cities. The unexpected news clearly surpassed the witch's expectations, her typically calm demeanor shifting to one of confusion. Why would you make such a decision? Krisha inquired, bewildered. Sushi did not withhold the truth, gently explaining, by relocating to a different city, no one will recognize you or me. This way, Krisha, you'll be free to venture out once more. But Krisha found herself even more perplexed, gazing at Sushi and sincerely suggesting, you need not do this. The witch had little interest in going out. All her efforts and actions were solely to better serve her master. Even if confined to the courtyard for a lifetime, she would find joy in it. Thus, Krisha genuinely believed that Sushi need not uproot their newly stabilized home due to her circumstances. What constitutes an item? In a worldview shaped by her tragic childhood, an item is merely something wielded at the whim of its master, possessing some utility. Only those with purpose deserve sustenance. Only those with purpose earn the right to remain. Krisha had witnessed too many items discarded by their respective masters for failing to fulfill their functions. Despite Sushi's assurances of unwavering loyalty, despite the gentle words that instilled trust in the witch, a lingering humility from within compelled her to prove her worth, to demonstrate that she would not become a burden to her master. Consequently, Krisha sought to dissuade Sushi from the idea of moving, unwilling to become a hindrance. Yet suddenly, Sushi spoke to Krisha, a smile gracing her lips. "Krisha, do you know why birds can fly?" Although puzzled and unaware of the significance behind Sushi's question, Krisha replied honestly, "Because birds have wings." This was the simplest and most fundamental answer. Without wings, even the lightest bird could never soar through the skies. Sushi nodded, affirming the girl's response. "You are absolutely correct. Birds can ascend to the heavens because they possess wings, which grant them boundless possibilities. The significance of flight and its destination are inconsequential. What truly matters is only that pair of unconfined wings. Should a bird be caged, its wings constrained and unable to stretch freely, then the essence of that bird is likewise stripped away." Pausing momentarily, a familiar and warm hand once again rested upon Krisha's head, gently caressing her silver-gray hair, imparting hope and affirmation. "Krisha, you currently resemble a caged bird, bound by constraints that should not be yours. This is not what I wish to witness. Therefore, come with me. I wish to see you unrestrained once more." Sushi's voice was soft and gentle, leaving Krisha in a long daze that a gust of wind swept through, lifting her lengthy silver-gray hair, and in silence, a deep blue wave shimmered at her chest, the refracted light of the sea-blue necklace. Today, she felt her eyes aching, likely from overexertion. She could not comprehend Sushi's words, for she was an item belonging solely to Sushi, destined to live in the shadow of the sun, not a bird that could soar freely. Yet, even in her self-doubt, even in her belief of being worthless, Krisha held a quality she considered admirable: obedience. Yes, as long as she could be obedient, that sufficed. The dutiful witch chose to heed Sushi's words, packing her belongings and departing from Vague City. She stepped out of the courtyard gate, basking in the sunlight, walking alongside Sushi, hand in hand, towards a brand new future, just like that autumn of a year past, when Sushi had pulled her from a foul alleyway. As long as she was by her side, the witch felt fearless, embracing falling blossoms, dancing leaves, and stepping into the sunlight, venturing towards an unforeseen beauty. You witnessed the turmoil that immortality brought to the witch. You resolved to change this situation, abandoning your long-held intention of residing in the same city. You sought to guide the witch in experiencing the myriad wonders of the world. You departed from Vague City, boarding a steam train to a coastal city further south. This marked the witch's first glimpse of the sea. Despite her emotional shortcomings, you could not discern joy upon her face, yet you knew her spirits were considerably lifted. You felt assured in your decision to settle in a new city, a bogus city. In the common tongue of a magical realm, it signifies City of Water. Unlike the previous city of Ellenson, here winter is virtually non-existent, basking in warmth year-round, adjacent to the vast ocean, abundant in water, attribute extraordinary materials. The shimmering waves and undulating tides offered a picturesque landscape. Sushi found great satisfaction in this city. The scenery was splendid, the elemental concentration high, and most importantly, it was sufficiently distant. Here, no one recognized Krisha, allowing her the freedom to roam without the confines of her prior existence that, of course, residing in a bogus city would be temporary. Over time, the local mages would inevitably notice discrepancies, prompting the need to relocate once again. "Let us go," Krisha, Sushi softly called out, guiding the sorceress towards their new residence in the third city. The radiant sunlight, the surging sea, and the howling sea breeze, after years of living in the frigid landscapes of Ai, Lunsen, and Wagu. You had grown weary of such icy scenes. Now, with a change of environment, your spirits soared with joy. You began to set up magical arrays for your new abode, while the sorceress commenced her procurement of necessary furnishings. Over the next few days, you sensed a subtle liberation in the sorceress as she regained the ability to venture out and address your shopping needs. This brought her a sense of fulfillment, believing she was indeed contributing to your well-being. You felt a deep sense of relief, glad to see Krisha reawaken to life, Yet you also harbored concerns about her potential inability to detach from you. Fearing she might struggle to attain independence in the future, you and the sorceress settled in Apoga City, where your lives unfolded in tranquility and harmony. However, at times, the sorceress would receive your stern guidance, for you frequently discovered her alone, employing water magic to harvest a variety of seafood from the ocean. The sorceress claimed that fresh marine produce was notably nutritious, yet you resolutely shook your head, discarding those perilous fish laden with extraordinary toxins, capable of swiftly ending your simulations. In the 15th year of your simulations, you were 29 years old, while the sorceress was 21. Krisha still maintained the appearance of a 17-year-old maiden. And since her arrival had been relatively recent, no one suspected anything amiss. Life continued to be serene. Your magical journey once again reached a bottleneck. You sensed that your mental fortitude was on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to elevate you from a grand sorcerer to a grand mage. Beyond that lay your long-cherished ambition to become a sanctum mage, wielding the power of a demigod. In the Steam Manor near the sea in Apoga City. Within the deepest meditation chamber, the pitch-black floor, stained with the blood of extraordinary magical creatures, bore a faint blue mental meditation array. Sushi, now 29, sat cross-legged upon it, his wand laid flat. An invisible, yet turbulent mental energy began to manifest around him, forming a hazy distortion that intertwined with various elements, rising and falling, sinking and floating. The mental force merged with the elements, as if breaking through some limitation, a sudden tremor resonating through the air. The sound grew increasingly shrill, piercing the eardrums and delving deep into the mind. As the frequency of the tremors peaked, Sushi's mental force expanded correspondingly, initially resembling a babbling brook, which within mere seconds transformed into a tumultuous river. It surged, crashed, and engulfed, wrapping around the elements with abandon. Not enough, Sushi murmured, reaching for his wand, conjuring over 10 contract arrays that materialized from thin air, summoning elemental sprites from the void. These were all the elemental spirits she had contracted since entering the simulated magical realm. Through elemental perception and mortal wisdom, earth, wind, water, fire, light, darkness, thunder, air, life, death, nature, and destruction. There were far too many, an overwhelming multitude, as over a dozen elemental sprites traversed their respective elemental planes to provide Sushi with an unending tide of elemental energy. Only such an extravagant influx of elements could satisfy Sushi's extraordinary tenfold magical power and his vast, surging mental force. Boom! The elements roiled, magic surged. Finally, through repeated elemental cascades, Sushi's mental force was refined, allowing him to gain mastery over all the volatile elements. He did not merely communicate like an apprentice, nor resonate like a formal mage. He commanded them, exerting his will above the elements, exerting comprehensive control over them. Grand Mage. Promotion successful. To his astonishment, this breakthrough brought about such a significant enhancement in power. Sushi exhaled a breath of stale air as the surroundings occasionally erupted with cracking sounds. His mental force was overwhelmingly potent, constantly and incessantly affecting the environment. With his eyes closed, an intangible brilliance and sharpness emanated from him, a manifestation of his mental force. After 10 minutes of silent meditation, Sushi gradually calmed the joy and excitement of his breakthrough, slowly restoring his eyes to their usual state. Grand Sorcerer, Grand Mage. On the surface, the distinction between the two realms was merely a single word. Yet the disparity in power was akin to that between heaven and earth. The latter had transcended the realm of ordinary spellcasters, progressing towards divinity, familiarizing himself with the surge of power in the dimly lit meditation chamber. Sushi opened his palm, a hazy glow flickering within. The light was gentle and delicate, blossoming with fervor amidst its subtlety, gradually transforming from light to fire, and then from flames to flowing water. The elemental forces shifted in accordance with Sushi's will: fire and water, wind and earth, light and darkness, life and death. Ultimately, all elements coalesced into a single point, shimmering and vibrating at Sushi's fingertips, only to dissipate suddenly with a gentle chime as he withdrew his mental control. This was the power or rather the privilege, of the Grand Mage. The ability to freely manipulate the elements he had mastered, shaping, extending, and commanding. Should this control be developed to its utmost potential, combined with profound mental force, it would give rise to a personal elemental domain, elevating him to the rank of Sanctum Mage. Such a realization left Su Shi in awe. From the status of Grand Mage onward, the magical system embarked on the path of divinity, with rank and essence steadily ascending until igniting the divine flame, wielding authority, and becoming a true world sovereign. This was a path to immortality, refining knowledge, mastering rules, and comprehending the essence of the world. The journey towards this end was immensely arduous, not any easier than the pursuit of immortality. No. More accurately, no path of the extraordinary was devoid of challenges. Immortal deities, alas, Su Shi thought with a slight regret. It was a pity he could not ignite the divine flame this time, to experience the exhilaration of ascension. He lightly clicked his tongue, waving his wand to return the swirling elemental sprites to their respective planes. The lingering elements drifted through the air, dreamlike and ethereal, a riot of colors that appeared quite splendid. Su Shi calmly observed this beautiful scene. The wisdom of mortals was remarkably transcendent. In just 15 years of simulation, it had enabled Su Shi to ascend from an ordinary individual to a grand mage commanding the elements. Within the confines of a mortal lifespan, Su Shi was certain that his ascension to Sanctum Mage was inevitable. Yet it would end there, let alone attaining true divinity. Even the status of a demigod or pseudo-god had become irrelevant to Su Shi. The wisdom of mortals had bestowed upon him unparalleled talent, greatly aiding him in cultivating mental force, learning magic, and comprehending the truths of the world. However, correspondingly, the price for acquiring such wisdom was that Su Shi's existence remained confined within the limits of mortality, including his lifespan. In the silent meditation chamber, illuminated by the yellowed light, Su Shi lowered his gaze to his now 29-year-old hands. They were long and deft, seemingly unchanged. Yet upon closer inspection, the marks of time were evident. The river of time was indeed difficult to traverse. It was a pity that Su Shi had not even been afforded the chance to attempt such a crossing. He spoke with a tone of regret, lifting his gaze towards the ceiling of the meditation chamber. The ceiling, forged from special steel, was exceptionally hard and durable, thick enough to block out all. Yet Su Shi's eyes remained steady, as if piercing through the steel to glimpse further vistas. Witnessing the boundless heights of the celestial realm, wherein different deities looked down upon all living beings, given the current pace of his cultivation, aided by mortal wisdom, even if breaking through to become a Sanctum Mage proved extremely challenging, it would not consume an inordinate amount of time. Following this logic, he reasoned that he still had ample opportunity to explore how to transcend limitations and truly ascend to divinity. Yet it is unfortunate, Su Shi sighed softly, that the gods of this world have thoroughly suppressed the laws of the elements. In the early hours of weakness, one remains oblivious. However, upon ascending to the rank of a grand archmage, Su Shi became acutely aware of the elemental laws governing the magical realm, which are rather mundane. Undoubtedly, this is the handiwork of the gods, a deliberate shackle designed to restrict those who come after. This renders the already arduous journey of elemental mages even more daunting, obscuring the truth of the world. Thus, igniting the divine flame and raising the scepter of authority, Su Shi contemplates the constraints of mortal lifespan in conjunction with the gods obstructing his path, leaving him to ponder the likelihood of attaining divinity. With a calm smile, he muses, "It seems that in this lifetime, I shall remain merely a saintly archmage. That is sufficient, that it is more than enough." Su Shi is quite content with such an outcome, though deep within, a faint sense of regret lingers. After all, those who have long indulged in web literature have, to some extent, fantasized about their moment of glory as immortals or deities. Since divinity is unattainable, he resolves to learn more of other matters in the time that remains. After all, a rare opportunity like a red text entry should not squander the wisdom of mortals. Furthermore, before his demise, he wishes to nurture Clicia. He has contemplated countless times on how to cultivate her, particularly in the ways of fostering a witch. She has long since devised a corresponding plan. Firstly, regarding magic, after breaking through to Grand Archmage, his mastery of magic has elevated to level 9, that beyond that lie the forbidden spells employed by the saintly archmages. She intends to impart all the elemental magics he has mastered from levels 1 to 9, as well as the forbidden spells he has yet to acquire, for Klish's study. This would balance her physical and mental faculties, harmonizing her bloodline with the elements that Klish's innate talent would thereby become extraordinarily formidable, allowing her to attempt mastery over more elemental properties rather than being confined to earth, wind, water, and fire. Moreover, there's a critical aspect of her cultivation that Sushi wishes to address, attempting to heal the emotional deficiencies of the witch before this simulation concludes. With a soft click, he pushes open the door to the meditation chamber. Crossing through the corridor of intertwined light and shadow, his footsteps are slow yet powerful, resonating like the rhythmic beat of a small drum within the cavern of his chest. Startled seabirds take flight from the eaves, and small insects scurry away in haste. Klisha? As Sushi rounds the corner, he spots the long-awaited figure of the silver-haired girl. She stands against the wall with a poised demeanor, her face shrouded in the shadow cast by the wall. Yet a few strands of her hair glisten in the sunlight, shining with a pearly luster. Minter, congratulations on your promotion. The witch utters her flat congratulations, her tone as unembellished as plain water, devoid of any emotional hue, so bland it raises doubts about whether he misheard. Yet Sushi understands that this is the best Klisha can manage. She had previously attempted to greet him with a smile, but the resulting awkward twist of her lips had appeared even more peculiar, reminiscent of a lifeless corpse. I could see that moment. Sushi had chosen silence, neither scolding nor reprimanding her, but gently suggesting she abandon the idea of greeting him with a smile. Klisha complied obediently, reverting to her expressionless state, her tone flat as if merely responding with or oh. Whenever Sushi breaks through a boundary or delves into the exploration of new magic, the witch patiently waits not far from the meditation chamber, ever eager for his return. Thank you for your patience. Klisha, for waiting here for me. It is my duty. Minter. Sushi strides forward to join Klisha, and together they walk side by side towards the main hall, conversing about various mundane aspects of life or the intricacies of magic along the way. Klisha, was there any disturbance outside during my meditation? Rest assured, everything was normal. That's so. That's a relief. How has your recent magical training been? Any difficulties? Yes, regarding the derived ice magic of the water element. Klish's tone is as calm as that of a machine as she articulates her uncertainties to Suex. In turn, he patiently guides her, indicating where she has erred and where she needs to strengthen her understanding. This is the nature of their interactions, a mundane yet ordinary daily existence. Upon returning to the main hall, the witch proactively halts to inquire about preparing a revitalizing hot drink for Sushi. She busies herself alone, adhering to what she deems beneficial for him, her demeanor meticulous as she cleanses the porcelain cup to a pristine state, then delicately dries it with a white cloth before pouring in a steaming hot beverage. The liquid is a pale green, infused with calming herbs. Its taste is slightly bitter, yet for a mage emerging from meditation, it possesses the restorative properties to alleviate fatigue. Thank you. Klisha. Sushi accepts the cup, expressing his gratitude while instinctively meeting her captivating bicolored eyes of black and gold. He momentarily freezes, not due to the peculiar nature of her gaze, having witnessed it countless times over the years. He is no longer surprised, but rather because he once again sees his own reflection in Klisha's vacant eyes. This time, however, the reflection reveals discernible changes compared to when he withdrew from Alenson. Alterations in appearance, posture, and lifestyle habits perhaps the changes are not so stark, but undeniably, through Klisha's eyes, Sushi realizes that his time has commenced an unavoidable countdown. This year, Sushi is 29 years old, at the pinnacle of his life. Yet soon, in a matter of years, this body will unknowingly transform into a visage of aging that even he would scarcely recognize, such is the nature of life. Ephemeral and fleeting. There's something troubling you. Minter? Noticing Sushi's momentary distraction, Klisha assumes something is amiss with the beverage and inquires nothing's wrong, he replies, shaking his head, taking a sip of the hot drink, and feeling the bitterness rolling across his tongue. There is no sweet aftertaste, no relief from the bitterness. The calming potion offers only pure bitterness and astringency that leaves his tongue tingling. Sushi sips slowly, his gaze drifting toward the outdoors. Unlike the courtyards he previously inhabited, now influenced by urban architecture, the view is scarce. Yet in this city of Apagus, he can gaze upon the azure sea from the confines of his home. At this moment, it is the sweltering height of summer. The sun blazes fiercely, its rays piercing, distorting the air with their heat. The central steam engine of Apagus City has begun to operate, sending towering plumes of steam skyward like a celestial tower, only to be swept away and dispersed by the sea breeze, forming a humid and oppressive mist. Countless individuals reveling by the shore hastily retreat, unwilling to endure the onslaught of heat and mist. Time is fleeting. Should anyone dawdle, they will find themselves ensnared within the enveloping warmth of the fog. While not fatal, it leaves one drenched in sweat and exceedingly uncomfortable. Time is running short, Sushi remarks softly, his voice carrying an air of melancholy, leaving Klisha puzzled as to whether he speaks of the people outside or something else entirely. The witch tilts her head in confusion, taking the empty cup from Sushi's hands and refilling it with a new potion of calming herbs. It is quite bitter. Sushi can no longer refrain from commenting. You have successfully ascended to Grand Archmage. Your powers have grown even more formidable, and your mental faculties have reached unprecedented heights. You seem somewhat inflated. Your hubris has dissipated. Feeling the constraints and suppression from the gods, your aspirations for divinity met their premature demise, yet you do not feel sorrow in your eyes. Achieving the status of a saintly archmage is already a commendable accomplishment. After departing the meditation chamber, you encounter Klisha waiting at the door. From her gaze, you again behold your own reflection, and you abruptly realize how much your appearance has altered since your time in Alenson. You hear the echoes of your lifespan. You feel disoriented, lost in thought, yet you accept it with a smile. Minter, what is time after all? Well, it is likely a mere jest out of jest. Indeed, one often feels dissatisfied when there is abundance, yet longs for more in times of scarcity, rendering one's emotions capricious. Do you not find it rather reminiscent of jest? Your formal training of the sorceress has commenced as you harbor lofty aspirations for her, wishing for her to master all of your arcane arts, not for any ulterior motive, but solely to enhance her self-preservation abilities, elemental forces, spirit, and magic. Under your meticulous guidance, Klisha has delved deeper and further into the realm of sorcery. Her innate talent blossoming with the passage of time, her pace of learning astonishing and gratifying to you. Simulating the 16th year, you are 30 years old, and Klisha is 22. The 22-year-old sorceress still retains the appearance of 17. Youthful, fair-skinned, and exuding beauty. Now, when you venture out together, people often perceive you as siblings. The visage of your 30-year-old self brings a chuckle to Sushi. Your eyes have grown steadier, your face more mature. After enduring the trials of time, this body feels almost foreign to you. After all, the real-world Sushi is still in his 20s. Little did you expect to glimpse your future self through the lens of this simulated world. You find yourself slightly anticipating the visage of your elder self. Sushi muses, casting his gaze toward the courtyard where Klisha diligently practices her magic. Since the inception of your training plan, she has been remarkably industrious, both gifted and diligent. The results of such dedication are evident, as her prowess as a sorceress escalates swiftly. With a resounding boom, a tremendous explosion reverberates through the courtyard under Sushi's watchful eyes. The force is immense, the power undeniable. More importantly, it is a level 7 spell. Indeed, Klisha has once again ascended this year, breaking through from elite mage to archmage, her rate of advancement far surpassing previous milestones. Undoubtedly, the powers of chaos and order are aiding Klisha in her growth. Klisha's strength has once more transcended limits, bringing you solace. You have long harbored concerns that, in your absence from this world, she would not possess the strength to protect herself. Yet, from her current performance, it appears your worries may have been unwarranted. You take comfort in the sorceress's growth, yet there lingers a tinge of melancholy. In a fleeting moment, you begin to comprehend the complexity of the gaze your master, Li Wanshou, held when he looked at you during your cultivation journey. It mirrors your own gaze upon Clissa, imbued with expectations, reluctance, nostalgia, and myriad emotions. Simulating the 17th year, you are 31, and Clissa is 23. Benefiting from your teachings and her own remarkable transformation, Clissa successfully acquires new attributes, her numbers steadily increasing. You decide to take the sorceress away from a bog city, choosing to traverse the vast sea toward the distant shores. Your plan for Clissa's cultivation encompasses two aspects: strength and emotional growth. In terms of strength, Clissa practices diligently, mastering new magic with remarkable speed. If she continues on this path, she will inevitably become a true powerhouse. Thus, you adjust your focus, deciding to dedicate more time to addressing Clissa's emotional deficiencies. The question of how to nurture this aspect is worth pondering. After much contemplation, you resolve to guide her in experiencing more of the world's beauty, gradually nurturing her fragile spirit. Whoosh, on the boundless ocean, a melodious call echoes through the sky. With a gentle tap of your wand, you conjure a colossal elemental whale, carrying you and the sorceress toward the unknown shores beyond the sea. The infinite waters shimmer with azure waves, reflecting the cerulean sky. The frothy white surf and the continuous ripples combine to form a magnificent tapestry, teeming with extraordinary fish darting about, casting heavy shadows beneath the waves. How beautiful! Clissa gazes at the scene, captivated by a beauty and vastness she has never encountered in her past life. The interplay of light and shadow paints the sky in a myriad of colors, as if one could reach out and touch the fabled rainbow bridge. Clissa attempts to extend her hand, but to no avail. The exquisite rainbow appears tantalizingly close, yet it is but an illusion, existing in the realm of dreams. Naturally, no one can grasp a rainbow. Suddenly recalling something, Clissa nervously clutches the hem of Sushi's garment, a tangible object that offers reassurance, unlike the ephemeral. How wonderful, she muses inwardly, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. What is it, Clissa? Are you feeling unwell? Sushi inquires. No, I am fine. The young sorceress gently shakes her head, her silvery gray hair flowing like a shimmering waterfall. Her hand remains grasped tightly onto Sushi's garment, unwilling to let go. You have utilized an 8th-level spell, Water Beast Creation, summoning an immense water whale to carry you and Clissa across the ocean to a realm you have never ventured before, arousing your keen interest. Along the way, you pass through the waters of Little Britain, a bustling maritime area filled with merchant ships seeking extraordinary materials from these waters. You recall the first gift you bestowed upon Clissa, the aquamarine gem from the aquamarine necklace, sourced from the Little Britain seas. Clissa, would you like a new aquamarine gem? Thank you for your kind offer, but one is sufficient for me. The silver-haired sorceress replies, delicately pinching the aquamarine necklace she wears daily between her thumb and forefinger. The blue hue dances, waves of light shimmering. The ethereal, dreamlike blue glow reflects momentarily in Clissa's hollow eyes, granting a fleeting touch of color. Clissa feels indifferent toward the necklace itself and the so-called gem. However, she cherishes the warmth and sentiment emanating from the sun within the gem that it is unique, imbued with special significance. You and the sorceress continue your journey. The colossal water whale glides swiftly across the surface of the sea, its speed stirring small waves after receiving your magical enhancement. Your whale racing antics in the ocean startle numerous marine creatures, inadvertently inciting a chaotic upheaval in the ecosystem of this region. Simulating the 18th year, you are 32, and Clissa is 24. You successfully arrive at the far shore of the ocean, the long-awaited land, leaving you feeling slightly dizzy. However, simultaneously, that sense of groundedness brings you a profound sense of peace. The steam airships sweep across the sky, while the roaring trains rush by in front of you. The steam technology here is equally advanced, and numerous divine cults exist, renowned for their exceptional wand crafting and magical apparatus manufacturing techniques. It is precisely for this reason that you have come. You and the sorceress settle in the area, embarking on a journey to learn the intricacies of wand and magical apparatus creation. The wisdom of mortals continues to resonate. Simulation year 22 to Sushi, age 36, and Klisa, age 28. Compared to before, Sushi appears to have undergone a tremendous transformation, a change aptly named aging. Klisa, on the other hand, remains youthful, preserving her appearance of 17. Presently, when the two venture out together, no one would mistake them for siblings, as the disparity in their appearances leads people to firmly believe they are father and daughter. Upon hearing such remarks, Klisa's eyes become even more hollow. Her fingers unconsciously tighten. She feels a dull ache in her heart. Yet the origin of that pain, its weight, is something the sorceress struggles to articulate. She can only helplessly retreat behind Sushi, just as before, concealed in the shadows of light. In search of that fleeting moment of solace. It's all right, Klisa. Let us continue walking. Sushi reassures the frightened sorceress, extending his hand just as he did when they first met, gently guiding her forward. The path of life is fraught with suffering. It is also distorted and unsettling. Sushi understands that relying solely on Klisa, it would be difficult for her to courageously reach the end. Thus, within the limited time he has left to act, Sushi will continue to lead Klisa onward until the very conclusion. Simulation year 23. You are 37 years old, and Klisa is 29. You have come to a profound realization that you are indeed no longer youthful. However, your life remains unaffected by this truth. For mages, aging signifies increasing strength. Although your body may not be as youthful as before, the vastness of your mental power enables you to accomplish anything. In the same year, Klisa ascends once more, rising from a great mage to a grand magus, becoming a spellcaster of the same rank as you. Yet, unlike you, the sorceress faces fewer obstacles. You speculate that perhaps balanced power has aided her in mitigating certain hindrances. In your heart, you exclaim, the power of balance. How terrifying it is to celebrate the sorceress's growth. As her mentor, you decide to present her with a gift of special significance. A wand crafted specifically for her. In the summer, cicadas sing and heat waves dance. Under the sun's radiant glow, the leaves of the forest glimmer with an emerald sheen. When the strong winds blow, they transform into deep green waves, rustling continuously. The thick, flourishing tree roots sit Sushi and Klisa, taking a moment to rest. Klisa, this is the new wand I have prepared for you. Give it a try, Sushi says, his fingers gliding over the space ring, retrieving a brand new wand. The wand is slender and elongated. A tawny hue, crafted from a branch of the tree of life. It possesses restorative properties and enhances the holder's meditative effect. The top. A concave depression cradles a smooth, crystalline orb, the essence of an elemental fairy's life, capable of amplifying magical power. Thank you. I truly like it. Whatever you give, I cherish, Klisa replies, accepting the wand, her eyes still reflecting emptiness and detachment. Her fingers gently trace the wand's wooden texture, becoming accustomed to its use in this manner. The newly crafted wand lacks a name. Sushi allows the girl to name it herself. Klisa cradles the wand in her arms, gazing into Sushi's face with her bewildered eyes, ultimately responding, Gray Rebirth. This marks Klisa's first wand, and also the name of the first wand Sushi gifted her. During the crisis of Alenson, she had inadvertently lost it, and now she chooses to bestow that name upon her new wand. Could this be considered a form of inheritance? Sushi smiles, reaching out to ruffle the sorceress's hair. Quite splendid, he remarks. Simulation year 26. You're 40 years old. Klisa is 32. Your body has become somewhat sluggish. Yet your mind remains sharp, and your elemental mastery has reached an extraordinary level, allowing you to gradually grasp the concept of domains. You and Klisa continue to traverse the world together. You lead the immortal sorceress to an island in the Eastern Lakes, a treacherous realm known as Dragon Island. Not only are there numerous sub-dragon species lurking, but true pureblood dragons also dwell there. You invite the sorceress to ride a dragon. Klisa, do not worry. This dragon is quite gentle. Just tap it lightly like I do, and it will understand our intentions, far more obedient than any domestic pet. Once a cacophony of dragon roars filled the air, today the island is unusually quiet. Countless sub-dragon species lie on the ground, trembling in fear as they cast terrified glances toward the fearsome duo engaged in their lessons not far away. "Look, Clesa," you smile as you wave your wand above the pure-blood red dragon. Level 9 Earth Magic, Gravitational Field. Level 9 Fire Magic, Celestial Flame. Level 9 Lightning Magic, Thunder Roar. Level 9 Light Magic, Holy Thorn Piercing. The small, long-handled wand simultaneously casts 4 level 9 spells, gently tapping the dragon's head amidst its terrified cries. The dragon scales shatter, and dragon blood spurts forth, creating a scene that could only be described as a dragon's nightmare. However, soon, under the dragon race's immense vitality, the red dragon awakens from its stupor, lowering its head in a sycophantic manner before Su Shi, fearful of incurring another strike. "See, Clesa, dragons are quite gentle that I understand." Minter, the sorceress, replies obediently, committing Su Shi's dragon-taming secrets to memory. You teach Clesa how to communicate with the ferociously temperamental dragon species, and she internalizes your lessons. Together, you and Clesa become dragon riders, spirits lifted by the experience. Afterwards, you both leave Dragon Island, yet your renown spreads far and wide. Deeply rooted in the minds of the dragon bloodline. Simulation year 30, you are 44 years old, and Clesa is 36, that you appear even older. During a drink, you glance at your reflection in the water, noticing a strand of white hair that has emerged at your temples. You pause for a moment, plucking the white hair away, while the sorceress remains blissfully unaware. You take her on a journey through a nation devoid of steam technology, a land that clings to primitive customs, relying on human labor for agriculture, yet its scenery is breathtaking. For the first time, Clesa beholds the boundless golden waves of wheat, and amidst the harmony of soil and gentle breezes, she learns the art of quiet observation. Simulation year 35, you are 49 years old, and Clesa is 41. The passage of time and the flow of years have not diminished the miracle that surpasses the divine. Clesa continues to embody the beauty of her 17-year-old visage. However, she has matured considerably due to your prolonged travels together. You notice that at some point, whether in motion or repose, the sorceress's gaze often rests upon you, as if she harbors concerns. Simulation year 38, you're 52 years old, and Clesa is 44. Good morning, Clesa. Good night, Clesa. Good morning, Minter. Good night, Minter. Each morning's greeting and every night's farewell pass quietly, time flowing silently amidst these mundane exchanges. One day, 1 month, 1 year. When experiencing it, time feels painfully slow, yet upon reflection, decades seem to have passed in an instant. In a blink, the sorceress has grown up. In a heartbeat, Sushi is aged at 52. You have not yet truly approached the end of life. Yet, you acutely sense the decline and withering buried deep within. Fortunately, there are still joyful matters to celebrate. After years of waiting, you finally reach the limit once more, opening the possibility for further advancement. The threshold of the Sanctuary Mage's realm is tantalizingly close. In pursuit of a breakthrough, Sushi has ceased his wanderings across the world. Together with Clesa, he has settled in the nearest city, engaging in profound meditation to cultivate his mental fortitude, striving to achieve a breakthrough in optimal condition. The city is called Aralush. It is steeped in religious fervor, with the majority of its citizens being devout worshippers of the divine. And churches venerating various gods are omnipresent, adorned with the emblems of the deities. Among these are the sun god's radiant symbol, the blacksmith god's hammer motif, and the nature goddess's vine-like insignia. The most magnificent spectacle is a towering statue dedicated solely to the god of light, a testament to the artisan's devotion, embodying the prayers of the faithful, standing majestically upon the earth in a sacred pose. Praise be to the god of light, the Lord of endless radiance, O great master. Humble believers beseech you for your protection here. May the everlasting brilliance accompany me into my dreams. The light above, the holy radiance shines upon me. The voices are reverent, the demeanor humble, as mortals kneel before the statue, offering hymns of adoration to the god of light in their most fervent expressions. She first observes the multitude of supplicants, then raises his gaze to the heavens. From his perspective, the city of Ralish is continuously surging with golden threads of faith, stretching skyward, converging at the abode of the gods. Yet, in stark contrast to this fervent faith, The presence of the divine is alarmingly scant. This suggests that despite the multitude of believers, Ralish has not garnered the gaze of the deities. Master, why is this so? Krisa inquires, her brow furrowed in confusion. Krisa, some individuals cannot thrive solely on their own. They require a purpose, a belief that bestows their souls with a sense of security. Only then can the godless flesh take a step forward. This is not a matter of right or wrong, merely different lifestyles for different people, Sushi replies, his voice slightly deepened with age, carrying the weight of contemplation and experience. Krisa feels she understands, for she too is of similar disposition. However, unlike those unfortunate worshippers who receive no response, Krisa perceives herself as fortunate, as one valued by fate. Now, she stands beside Sushi, enveloped in the light of the sun, experiencing that precious warmth and illumination, filling her being with solace. Let us proceed, Krisa. Before ascending to the sanctuary, we have much preparation to undertake. Yes, master, Krisa responds, hastening to follow, her dark skirt swaying gracefully with each step. In the interplay of light and fire, amidst the symphony of wind and atmosphere, the sorceress closely trails her deity. You have decided to seclude yourself in the city of Ralish for your breakthrough. This remote city is an inconspicuous entity in the eyes of the gods, and you believe that achieving your breakthrough here will generate less commotion. The ascension to Sanctuary Mage is an essential transcendence, a mastery over the world's dominion. Within a specific realm, you will possess an unimaginable command over the elements, second only to the celestial deities. You harbor 1,000-fold vigilance towards the gods, convinced that beyond mere suppression of the laws, they possess further means. Thus, prior to your formal ascension to Sanctuary Mage, you have established numerous contingencies. Let me see a large-scale collaborative concealing magic generator, utilizing a shadow orb as the core, paired with the water attributes Siren Skull. This transient concealment array is now complete. Moreover, adding the previously conceived breath-concealing spell, which I shall activate immediately post-breakthrough, should allow for additional time. Beyond these elements of concealment, I have also left behind some contingencies in other cities, capable of creating disturbances to divert the god's attention. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Ralish, Sushi stands amidst the boundless wilderness, eyes closed in contemplation, reflecting upon the arrangements he has made. Krisa stands a short distance away, wielding the gray rebirth wand, her expression impassive as she vigilantly stands guard, alert to any disruptions that might interrupt the ascension. Soon, with a deep exhale, Sushi initiates the ascension to Sanctuary Mage. Winds rise, clouds swirl, the earth quakes, and fire roars. Water surges, light flourishes, darkness looms, and thunder rumbles. Sushi's mastery over the elements is vast, and naturally, the domain he conjures is multifaceted and complex. Converge, the surging mental energy solidifies, following the wand's movement, transforming into a sweeping tide that engulfs the myriad elements of the world. With brute force, disparate elemental properties are violently amalgamated into one. Again, another wave of mental energy crashes forth. Sushi's eyes shimmer, his aura bursting, as his mental prowess influences reality. Amidst the cacophony of buzzing air, he forcefully commands over a dozen elemental forces, compressed, condensed, culminating in an exceedingly minuscule point before exploding forth. In an instant, a vast domain expands. Now, I lack for nothing. Over a dozen elemental powers swirl around me. She raises his hand gently, and the upheaval caused by the domain swiftly subsides, with but a thought. The vast ocean of mental energy restores the tumultuous elements to their original forms. This is the might of a Sanctuary Mage, second only to the gods. That Sushi marvels at the newfound strength, yet refrains from extensive experimentation, swiftly leading Krisa away from Ralish. Simultaneously, the numerous preparations he had set in motion unfold instantaneously. Chaos, clamor, dread, disturbances arise throughout the magical realm, with countless supplicants beseeching the gods for protection, leading to numerous faiths being disrupted. The might of the heavens descends. Not one, nor two, but the gods have gathered en masse. An invisible will collides in the high heavens, swiftly sweeping across the vicinity of Ralish. Yet after lingering for a time, it fails to capture anything done on the ground. The citizens of Ralish kneel in piety, believing their nightly prayers have summoned the gods' mercy. They call upon the deities, pleading for divine blessings. Yet, the response they receive is an unending torrent of thunder, a fearsome display that seems to threaten annihilation. It is the wrath of the gods. Find him. We must find him. This world shall not permit any new gods to usurp our dominion. Your plan has succeeded. The arrangements for concealing your presence have thwarted the gods from immediately pinpointing your location. The chaos across the globe has diverted the gods' attention. Once the gods ascertain that the domain's power resides in Ralish, you have already led the sorcerers far away, completely vanishing from their search radius. You remain cautious, alert, and have hidden with Krisa for an extended period, emerging from your concealment only a month later. Gazing skyward, you discover that the gods have tightened their grip on the laws even further. Even with the gift of elemental perception, it remains a formidable challenge to grasp the true essence of the elements. Regrettably, this signifies that the already rare possibility of attaining divinity is now inexorably approaching zero. The sole comfort you derive lies in the fact that the witch's power of equilibrium evidently surpasses that of the deities. Her cultivation has been minimally impeded, and she progresses at a pace beyond your comprehension. Departing from her hiding place, you enter the nearest city and discover that all the divine churches have commenced their activities. This appears to be a divine mandate, as they search for the presence of all elemental mages. You realize that your journey with Krisha is nearing its conclusion, should you continue to traverse the world with reckless abandon as before. It is only a matter of time before you attract the attention of the faith mages and the gods in the simulation of the 39th year. You're 53 years old, and Krisha is 45. Holding Krisha's hand, you return to the city of Ellenson, situated in the northern part of the world, which has been rebuilt into a thriving metropolis after decades of reconstruction. Although the city's appearance is no longer as it once was, and the people you once knew are no longer the same, you still harbor fondness for this place. You decide to retreat and evade the frenzied search of the gods, intending to spend the remainder of your life here. Decades of tumultuous wandering, decades of ceaseless transitions, finally culminate in your ascension as a saint-level archmage. The city of Ellenson, this initial haven, is chosen by Sue for a final retreat. He forges a mundane identity alongside Krisha, settling in a house near the city center, complete with a private courtyard reminiscent of the past. The witch's eternal youthful visage no longer raises concerns of being discerned. The power of the domain is remarkably potent. Sue can now employ the life and death attributes of the domain to bestow upon Krisha a visage and aura of normal aging. This ruse may not fool the gods, yet it suffices to obscure the spiritual perception of ordinary mages. Krisha, we shall reside here from now on. Yes, master, that may become somewhat dull. Is that acceptable? No, master. Then let us proceed inside. All right, master. Krisha's expression is meticulous as she follows Sue into their new abode. The witch remains youthful, and Ellenson endures as Ellenson. Yet the courtyard reconstructed from ruins can never replicate its original form, and the sun's waning is an inevitability. The warm sunlight gradually struggles to maintain its own warmth. In the simulation of the 41st year, you are 55 years old, and Krisha is 47.2 years have elapsed since you settled in Ellenson City. During this time, the divine churches continue their frantic search for elemental mages. You remain calm, unperturbed. The search for elemental mages bears no relevance to your status as a saint-level archmage. This is evidently a non-issue. This year, under your careful tutelage, Krisha has mastered the truths of the domain. The power of equilibrium once again manifests, enabling the witch to break through the divine blockade and ascend to the rank of saint-level archmage without causing any ripples. You find yourself marveling once more. My student Krisha possesses the potential to surpass the gods. In the simulation of the 46th year, you are 60 years old, and Krisha is 52. The signs of aging are increasingly apparent on your visage. However, your mental acuity remains commendable. The overwhelming strength of your spiritual force often causes others to overlook your aging. Each year, you persistently employ mortal wisdom, thereby acquiring a wealth of new knowledge, culminating in the self-creation of a compendium of forbidden spells. Your earth attribute forbidden spells have been enhanced. Your wind attribute forbidden spells have been enhanced. Your lightning attribute forbidden spells have been enhanced. You impart the compendium of forbidden spells to Krisha, who receives it earnestly and begins to learn formidable spells she has never encountered before under your instruction. In the simulation of the 48th year, you are 62 years old, and Krisha is 54. Your plan to nurture the witch seems to have faltered. Decades of effort have yet to restore the witch's emotions. You have yet to witness her smile or her tears. After a prolonged period of silence, you ultimately abandon the pursuit of emotional restoration. The witch possesses her own life. Perhaps, for her, a lack of emotions is a blessing. The prolonged seclusion has rendered you somewhat bored, and you attempt to comprehend the laws, embarking on the path to divinity. But alas, you meet with failure. The tightly woven barriers prevent you from glimpsing the essence of the world's operations, implying that you cannot acquire further knowledge or the truths required for ascension. You find yourself unable to see the path ahead. Ultimately, you sigh, it remains unfeasible in the study of your new courtyard in Ellenson City. 62-year-old Sue reclines, his eyes closed, revealing deepening wrinkles and a pervasive weariness. The toll of time has become increasingly evident. Even without Krisha's eyes, you can distinctly feel the decay and weakness creeping within your body, gradually spreading throughout. Consequently, Sue attempts to breach the threshold of demigod status. Regrettably, the path ahead is severed. He possesses no viable means to ascend to divinity. Conversely, Krisha continues to enhance her power, benefiting from the remarkable balance of chaos and order, as if the elements of the world are actively drawn to her. Perhaps it is best not to lament the cruel methods of the gods, but rather to utilize this final time to impart knowledge to Krisha. Sue coughs softly, his voice muffled. His body remains relatively healthy, yet the limitations of mortal wisdom have led to varying degrees of aging in his organs. He cannot ascertain precisely how long he has left to live. In the simulation of the 49th year, you're 63 years old, and Krisha is 55. You notice something unusual about the witch. Previously, she only maintained her aging disguise when venturing outside, yet for reasons unknown. She now refuses to shed this facade even while at home. You lock eyes with Krisha, silently understanding one another. You chuckle helplessly, extending your roughened hand, worn from age, to stroke the top of the witch's head, expressing your fondness for the 17-year-old version of her, for she was truly beautiful. The false exterior gradually peels away like falling petals, like shattered reflections that in the soft, flickering haze, Krisha's face reveals its true form. It is the visage of a 17-year-old girl, untouched by the ravages of time, unblemished by past sorrows, her exquisite features still embodying the indifference familiar to Sue. She is quite lovely, is she not? Sue speaks gently, his gaze filled with affection. He stands before the immortal witch, one showing signs of age, the other eternally youthful, creating a stark contrast between them. Unbeknownst to them, the boundary between life and death quietly emerges. Delineating a minuscule gap between the two, the atmosphere in the room becomes somewhat somber, tinged with a subtle sadness. Sue can only stroke Krisha's head, offering solace to the witch's trembling form. Outside, the soft rustling of leaves signals the arrival of autumn. The season of brisk, frigid winters is not far behind. In the simulation of the 50th year, you're 64 years old, and Krisha is 56. You begin to explore the practice of rejuvenation, employing life magic daily to restore your vitality. Regrettably, your body proves incapable of retaining this vigor, continuing its decline. Meanwhile, the divine churches remain fervently searching for your whereabouts. You have concealed yourself well and remain undetected. In the simulation of the 51st year, you are 65 years old, and Krisha is 57. You find yourself indulging in leisurely pastimes typical of the elderly, such as basking in the sun on the doorstep, gazing at the world for an entire day, or cultivating beautiful flowers and plants. Krisha remains by your side, as devoted as ever. When a need arises, brew a cup of bitter herbal infusion. Simulating the 52nd year, you are now 66, while Krisha is 58. Your health remains robust, despite your bodily functions not being as vibrant as in your youth. However, you are free from ailments. You feel a sense of joy, pondering the possibility that you might live a bit longer. In the simulation of the 53rd year, you are 67 and Klisha is 59. The witch's culinary skills have improved. To enhance your meals, she frequently ventures alone to the market to procure ingredients, and now she can no longer mistake toxic items. Fast forward to the 54th year, at age 68 for you and 60 for Klisha. You, unable to make further magical advancements, immerse yourself in the nurturing of plants, having cultivated a patch of dragon's bloodgrass in your garden. Sponsored by an unknown red dragon, the witch stands beside you, diligently cleaning the bloodstains from gray rebirth. Her movements deft and practice. As the simulation progresses through the 55th, 56th, and 57th years, time flows like a film on fast forward, racing through your mind. When you regain your senses, only a multitude of hazy memories remains. Sushi's body deteriorates year by year, much like the setting sun, although there is still some radiance and warmth lingers. Behind that fading light lies an endless expanse of great desolation. In the 61st year. Sushi is 75, his hair now a crown of white. He reclines half lazily at the entrance of the courtyard. His silver strands glimmer faintly in the sunlight, and his wrinkled visage is adorned with deep, steady eyes that contain all his mental fortitude, concealed yet potent. How stifling, Sushi remarks. Long ago, he had anticipated that an aging body would bring numerous inconveniences compared to his youth. Yet, when that day truly arrives, he discovers that the sensation of aging is far more daunting than he had envisioned. Many tasks that once seemed effortless are now beyond his reach, merely due to the passage of time. Fortunately, his mental prowess remains sufficiently strong, enabling him to navigate life through the aid of his spirit and magic. Otherwise, this retirement life would be unbearable. The elemental winds swirl, urging Sushi to rise. The earth element sinks, shaking off all the dust from his robes. Subsequently, his body levitates, his garments billowing as he gently glides into the house enveloped by the gentle currents of air. Master, welcome back. Klisha, with her silvery hair, has been awaiting him for quite some time. She opens the door, ushering him inside. On the dining table lies a lunch prepared by the witch in advance, steaming and fragrant. Klisha, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. Sushi remarks with a smile after tasting the meal. Yes, thank you for your kind words. I shall continue to strive for excellence. The witch replies, her tone as placid as a still lake. Yet Sushi understands that this does not imply indifference, but rather an emotional detachment that renders her unable to express joy or sorrow appropriately. After the meal, Klisha employs wind and water magic to tidy the dishes. While Sushi ambles toward the living room, his steps slowed, he approaches a wooden recliner, settling down in the sunlight, gazing at the flowers and closing his eyes in peaceful repose that he is truly aged. The sluggishness of his body breeds a fatigue of the spirit. With each passing day, he finds himself increasingly drowsy, particularly during the afternoon hours, often succumbing to weariness. Then, let me rest a while longer. Reclining on the cool wooden rocking chair, the fatigue envelopes him swiftly, drowning his consciousness as the surroundings grow progressively darker and quieter. His entire being, body, soul, and self, plummets at an alarming rate. Master, master, in his daze. Sushi seems to hear Klisha's voice, suspecting it may merely be an illusion, as, oh, tired that I wish to sleep a bit longer. His awareness drifts in a haze, his soul lost in a void. After an eternity of shifting sensations, he finally returns to his body. What is this? Sushi blinks in confusion, realizing he is not in the living room, but rather back in his bedroom. Did Klisha do this? He wonders, instinctively attempting to speak, but a raw sensation in his throat prompts a sudden bout of coughing. Cough, 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 cough. Master, here is water. In a crucial moment, Klisha presents him with a cup. Sushi drinks deeply, the cool liquid soothing his parched lips, flowing refreshingly down his throat, replenishing his dehydrated body. Thank you, Klisha. He sets the empty cup down, instinctively glancing towards the witch. Yet in that fleeting glance, he is taken aback. The witch before him is not only clad in different attire, but also appears utterly worn, as if she has endured profound sorrow. You are finally awake. Master, as usual, you took a nap. She notes. This time, your sleep was exceptionally tranquil. leaving you with a sense of comfort, as though all weariness and aging had completely receded from you. Upon waking, you learn from Clisha that you have slept for a full 3 days. You are astonished, bewildered, and begin to ponder the reasons behind it. The wisdom of mortals continues to churn within you. You grasp the truth. As age advances, the decaying mortal vessel gradually fails to support your extraordinary spirit. Thus, your body instinctively enters a state of slumber, allowing for rest. A machine operating at high speed will overheat if it runs for too long. An organism exerting itself to the utmost will experience fatigue and pain. This is normal, part of the rules governing the world's operation. Yet now, Sushi's condition is even more dire. His body deteriorates year by year, increasingly incapable of bearing the spirit of a sanctum mage. The imbalance between weakness and strength forces his frail body to rely on slumber to alleviate the pressures of his spirit. This indicates that in the time to come, Sushi will frequently succumb to sleep, until he ultimately reaches the end of his days. This is irreversible, unchangeable. In the study, Sushi gazes at the conclusions he has drawn, falling into silence. He never anticipated that his already limited lifespan would be further compromised by such circumstances. While it may seem that the upper limit of his life remains unchanged, deducting the time spent in slumber reveals a starkly diminished reality. With a sigh, Sushi contemplates, who can guarantee that the next sleep will not be eternal? In retrospect, the previous sense of ease was clearly a harbinger of his soul's return to the underworld, in that nebulous state of being, where spirit and flesh blur. A single misstep could lead him from slumber to death. Troublesome. Sushi picks up the parchment on which he has calculated his fate, his gaze sweeping over the results, before summoning flames to reduce the paper to ash in the stillness of the room. Regarding death and lifespan, Sushi has long been prepared to confront these realities. His only concern lies with the witch, who remains oblivious to joy and sorrow, devoid of emotional understanding in this magical realm. Clisha has but one person she can rely on, Sushi. Should he suddenly depart from this world, he cannot fathom what would transpire. This matter cannot be concealed from the child. Informing Clisha in advance may be difficult for her to accept, yet it would at least provide a buffer. If he were to hide the truth from her, then when the day of his demise arrives, Clisha would only be left in greater despair. Turning the knob, he extinguishes the lights and exits the study. You divulge the entire truth to the witch. Surprisingly, she does not exhibit any signs of distress. She proves to be even more resilient than you had imagined. You feel a sense of relief, realizing that you need not worry excessively about her future. Habitually, you consider her well-being, entirely forgetting that Clisha has ventured through the world with you, accumulating a wealth of life experience and a mature mindset for handling matters. Master, what is it, Clisha? Please allow me to take care of everything. Everything, indeed, came the calm voice devoid of any hue. Clisha, with her hands gracefully interlaced, sat across from Sushi and said, "Please allow me to take charge of all matters concerning the courtyard, including your care during your slumber." Her tone, smooth and unwavering, unexpectedly bore a hint of determination. "I shall tend to you and all that belongs to you," the immortal witch vowed. "Then I shall trouble you." "Clisha," Sushi responded with a smile, offering his trust unreservedly. Simulating the 62nd year, you are 76 years old, and Clisha is 68. Under your implicit consent, Clisha assumed control over all affairs of the courtyard, encompassing your flora, your tomes, your documents, and your magic. Even your very being was entrusted to Clisha's care. At times, you pondered whether this could be deemed an unconventional inheritance, yet you dismissed the thought, for you were still alive. In the simulation of the 63rd year, you are 77, and Clisha is 69. The frequency of your slumber has accelerated, and the duration has lengthened. During your most recent slumber, you slept for a full fortnight. Upon awakening, hearing the passage of time from the witch's lips, you were overwhelmed by a profound sense of disorientation. In the simulation of the 67th year, you are 81, and Clisha is 73. The half-month slumbers that once astonished you have now become your shortest periods of rest. And you often find upon waking that the seasons have cycled anew. The witch meticulously tended to the dragon's blood grass. Upon inspecting the courtyard, you discovered the grass thriving remarkably, with fresh dragon's blood glistening on the leaves. You chastised the witch, educating her on the principles of sustainable development, and she absorbed your counsel, deciding to seek blood from the dragon in a different manner next time that in the simulation of the 71st year. You are 85, and Klisa is 77. You have once again set a new record for slumber, this time resting for a full 6 months. Upon your awakening, you are greeted by the ever-punctual witch's salutation. Welcome back, master. The quiet room reverberates with a lingering solitude. Sushi's consciousness gradually stirs. Before his eyes fully open, he hears Klisa's greeting. It has been a while, Klisa, he replies, somewhat hesitantly. In his perception, he had merely indulged in a brief nap. The notion of yesterday was strikingly vivid. Yet in reality, 6 months had elapsed. This bizarre distortion of time left she feeling a sense of oppression, alleviated only after he sipped a glass of ice water. Growing increasingly feeble, Sushi lowered his gaze, studying his hands, repeatedly observing the wrinkles and the dull, yellowed-skinned be candid, were it not for the opportunity to employ mortal wisdom to acquire new knowledge during his waking hours, and the persistent concern for Klisa, wishing to guide her and witness her grow strong, he would have deemed this relentless cycle of slumber to be long overdue for termination, slightly shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Sushi turned his attention to Klisa. He wished to inquire about her recent activities to ensure that no unfortunate events transpired during his absence without his knowledge. Klisa, what have you been occupied with in my absence? Accompanying you, what have you been doing lately? I've been accompanying you. Klisa's response momentarily rendered Sushi speechless. Her voice remained as unembellished as ever, devoid of any deception. Only the truth. Since you fell asleep, I have remained in the room with you, venturing out only when necessary to care for the courtyard. I was with you the day before yesterday. I was with you yesterday, and I am with you today. Until you awaken. Her words, expressed in humble terms, lacked any ornate embellishment. They were straightforward yet profoundly poignant. In countless lonely nights, the immortal which sat in Sushi's chamber, her expression blank, gazing at the familiar yet aged visage, awaiting the longed-for reunion, the long-awaited warmth. Why was it that each time Sushi awakened, he always heard Klisa's greeting first? Why was it that upon opening his eyes, he always beheld Klisa's face first? The answer was simple, so simple it was startling. With each slumber, each descent into sleep, Klisa would quietly sit by his bedside, accompanying the passage of time from the moment she witnessed Sushi lying down. She would remain seated until the celestial bodies ascended and descended, awaiting the world's seasonal transformations. Klisa accompanied him in silence, waiting in her solitude, motionless, her gaze fixed solely upon that increasingly aged figure. Was it painful? Was it tedious? Klisa did not perceive it as such, for when that figure fell into silence, the world she could see was shrouded in grayness, devoid of vitality, devoid of color. She actively shielded herself from everything. Until Sushi awoke, at which point the desolate world of the witch resumed its rhythm. Once again imbued with normal hues, I've always been waiting for you. Sunlight streamed through the window into the bedroom. Due to the angle of illumination, a magnificent pattern of light and shadow emerged. T85. Sushi exhibited signs of aging as he lay on the bed, perfectly positioned in the bright half. Every wrinkle and strand of silver hair illuminated distinctly in stark contrast. Klisa sat quietly in the shadow, her empty gaze reflecting the light's form. Her serene and exquisite visage, seemingly devoid of expression, belied the myriad emotions that flickered within her silvery gray hair as it swayed gently in the breeze. I am waiting for you. I have been waiting for you. Klisa, Christina, thus proclaimed. She was a heartless witch devoid of her own joys, devoid of her own sorrows, a being that existed solely to obey her master's commands. Thus, the witch remained by Sushi's side, awaiting his awakening, awaiting his next command. That was the only purpose for her existence. Confronted with such a Klisa, faced with a witch who had waited countless days and nights, Sushi found himself at a loss. Should he reprimand the witch, urging her to cease this seemingly meaningless behavior? Or should he commend her, praising the unwavering dedication she exhibited? Ultimately, Sushi neither chastised nor praised her. For such matters held little significance. He gently took the witch's hand, clasping her slender fingers to reveal them to the sunlight. Come, let us take a stroll, Clesa. Lying in bed for so long has left me feeling almost numb. Yes, Clesa was obedient and compliant. Together with Su Shi, who had risen from the bed, they stepped out of the bedroom, traversing the silent corridor, ultimately entering the sun-drenched, verdant courtyard, adorned with a plethora of flowers and trees. Su Shi walked slowly, that a sense of weakness coursed through him, gradually spreading to his legs. That it was a peculiar sensation. With each step, he acutely felt his body's sluggishness, akin to a performance on the verge of concluding. How beautiful it is! Suddenly, Su Shi halted in his tracks. Before him lay the flourishing garden, nurtured by the witch, where branches intertwined, blossoms exuded fragrance, and clusters of red dragon's blood grass swayed in the breeze, resembling small waves in motion. Clesa, you have managed this splendidly. I am very satisfied. Thank you for your affirmation. Su Shi turned to his side, where the silver-haired sorceress stood in quiet repose, her demeanor so detached, exuding an ineffable emptiness, as if she were entirely severed from all that exists in this world. This aspect mirrored their first encounter, undiminished by the passage of time. The once frail and emaciated girl had transformed into a reliable adult. Gazing at the courtyard, the flowers, the gentle sunlight, and the grown sorceress, Su Shi slowly closed his heavy eyelids, feeling the warmth of the sun upon him, soothing his sagging skin, bringing him a modicum of comfort and reassurance. He had little left to worry about. As you walked with the sorceress in the courtyard, everything within it, including the dragon's blood grass that occupied your utmost concern, was impeccably tended to by Krisha. Even if you had managed it yourself, you could not have done better. In a daze, you recalled the sorceress's childhood, comparing her past to her present, realizing that she had blossomed into an exceptional individual. No longer in need of your guidance or oversight, perhaps it was time to conclude your role as her mentor. You felt a sense of relief, a quiet admiration, and a soft chuckle escaped you. For so long, you had harbored worries about the sorceress's future, yet now, you could be assured that she would thrive even in your absence. The anxieties that had sustained your waking moments dissipated. Suddenly, your awareness fell into silence. Your aged body lurched forward, nearly collapsing to the ground, but the sorceress was there to catch you just in time. Having awakened less than an hour ago, you sank once more into slumber. Minter, Minter! A mournful wail echoed in the darkness. Su Shi was exhausted, so weary that even the sound around him elicited no response. Like a small boat amidst turbulent seas, his consciousness, his soul, his thoughts were engulfed by the boundless dark, assimilated into an eternal tranquility. Only a faint remnant of self remained, stubbornly persisting. Simulated year 72. You are 86, and Krisha is 78. Since the day you lapsed into unconsciousness in the courtyard, you have been asleep for a year. Yet there are still no signs of awakening. Krisha remains silent, sitting by your bedside, waiting for your return. She witnesses yet another cycle of the seasons within the confines of the room. Simulated year 73. You are 87, and Krisha is 79. You remain in slumber. Krisha, forever appearing 17, has reached the pinnacle of a saint-level mage. She once attempted to break through to semi-divinity, seeking divine intervention to heal you, but her efforts were in vain. The equilibrium that had once been infallible did not allow her to transcend her current state. She remains ensnared at the saint-level mage. Simulated year 74. You are 88, and Krisha is 80. Some of the furniture has begun to show signs of aging, becoming less functional, yet the sorceress pays no heed, continuing her vigil in your room. Simulated year 75. You are 89, and Krisha is 81. The sorceress still waits, unwaveringly, persistently. Simulated year 79. You are 93, and Krisha is 85. Your spirit remains in slumber, yet your body has aged beyond recognition. The passage of time has left indelible marks, stripping away all that you once possessed. Your visage is transformed into one that the sorceress no longer recognizes, skin dulled and lined with wrinkles, resembling rough, unsightly bark. The sorceress no longer sits in silence. She gently grasps your hand, feeling the texture akin to withered branches, calling out for you repeatedly, pleading for your return. Su Shi is nearing death. not in jest or embellishment, but in the truest sense, approaching the end of the simulation, without needing anyone to remind him. The weakness and stillness surging within him upon reopening his eyes made it clear, in truth, awakening once more was already miraculous. During his previous slumber, Sushi had genuinely sensed his soul drifting away from his corporeal form, gravitating toward the void known as death's eternal silence. His current state could be described as a fleeting glimpse of vitality. Pain, tightness in the chest, suffocation, dizziness, an array of intolerable symptoms assailed the recently awakened Sushi, luring him back into drowsiness, his heavy eyelids drooping inexorably. He understood that this slumber was unlike any before. There would be no awakening, no continuation, but a true passage into death. Thus, in a hoarse whisper, he called out the sorceress's name. His voice was so frail that it was nearly imperceptible, like a gentle tremor in the air, his aged face struggling to articulate the sound. Krisha, Mentor, I am here. Krisha, forever appearing 17, responded softly to Sushi, as if fearful that even the slightest elevation in volume might inflict pain upon him. Today is a beautiful day. The weather is clear, the sun radiant. Brilliant golden rays stream through the window, illuminating the room and dispelling the unwelcome stillness of death. More importantly, the mentor who had been dormant for so many years has finally awakened. Yet, for reasons unknown, the heart that should feel elated instead emits a cry of sorrow. The heart within the chest beats more slowly, as if in a reluctant dissent that I apologize, Krisha, for allowing you to witness me in such disarray. With the sorceress's assistance, Sushi braced himself against the bed, laboriously sitting up and offering her a strained smile. Please, do not speak further. The sorrow accumulating within his chest was palpable, as Krisha gazed upon Sushi's aged face. Meeting his clouded and puffy eyes, she strained to hear his barely audible voice, as if it might vanish at any moment. Her heartstrings quivered with increasing intensity. You need not concern yourself. The sorceress was unconcerned with Sushi's aging appearance. To her, looks and form were inconsequential. What mattered most was the essence of Sushi himself, her son, her light, her salvation. Yet, aging signified another truth, one that the sorceress fervently wished to avoid but was inescapably bound to confront. Mentor, I shall prepare lunch for you. Krisha abruptly stood and made her way toward the door. Sensing the impending truth, she did not wish to listen, dared not to look, and feared facing it, so she chose to flee. But Sushi's voice halted her. Cough, cough, cough. No need, Krisha, I doubt I will have the chance to eat again. In the heavy atmosphere of the room, Sushi forced a smile, uttering words that belied the exhaustion etched upon his visage. Krisha's body trembled more violently. Are you tired? Please rest assured, I will continue to wait, no matter how long it takes. Krisha, I will always wait for you, forever. Krisha, Sushi called out her name repeatedly, his voice exceptionally weak. A breath so faint it seemed it could be whisked away by the wind. At last, the sorceress fell silent. She stood with her back to Sushi, unmoving, no longer uttering a sound, her form trembling as if enduring some unspeakable anguish. Come here, Krisha. There are words I wish to share with you. The harsh winter will inevitably arrive, chilling the very core of one's being. Even if one is reluctant to confront that chill, winter will not dissipate at the behest of human desire. It is an unavoidable reality. Yes, the sorceress returned to Sushi's bedside. Please, take a seat. Obediently, she settled onto a small wooden chair beside the bed, perfectly positioned for Sushi to tenderly touch her head. Thus, he reached out his withered, aging hand, gently resting it upon Krisha's head, caressing her silver-gray hair one last time, savoring the softness of her tresses. Krisha, I must depart for a long while. The witch's body trembled more violently than before. Yet under the soothing caress of a hand, she gradually regained her composure. All this time, I have indeed troubled you. It ought to have been I caring for you. Yet for the past several decades, it has been you attending to my slumbering form. Now, it is finally time to draw this to a close. You may also take a moment to rest. No, I do not wish to rest. I implore you, I beseech you, allow me, as a mere object, to continue serving you for as long as you desire, no matter how arduous it may be. As long as you do not depart, as long as you remain by my side, that I shall be away for quite some time, so long that I cannot ascertain the duration. Therefore, during my absence, Chrysia, you must take good care of yourself. In the study, I have left some materials that should prove useful to you. I have already modified the magical array in the meditation room. Even should you transcend into a demigod, it will still serve a purpose. Within the bedside cabinet, there are some of my collections from these past years. You may use them or sell them. All is entrusted to your discretion. Stop. Please, cease this. The weight of pain pressed increasingly upon the witch's heart, compelling her to instinctively clutch her chest, concealing the battered remnants of her heart. Though Sue, she did not articulate it directly. Though he deliberately bypassed that word, how could Chrysia fail to comprehend? Her mentor, the sole redeemer in her life, the sun that had illuminated her for decades, was on the verge of descending into eternal silence. Death, a word that stood in close proximity to Sue Shi, yet felt infinitely distant from the witch. Merely contemplating it caused Chrysia's sensitive and fragile heart to be forcibly stripped bare, layer after layer, revealing its true helplessness. I cannot accept this. The witch interrupted Sue Shi's words, her voice trembling. This was the first time she had ever contradicted him. What you say, I cannot accept. Your possessions may only be utilized by you. I shall wait for you, endlessly, indefinitely. The once vacuous and lifeless eyes now exhibited an intense tremor for the first time. Locking gazes with Sue Shi, she rejected him. That withered hand, which had caressed Chrysia's head, hesitated momentarily, seemingly taken aback by her refusal. Parting weighed heavily, akin to a boulder, like a mountain, pressing down upon the heart, making it difficult to breathe. Only when one truly faced farewell do they realize that all the rehearsals prepared in advance are as light as a feather. Utterly insufficient, Chrysia braced herself for reprimand. As an object, she had openly defied her master's decision, an act utterly unforgivable. The moment the words escaped her lips, the witch's heart plunged into a sea of self-reproach and regret. Yet still, she felt compelled to refuse Sue Shi's entreaties. It was as if by rejecting those requests, she could likewise reject parting to prevent Sue Shi from leaving, to ensure that the warm sun could continue to shine. Please, the delicate visage, caressed by that frail hand, trembled as it spoke. Do not say any more. I shall not accept this. The witch's rejection rendered Sue Shi momentarily speechless. The expressions on his face shifted rapidly, from astonishment to confusion, and finally to gentle reassurance, entirely devoid of the reprimand Chrysia had anticipated. Ahem. Sue Shi laughed, his spirits seemingly lifted, though his frail body betrayed him as he coughed violently, a harsh fit that left him gasping. The lines of pain etched upon his aged visage were evident. Mentor, Chrysia hastily cast life magic to aid Sue Shi in recovering his strength. Each feeble breath, each grimace of pain, became an invisible blade, piercing deeply into the witch's heart, causing her to tremble all over. What must be done? How can I save him? Chrysia was at a loss, striving desperately to employ the highest form of life magic time, and again, to alleviate Sue Shi's suffering. Before long, Sue Shi's coughing subsided. I am fine, Chrysia. I am merely overwhelmed with joy. His eyelids grew heavier, half opening his weary eyes. Gently grasping the witch's hand, he shook his head, signaling her to cease her magic. Locking eyes with her vacant gaze, for the first time, this is the first time you have expressed opposition to me. Chrysia, this is truly wonderful. You have developed your own thoughts. Objects possess no will of their own, nor do they express dissent. When the witch learned to oppose, it signified that she had regained her autonomy. The witch had, in essence, become a person. Sue Shi's eyes were murky and blurred. He struggled to discern the world before him as drowsiness washed over him, threatening to extinguish the last remnants of clarity in his gaze. Chrysia, the dying elder on the bed softly declared, you have graduated. In that moment, the world fell into silence, quiet, so silent that the witch could not comprehend, so still that it ignited a fear within her heart, dreading the impending cruelty. Yet compared to you, I am still far from sufficient, Chrysia stammered, her expression remaining impassive, yet the suppressed sorrow seemed to break free from her shell, resonating in the air. That I still have countless matters to seek your guidance on. Without you, I am capable of nothing. Chrysia's voice gradually turned hoarse, the immense grief akin to a raging fire, scorching her throat. She could not grasp it. She did not understand. She was an object belonging solely to Su Shi, a witch scorned by the world, a worthless entity that could be cast aside at will. Humble, ugly, and lowly, a shadow that would lose its purpose in the absence of light. Thus, the witch could not accept that she had earned Su Shi's affirmation and graduated. This signified her departure from Su Shi's side. She clumsily counted, repeatedly enumerating her flaws and shortcomings, attempting to prove that she had yet to reach the level of graduation. Su Shi did not interrupt Chrysia's words. He only gazed at her tenderly. Extending his skin-clad, bony hand, he gently placed it atop Chrysia's head, offering her his final warmth. Gradually, the witch ceased her self-deception, refraining from uttering further falsehoods. The room was quiet, and outside, the sun shone brightly. Yet the witch's heart was riven. True despair does not descend suddenly as a calamity, but rather when one is acutely aware of the approaching disaster, yet feels powerless to avert the tragedy. This torment of impotence, this resignation to the inevitable end, rendered Chrysia's once enigmatic and radiant black-gold eyes devoid of their former luster, now filled only with hollow sorrow. "Please do not leave me, or grant me the chance to depart alongside you," Chrysia sobbed, finally articulating the words buried deep within her heart. Her voice, devoid of any weeping, resonated with desolation and melancholy, akin to a candle flickering on the verge of extinguishment, like a bird severed from its wings. A helpless plea to Su Shi. The witch was prepared to perish alongside Su X. It mattered not. Nothing mattered. The world, ascension to divinity, held no weight in the witch's lonely heart compared to Su Shi. Just as Su Shi had saved the witch and bestowed upon her everything, the witch too was willing to forsake all to accompany Su Shi into the silence of death, and reasons needed. No hesitations required. The witch was wholly willing in response to Chrysia. There was only a hand, increasingly feeble in its caress, and Su Shi's voice, as light as a wisp. "Chrysia, you know I cannot agree to such a thing." On the bed, Su Shi's breathing grew gradually fainter. Each breath resembled a final struggle. Feeling his body losing sensation amidst the pain and suffocation, he offered the witch his last smile, his aged and unappealing face, illuminated by the sun, faintly reflected shadows of his youth. "Please live well, Chrysia. This is my request. Not more my departure. This is not a farewell, merely a protracted separation. One day, we shall meet again." The feeble, withered hand could no longer caress the sorceress's hair. Having lost all strength, it lingered atop her head. The sparks of life were on the verge of extinguishing. The shadow of death crept ever closer. Su Shi uttered his final words to the sorceress. "It is a pity that, until now, I have never seen you truly smile." Suddenly, Su Shi froze for a moment, his pupils dilating slightly, a wave of astonishment momentarily delaying the approach of death. "Mentor, look," she said. "This is my smile, in the golden afternoon sun." Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall as Chrysia sat trembling by the bedside, extending her hands. All her fingers curled except for the index fingers, which reached out to grasp the corners of her mouth. Gently, she tugged, artificially crafting a semblance of a smile. The expression was so rigid, tears continually welled up, cascading from her already brimming eyes, silently soaking her hands. Rather than a smile, it resembled a lamentation. "You look truly beautiful when you smile," Su Shi whispered softly. Amidst the tranquil whisper of the wind, his breath gradually ceased, and he wearily closed his eyes. This time he would never awaken again. "You have died. You have undergone a complete simulation. Your life was akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky. Though brief, it left behind a radiant trail. You are a master of multi-elemental magic, possessing unparalleled expertise in elemental arts. You are a true elemental maestro. You are adept in the ways of communicating with dragons, a rare individual whom they regard with reverence. In various domains, you hold profound insights and exquisite skills, making you one of the most erudite mortals in existence. You successfully nurtured the sorceress to adulthood, guiding her to become an independent being. passing away under her watchful gaze, with no regrets in your heart. The simulation concludes, and the remarkable moments are being tallied. The evaluation of the simulation is underway. Rewards for the simulation are being generated. Have you returned? As his eyes fluttered open and closed, the scenery before him is silently transformed, shifting from the architectural style of the magical realm to that of the real world. With Sushi seated on the sofa in the living room, a faint buzzing resonated in his head, but it soon normalized, as the vitality of his youthful body filled him once more. And no wonder so many emperors throughout history yearn for the elixir of youth. The taste of aging is indeed unpleasant. He clenched his fist slightly, feeling the surge of power within, and exhaled a breath of stale I in the magical realm. He could distinctly sense his bodily functions deteriorating day by day, watching himself weaken to the point where walking became a chore. That sensation, Sushi truly wished to avoid experiencing a second time. He pondered how Krisha fared after the simulation ended, reclining back against the sofa. His body limp, he awaited the conclusion of the simulator's calculations, a sense of worry gnawing at him. After his demise, would the frail, pitiful sorceress be discovered by the deities above, forced to return to a life of helpless evasion? In the stillness of the house, Sushi's thoughts became disordered, ultimately manifesting as a soft-sided silence. An inconceivable stillness enveloped the courtyard, the house, and the bedside. All things and beings fell into absolute quietude. No, there were still sounds, the sound of tears falling, the tangible manifestation of despair, laden with sorrow, striking the ground. So heartbreaking, so painful. The sorceress sat vacantly at the bedside, clutching the already cold, aged hand, attempting to warm it with her own body heat. Yet it was futile, entirely in vain. The once warm sun had lost its heat. The light that once brought salvation would no longer appear. His voice, his visage, all that he was, had faded into darkness, dragging the sorceress into an unfathomable abyss. Minter, you deceived me. The power of love is not infinite, Krisha softly lamented. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks, finally falling onto that cold, aged hand. She loved him. She loved him deeply. Eternally loved Sushi, yet that overwhelming love, which consumed her entire being, did not grant the sorceress the strength to save him. She could only watch helplessly as Sushi slipped away silently before her eyes. In the end, only the undying monster remained, sitting unscathed in place. Her hands trembled, perpetually regretting her impotence, unable to grasp the falling, withering flower. The pain was excruciating, a torment that resonated throughout her being, a loathing for her own frailty and insignificance. Minter, I will wait for you until we meet again. Krisha could no longer endure the sorrow within her heart. She cried hoarsely, her fingers pressed tightly against her despairing face, as if wishing to cry out loudly. But her throat had long since become too dry to sustain in the end. Only crystalline tears continued to fall, forming glimmering droplets upon the floor. Gradually, accompanied by the sorceress's hoarse wails, the once blank space within her black and gold eyes began to shift and distort. An eerie red emerged, the color of blood, the color of the heart, the color of love. The sorceress's gaze underwent a complete transformation, revealing a phantasmagoric triad of black, red, and gold, as an invisible and mysterious power surged within her, aiding her in breaking free from her shackles, silently ascending from the realm of the magical Minter to that of a demigod. Elements gravitated toward her, the world drew near, and all things bowed in goodwill. In stark contrast lay the already lifeless, aged form of Sushi. A gentle breeze whispered. His body disintegrated into fine, invisible powder, gradually dissolving before the sorceress's eyes. It took away the last remnants of thought. The final source of support, the frail mortal body, long decayed under the relentless pressure of a domain-level spiritual force, had finally met its rightful demise. Minter, the sorceress, gazed quietly, sitting still as if severed from the entire world. Her heart was nearly extinguished, yet she resolved to wait, in the guise of the eternal monster, to persistently search until she encounters Sushi once more. But before that, the Minter's instructions, Krisha murmured. She recalled how earlier, Sushi had entrusted her with numerous tasks, all part of his arrangements for her. Perhaps they would prove useful, or perhaps not. However, the witch was indifferent to these matters. Her sole desire was to gather all traces and keep them close. The magical array in the meditation chamber, the dragon-s blood grass in the courtyard, the collections atop the nightstand in her bedroom, and the documents within the study. The witch moved like a marionette, devoid of superfluous thoughts, mechanically fulfilling each instruction from Sushi. Upon entering the study, her gaze was immediately drawn to a large stack of manuscripts sprawled across the desk. Most of them comprised magical creations by Sushi, along with various studies on the path to divinity. As Krisha methodically organized them, she suddenly noticed a small piece of paper protruding from the inner wall of the study, deeply buried among the multitude of books. What could that be? The witch pondered, baffled by the need for Sushi to conceal such materials so deeply. She gently raised her palm, and her intangible mental power swiftly extracted the protruding fragment, drawing out several thin sheets of paper that floated before her. The handwriting was unmistakably familiar. It was undoubtedly the script of her mentor, Sushi. Another failure. Indeed, breaking through the divine barriers proved exceedingly arduous. Alas, if only I could possess the ability to disregard such constraints like Krisha. This year was yet another attempt, ending in the anticipated failure. My body is growing older, even if I could breach the divine seals. Igniting the sacred flame would remain unattainable, that I must resign myself. Divinity feels like a distant concept. It is no longer within my reach. My body has become increasingly lethargic, and my time is running perilously short. I must pave the way for Krisha's future. The text on the paper was far more extensive than anticipated. It was densely packed with writings, entirely focused on Krisha, detailing her life as trajectory, including but not limited to strength enhancement, future directions, and daily necessities. Each line was scrawled with an unsteady hand, clearly reflecting the writer's deteriorating condition, beset by divine oppression and the toll of impending mortality. It was evident that the person Krisha cherished most found even the act of writing profoundly challenging. Yet despite this, he remained concerned for her future, contemplating the advantages and disadvantages on her behalf. Illuminating her path forward. Mentor, her fingertips trembled as they caressed the surface of the paper, gliding over each word, absorbing the lingering warmth from the sun. The sound of tears softly striking the paper echoed in the silence. In the solitude of the study, Krisha gazed at the familiar script, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears that silently cascaded down her cheeks, devoid of any mournful sound. The sunlight poured freely from the outside, bestowing warmth and brilliance upon all, casting dappled shadows across the forest, while insects and birds sang in harmony. The world lay tranquil in the summer-s embrace, yet the witch remained enveloped in her silent anguish. Her eyes, once vibrant, now reflected only a dull glimmer, the faintest flicker being the light refracting off her crystalline tears, silently weeping that I am undeserving of such devotion. You have given my existence meaning. That is sufficient. No more is required. The scene was mute, yet the sorrow struck deep into the soul. The witch had never cried so quietly, so sorrowfully, so helplessly. She still felt herself to be utterly inferior, lacking courage. She could only depend on Sushi to move forward. Lacking strength, she could only watch as Sushi faded away. Lacking emotion, she could only offer Sushi a false smile. Her life, the life of the witch known as Krisha Christina, felt achingly insipid and powerless, helpless to achieve anything, powerless to effect change. Gazing at the paper, filled with Sushi's words of consideration despite his waning lifespan, Krisha's body trembled further. How I longed to immerse myself in eternal darkness, to become utterly motionless, but that cannot be. Her mentor would not wish for her to succumb to such despair. He encouraged her, inspired her, yearning for the witch to spread her wings and soar freely into the sky. Therefore, Krisha stood once more. She was obedient, heeding Sushi's words, preparing to live according to his commands. But what is the meaning of survival? The witch was uncertain, devoid of divinity, until her gaze fell upon the word divinity on the paper, causing her eyes to flicker as she discovered her purpose for existence. I must do something for my mentor, even if it means opposing the divine, in a silence so profound it was almost terrifying. Krisha's movements trembled as she slowly removed the sea blue necklace from her neck, fondling it gently before placing it into her spatial ring. Following this, her wand materialized in her palm. The creaking courtyard gate swung open, the rusty latch emitting a slightly jarring echo. With a dazed expression, Krisha stepped outside. Her entire demeanor appeared frail. Sunlight enveloped the witch, yet all she felt was cold. Her mental state was foggy and unsteady. She scarcely noticed the pebbles beneath her feet. The witch stumbled, quietly lying on the ground for several seconds before her delicate fingers pressed against the earth, palms pushing forcefully until she regained her footing. She understood that from this moment onward, no one would be there to help her rise. Thus, she must learn to stand on her own. Only then could she alleviate her mentor's worries. Only then could she truly live. The midday sun blazed brilliantly. Along the way, shadows danced. Strands of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, cascading onto the wandering witch's shoulders, as if a silent observer witnessing her retreating figure. Henceforth, the witch would transform into an immortal monstrosity. Dwelling alone in this world, she would forever depart the courtyard, leaving behind a place that was no longer a home. And no one knew where the witch had gone until the passing of 4 or 5 years, when the nearby mortals began to sense something amiss, realizing the courtyard had fallen silent for an extended period. Some, curious, scaled the walls for a glimpse, only to find it shrouded in dust. Such anomalies swiftly attracted the attention of the Mage Association. Yet they uncovered nothing. All items related to Sue she had been collected and removed by Krisha. What remained were empty rooms, swaying in the wind, leaving onlookers perplexed. Ultimately, this incident was classified as a simple disappearance. Strangely, for an extended time afterward, the city of Ellenson frequently faced attacks from draconic creatures, occasionally even being besieged by pure-blood dragons. This occurrence became an unsolved mystery for Ellenson 30 years later, under the will of the gods. Various divine churches continue their search for Su Shi, seeking the potential new god among the realm of magic. However, not long after, a shocking event sent ripples through the magical realm in a single night. The divine churches in the northern expanse of the world were uprooted. No, annihilated would be a more fitting term. At the same time, in different locations, a tremendous force descended from the heavens, extinguishing the faith of the gods in an instant. The deities descended in righteous fury. Who dares to challenge the divine? Disrespecting the gods is a path leading to death. Wait, could it be that this power signifies you have ignited the sacred flame? The deities that descended upon the mortal realm were not their true forms residing in the celestial realm. Nonetheless, they possessed power that transcended the mundane. Yet, even these lofty gods, with their numerical advantage, could not contend with the witch. Ultimately, the conflict ended in a stalemate, allowing the witch to depart unharmed. This incident instigated a crisis of faith among the divine beings, as countless individuals began to regard the witch as the singular true deity, inciting the wrath of the gods, who then commanded the search for her whereabouts. Another 20 years passed. Krisha re-emerged, standing against the horizon, her wand striking the void, unleashing a torrent of magic that engulfed the elements, culminating in a cataclysmic roar that obliterated the very foundations of divine faith. Wherever they may be, the divine churches faced precise destruction. Amidst fear and trepidation, the populace steadfastly believed that the witch harbored an irreconcilable enmity with the gods. Even the divine beings shared this sentiment, that it is too perilous to remain in the celestial realm, that entity will inevitably strike. If a confrontation is to occur, let you deal with it. Fear of the divine, dread of the gods, a desire to flee from the celestial realm. Though the magical world is vast, it is not the sole existence amidst chaos. With the might of the deities, it is effortless to discover new realms or to conceal oneself within the elemental planes. No god wishes to fall. The terrifying magic derived from witches instills fear even in the hearts of the divine. Yet at this very moment, the chance to escape has long passed. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire roar and rage, unknowingly enveloping and sealing the entire heavenly domain. Mentor, the injustices you have endured will be repaid in kind in the magical world. upon the boundless expanse of the ocean. Billowing waves rise and fall, forming colossal surges that crash and engulf, seeking to obliterate the frail figure. However, she merely grips her wand, and all returns to tranquility. Even the wrath of the tempest is rendered under her control. The so-called gods are but mere shadows before her. Clisha lifts her gaze slightly, her eyes reflecting a cosmos of stars, brilliant and enigmatic. Capturing the grotesque visages of the deities above, she maintains the visage of a 17-year-old. Untouched by the passage of time, her silvery gray hair flows like a waterfall, her exquisite features cold and indifferent. The world submits to her. All creation bows before her. The sky transforms into her gaze. The earth cradles her form. The ocean bears her feet, further accentuating her miraculous stature that transcends the divine. Thus, let us commence, Clisha whispers, her calm tones seemingly speaking of trivial matters. Yet, as her wand sways, the boundless ocean erupts in a furious roar, lifting the witch higher and soaring towards the infinitely distant firmament. A chilling wind sweeps in. Water crystallizes into ice. Ice shapes itself. The waves beneath the witch morph into four-legged ice dragons, their massive wings crashing against the heavens, instantly traversing immeasurable distances, soaring into the sky. Wrathful, they carry forth the ocean's tumultuous tides, forcefully invading the celestial realm. Impudence, that is my dominion. The sea god's eyes bulge with fury. He is the proudest amongst the deities and immediately charges at the witch. Together, we have no retreat. The gods of the heavenly realm, led by the god of light, mobilize their own powers, launching a cataclysmic assault. It is light capable of evaporating worlds, darkness that can consume existence. The authority of the gods materializes at this moment, coalescing into a substance that surpasses magic and forbidden spells, forming the great power of divinity. Yet before the witch, all of it appears equally feeble. Die, the witch declares, demanding the gods' demise. And so, they fall. The lofty sky begins to plummet, the roaring ocean starts to overturn, and the weighty earth begins to collapse. The four elements, earth, wind, water, and fire, entangle and merge in an indescribable form, each strand bursting the barriers of the celestial realm, exposing the gods to the terror of impending doom. The sea god is the first to perish, followed swiftly by the god of fire, the god of smithing, and the goddess of harvest. Next, the Earth Mother, the gods of wind and snow, and the god of death follow suit. The gods fall like ripe grain in the autumn harvest, succumbing to the endless slaughter of earth, wind, water, and fire. Not even those who preside over these elements are exempt. Under Clisha's control, amidst the balance of chaos and order, the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, along with others intertwined, are no longer mere world attributes, but symbolize the origin of all things and the world's end, an inevitability for mortals and deities alike. I refuse. A roar reverberates across the heavens. It is the god of dragons, the deity revered by all dragonkind, ascended from the golden saint dragon. With its formidable physique, it momentarily withstands the encroaching elements, eyes ablaze with ferocity, lunging at the slender witch. If only it could draw near, just a little closer to that monstrosity, victory would surely be within reach. The dragon god is fervently consumed by such thoughts, but as it reaches the witch, her long wand precisely extends to meet its forehead. Upon it are the laws of earth, thunder, light, darkness, death, and fire. A gentle tap. Bang. The dragon god falls, disregarding the heavy thud of the dragon's corpse beneath her feet. Clisha's gaze remains indifferent as she turns toward the most powerful yet fiercely resisting god of light. Her mentor once advised her never to underestimate an enemy. Clisha keeps this in mind at all times. Thus, her eyes gleam with a cold light, the forces of chaos and order reactivating, extracting the authority of all fallen gods present and converging it upon herself. The expression of the god of light transforms visibly into despair. With swift decisiveness, he relinquishes all offense and defense, converting his divine power into pure light, exerting all efforts to flee the celestial realm. Whoosh, that a soft sound rings out as the gray, chaotic light sweeps across the entire heavenly domain. No, I have yet to transcend. I have yet to become a supreme god. I cannot die. I must not die. The god of light roars, the once sacred aura dissipating into a state of disarray and fury. He employs all his means, yet still he is pierced through his divine form, along with his authority, rank, and the very concept of his existence, all torn asunder. Thus the celestial realm collapses, and the gods are extinguished. Even the mightiest, the god of light, who commanded the most belief in the world, perishes at the hands of the witch. Minter, the justice that had been suppressed by the gods, I have reclaimed for you. In the empty void of the celestial expanse, Clisha stands resolutely, softly addressing the now-departed sun, though it is somewhat late and somewhat rushed. This is the only act she could conceive to repay Su Shi. Suddenly, a radiant light dances around her. The vast and profound power of the world sweeps through the remnants of the fallen gods, shattering and grinding them to dust, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent crown. In an intangible manner, a voice resonates in Clisha's ears. It is the instinct of the world, the intimacy of heaven and earth. The gods who once wielded authority and governed the world have vanished. The world seeks a new steward. Thus, it has chosen the witch, desiring her to don the crown and become the true sovereign of existence. However, the witch declines. I have no need for such things, she states, gently grasping the divine crown before her. Applying a slight pressure, and the confluence of chaos and order utterly shatters it. Why? The world consciousness conveys its confusion that IT mechanically records all occurrences, aware of the witch's past. It cannot comprehend why, after avenging Su Shi, the witch would not embrace power and authority like others. The witch's answer is simple. She awaits Su Shi until they meet once more. In the world consciousness's bewilderment. Clisha, wand in hand, gently steps forward, transcending time and space, stepping beyond the confines of the world. Before her unfolds an infinite, resplendent multitude of worlds. They intertwine, floating amidst chaos devoid of temporal or spatial notions. Shimmering with diverse radiance, the witch resolves to begin her quest for Su Shi's traces while simultaneously eradicating the grotesque deities. That direction seems to hold many gods. Clisha tilts her head in contemplation as she navigates through the chaos. The crown bestowed by the world, though shattered, does not completely dissipate, but rather remains suspended behind her, glimmering with miraculous brilliance. Mortals possess their own hierarchy of realms. Deities have their own classifications as well. Minor divine power, lesser divine power, medium divine power, and potent divine power. The great divine power, the spark of divine fire that mortals yearn for in their dreams, embodies divinity itself. To wield authority and consolidate one's standing is merely the foundational requirement for becoming a deity. The path of divinity is long and arduous. Even the radiant god, after countless years within the realm of magic, remains but a deity of moderate strength. As death approached, there was an insatiable unwillingness to accept the fate of not becoming a powerful deity. However, now, the deities of the boundless plains need no longer fret over the ascent of their powers. The chaos has delivered the tidings of the god's demise, heralding a twilight that belongs solely to the divine. The witch, known as Kelly Sha Kelly Si Ting Na, traverses the chaos, bestowing death impartially upon the gods. How audacious to challenge the radiance of the divine. I am the king of the ancient gods, who has the audacity to slay me, who dared to do so, not even in the primordial era. You, cursed spawn of darkness, have already chosen the path to your demise. The witch's actions, as one might expect, incited the wrath of the gods across the myriad realms, with both mighty and grand divine powers unleashed. They once pursued the witch to the depths of chaos, leaving her lost and untraceable. Yet, after a time, the witch returned with even greater strength, growing stronger with every battle, an endless cycle of escalation. Countless years passed, and even within the timeless chaos, the sea of worlds exhibited unmistakable transformations. It became fragmented and shattered, bearing the marks of the witch's battles against the gods. Ultimately, the witch emerged victorious. She absorbed the authority of the chaotic gods, amalgamating both order and disorder into a singular concept, sparing only a handful of benevolent deities. Henceforth, across the myriad realms, a new hymn resounded. The era of the gods has concluded, and the singular supreme has been born. Immortal and unparalleled, omniscient and omnipotent, she embodies creation and destruction. The eternal which regards the crowns of the myriad worlds as trifles, standing atop the corpses of the gods, awaiting the next cycle of endless ages. Mentor, I shall wait for you always, she whispers softly, amidst the solitude of chaos. The powers of time and space manifest at her fingertips, with a gentle stroke. Countless memories materialize, fragments of her childhood spent with Sushi, enveloping her in faux warmth. She has tried, yet even the supreme powers of time and space cannot resurrect what has already passed. Thus, the obedient Kelly Shaw resolves to continue waiting. Waiting for the next day, the next year, the next era. The witch remains oblivious to the nature of emotions and the essence of freedom. She simply knows that she wishes to wait. Mentor, immortality, it seems, is a blessing, granting me another opportunity to encounter you once more. I end the desolate currents of chaos. The immortal which sits quietly, her expression devoid of emotion, time eternally suspended at 17, neither advancing nor receding. Behind her lies an infinite array of worlds and planes, bestowing upon her a brilliant crown. Yet, she refuses to embrace them, shattering them instead. Still, they linger, forming a new miracle that illuminates the heavens, a crown and throne exclusive to the supreme. Yet the immortal, which requires no such validation, that I in the realm of reality. Sushi reclines on the sofa, still concerned for the witch's plight. I hope that in my absence, Kelly Shaw can remain prudent. Even if she cannot best the deities, she must understand the necessity of a swift retreat. With Kelly Shaw's talent and insight, given ample time to mature, she should be capable of self-preservation. Sushi muses. Unable to shake the worry for the witch he has nurtured since childhood. Suddenly, a notification from the simulator interrupts Sushi's thoughts, signaling the completion of the simulation settlement. Ding! The second simulation has concluded. Congratulations, host, on activating the following achievements. Elemental Master, beginning and end. The Witch's Redemption. Draconic Speaker Physics, creator of the Twilight of the Gods. His only one. Elemental Master. In the realm of elements, you have successfully reached the pinnacle of mortals. Your mastery is so extensive that even the gods are awed. Beginning and end. You commenced in Old Irensen City and concluded in New Irensen City, living a tranquil and peaceful life as a mortal. The Witch's Redemption. You are the light that illuminates the witch, providing hope and a future. You hold an irreplaceable position in her heart. Draconic Speaker Physics. You are exceptionally skilled in dealing with the dragon race, with each encounter inevitably resulting in bloodshed. Creator of the Twilight of the Gods. Your death led to the extinction of the gods, leaving the world astonished by your deeds. His only one. He is revered across the myriad realms as the singular supreme. But to him, his only one is you. Many achievements. Sushi is slightly taken aback. At the conclusion of the first simulation, he had only 4 achievements, yet now he possesses SIX. An abundance of achievements is a good sign, indicating the simulation was remarkably successful, and the corresponding evaluation will be elevated. But what exactly transpired after my demise? Sushi now finds his state reminiscent of the time he first guided Kelly Shaw. Filled with a multitude of questions, perplexed and bewildered, the extinction of the gods, the singularity of the realms. Could it be that Kelly Shaw single-handedly annihilated the celestial deities after my passing? Sushi ponders. While contemplating, his concern for the witch's future begins to dissipate. The text from the simulator panel is sufficient to demonstrate that her future is boundless, her existence shining bright enough to command the respect of the world. With this realization, Sushi finally feels at ease. He continues to review the information. Simulation summary. You have perfectly harnessed your talents, becoming the foremost among mortals beneath the deities. Undoubtedly, you are the strongest sanctum mage in human history. You did not break through the shackles of destiny, failing to take the final step to divinity. Yet your death facilitated the birth of the supreme deity, and you are worshipped by countless worlds. Revered as the father of the supreme. Simulation number 02, final evaluation. Rewards are being generated. please select 4 out of the following 5 rewards. Once selected, they will be immediately distributed. Point 1. The pinnacle realm within simulated life. 2. All magic within simulated life. 3. Enhanced elemental perception. 4. Manipulation of faith power. 5. Damaged and charred wand. Select 4 options. At the conclusion of the first simulation, he could only choose 3. Is this due to the simulation evaluation rising from S to S? Indeed, the quality and selection of simulation rewards are linked to the evaluation. Sushi softly gasps. He then examines the descriptions of the different rewards. Option 1 pertains to power, Option 2 to skills. Both are straightforward and easily understood. Option 3 is an enhanced version of elemental perception. Sushi speculates that it has likely ascended from its original purple quality to a golden quality on par with the heavenly roots. Option 4 pertains to the method by which deities absorb faith. Option 5 is Kelly Shaw's lost wand. Once the first gray rebirth. After much contemplation, Sushi makes his decision, selecting options 1, 2, 3, and 5. These include the realm of the Sanctum Mage, all magic including forbidden spells, an enhanced version of elemental perception, and the first gray rebirth wand. The first 3 choices are aimed at power enhancement, while the wand serves as a memento as for why he did not select the manipulation of faith power. The reasoning is quite simple. Faith, in essence, is the harvesting of will, the collection of the devoutness of followers. This requires time, as well as a tedious and complex process, necessitating Sushi to gradually establish a church, propagate doctrine, and painstakingly maintain the purity of his followers' faith. It is worth noting that the simulator's natural cooldown period lasts merely 10,000 days, which equates to over 27 years. With each simulation, Sushi's power significantly increases, while amassing faith over 27 years in reality would likely yield minimal progress. This is evident from the gods of the magical world, who exert tremendous effort to purify faith, orchestrating foreign invasions and manifesting divine miracles. However, despite the considerable effort and concern, no significant improvements have been observed. This suggests that relying on faith to enhance one's abilities is an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. In fact, if one were to streamline the planning, the second option of magic could be entirely omitted. After all, I possess complete memories of my cultivation. It would merely be a matter of starting anew. Nevertheless, since I am able to select 4 rewards, it is certainly advantageous to save a bit of time. Ding! The reward selection is complete, and the distribution commences as Sushi confirms. The simulator's panel begins to flicker, with words rapidly disappearing, replaced by rewards that materialize swiftly into reality. The spiritual power of the sanctum descends directly upon Sushi's corporeal form. Earth, wind, water, and fire surge around him. Light, darkness, and thunder are conjured at will. The forces of the elements manifest, emerging from the void, falling under Sushi's mental control. The Sanctum Mage has, in an instant, transcended. Indeed, with the simulator's assistance, the 2 distinctly different extraordinary systems not only coexist without conflict, but also begin to complement and support one another. Cultivating allows me to ascend, while magic elevates me to divinity. This is rather intriguing that Sushi suddenly feels a lightness in his body, a manifestation of evolutionary progress and a leap in the essence of life. Without the constraints of mortal wisdom and the joint blockade of the deities, the extraordinary traits that a Sanctum Mage is meant to possess are gradually enhancing Sushi's physique, propelling his cultivation realm to break through into the golden core stage. With a whoosh, his dantian erupts with surging magical energy, causing Sushi's body to tremble slightly as he steps into the later stage of the golden core. Another whoosh, and the golden core reaches its pinnacle. With a crack, the jade infant shatters the core, and Sushi breathes deeply, breaking through to the early stage of the nascent soul. Moreover, a plethora of complex knowledge transforms into instinct, rapidly refining in a muscle memory within his body. With a mere gesture, Sushi summons the magic from the simulated world. Unlike the cultivation system, which empowers him, the so-called magic is, in essence, a process of communication and mastery over the world that IT is akin to solving a problem, utilizing one's own formulas to manipulate the elements of reality. This is also why there are relatively few mages in the real world. The magic acquired from the extraordinary administration derives entirely from parameters of other worlds. To employ it in the real world, one must substitute it with real-world parameters. To Sushi surprise, the simulator has directly bypassed this process, allowing him to wield magic at any time and place. Gazing at the hovering elements of earth, wind, water, and fire in his hands, Sushi feels a sense of astonishment. However, upon further contemplation, it seems entirely reasonable. Extraordinary individuals in the real world must rely on gradual cultivation. And with insufficient foundation, their power inevitably appears insubstantial. Sushi, on the other hand, has diligently engaged in simulations, and with the simulator's assistance, he has seamlessly transformed into a sanctum mage, showcasing the robustness of his foundation. This exemplifies the disparity. Sushi withdraws his vast and potent spiritual energy, then, with a mere thought, disperses the elements surrounding him. With the strength of a sanctum mage, he can now navigate the real world with confidence. Even when faced with semi-divine beings or scattered immortals, the eternal tear will safeguard his life. Contemplating this, he muses that he seems invincible now. Sushi once again marvels at how delightful his sister's soft rice truly is. He opens his palm, facing upwards, and the final simulated reward appears out of thin air, a charred, blackened wooden wand. The wand feels rough in his grasp, having been burned beyond recognition, yet faint remnants of its former shape are still discernible. If Klisha were here, she would surely be overjoyed, wouldn't she? Gazing at the wand in his hand, Sushi reminisces about the time spent teaching the witch. After a considerable pause, he places it on the bedside table, specifically near the sugar jar. Mentor, brother, for reasons unknown, Sushi suddenly feels a tremor in his heart, his entire being invigorated as if he faintly hears familiar voices echoing in his ears. Klisha? Emoli? The sunlight outside is so radiant, streaming into the room and casting a slanting beam upon Sushi's face. Strangely, amidst the sweltering summer heat, Sushi feels no warmth at all, a moment of uncertainty. He first glances at the position wand, then at the porcelain sugar jar, confirming that both appear normal before gradually calming his mind. Is this a remnant of the simulation? Has prolonged simulation led to auditory hallucinations in the real world? Sushi sinks into contemplation. With his current strength as a sanctum mage, gathering extraordinary items to recharge new simulation attempts would be significantly easier. However, this sudden development leads him to believe that extending his rest period before the next simulation might be more beneficial. Proper rest is essential, even as a nascent soul cultivator and a sanctum mage. Neglecting rest can lead to physical misperceptions. Sushi extends his hand, slightly adjusting the positions of both the wand and the sugar jar. Ensuring that neither will fall or be directly exposed to sunlight, he nods in satisfaction and leaves the bedroom. Following the progress of acquiring a memento for each simulation, he realizes he needs to prepare a larger display cabinet. Leaving items on the bedside table is not ideal, as they may gather dust. Furthermore, he reflects, I lack a suitable wand. The power of a sanctum mage permits me to conjure magic out of thin air. But with a fine wand, the potency of my spells could increase by 2- or 3-fold. Utilizing my skills in artifact refinement and wand crafting, perhaps I could create a weapon that combines a flying sword and a wand. After tallying up the simulated rewards, Sushi strides out, ready to strategize his future combat system and devise a more coherent approach that integrates both cultivation and magic. He does not notice that after his departure, the distance between the gray rekindling and the sugar jar has slightly increased, a subtle yet undeniably present shift. Upon leaving the bedroom, Sushi feels an unexpected lightness in his body as the summer's heat begins to envelop his face. He reaffirms that the earlier experience was indeed an auditory illusion, that he had not anticipated that the simulation would be so mentally taxing. After all, this simulation lasted nearly a century, so feeling fatigued is to be expected. Sushi wholeheartedly agrees that he retrieves a vial of invigorating clear heart elixir, swallows it, and refines it, restoring his weary spirit. Subsequently, Sushi exits his home and heads to the bustling Taiji steamed bun shop, ordering 3 large meat buns to enjoy. The food from the magical world cannot be deemed unpalatable, yet after an extended period of absence, he inevitably longs for the flavors of Chinese cuisine. The clamor of voices and the ebb and flow of traffic surround him as the steaming meat buns are promptly served at his table delightful. As always, thin skin and generous filling. The sweet tofu pudding is equally smooth and tender. Sushi nods slightly, savoring the warmth of the meat juice bursting upon his tongue, delivering an exquisite culinary experience. The meal soothes his spirit, dispelling the lingering unease from his earlier auditory hallucinations. With a breakthrough into the nascent soul stage, the withered vine sword previously used during the Golden Core period now seems somewhat outdated. Tea presents the perfect opportunity to mix and forge it alongside the wand. In the realm of cultivation, there are no fixed shapes or styles for treasures. What truly defines a treasure are the restrictions and patterns inscribed within and upon it. Conversely, the wand from the magic side places greater emphasis on the materials used in its crafting. Exceptional wand materials must possess excellent elemental conductivity, amplifying the potency of elemental magic. In this light, the fusion of cultivation and magic seems entirely feasible. Taking a hearty bite of the meat bun, Sushi begins to ponder deeply. After 2 simulations, he is no longer the naive, ordinary person he once was. He possesses not only exquisite skills and artifact refinement from the cultivation side, but also master-level abilities in wand crafting. The combination of both could undoubtedly yield a weapon suitable for both cultivation and magic. The only challenge lies in sourcing the materials. As a sanctum mage, Sushi stands at the pinnacle of the magical hierarchy, with only ascension to divinity and immortality above him. Finding compatible materials for weapon crafting poses a considerable challenge. Checking the extraordinary house for any potential materials, Sushi takes out his phone. Slightly awkwardly accessing the extraordinary house. After verification, a trading network, accessible only to extraordinary beings, materializes before him. Good news! Good news! The Uzi Tianlei Special Edition has been launched, not for $9.98, but for merely 98 points. The TCTD model, a one-click chi transformation device, is now available for purchase. The intelligent magical artillery turret is currently in hot pre-sale, capable of unleashing 100 fireballs per second, allowing enemies to experience true despair. The 6-turn cleansing bullet and the supernatural Gatling, consecrated by several eminent monks, possess double damage against spirits and malevolent entities. This opportunity is fleeting. The price is set at 555 points, with bullets sold separately. Upon entering the extraordinary house, one is immediately greeted by a myriad of weapon promotions from the official sources. Further inside, one finds a hodgepodge of individual extraordinary items, ranging from grand mounts to the weeds of the cultivation realm, creating a dizzying spectacle. It feels as if, Sushi mused, if the real world continues to develop in this manner, the aesthetic will become increasingly peculiar. With a sigh of contemplation, he focused his attention on extraordinary materials of the wood attribute. His spiritual root is wood, and the crafting materials for his wand largely consist of timber, making it convenient for the synthesis and development of flying swords and wands. Could it be the remnants of a lightning-struck willow tree? A desiccated, unidentified trunk that possesses exceptional hardness. A mere seed containing an extraordinary amount of wood attribute energy. Sushi rapidly browsed through the listings in the extraordinary house, observing the numerous items described with vague terminology. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Over the years, the Extraordinary Regulatory Bureau has collected a plethora of extraordinary items, with varying qualities. The ambiguous descriptions of these items indicate that the officials themselves are unaware of their true value. Ultimately, they can only set a mediocre price, listing them on the trading platform of the Extraordinary House to enhance the variety of goods available. Tasteless yet regrettable, akin to a chicken rib, from the descriptions of these extraordinary materials. There might be something of use to me, but if I misjudge, it would result in a waste of points. Sushi instinctively weighed the pros and cons, however. He soon realized he could purchase everything outright. In the second simulation, he had maximized his mortal wisdom, not claiming to have comprehended all things, but in the realm of magic, he had indeed reached the pinnacle of mortal capabilities. All attribute magic from levels 1 to 9. Dragon blood grass cultivation techniques, wand forging optimization techniques, magical device amplification techniques, and the secret method of mental energy purification. These were all outdated technologies for him, with few of them being of practical use. Yet, to the officials, they were invaluable treasures. Aside from the domain-level forbidden spells and secrets concerning deities, all other knowledge could be traded for the items he needed, a mutually beneficial exchange. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. He was unafraid of exposing his knowledge, drawing trouble upon himself. His confidence was intrinsically linked to his strength. Sushi now stood as a pinnacle mortal, a saint domain mage. If he were to hide his capabilities and feign weakness, wouldn't that render his simulations meaningless? Wasn't he merely enjoying the benefits from his sister's support? Such would be a waste indeed. Of course, the sudden shift in strength and the ensuing transactions with the officials would undoubtedly require justification. Sushi closed the Extraordinary House website and began searching through his contacts, quickly finding Zhang Yaoguo, the director of the Extraordinary Regulatory Bureau in Yanshan City. Hello, Director Zhang. Yes, I have broken through again. What? You asked how I did it? Just luck. I was lying at home sleeping and inexplicably broke through to the nascent soul stage. Also receiving a legacy of a magician. Sushi paused, vaguely hearing a cacophony of crashing sounds and hurried inhalations for medication on the other end of the line. After a considerable time, the other party finally spoke, astonished. A legacy? You have obtained a new legacy? It's only been a few days. Even if you, Sue, are lucky, dreaming consecutively to receive a legacy is too. Zhang Yao's voice was filled with incredulity. He could hardly believe that anyone could possess such extraordinary luck. Yet, soon he became uncertain. Sushi's astounding performance in single-handedly exterminating the realm's wastelands had been too remarkable. In comparison, acquiring a magical legacy seemed rather mundane. Upon this realization, Zhang Yao's mood calmed somewhat, and he breathed a sigh. This is truly astounding. Su, what realm is the legacy you obtained? Not much, just barely a saint domain mage upon awakening from the dream. Life is but a dream. Simulating life equates to dreaming. It makes perfect sense that if Sushi wishes, he could conceal his strength for a lifetime, remaining exceedingly low-key. But after careful consideration, he abandoned such thoughts. This was not a youthful impulse to flaunt his power, but rather a recognition that his strength had escalated too swiftly. Each simulation represented a new metamorphosis. Ascension, becoming a deity, transcendence. Sushi himself was uncertain of the limits of his simulations. In such circumstances, concealing his true combat strength held little significance. Rather, it would hinder the further enhancement of his abilities in this ever-changing world. Lacking strength equates to lacking safety. Having finished his meal of steamed buns and tofu pudding, Sushi slowly rose, his gaze falling upon the bustling street ahead. Alive with the sounds of patrons debating the merits of sweet versus savory tofu pudding, in times past, he would have relished such a life, willingly embracing the ordinary and the low profile, believing that a lifetime of tranquility was quite sufficient. However, having experienced extraordinary calamities and being forced into a wheelchair for 5 years, Sushi had come to understand that without strength, a peaceful life is as fragile as a glass mirror, easily shattered. Rather than contemplating how to remain unobtrusive, it was far more prudent to diligently enhance his strength, to become powerful enough that no one could disturb him. Indeed, what truly fortified Sushi's confidence, allowing him to choose transparency with the authorities, was his sister's support. The Eternal Tear, a veritable bug with tenfold attributes, and a defense formidable enough to withstand attacks from celestial emperors. Possessing such divine artifacts, Sushi genuinely saw no need for further modesty. Even if the earth were to explode, he would remain unscathed, invincible. What more need be said? Immortal, I shall rely on you for the rest of my life. Sushi glanced down at the eternal tear on his wrist, his spirits soaring. Relying on one's sister is indeed a delightful matter. The midday sun shone quietly and brilliantly, illuminating the eternal tear. The flickering, indistinct crimson light seemed to whisper a silent joy in response. Soon, Sushi's voluntarily disclosed strength was rapidly reported to the headquarters of the Extraordinary Regulatory Bureau in the capital through Zhang Yao. This place is home to the most powerful extraordinary beings in China, as well as the richest extraordinary resources. Additionally, countless visitors from the world integration have been absorbed into the Extraordinary Regulatory Bureau. exchanging their formidable strength for high status and exceptional benefits that in this regard. The Bureau is exceedingly generous, having recruited numerous top-tier powerhouses. Today, the news from Sushi successfully piqued the curiosity of one such powerhouse. Oh, a Saint Domain mage. How intriguing that I shall take it upon myself to test his strength. Within the expansive and awe-inspiring building, piles of gleaming gold coins and vividly colored gemstones were stacked high. Under the specific angles of the spotlights, the colors of gold, silver, and jewels intertwined, creating an unparalleled spectacle, dazzling to the in the next moment. The mountain of riches came crashing down, accompanied by the clattering sound of metal colliding. From the depths emerged a colossal figure, strong limbs and partially unfurled wings revealing a deep crimson and fearsome mythological form. With each breath, searing flames erupted, melting the gold coins on the ground into liquid. I am the great Saint Domain Dragon, the hell wing that conquers the world. Rex Sanchez Astoreth Nasalio Akinorokia Kakaloagita. Since leaving my original world, I have not encountered a magician of sufficient strength for quite some time. I hope this ant who claims to be a Saint Domain mage can provide me with some amusement that Ignorant mortals, feel the wrath of the Crimson Dragon. The roar of the dragon reverberates through the heavens and the earth. The fearsome Red Dragon, Rex Sanchez, has willingly undertaken the task of testing the strength of the Sioux faction, flapping its colossal wings that obscure the sun, soaring toward Yinshan City at an uncatchable speed. During its flight, the Red Dragon senses something amiss. The name Sioux seems familiar, echoing in its mind. Yet it matters not. Feeling the indentation upon its head, the fury within the dragon ignites, burning vividly in its eyes, leaving a deep crimson trail across the sky. The great Red Dragon, a being of the sacred realm, Rex Sanchez, had once endured humiliation during its weaker days. It has painstakingly trained over countless years, only to find that the enemies it sought to avenge have long vanished. This anger, this resentment, this humiliation is deeply imprinted in Rex Sanchez's heart. It resolves to unleash this fury upon other human archmages of the sacred realm. Poor humans, if you seek someone to blame, let it be your ancestors. The azure sky becomes tainted with flames, transforming into a somber crimson. The speed of the Red Dragon is astonishing. Bolstered by its own domain of fire, it even surpasses the lightning in the sky. Piercing through the air as clouds are left far behind, its target set on Yinshan City. Suddenly, Rex Sanchez widens its dragon eyes, abruptly halting its flight. The inertia of its rapid descent causes it to plummet from the sky, crashing heavily onto a desolate mountain, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. Its once gleaming scales, reflective enough to serve as a mirror, are now coated in dirt, rendering it utterly disheveled. Strange, what just happened to me? The Red Dragon feels its heart racing, as if alerting it to some impending danger, its body desperately resisting the urge to continue forward. Could there be peril ahead? Preposterous! The pride inherent to dragonkind causes Rex Sanchez to squint its eyes. It appears that the Archmage of the Sacred Realm, named Sioux, is no ordinary foe. Just as I desired, to bully the weak would not showcase my true strength. A fierce battle, violent oppression, and the triumph over formidable enemies. Only through such means can the great Red Dragon cleanse itself of past humiliations. Rex Sanchez forcefully suppresses its trembling form, once more flapping its wings toward Yinshan City. It understands that it is currently employed by the human kingdom of another world, labeled as a guest or an adjunct. Thus it will not impact ordinary humans. With careful precision, it envelopes itself in the silent magic of the wind and the concealing light to mask its massive form. The colossal Red Dragon stealthily infiltrates the skies above Yinshan City, searching for the so-called Archmage of the Sacred Realm. I found it. The immense magical energy and the deeply hidden yet surging mental power could be none other than that of an Archmage of the Sacred Realm. The Red Dragon grins, revealing its large, interlocking teeth. Folding its wings, it dives toward the pinpointed location, preparing to unleash its wrath in a swift, decisive strike. However, as it descends halfway, its expression suddenly freezes. The Archmage slowly turns. revealing a visage that strikes dread into the hearts of dragons. Dragon speaker? The red breath of the dragon symbolizes its fury. The rapid dive signifies its valiance. The earth-shaking roar embodies its ferocity. The great red dragon Rexanches, even in a foreign realm, shall prove its fearlessness and might. Indeed, it is as it should be. Think it would be an old acquaintance. How nostalgic. The voice of the youth, which incites fear in dragons, resonates. It is Su's voice, the voice of the one regarded as the greatest beneath the gods, the voice of the demon who single-handedly subdued the Isle of Dragons. At this moment, Su has just learned from Zhang Yaowa that, to verify his strength as an archmage of the Sacred Realm, one of the top-tier powers from the Supernatural General Bureau, a Sacred Realm Red Dragon, is swiftly approaching Yinshan City, that Su remains unfazed. After all, his foundation is solid, and his strength unwavering. Through relentless self-simulation, he is confident that not only can he contend with an archmage of the Sacred Realm, but even a demigod would pose no challenge. Yet, Su never anticipated that the so-called Sacred Realm Red Dragon would turn out to be an old familiar from the simulated world, the greatest ally sustaining the courtyard's dragon blood grass. Such a connection is indeed marvelous that it seems that in the real world, I can continue cultivating dragon blood grass, that Su reaches out, and the gray rebirth wand, once stored at home, quietly materializes in his palm, gathering a multitude of elemental brilliance. Humans are nostalgic. Upon encountering familiar things, they cannot help but replicate their previous actions. The Su is no exception. Earth attribute forbidden spell. Collapse of all things. Fire attribute forbidden spell. Flames of annihilation. Lightning attribute forbidden spell. Doomsday thunder. Light attribute forbidden spell. 1,000 blades and 10,000 threads. The same elemental properties, amplified magical potency. With a smile upon his face, Su gently waves his wand, timing it perfectly as the terrified dragon's head collides with it. A light tap, a forbidden spell version. This moment, the world falls silent, listening to the dragon's lament. Wah! The dragon scales shatter, and dragon blood sprays forth. As swift as its approach was, the retreating posture is equally clumsy. The seemingly fragile wand, upon lightly touching the colossal dragon, suddenly erupts with the powers of the 4 forbidden spells, sending Rexanch's head askew and propelling its entire form backward in a frenzy. The air roars. The wind howls. The giant dragon transforms into a retrograde crimson comet in the sky. It utterly loses control, helplessly watching as it hurtles toward a great mountain, crashing, collapsing, deeply embedding itself within the mountainside. Dust billows into the air, and the sound of tumbling rocks is incessant. The red dragon inevitably succumbs to dizziness, but it is experienced, possessing exceptional resilience to impact, and soon regains its composure. The dragon god above. I must retreat swiftly. A strategic withdrawal. Rexanch's visage is filled with terror as it struggles to extricate itself from the mountainside, flapping its damaged scarlet wings, wobbling as it ascends once more. However, just as it takes to the skies, a figure appears on the horizon, emanating a torrent of violent magical elements. Flames combust with electricity. Winds howl fiercely, crackling in a manner that sends shivers down the spine. The red dragon's eyes widen. It awkwardly chuckles, taking a step back. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to encounter you here. It seems I arrived at an opportune moment. No, your timing is impeccable, Su replies with a smile. He hovers high in the sky, gazing down at the trembling red dragon below, his expression gentle and friendly. Within the simulated world, Su is a Sacred Realm archmage who achieved this status in his 50s. However, the constraints imposed by the gods and the relentless pursuit of the church have prevented him from engaging in full-fledged battles. But now, with the red dragon serving as a sturdy punching bag, Su finally has the opportunity to experience his full strength as an archmage of the Sacred Realm. Domain, activate, Su softly commands. The supercomposite domain of more than a dozen elements instantly expands across the sky and earth, ruthlessly bursting the red dragon's domain of fire, forcibly creating a small world in which Su reigns supreme. The red dragon roars, "No, you cannot do this. I shall file a complaint. Cursed human, you have forced my hand." I am no longer the weakling of your. Behold, what true dragon power is. Rex Sanchez bellows, initiating its assault. Its visage is terrifying, muscles bulging, its massive form resembling a mountain, with deep crimson fire elements swirling on its surface. Seemingly accumulating a formidable dragon language magic, Sue's demeanor also involuntarily turns serious. With a resounding boom, Sue instinctively activates his defenses, yet sees no attack. Upon closer inspection, he notices the red dragon flapping its enormous wings, rapidly fleeing to ha ha ha. You fell for my trap. This is precisely my escape route. Dragon speaker, never to be seen again. Listening to the triumphant voice of the red dragon, Sushi felt a twinge of confusion. How peculiar. Do I truly appear so fearsome to dragons? It seemed likely that during the second simulation, Chris had inflicted considerable harm upon the red dragon, leaving it with psychological scars. Shaking his head, Sushi gently raised his palm in the direction the red dragon had fled. The power derived from the realm instantly bound and ensnared its wings, causing it to plummet heavily to the ground, unable to escape. Lex Sanchez was taken aback, his draconic visage reflecting a human-like bewilderment. He had never anticipated being so effortlessly captured. The red dragon broke into a cold sweat, hastily adopting a sycophantic demeanor, praising Sushi's exceptional skills in capturing him, terrified that a single misstep could lead to his demise. If I recall correctly, your name is Lex Sanchez? No, that's too formal. You may call me Little Red, the dragon remarked, rubbing his claws together. Docile and obedient, yet lacking in charm, the dragon's fierce countenance rendered its attempts at appearing pitiable counterproductive. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in your life. Sushi chuckled softly, perceiving the red dragon's underlying anxiety. The reason I have detained you is solely for experimental purposes. I am eternally grateful for your immense kindness. The red dragon exclaimed with delight, only to soon realize he had rejoiced prematurely. The experiment she referred to involved making the red dragon a target to test the evasion and defense against forbidden spells. In battles of saintly caliber, forbidden spells were not uncommon. Lex Sanchez had previously encountered numerous forbidden spells while battling human archmages. However, Gulialu, the red dragon, swallowed nervously, gazing at the 20 forbidden spells descending simultaneously from the sky. Suddenly, he let out a resigned laugh devoid of any hope that be why the dragon god above. I am Lex Sanchez Astarte Nizario, Ekinolokia Kakaloagita. I am not a coward. The brave red dragon, undeterred by challenges, believed that facing 20 forbidden spells was not insurmountable. He roared and bellowed, squeezing every ounce of potential from his being, employing the mightiest of dragon language spells and his fiery breath to counter half of the forbidden spells. Following this, he rapidly flapped his wings, desperately evading the onslaught of forbidden magic. Serving as a test subject for Sue, she to gauge the spell's range and velocity. The assessment of the forbidden spells concluded swiftly. Sushi possessed a profound understanding of his own capabilities, though he lacked comparative experience at his level. With the assistance of the red dragon, he gained insight into his standing and the practical effects of various forbidden spells. As anticipated, in comparison to others of the saintly tier, my power is undoubtedly extraordinary. This is evident in my tenfold magical strength, near omnipotent attribute control, and a composite domain with superior suppression. Beyond these, the eternal tier also grants invincible protection. Quite satisfactory. Once my cultivation in the realm of immortality advances, my combat prowess will become even more exaggerated, such as the nobility of numerical advantage. An hour later, in the desolate outskirts far from Yinshan City, Sushi gazed at the pitiful red dragon sprawled on the ground. His staff radiated a green glow as he employed life magic to heal the dragon's wounds. The earth was charred, mountains shattered, and the red dragon lay motionless in a massive crater, struggling to breathe. Yet as the life magic surged forth, the wounds on the dragon's body began to heal rapidly, and its vertical pupils regained clarity. As for the dragon's blood that had spilled, it floated in the air, gathered by Sushi's mental prowess into a singular mass, which he collected. Regarding dragon bloodgrass, Sushi had little use for it. Particularly now, as a saintly archmage, the dragon bloodgrass offered no enhancement to him. His desire to cultivate it stemmed more from habit. Without planting it, He felt an itch in his heart, uncertain if there were other Western dragon species in the real world. He contemplated that if none existed, he might have to continue extracting blood from Lex Sanchez in the future. Sushi's gaze lingered, and the resting red dragon suddenly jolted awake, with a flick of his fingers. The immense mental force akin to a surging ocean transported the heavy red dragon before him, causing it to tremble even more. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. I shall not slay you. Surrounding the battleground was an atmosphere thick with brown dust. Under the sunlight, it appeared hazy and dim. Sushi waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind that cleared the obscured world before him. Pausing for a moment, he inquired of the anxious red dragon, "Little Red, do you recall how you arrived in this world?" I know. The red dragon nodded vigorously, fearful that failure to respond would result in another gentle reprimand. It dared not display any trace of draconic arrogance before Sushi. Scratching its head with sharp claws, the dragon pondered briefly before answering. After the gods vanished, a long time passed before the sky suddenly shattered. When I came to my senses, I found myself here. Suddenly shattered? Sushi mused, pondering if this implied a rupture of time and space. Reminiscent of the realm's void, such power seemed to exceed that of the saintly tier. To the extent that the red dragon remained oblivious, passively traversing into the real world, it appears I cannot glean much from the red dragon. Sushi muttered to himself before posing another question. You mentioned the disappearance of the gods. What does that signify? You do not know. The red dragon expressed surprise, but answered honestly. The sorceress who ascended Dragon Island with you single-handedly overthrew the dominion of the gods. The gods are dead. This is the consensus in the magical world. Yet, the gods' influence continues to subtly shape the world, especially for ancient beings like Lex Sanchez. He was born in an era when the gods were active. From his youth to adulthood, his entire draconic life has been spent in devotion to the golden dragon god, leading him to unconsciously seek protection even now, in the absence of the dragon god. As for the sorceress, the red dragon felt a profound sense of dread. The sorceress's power was immense, surpassing even the gods, transcending the world itself. Even the most devout followers of the gods would not dare harbor resentment towards her, for her existence was deemed more noble than that of the deities themselves. Following Sushi's instructions, the red dragon dutifully recounted all it knew regarding the twilight of the gods. Sushi, while appearing calm on the surface, was inwardly inhaling sharply. Note, is this truly my Chris? Based on the information provided by Lex Sanchez, it is evident that Chris obliterated the celestial gods 50 years after my demise. Sushi began to question his existence. Was Chris truly that formidable? How had he not noticed during his lifetime? A rather outrageous yet likely true hypothesis surfaced in Sushi's mind. Could it be that his very existence had impeded Chris's growth? Was he merely a sacrificial pawn? Sushi fell into silence, uncertain whether to feel gratified by the sorceress's ascendance or to be speechless at the reality of his role as a sacrifice. It all felt rather exasperating. Now I have come to understand what the creator of Ragnar K in the simulation achievements truly refers to. Sushi smacked his lips, having grasped the entirety of the situation. He was inclined to inquire further into the matter with the sorceress, yet the red dragon expressed ignorance. After the obliteration of the gods, the sorceress departed the realm of magic alone, venturing into the mysterious and vast expanse of the boundless chaos, a domain beyond the reach of the mundane. The red dragon could only occasionally glean knowledge of the sorceress's growing strength through communication with the elemental planes, yet the specifics eluded him. Is that so? Sushi mused, not dwelling on it too much. Knowing that Klisha was faring well and had grown to surpass the gods was sufficient for him. Although the simulator had divulged some information, it remained too vague. Now, having acquired more detailed insights from the red dragon, Sushi felt a profound sense of relief. Having inquired about how the red dragon traversed realms and the matters concerning Klisha, it was time to address the certification issue of the sanctuary mage. Undoubtedly, Sushi, whose prowess far surpassed that of the red dragon, effortlessly passed the assessment, should he remain in Yenshan City, awaiting the results from the headquarters. No, that would be too slow. It would be more prudent to go directly. Moreover, the magical materials were cumbersome to handle in Yinshan City, that be why bypassing the extraordinary house and trading directly with the central headquarters in the capital. The process would be expedited significantly. Sushi pondered as he rode atop the Red Dragon, Rex Sanchez, allowing it to carry him towards the capital. Unbeknownst to him, with the deepening use of gray resurgence, the wand he held, its charred surface, was undergoing a subtle yet profound transformation at an imperceptibly slow pace. Flickers of light danced, as if resonating with something. Minter, I have found you. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Regardless of the solitary melancholy of autumn or the biting chill of winter, all misfortunes shall eventually dissipate with the passage of time. The warm sun has returned, and the eternal monstrosity once again bears color. Minter, I have finally awaited your arrival. The surface of chaos undulates, eternally converging into unity, symbolizing the genesis of all things while also embodying the culmination of myriad phenomena. It bears witness to the passage of time, to the sorceress's interminable weight that seemed immeasurable. And now, the supreme sorceress has awakened from her eternal slumber. Her silvery, ethereal hair swayed amidst the chaotic currents, brushing against the passage of time and caressing her tranquil visage, silently conveying intense emotions. What emotions are these? Joy, love, anticipation? Clisha could not say. She only knew that the dim shadow must return to the light, and the lost must find its way back to its rightful owner. Only in this manner, and solely in this manner, does existence hold any value. Please wait a moment longer. I shall soon arrive. The sorceress's gentle voice echoed in the silent chaos. She departed, her figure transcending infinite distances, shattering the barriers of diverse dimensions in search of the returning light. Cough, cough. On the journey to the capital, the sky was azure, and the fierce winds howled as Sushi rode the Red Dragon, soaring towards the location of the extraordinary central headquarters. However, quite suddenly, Sushi began to cough violently, accompanied by an involuntary shiver. How strange. An ominous premonition washed over him. Once he calmed his breath, Sushi felt perplexed. Could it be that a new extraordinary calamity was about to descend? That shouldn't be the case. With his current strength, defeating ordinary extraordinary beings was akin to child's play. Unless, of course, the adversaries from another realm were deities or immortals far exceeding the capabilities of mortals. If that were true, feeling apprehensive would indeed be reasonable. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something else was amiss. How peculiar, he pondered. What could be the cause? Surely it couldn't be that his body simply wished to cough. Sushi fell into contemplation, rummaging through his memories for any overlooked details or lapses. Yet, after multiple checks, he found no cause for suspicion. The concept for a hybrid weapon, combining a flying sword and a wand, had already taken shape in his mind. The corresponding raw materials were merely awaiting procurement from the extraordinary central headquarters. His combat prowess and realm were steadily advancing as well. Sushi frowned slightly, mentally reaching into his storage ring to inspect its contents. Upon seeing a substantial amount of dragon's blood, realization dawned upon him. He had nearly forgotten, in his fervor to prepare the dragon's blood. He had overlooked the need for seeds. Ordinary seeds could not withstand the deluge of dragon's blood. It was fortuitous that the extraordinary Central Bureau was well-resourced. He could procure a batch of seeds along with his transaction. Sushi sighed with relief. His mind at ease, Rex Sanchez exerted itself in flight. It carried Sushi swiftly, its expansive wings casting a colossal and heavy shadow upon the ground, sweeping over treetops. It traversed the forested sea. Weaving through mountains, it stirred up clouds of dust. Such velocity surpassed even humanity's fastest firearms. Before long, the outline of the capital emerged before Sushi's eyes, the fusion of the extraordinary and technology. The interweaving of the ancient and modern, sword-wielding cultivators soared alongside cutting-edge fighter jets, martial artists engaged in close combat with fantastical beasts, the most advanced extraordinary economy, the richest extraordinary resources, and a multitude of sustainable development realms. All of these elements coalesced to shape the splendor of the capital and the absolute strength of the extraordinary central headquarters. It was far more magnificent than anything he had seen on television. Standing atop the Red Dragon, Sushi gazed down upon the city, clearly observing that the number of extraordinary beings in the capital far surpassed that of Yanshan City. The quality was equally formidable. It was no wonder that the capital held such a reputation. Being the seat of the extraordinary central headquarters, in the past, he had envied such scenes dearly, Sushi reflected. Before acquiring the simulator, his aspirations were modest. He merely wished to heal his leg and embark on an exhilarating adventure. Yet, unbeknownst to him, through diligent simulation training, he had become a top-tier powerhouse, envied by all. The thrilling adventures he once fantasized about now seemed trivial in comparison. Only those enchanted modern weapons, such as the Holy Light Gatling, Thunderstrike Sniper, Xuanwu Heavy Tank, and Yalong Fighter, piqued his curiosity slightly. But even that was the extent of it. The gap in power was too vast, the disparities in the extraordinary realm insurmountable. From those items, Sushi felt no threat whatsoever, only a curiosity about the design concepts and a recognition of the craftsmanship of their creators. Speaking of which, he mused, "Little Red, why did you choose to join the extraordinary Central Bureau?" Sushi glanced down at the fierce dragon head beneath him. Based on his understanding of dragons, these avaricious lizards would prefer to seize rather than be employed by humans. Naturally, it is for peace and justice. To be frank, he lightly tapped the energy he had been gathering. "All right, I was defeated," the red dragon quickly admitted, recounting its experiences, just as Sushi had surmised, upon arriving in the real world of China. The first thought that crossed the red dragon's mind was to rob, followed closely by claiming territory and becoming a tyrannical dragon lord. In the eyes of the dragon race, this was entirely normal. Strength equated to power. Dominance equated to might. I am stronger than you. Thus, I should rule over you. However, the red dragon was swiftly subdued at the sanctuary level, a single strike from a suddenly appearing white-haired elder. Wielding a sword, effortlessly vanquished it. That being was undoubtedly a true deity. The tone of Rex Sanchez was grave. It was not that he was weak, but rather that the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. It was not shameful for a sanctuary to be unable to contend with a deity, a god. At this moment, Su Shi and the Red Dragon were drawing near to the extraordinary central headquarters. Gazing upon the magnificent structure, Su Shi stood atop the dragon, his eyes narrowing slightly. Perhaps that was not a true deity, but rather a sword immortal. Deities and true immortals are indeed beings of the same exalted caliber. From the description of the Crimson Dragon, it is evident that wielding a sword and donning a Taoist robe significantly enhances the possibility of it being an immortal. However, the Crimson Dragon, constrained by its limited understanding, recognizes only the existence of deities, mistakenly identifying a true immortal as a god. This revelation is rather unexpected. It is astonishing to discover that a true immortal actually exists within the realm of reality. It is no wonder that the extraordinary has persisted for such a duration, maintaining the stability of the world's order. It turns out that there is indeed a true immortal within the ranks of the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau. Has a human from our world received such a legacy? Or perhaps, has an immortal from another realm offered their assistance voluntarily? Roar. The Crimson Dragon is evidently not new to undertaking tasks for the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau. As its robust, mountain-like form appeared, measures were promptly enacted in the vicinity to reveal an expansive landing area for the dragon to descend and rest. The massive dragon obliterated the landing site. Rex Sanchez roared excitedly, echoing words he had heard from an unknown source. With a surge of speed, it swooped down and executed a tailspin, landing with a flamboyant flourish upon the ground. The overwhelming kinetic force caused the dragon's claws to tear deep gashes into the earth, showcasing the brute strength and unparalleled imposing presence of a sacred domain dragon. Yet, those nearby, accustomed to such spectacles, remained unfazed, expertly collaborating to repair the damage wrought by the Crimson Dragon. However, it wasn't long before someone noticed something amiss. This was a clerical staff member engaged in the task handover with the dragon. He inquired of the Crimson Dragon whether the strength assessment had gone smoothly. The dragon nodded solemnly, affirming that esteemed individual's prowess is formidable. "I lament my defeat." The clerical employee gasped in astonishment. What? Not only is he a true sacred domain sorcerer, but he also emerged victorious? Good heavens, such a thing actually transpired. The clerical staff member, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his voice tremble involuntarily. Being at headquarters, he was acutely aware of how significant the emergence of a sacred domain warrior was for humanity. This was simply unbelievable. No, such a crucial matter must be reported promptly. I must re-establish contact with that sacred domain powerhouse. The clerical member was positively exhilarated, just as he was about to turn to leave. A light, airy voice floated down from above. There is no need to contact anyone. I am right here. A new sacred domain sorcerer had come into existence, not of an alien race, nor from another realm, but a true compatriot of China, a super genius who had ascended to the pinnacle after receiving the legacy of magic. This news spread. It caused an uproar throughout the entire Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, especially after it became known that Su Shi had personally arrived. The commotion intensified. Following the report, within a mere 5 minutes, the scene was entirely cordoned off, isolating the onlookers among the extraordinary beings. Sacred domain? Good heavens, does that not mean he is nearing divinity? Damn it, how enviable. Oh, esteemed one, look at me. I am your long-lost half-brother. The clamor echoed with voices of envy and jealousy until Su Shi, accompanied by the staff, entered the inner sanctum of the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, where the noise gradually subsided. Mr. Su, may I address you as such? That would be acceptable. Inside the Bureau's building, the lighting was bright, and silver metal corridors were adorned with inscriptions of Buddhist scriptures and Taoist talismans, warding off all potential intrusions of malevolent spirits. Upon Su Shi's entrance, someone had already been waiting, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. While quite accomplished compared to others, he paled in comparison to Su Shi. The nascent soul cultivator was aware of this disparity, maintaining a lowly posture and speaking with deference. Mr. Su, please follow me. Your privileges within the Bureau, as well as the benefits of the Extraordinary House, have been significantly elevated, and you may refer to the specifics on the Extraordinary House platform. The process was swift, almost alarmingly, so that I end the time it took Su Shi to sip a glass of water. His identity as a sacred domain sorcerer was confirmed, with both privileges and benefits duly enhanced. There no need to further assess my strength. Su Shi chuckled. Surely, you jest, to have gained the recognition of that crimson dragon. My strength is beyond question. Indeed, Su Shi mused lightly. The pride of the dragon race is well known. Whether it be the Eastern dragons or the Western giants, both hold their lineage in high regard. Equally looking down upon all other beings, earn the respect of a dragon and compel them to yield. One must defeat and subdue them. This is precisely why the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau readily affirmed that Su Shi is indeed a true sacred domain sorcerer. The nascent soul cultivator continued. Next, please proceed down this corridor. Our director awaits you there. The director? Yes, perhaps you have already learned from the Crimson Dragon that it was the Immortal who defeated it with a single sword strike. Now the confirmation of his suspicions. Indeed, the one who bested the Crimson Dragon is a sword immortal who also serves as the director of the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau. Su Shi was filled with boundless curiosity, having encountered deities in the simulated world. He had yet to meet an immortal. He had assumed such an encounter would occur in the subsequent simulations, never anticipating it would manifest in the realm of reality. Very well. With the eternal tear ensuring his safety, there was no cause for concern. The opponent could not possibly be an immortal emperor, for that would be beyond what Earth could withstand. Su Shi calmly weighed the pros and cons before ultimately deciding to meet. As he walked down the silver metallic corridor, he approached its end when the surrounding space shifted, giving way to a natural landscape. The gentle sound of flowing water mingled with the rustling of bamboo leaves. Sunlight cascaded from the sky, refracted by the moving water surface, creating a tranquil and pleasant scene. Su Shi looked ahead to see a frail figure practicing swordplay alone. Though elderly, the figure exuded a sense of freedom. Without employing any supernatural abilities or celestial powers, he simply wielded his sword with calmness, radiating an aura of sharpness that could sever all. What truly astonished Su Shi, however, was the style of the flying sword in the figure's hand. It unmistakably belonged to the unique crafting technique of the withered vine sword from the forest sword sect. Disciple, it has been long since we last met, and you even refuse to call me master. The sword Immortal gradually retracted his sword intent, allowing the countless sword energies that had swept across the heavens to return to the withered vine sword. As he turned slightly, he revealed a familiar visage to Su Shi, Li Wanshou, the peak master of the Forest Sword Sect and Su Shi's first mentor in the simulated world. Master, Su Shi was initially taken aback before breaking into laughter. Disciple acknowledges his errors. The two exchange smiles, a tranquil and serene moment, devoid of excessive excitement or tears, just as they had always addressed each other, master and disciple. Please, take a seat. Li Wanshou gestured for Su Shi to sit down. They gathered around a stone table, facing each other, as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, pouring hot water over fresh bamboo, leaves to brew tea. After a few casual pleasantries and confirming Su Shi's recent circumstances, Li Wanshou's expression turned contemplative. Though I am unsure of the circumstances that allowed you, my wayward disciple, to be reborn, I am genuinely pleased. The old man's lips curled into a smile, but soon his expression shifted to one of irritation. But you, my wayward disciple, why must you learn such barbaric magic? It is superficial. Is this truly how I have taught you? There exists a hierarchy of disdain in all things, from the choice between gasoline and electric vehicles to the various gaming platforms. Disdain and superiority coexist in all aspects of life. Among the many extraordinary systems, cultivators undoubtedly represent the most arrogant faction, viewing systems like magic as inferior. And in Li Wanshou's eyes, even a single hair of the immortal path surpasses it. This must be corrected. The elderly man, with a furrowed brow and a fierce gaze, mused on the significance of achieving divinity. Naturally, my disciple is destined to ascend into immortality, and when the time comes, wouldn't it be splendid for both master and disciple to attain celestial status together? Foolish pupil, it is not yet too late for you to amend your ways. Allow me to reconstruct your spiritual roots. Master, Su Shi interjected gently, I was merely about to explain that I have been cultivating both immortal and magical arts in parallel, and my previously damaged heavenly spiritual root has long since been restored. However, Li Wanshou moved swiftly. The wind rustled the bamboo, leaves brushing against one another, as his gnarled hand deftly navigated through the light. From the formless void, he withdrew an object. A verdant luminescence danced uncertainly, reminiscent of crystalline jade, yet also akin to resilient roots. The essence appeared to be some rare divine wood material. Drawing upon his experience, Su Shi quickly assessed that this was an exceptional material for crafting external spiritual roots of the wood attribute. But no, Su Shi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The old man had not produced raw material, but a nearly complete semi-finished product, merely awaiting implantation into a human body. This indicated that Li Wanshou had been preparing for this moment long before. Su Shi was certain. The elder had not anticipated they would meet again. The earlier surprise and joy were unmistakably genuine. What, then, could have motivated the elder to prepare such a spiritual route in advance? Master, Su Shi spoke softly. What troubles you, rebellious disciple? Li Wanshou's brow furrowed slightly. It is nothing, merely a sudden urge to express my apologies. Consider it a small mercy on your part. It does not go unrewarded. For I have procured this branch of Jinmu for you, the elder replied, raising an eyebrow, clearly pleased with himself. However, just as he grasped the Jinmu branch, preparing to implant the spiritual root into Su Shi, he was taken aback to discover that the wood attribute's heavenly spiritual root was firmly established within Su Shi's body. Su Shi was not only a sage-level magic master, but also a formidable practitioner in the nascent soul stage. What? The elder's expression faltered in confusion. The revival of his beloved disciple was astonishing enough, but he could hardly fathom that the heavenly spiritual root, presumed utterly destroyed, had also been restored. That I suppose it is a stroke of luck. Su Shi smiled, withholding the existence of the simulator, attributing everything to the grand power of world integration. How fortunate indeed, Li Wanshou lamented, casting a regretful glance at the Jinmu branch, disdain evident in his gaze. He casually tossed it to Su Xi. In his words, it was nothing but a piece of worthless wood, of no use to him as an immortal, better off given to Su Shi. Su Shi graciously accepted the gift. Feeling justified in doing so, His master's stubbornness was as consistent as ever. Gently swirling the teacup, the spiritual bamboo water danced leisurely within, its fresh aroma wafting gently, and its taste was a harmonious balance of warmth and smoothness. The two, master and disciple, sat facing each other, surrounded by verdant mountains and flowing waters, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze and the fragrant air that permeated the atmosphere. Master, have you truly attained the realm of immortality? Indeed, that is so, Li Wanshou replied, unable to suppress a hearty laugh as he stroked his beard, relishing the moment. My innate talent may be lacking, unlike your heavenly spiritual root. Yet my fortune has been extraordinary. As fate would have it, I stumbled upon a celestial elixir just as my lifespan was nearing its end. Not only did I break through to the transformation stage, escaping the clutches of mortality, but my cultivation aptitude soared to unprecedented heights. The elder recounted his tale with enthusiasm. Though his demeanor appeared nonchalant, the corners of his mouth betrayed a smile that could not be contained. He regaled Su Shi with stories of his cultivation journey, of how he astonished the realm of immortals and defeated formidable foes, finally pausing only to sip some spiritual water to quench his thirst. So, you have ascended to immortality? Su Shi inquired. Would I jest about such matters? After hearing Li Wanshou's response, Su Shi found himself perplexed. Then why are you not in the celestial realm, but instead here in this world? The elder's expression stiffened, as if touched by a painful memory. His lips twitched before he finally managed to utter, "The celestial realm is no more." Li Wanshou began to recount his experiences that it was a bright and sunny morning, and at the peak of his mundane cultivation, he stepped into the celestial light of the heavenly sword sect, revered by countless disciples. With his mortal form ascending to immortality, his soul was reshaped. Everything unfolded so smoothly, so naturally. Li Wanshou transcended the void, ascending amidst a dazzling spectacle of golden lotuses, his form soaring into the infinitely distant fabric of time and space, until he was drawn into the celestial realm. The sights of the celestial realm were breathtaking and enigmatic, far surpassing the descriptions found in the tomes of various sections. Ancient immortals existed, the Tao persisted, the vast heavens enveloped the celestial domain, and the boundless sea of realms surged with its waves. It was the epicenter of all worlds, the ultimate destination sought by countless seekers of the Tao, where celestial light dazzled and stars loomed large. True immortals pondered the principles of the universe within the celestial realm, while supreme celestial kings governed infinite territories. There were true dragons soaring through the 9 heavens, and Shilans traversing across the 9 domains, perfectly embodying the essence of the celestial realm. That moment, Li Wanshou was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the splendor of the celestial realm. When he finally regained his composure, brimming with excitement to explore this newfound domain, an unforeseen calamity struck. The celestial realm was severed by a sword. Indeed, in the most literal sense, a flawless sword light cleaved through the fabric of the realm. He has returned, some immortals exclaimed. Li Wanshou, barely grasping the situation, had just ascended and understood too little about the celestial realm to comprehend what was happening. Initially, he had intended to search for Su Moli, the only family member of his beloved disciple, to ensure her well-being. Yet the upheaval in the celestial realm was abrupt and chaotic. Time and space collapsed. The celestial realm exploded, and Li Wanshou, newly ascended, felt as fragile as an ant, utterly powerless against the forces of time and space that consumed him, forcing him into the reality of this world. You tell me, how could such a splendid celestial realm simply vanish? The elder sighed, dejectedly downing the spiritual water. Though I dwell in the true realm of immortals, that catastrophe was far too extensive. Now, no matter what, I cannot find a way back. Helplessly, I remain in this realm as a guest, serving as, the extraordinary director. Li Wanshou's thoughts were straightforward, though Earth was not the familiar realm of cultivation he knew. The culture and ethos of China bore many resemblances to the realm of immortals, prompting him to offer assistance. Simultaneously, the emergence of extraordinary integration in the realm's ruins piqued Li Wanshou's interest. He surmised that Earth might possess some unique qualities that attracted the convergence of worlds, Should he decipher this mystery, perhaps he could uncover the means to return to his original realm of cultivation. As for the celestial realm, having witnessed its explosion firsthand, the elder had long since abandoned hope for its survival. Your experiences are truly remarkable, filled with twists and turns, Sushi remarked after hearing Li Wansho's tale. Even having simulated numerous scenarios and witnessed various wonders, he found himself momentarily stunned, for the recounting was so extraordinary it bordered on incredibility. First, the serendipitous acquisition of celestial elixir that transformed his fate, followed by the cataclysmic explosion of the celestial realm, a miraculous survival against all odds. Each of these events, when considered individually, was astonishing. Together, they were simply unfathomable. Who would have thought that even a realm as powerful as the celestial could face obliteration? Sushi commented, feeling a twinge of astonishment regarding the celestial explosion. Yet his concern was limited. It was inconceivable that a being capable of such destruction would quietly fixate on Earth. After all, Earth was but a speck of dust in comparison to the celestial realm. Utterly insignificant, a being powerful enough to annihilate the celestial realm could hardly be expected to take notice of such a trivial grain. In contrast, Sushi was more interested in another matter. Master, could you share with me information regarding that child? Immortal. Sushi desires to uncover what transpired following the conclusion of the first simulation. The enigmatic figure behind her, an achievement displayed by the simulator after the simulation's conclusion. Sushi is filled with curiosity, pondering what her sister could have accomplished that led the simulator to refer to her as he. Could it be that child? Immortal. Li Wansho muses for a moment. His expression complex. After the events of that year, she seemed to have transformed entirely, seeking vengeance and vanquishing demonic cultivators. Her prowess was astonishing, so remarkable that she seemed out of place in the realm of cultivation. Even before attaining ascension, she was invincible in the lower realms, cleaving open the heavenly gates with her swordsmanship, disregarding my attempts to hinder her entry into the celestial realm. Yes, your master, he sighed. I'd hoped to find that child after my ascension, yet fate turned awry, and I missed her once more. A look of guilt shadowed Li Wansho's face, but he had promised Sushi to take good care of Su Immortal. However, the cataclysmic explosion in the celestial realm could very well have led to that child's demise. It's all right, master. I believe Immortal is capable of taking care of herself, Sushi reassured his mentor. Meanwhile, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the eternal tear adorning his wrist. Though unaware of his sister's true strength, the ability of a single tear to withstand an attack from a celestial emperor suggested she had embarked on an extraordinary path. Such a Immortal should not be weaker than the unseen forces threatening to obliterate the celestial realm. May that child remain safe, Sushi silently wished, harboring confidence in her strength to safeguard her own well-being. Yet, inevitably, each recollection of Immortal's frail form filled Sushi with concern, prompting him to ponder the possibility of her being bullied. Perhaps such thoughts stemmed from a profound nostalgia for his helpless sister. Sushi often felt as though she were by his side, mirroring their initial simulation, closely following him with her gaze. Perhaps it is time for me to rest, Sushi concluded, pouring himself a cup of spiritual water and drinking it down in one go. He speculated that the exhaustion from his recent alchemical endeavors had left him somewhat drained. After all, his sister was no longer on Earth. How could she possibly be watching over him? With a chuckle, Sushi resumed his light-hearted conversation with Li Wansho, reminiscing about the past of the Tianjin sect, discussing the rapid changes on Earth and the various realms governed by the Transcendent Coordination Bureau. While this realm was peculiar, it was also remarkably intriguing. Li Wansho stroked his beard in admiration. Although the cultivation world had its share of wonders, in comparison, the fusion of myriad worlds on Earth was unparalleled. Magic, combat energy, fantasy, intelligent machinery, cultivation, and the undead. There was simply too much to encompass. All these diverse elements converged here. I believe even the legendary Celestial Emperor could not achieve such a feat, the elder mused, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is extraordinary. One cannot help but wonder what force has transformed Earth in such a manner, Sushi concurred. Subsequently, the elder broached the subject of Sushi's purpose for visiting. Sushi was candid, revealing that his original objective was to acquire suitable wooden materials to forge a new weapon tailored to his needs. However, it now appeared that such a pursuit was unnecessary. Sushi opened his palm, revealing the branch of the Jinmu, gifted by Li Wanshou. Jinmu, the celestial wood, serves as a conduit between heaven and earth, known in ancient texts as a bridge between gods and mortals. Holding a status and essence comparable to the world tree in Western fantasy realms, with such divine wood as a material, the new weapon's power would not only be amplified, but would also grow alongside Su Shi's own strength, alleviating the hassle of frequent replacements. Master, I have greatly enjoyed our conversation today, but I must take my leave. What? You don't intend to stay and keep this old man company a little longer? Next time for sure. Get out of here, you ungrateful disciple. The two shared a knowing glance, breaking into laughter. Although their reunion was delightful, Sushi understood that it was best not to linger too long. Li Wanshou cherished tranquility and did not relish prolonged disturbances. The fact that they had conversed so extensively was merely a result of their long-awaited reunion, emotions surging forth. If their conversation were to continue, Li Wanshou would surely begin to usher him away without Sushi needing to bid farewell. Then I shall take my leave, Master, Sushi said, turning to depart when suddenly a storage pouch flew into his hands. The elder's voice followed closely behind. Inside are some cultivation resources. They are of no use to me, so take them for yourself. Ungrateful disciple, make sure to cultivate diligently and do not become complacent. I am, after all, an immortal. How can my disciple remain at the nascent soul stage? If word got out, where would I hide my face? Li Wanshou huffed, clearly dissatisfied with Su Shi's cultivation level. With a flick of his sleeve, an irresistible force of celestial energy distorted space, propelling Su Shi out of that realm. By the time Su Shi regained his composure, he found himself standing in a corridor of silvery metal, devoid of bamboo groves and flowing streams, with no trace of Li Wanshou in sight. A nagging sensation told him that something was amiss. Standing still, Su Shi gazed at the storage pouch in his hand. Lost in thought that, in terms of personal prowess, he had already benefited from his sister's gifts. The power of the eternal tear needed no elaboration. Now, on the front of official authority, he had also partaken in the kindness of his master. Not only had he ascended to become the direct disciple of the director, but he had also acquired a wealth of cultivation resources. Could it be that the script he had received was indeed one of mere indulgence? Indulgence is wonderful. I love it, Sushi sincerely mused, stowing the storage pouch away. If one could enjoy such luxury, who would wish to strive for effort? His objectives for this journey had been fulfilled, having successfully obtained the materials for forging a new weapon. However, Sushi did not rush to depart. Instead, he remained within the Transcendent Coordination Bureau, adhering to his original plan to engage in trade, exchanging the magical knowledge he no longer required. Backed by the state, the Bureau had amassed a considerable collection of extraordinary items over the years, even without needing to exchange for wooden materials. He could convert his points for other goods, such as suitable seeds for cultivating dragon bloodgrass, the blood of magical bees for inscribing meditation magic circles, and anchor media for spells beyond the realm of cultivation, yet to be simulated. Before long, staff from the Bureau arrived to facilitate the exchange. They employed a novel technique of confidential engraving to meticulously document Su Shi's magical knowledge, in return for which he received a staggering sum of 7-digit points. Furthermore, from this day forth, Su Shi would enjoy an 80 discount while shopping at the Transcendent Home. This was not merely a favor from Li Wanshou. Rather, the Bureau's staff deemed Su Shi's magical knowledge worthy of such a price and privilege. Incredible! How is this even possible? All forms of magic, including level 9 spells, had their parameters adjusted to match the values of our world, making them immediately usable. This is fantastic. With these new meditation techniques and spells, the aspiring mages in our country will surely flourish. The staff members, along with scholars specializing in magic, gazed at Su Shi's magical knowledge with fervent eyes, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. They hurriedly departed the trading room, leaving only Su Shi behind. He paid little mind to their hasty exit. Having been part of the magical world himself, he understood the fervor researchers held for knowledge. Now, let me see what I should purchase next. Su Shi strolled through the Bureau's interior, entering the storage area of the Transcendent Home to closely inspect the items displayed on the website. There were extraordinary products from other realms, as well as local inventions that incorporated technology. Damaged swordgrass, presumably an item from the celestial realm, but has been ruined and lost its original sword energy. No matter, it's meant for cultivating dragon blood grass. As long as it can sustain life, I'll buy it. Dragon blood? In the era of the great vehicle, the demon beast stands on the brink of transcending its demonic form to achieve immortality. With merely one final step remaining before it ascends to the status of a true dragon. Its blood, icy and chilling, possesses unknown properties. Surely, this cannot be the creature that my teacher vanquished. How fortuitous! I shall procure it for experimentation. The dragon's blood grass, cultivated from the Easter dragon species, should yield some intriguing transformations. Purchase, acquire it all, with a wealth of points and an elegant discount of 20%. Sushi manifests an extravagant demeanor, acquiring every item of interest. Among these, the most numerous and expensive purchases are the anchor mediums for various realms. Furthermore, to ensure a favorable simulation outset, after acquiring the anchor mediums, Sushi typically purchases related knowledge and cultivation methods. In the second simulation, it was precisely due to the prior preparation of a meditation technique that Sushi was able to successfully ascend to the rank of a magical apprentice despite having nothing. Having nearly completed a shopping spree, Sushi gazes at the nearly filled storage space, nodding in satisfaction before turning to exit the Bureau of the Extraordinary. Outside, the red dragon, Rex Sanchez, has long since vanished, and the ground, marred by its landing, has been restored to a pristine state, devoid of any signs of damage. Quite the swift escape, Sushi extends his mental energy outward, swiftly locating the red dragon, comfortably concealed in a lavish hall filled with gold and jewels deep within the Bureau's underground. Its expression is one of self-satisfaction, a broad smile adorning its face, seemingly reveling in its narrow escape. Oh well, the dragon's blood I collected previously is sufficient. I shall let it be this time. Sushi chuckles softly, shaking his head as he abandons the thought of recapturing the red dragon and instead brandishes his wand, swiftly returning towards Yanshan City, enveloped by the howling winds of elemental air. Not merely air, but also the lightning rush of thunder magic and the shadowy stealth of dark magic. While spatial magic is undoubtedly superior for travel, my mastery of multiple elements allows me to combine their strengths. With the aid of my domain, my speed is hardly compromised. Sushi's figure darts swiftly across the sky, the power derived from his domain shielding him from the fierce winds, which, upon absorption and transformation, actually enhances his flight speed. As he passes overhead, he leaves behind a colossal and thunderous path of wind, swirling white clouds like a series of funnels descending from the heavens. Such is the extraordinary power, the grand feats that countless mortals yearn for. In the blink of an eye, Sushi completely departs from the capital, heading towards Yanshan City. The overwhelming surge of mental energy allows Sushi to contemplate other matters while controlling his flight. He even retrieves his phone to log into the Bureau of the Extraordinary for research. First, he examines the realm ruins of the Heavenly Sword Sect, followed by inquiries into the Red Dragon, Rex Sanchez, and finally, his teacher. The individuals and items from the simulation manifest one by one in reality, though only a few have crossed over from the vast expanse of the simulated world. There is no doubt that M.O. Lee and Krisha also possess the potential to arrive in reality, that Sushi feels a moment of disorientation. T.O. reunite with his obedient sister and encounter the compliant sorceress once more? Undoubtedly. This is a joyous prospect. The past separations and lingering regrets may find solace in reality. Although it remains uncertain whether this so-called reunion will truly come to pass, Sushi sincerely anticipates it. The merging of worlds and the emergence of realm ruins seem exceedingly unstable, that I hope those two children will not be swept into any associated dangers, that a series of beeping notifications from his phone interrupts Sushi's musings. He glances down to discover a glaringly crimson warning on the screen of the Bureau of the Extraordinary's website. A super-large realm ruin classified as the highest danger level. The frequency of realm ruins appearing has seemingly increased recently. How curious, what could be the underlying pattern? Sushi ponders as he gazes at the phone screen. The existence of realm ruins poses great danger to ordinary people. However, this is of little concern. With the true Immortal Lee Show stationed here, It is not yet time for Sushi to worry, especially considering the presence of a sanctuary-level guest like the Red Dragon. Thus, Sushi remains steadfast in his direction, continuing his flight towards his home in Yanshan City. Meanwhile, within the blurred boundaries of the illusory and the real, amidst the intertwining of time and space, dimensions ascend, chaos divides, in the boundless primordial chaos far removed from Earth. A cold figure strides along the river of time, wielding a blood-stained wooden sword, poised to retract it. Before them lies the shattered fragments of a world, cleaved to pieces. Brother, it won't be long now. In a few more days, Mo Li will return to your side. The gentle whisper carries an infinite yearning. Having transcended the realm of celestial emperors and achieved a state of detachment, the ethereal figure possesses an otherworldly grace and the most perfect foundation of the Tao. Gazing down upon the passage of time and observing the changes in the ages, she lightly raises her hand, nonchalantly gesturing. The world she had cleaved apart began to sequentially fall, merging into the gradually expanding azure planet. During this process, some fragments of worlds, still retaining a semblance of autonomy, attempt to resist, only to be suppressed once again by Su Mo Li. Without my brother, these worlds hold no value, she declares, sealing the causal links with a mere thought, compelling all world fragments to obediently integrate into the earth. How many times has she undertaken such actions? Su Mo Li does not keep count that her. The ordinary small worlds are as ubiquitous as pebbles by the roadside, utterly devoid of value, serving only as nourishment to fill her brother's world. The only instance she remembers is the severing of the celestial realm. The celestial realm was too vast. Thus, Su Mo Li expended a bit more power. The outcome was splendid. The celestial realm's heavenly path and foundational laws have been sealed by Su Mo Li, and they are now slowly being fed to the earth, nurturing the birth of planetary consciousness and elevating its status. Through this method, Su Mo Li aspires to forge the earth into a second celestial realm. In such a case, perhaps she could descend in her true form. Thunderous roars echo through the void. In the midst of chaotic reverberations, time stands still. The pristine hands, as white as jade, are stained with the dark crimson of blood, wielding a wooden sword as they navigate the river of time. Deftly selecting a fragment of the grand world from the infinite droplets of reality, Su Mo Li repetitively engages in such endeavors, seemingly tireless. One world after another shatters under her influence, along with the beings within, cast into the depths of the earth, forming a myriad of realms beneath the surface. Throughout this process, most beings flee instinctively, tumbling into other droplets of reality within the river of time. Su Mo Li does not intervene. Her primary objective remains the shards of worlds. The fleeing beings, whether cultivators or demonic beasts, garner no concern from her. Her entire being, her singular thought, is solely focused on reuniting with her elder brother. The heavens tremble, the myriad realms quiver. Su Mo Li traverses the river of time, moving against the current, transcending the chaos and the bounds of time and space, unaware of how long she has walked until her steps abruptly halt. Her brows furrow, and her deep-set eyes flicker with astonishment as she witnesses an extraordinary scene before her. At the other end of the river of time, a figure of grandeur emerges. Rivaling her own presence the eyes of an ordinary person, it appears to be a girl with silvery gray hair. Yet from Su Mo Li's perspective, this figure embodies the ultimate dominion of countless laws, symbolizing the genesis of all things and the return of all to the void. What is this? Su Mo Li never harbored the arrogance to believe she was the sole supreme entity in the boundless chaos. However, she never expected to encounter someone like this in such a situation, both engaging in the same task. A soft chime resonates as the expressionless gray-silver sorceress, wielding a mundane staff, calmly traverses the tumult of chaos, shattering magical realms with each precise strike. Her technique is remarkably refined, or perhaps the power she wields is simply too exalted. Each tap, each collision, seems less an act of the sorceress and more a voluntary shattering of the world itself. The beings within, some are completely absorbed into the sorceress's staff, while others drift alongside the fractured worlds, merging silently into the earth through a peculiar temporal and spatial transition that on the surface, this amalgamation appears far more exquisite and delicate than Su Mo Lee's efforts. An inexplicable feeling of defeat washes over Su Mo Lee. The ethereal figure clad in white, untainted by dust, remains unaffected by such matters. Her greater concern lies in the intentions of this newcomer. Who exactly are you? The Su family is the bottom line for the celestial being, and since the Su family resides on Earth, it indirectly becomes her boundary as well. Su Mo Lee cannot accept that such an equally powerful entity has set its sights on Earth. I'm looking for someone. The voice resonates softly in the chaos, stirring a multitude of ripples. If just now realizing Su Mo Lee's presence, the sorceress looks up, revealing a delicate face, yet devoid of expression. Exuding an indescribable divine essence, Su Mo Lee grips the hilt of her sword, ready for battle at any moment. However, the response from the other party causes her to relinquish her murderous intent. Even leaving her perplexed, I want companionship. The fragmented words are delivered with a calmness that belies the oppressive emotions and profound anticipation felt by anyone listening. The celestial being is taken aback. Could it be that you? Krisa tilts her head. Also, in that fleeting moment, both the celestial being and the sorceress appear to comprehend why they find themselves in this place, for their intentions and actions are strikingly similar. But do they await the same individual? The celestial being inquires cautiously, asking who Krisa is seeking. Both are equally formidable supreme entities that Su Mo Lee cannot discern the intricacies of the other's fate nor trace back their timeline. She can only vaguely sense that the other is an eternal supreme from another multiverse. Krisa replies, my mentor, my salvation, my son, who teaches me all the light of humanity. Su Mo Lee realizes that the one Krisa awaits is not the same as her own. Her brother, a cultivator, perished before her. The one the sorceress awaits is evidently a magician from another time and space, closely tied to Krisa. Coincidentally, both supreme beings await individuals who reside on Earth. With this thought, the celestial being lowers her guard, resuming her previous air of indifference as she walks through the epics, once again selecting a suitable realm for cultivation, perhaps out of sympathy for the sorceress. She offers a word of advice before departing for distant lands. You can employ projection of consciousness to be by the side of your loved ones when your true form cannot descend. Why not use it? Krisa wonders. After a moment of silence, Su Mo Lee ultimately says nothing and departs alone. She remains unable to let go of the past, burdened by the belief that she caused her brother's demise. The sorceress watches the increasingly distant figure, sensing secrets hidden within, yet she chooses to disregard them, focusing instead on her intention to project her consciousness and accompany her mentor. Su's family has changed residences. Upon returning to Yen City, he realizes that the house he once occupied lacks the land necessary for cultivating dragon blood grass, let alone accommodate a larger collection cabinet that he intended to purchase. A change of abode is inevitable. With a nostalgic glance at the old house, Su traverses each room, gathering his belongings, and subsequently, through the channels of the extraordinary administration in Yen City, swiftly acquires a verdant courtyard. The new courtyard boasts a larger area, adorned with lush trellises, a serene pond, and vibrant flowers. Water cascades down the stone steps, forming a series of tiered waterfalls. The splashes create a rhythmic patter, the clear and translucent surface reflecting Su's youthful visage. This spot is perfect. The dragon blood grass shall be planted here. Su flicks his fingers, and the seeds of the sword grass shoot forth, embedding themselves deep into the soil, followed by generous applications of dragon's blood and crimson dragon's blood. Separated by a piece of ornamental stone, bathed in brilliant sunlight, the soil, nourished by dragon's blood, emits a faint, exotic aroma, pure and vivid. Turning to leave, the first step of cultivating the dragon blood grass is complete. All that remains is to patiently wait for the seeds to absorb sufficient dragoness blood and break through the earth. Until then, it requires no further attention in the bedroom, study, living room, kitchen, and training chamber. Su enters his new home, using his mental energy to rearrange the furniture to his liking. Simultaneously, the myriad extraordinary materials and items he had stored are neatly arranged, their spiritual essences safeguarded by protective arrays. The wand and candy jar are placed according to plan, nestled in a larger collection cabinet, each occupying its designated compartment. Su organizes them in a simulated order, placing his sister's candy jar in the first compartment and Krisa's wand in the second, their presence alleviating the cabinet's starkness. Thus, a new life begins. Before the commencement of the third simulation, Sushi granted himself an extended leave, allowing time to gradually absorb the myriad gains he had amassed within the magical realm. He embarked on a journey of cultivation, harnessing the sanctum-level mental fortitude to propel the growth of his Yuan-Ing realm. Transformations occurred every 3 days, with significant advancements every week, further augmented by the tenfold enhancement effect of the Eternal Tier. Thus, Sushi's breakthroughs were as effortless as the fundamental acts of eating and drinking. He commenced the forging of weapons. Within the confines of the cultivation chamber, Sushi retrieved the storage pouch gifted by Li Wanshou, from which he summoned a flicker of the great sun's essence fire, complemented by fire elementals from the magical side, to purify and shape the branches of the Jianmu. Gradually, the wooden strips took root in the flames, slowly absorbing Su Shi's divine wood regeneration. After a fortnight of nurturing, he revitalized the Jianmu branches. Following another fortnight of crafting, employing the techniques used in forging the withered vine sword, he established a mental imprint and magical link with the material. The Jianmu was exceedingly resilient. In the words of his teacher, it might be shaped with the strength of an immortal. Yet for Su Shi, merely refining it to a usable state demanded all his effort. Gazing at the peculiar form of the Jianmu branch before him, Su Shi fell into contemplation. Initially, he had envisioned forging it into a flying sword. However, it now appeared largely unfeasible. He could only settle for a modified version of the branch's original form, making slight adjustments to enhance its aesthetic appeal, as it would not detract from its ultimate utility. With this thought, Sushi swiftly completed the refinement of the Jianmu branch. It resembled neither a sword nor a staff, but bore an elongated shape reminiscent of a rod. As he attempted to infuse both his cultivation energy and magical mental power into it, the results were unexpectedly promising. The powers of the two extraordinary systems melded harmoniously, facilitating their respective releases without interference. I had always believed that the fusion of cultivation and magic held great potential. Sushi mused with satisfaction. With a reliable weapon at his disposal, Sushi had addressed his only shortcoming. He could advance in offense while maintaining a defensive posture, allowing him to pursue his cultivation with greater peace of mind. Residing alone in the courtyard, he spent the majority of his time in seclusion, venturing out only occasionally to indulge in culinary delights or to attend to matters related to the nearby Exinjesu. Notably, with Su Shi's identity as a sanctum-level mage firmly established, Director Zhang Yaohua of the Yin Mountain branch, while conversing with Su Shi, unconsciously infused their interactions with a modicum of respect that it was an intangible barrier, neither deliberate nor voluntary, but rather an instinctive behavior. Even after Su Shi emphasized multiple times that there was no need to alter his demeanor during their exchanges, the subtle distance remained, leaving Su Shi with the realization that the once familiar Zhang Leoj could never return. It all felt rather mundane. Inside the bedroom of his new home, the window framed the sunlight streaming in from outside, casting a golden hue that illuminated the surroundings and gently highlighted the tip of Su Shi's nose. He sat upon a wooden chair, his gaze drifting sideways toward the tall, pristine collection cabinet. More precisely, he was focused on the jars of candy and wands within. Unbidden, memories of his sister and the witch surfaced, along with the myriad moments they had shared. Having spent an extended duration in the simulated world, he found himself struggling to readjust to the realities of life outside. The brilliant sunlight, the slightly chilly breeze, and the rustling leaves outside conspired to amplify the youth's soliloquy. In the first simulation, Sushi had spent every day in the company of Su Li, while in the second simulation, he cohabited with Krija. Sushi had rescued them, yet from another perspective, they too had provided companionship to him. Now, having moved out of the original cramped abode that offered a sense of security, he found himself alone in the vast courtyard, an inexplicable wave of loneliness washing over him. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Sushi retrieved his phone and adeptly logged into the extraordinary home. Oh, has Earth begun to expand again? Upon entering the website, Sushi let out a soft gasp as his gaze was drawn to the latest report featured on the homepage. IT detailed how, in the past week, Earth had increased its land area and the corresponding number of dimensional ruins. The Earth was ascending. The Earth was enlarging. This was the latest revelation from the scientists at the Extraordinary Administration. A thrilling yet anticipated outcome. The so-called dimensional ruins were essentially fragments of other worlds. With the integration of numerous dimensional ruins, would Earth remain unchanged as it had been in the past? The answer was a resounding no. The azure planet familiar to modern humanity was now gradually assimilating these fragments, transforming them into its very essence. Every few days, it underwent a metamorphosis, its area swelling rapidly. Accompanying this phenomenon were a plethora of beings from other realms and extraordinary materials previously confined to the realm of fiction. The notion that Earth was a nexus of myriad worlds was now inching closer to reality. Perhaps, as Earth continued to merge with more dimensional ruins, I might once again encounter Immortal and Krija. Sushi rose slowly in the empty room. Sunlight poured in freely, casting its glow upon his fluttering eyelids, subtly accentuating the depths of his past and the scattered strands of hair. Turning slightly, he gazed out at the rustling foliage beyond the window, where the passage of time in the real world was mirrored in his eyes. Having acquired the life simulator, the first simulation had commenced during the sweltering summer. By the time the second simulation began, summer was nearing its end. Now, as time had progressed over another month, the once oppressive heat of summer had been dispelled by a refreshing breeze, leaving in its wake the remnants of autumn, marked by decay and desolation. Time, indeed, is a wondrous entity, fostering growth while simultaneously inducing stagnation. Outside, petals danced upon the wind, and Sushi watched the scene with a sudden light laugh. Speaking of the cold autumn, it conjured not only feelings of desolation and solitude, but also a yearning for comforting delicacies. Today, he resolved to prepare some beef and lamb for hot pot. He stepped out of the bedroom, traversing the courtyard adorned with dragon blood grass, and pushed open the gate to depart. On the street, vibrant red maple leaves twirled gracefully on either side, fallen leaves carpeting the ground, as ordinary pedestrians engaged in lively conversations while moving forward. Couples nestled close, sharing laughter and sweetness. Families walked hand in hand, exuding warmth. Friends chased and frolicked, enveloped in joy. The sounds of the passers-by added splashes of color to the otherwise lonely autumn, rendering the biting winds less pronounced. Such scenes reminded Sushi of the two small figures who would stand at the door, waiting for him to return home during the frigid winter. Regrettably, they were no longer visible in the realm of reality. Best to focus on what ingredients to purchase, Sushi thought as he entered the supermarket, swiftly selecting the items he needed before heading straight home. He possessed little interest in leisurely diversions or extravagant hobbies. To Sushi, spending time on such pursuits paled in comparison to savoring a good meal or continuing his secluded cultivation. The former offered delightful culinary experiences, while the latter genuinely enhanced his prowess, far outweighing any other activities in his eyes. With each step, his shoes crunched upon the dry, fallen leaves, producing a crisp echo, a unique symphony of autumn's conclusion. Holding the shopping bag filled with ingredients, Sushi strolled leisurely along. Yet suddenly, his steps came to a halt. It was a startling and unexpected stop. After a long absence, as Sushi walked the path home, he once again beheld that figure, quietly standing at the courtyard gate, patiently awaiting his return. "I have returned, master." The witch's voice remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of fluctuation or ripple, like a serene stream flowing past his ears, silently carrying everything away. It felt hollow, yet it was remarkably melodious. The witch's return was so abrupt, yet so harmonious, as if it were matter of course, entirely unworthy of astonishment. How, then, should he welcome the returning witch? Welcome home. Krija Datsu Shilu displayed a gentle smile, extending his palm with the inner side facing upward, making a simple gesture of invitation. Once, he had encountered the witch in the autumn of a simulated world. Now, he was reunited with her in the autumn of the real world. Everything seemed like an echo of fate. Mentor, The witch, as quiet as a doll, trembled slightly and took one step, then another, intentionally moving towards Sushi. Her eyes, a mesmerizing blend of black, gold, and red, sparkled with colors both vivid and enchanting, igniting feelings within Sushi he had never before experienced. Krija? Sushi expected the witch to take his hand. But the turn of events was far beyond his anticipation. The witch's pace quickened, transforming into a near sprint, her footsteps echoing in a rhythmic thud, until she suddenly collided into Sushi's embrace without uttering a word. Their heartbeats seemed to merge at that moment, and time was suspended in an infinite eternity. Krija held Sushi tightly, her embrace fervent. Mentor, I have finally seen you again. I have been waiting for you. Endlessly. Autumn is a season of sorrow, a time filled with the heartache of memories past. Yet at this moment, the farewell had transformed into reunion, the witch welcoming a long-awaited convergence. The chill had soaked Sushi's clothing. It was the tears of the witch. She clung to him as if wishing to merge entirely into his being, never to part again. Sushi looked down, clearly seeing Krija's exquisite visage, now glistening with tears, not of sorrow, but of joy, buried in his embrace. She expressed her silent suffering in a different manner. I am sorry, Krija, for making you wait so long. Sushi whispered softly. He extended his hand, gently covering the witch's silvery gray hair, caressing it to provide her with a sense of security. Suddenly, the surroundings erupted with the sound of rustling applause. It grew louder and more fervent. It was then that Sushi realized a throng of onlookers had gathered, seemingly misunderstanding the situation. Some were teary-eyed, while others applauded loudly, showering various blessings upon them. Sushi was at a loss for words and quickly led the witch back to the courtyard. Once they returned, Krija's emotions had settled, and she expressed her apologies to Sushi, believing she had caused unnecessary trouble. It is nothing, Krija. It is of no consequence, Sushi replied with a smile, shaking his head as his hand brushed the tears from her face. Krija remained still, quietly observing Sushi's actions with a docile demeanor. Her vacant gaze could only perceive his face. The witch herself was uncertain why tears streamed down her face upon seeing Sushi, especially since she had resolved beforehand not to trouble him. Why was this so? Was it the return of an object to its rightful owner? Was it the rekindling of a once-dimmed light? Or was it the recovery of a cherished one? The witch did not know. She felt it unnecessary to ponder, as her solitary drifting time had come to an end. From now on, she needed only to heed Sushi's commands. Mentor, the witch suddenly spoke. What is it, Krija? Do you need something? Sushi inquired. Could you please? Once again, Krija opened her palm and retrieved the aquamarine necklace she had removed years ago, asking him to put it on her. In her youth, the witch had endured the malice of the world, sealing herself away from its sordidness. Yet one person had devoted his life to unlocking the chains that bound her. He succeeded, accompanying the witch until the end of his mortal existence. A few fleeting decades blossomed into an eternal, resplendent flower within her heart. From that moment on, she was free. Krija Christina was liberated when Sushi faced death before the witch. When the sole person in her heart vanished, all the chains that bound Krija shattered, allowing her to experience human emotion anew. In silence, she wept, becoming the unfettered bird that Sushi had wished her to be. Yet Krija did not desire this, nor did she relish it. Mentor, please help me wear it once again, Krija softly implored, presenting the glimmering aquamarine necklace into Sushi's palm. She had devoted his life to unlocking the chains that bound the witch. She chose to wear them again. This time, the chains bore the name of eternal love, a weight surpassing all worldly matters, a perpetual bond willingly imposed by the witch herself. She no longer wished to be separated from the sun within her heart. She only longed for eternal companionship. Krija, why did you remove the necklace? Sushi asked, somewhat puzzled as he took the necklace from her. I cleaned up the trash, fearing it might soil it, the silver-haired witch replied. Trash? Sushi found this odd, unable to articulate why he decided to put the necklace on Krija first. Krija, lower your head a bit, he said, stepping behind the witch in the autumn courtyard, infused with hues of orange. The man gently lifted her silvery gray hair. The strands slipped through his fingers like miraculous light passing through his palm. Light and smooth, the autumn breeze caressed them. The warm sun shone gently. That familiar feeling, reminiscent of the New Year's night when he adorned the witch with the necklace, seemed like a memory from yesterday. In a daze, Sushi smiled. His hands grasped each end of the mithril chain, wrapping it around Krisha's pale neck. Meeting at the nape, the ends intertwined and tightened with a crisp click, completing the final fastening. The necklace was now in place. "Thank you," Krisha whispered, her voice so soft it seemed to dissolve with the autumn wind. Yet it rang clear. "I truly love your necklace." The autumn wind grew fiercer, howling and wailing, causing Krisha's silver-gray hair to dance in the air. Yet this did not mar her beauty. Rather, it accentuated her empty yearning and exquisite fragility. The hem of her skirt swayed in the wind, her outer garment rustling audibly. The aquamarine necklace hung from her chest, refracting a hazy, dreamlike glow, both the light of the gem and the light of love, adorning the witch's heart that struggled to express itself. "As long as you like it. It is beautiful, is it not?" Sushi smiled. He gazed at the Krisha before him, increasingly moved by her unchanged visage of 17 years. And her expression, as indifferent as ever, made it seem as though she had not altered at all. It felt so familiar, so delightful. Despite the reunion across worlds, there was no sense of estrangement in his heart. The past and present, the illusory and the real, all blurred into indistinctness at that moment. But it's quite windy outside. "Let us go indoors," Sushi said, taking the witch's delicate fingers and guiding her, still dazed, into the warmth and comfort of his home. The witch had found a home once more. Once inside, Sushi intended to pour them some hot water, but was stopped. "Please allow me," the gray-silver witch, forever youthful in appearance, said earnestly to Sushi. After a long absence, Sushi once again locked eyes with the witch. Compared to her previous black and gold irises, the emptiness in Krisha's eyes had dissipated, replaced by pure crimson. Her vibrant gaze reflected Sushi's form, young, full of vigor, and no longer constrained by mortal limitations. Possessing the realms of both cultivation and magic, Sushi had no need to worry about his lifespan. "Then, I entrust this to you, Krisha," he conceded, unable to resist her insistence. "Yes, please rest assured," Krisha replied calmly, stepping alone into the kitchen, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Though it was her inaugural arrival on Earth, she exhibited an astonishing level of comprehension. In an instant, she mastered the use of all available instruments without the aid of magic or divine powers. Klissa behaved just as she always had, seamlessly manipulating various tools to boil water and brew tea, as if she had been living in the magical realm all along. Her demeanor was meticulous and serious. Before long, a cup of freshly brewed hot tea was presented to Sushi, accompanied by a small porcelain plate at the bottom to serve as a heat barrier. "Thank you, Klissa," Sushi said, gently blowing away the steam rising from the surface of the tea before taking a tea was slightly hot, yet perfectly suited for the chilly autumn winds. The tea flowed through the gaps between his teeth, finally converging on his tongue, releasing a subtle aftertaste. Tea was tranquil, not at all intense, much like the life Sushi shared with the sorceress in the magical realm. Given their combined prowess, they could have undoubtedly indulged in a more extravagant lifestyle. Yet neither Sushi nor Klissa harbored any thoughts of altering their serene existence. This tranquil life held a simple beauty, with every moment and drop being a rare and cherished treasure. "Klissa, please take a seat," Sushi invited, as after serving the hot tea, Klissa had remained standing beside him, quietly awaiting his next command, her hands crossed elegantly over her abdomen, standing with impeccable posture. Anyone who gazed upon her would assume she was merely a maid. "Yes," Klissa replied, settling down. The bleak autumn began to dim, and Sushi switched on the living room lights, casting a warm, yellowish glow that enveloped Klissa's silver-gray hair in a soft halo. With a crisp sound, Sushi placed his empty teacup down, the bottom clinking against the porcelain plate, and his expression turned contemplative as he inquired about a long-buried question. "Klissa, how did you come here? I saw your silhouette, heard your voice, and felt your presence, which is why I sought you," the sorceress answered succinctly, her tone calm and detached, revealing her actions. Yet could such a brief response truly encapsulate the complexity behind it? Sushi doubted it. "You've endured much, Klissa," he said, his voice laced with a multitude of emotions. It was not burdensome, Clissa replied, shaking her head in a stiff manner. As long as I can see you. As long as I can reunite with you. Everything is worthwhile. Nothing else matters. Indeed, nothing else mattered. He was her singularly unique presence. The aquamarine gemstone embedded in her necklace mirrored the undulating waves of the ocean. At times gentle, at others tempestuous, revealing the sorceress's innermost feelings. Clissa, could you tell me what transpired after my demise? Sushi continued to question her, his curiosity piqued regarding the events following the conclusion of the second simulation, which led to the emergence of the title Supreme God on the simulator's result panel. Yes, after you departed, Clissa began, her lips parting as she recounted the tale of Sushi's death, starting with the discovery of manuscripts in the study, followed by the dismantling of the Church of the Gods and the eradication of divine faith, culminating in a clash with the heavenly realm. Her tone remained steady, devoid of emotion, as if mechanically recounting memories, each word deliberate and precise. Upon hearing of Clissa shattering the crown of the magical world, Sushi fell into silence, his face reflecting incredulity. Had he truly become a sacrificial offering? Yet the shock brought by the sorceress did not end there. She spoke of waging war against chaos, battling myriad realms, and confronting the divine. Clissa's achievements were dazzling, her rapid advancements so remarkable that Sushi found himself questioning whether the sorceress capable of challenging the chaos gods was indeed the same Clissa he knew. It was utterly unbelievable. After absorbing Clissa's narrative, Sushi gazed upon her calm and obedient visage, struggling to reconcile it with the notion of the so-called supreme sorceress, the being transcending divine power, the master of time and space, embodying creation and destruction, an eternal, immortal entity beyond chaos. Sushi's understanding of the divine was limited to the faint glimmer of divine power he witnessed when the god of light unleashed it during the fall of Ellenson. He could not fathom the immense, terrifying might that those lofty titles entailed, nor could he envision the sorceress, with such formidable appellations, existing in a manner so astonishing. Ultimately, only a vague impression lingered within Sushi. Strong. Overwhelmingly strong, supremely strong. As he marveled at Clissa's growth, he reached out, gently ruffling her hair with a tender palm, his voice soft and filled with affection. Regarding her power, Sushi found himself less concerned. Rather, he was more attentive to the harrowing journey Clissa had undertaken, relieved that all was well. According to his original plan, Sushi had envisioned a tranquil life for Clissa within the magical realm. A peaceful existence akin to seclusion that he never anticipated that his death would trigger such a profound change, propelling Clissa to defy the gods and embark on a path he had never imagined. Was this an unexpected blessing? Sushi felt it was not. If time could rewind, even knowing that Clissa would ascend to godhood, he would never allow her to engage in bloodshed. He cared far more for her safety than for any notion of power. This alone, this singular aspect, was of utmost importance to Sushi. With a gentle tap of his finger against Clissa's smooth forehead, he admonished her, "Do not act recklessly again." "Yes," she replied, her hand instinctively covering her forehead. Though she acknowledged his words, her expression cast doubt on whether she truly absorbed the lesson. The living room felt expansive, the dim lighting contributing to an atmosphere of profound solitude. Yet, inexplicably, the chastised sorceress felt a sense of comfort. She understood the reason. Sushi, her son, was by her side, providing her with warmth and solace. Then, Sushi began to inquire about other matters, seeking to understand the changes in Clissa's life following the second simulation, as well as her powers as the supreme god. Suddenly, a crucial question struck him. "Clissa, is the being sitting here conversing with me your true form?" Sushi hesitated. The earth was fragile, a mere speck compared to the boundless cosmos. Even as it began to ascend and expand, it was far from a realm capable of housing a supreme god. Yet how could Clissa explain her presence here? Her response was, "I encountered a kind-hearted individual." A kind-hearted individual? Yes, that he taught me about consciousness projection. The being conversing with you here is but a fragment of my awareness that, it was merely a projection of her consciousness. Sushi realized with clarity. No wonder the sorceress could disregard her supreme essence to descend upon the fragile earth. What stood before him was merely a trivial sliver of her being, in that case. He had much to be thankful for regarding this early reunion with Clissa. Surely that kind-hearted individual must be a benevolent, extraordinarily powerful deity, too magnificent to be named. Indeed, what a good person, Sushi mused, as he had previously believed that those with greater power tended to be more aloof. Unbeknownst to him, there exists such a benevolent presence, but Sushi remained unaware. As he moved his wrist, an unintentional glimpse of eternal tears caught the attention of Clisha's vacant gaze. There was a sense of familiarity. In the time that followed, Sushi guided Clisha through the courtyard, acquainting her with the layout of various rooms and selecting a new bedroom for her. Along the way, Sushi jestingly remarked that he would now rely on Clisha for protection. Given the formidable strength of the current, which, while he intended to lighten the mood, Clisha seemed to have taken it to heart, closely trailing behind him like a shadow, earnestly guarding his side. The study, the kitchen, the training room. Each room was passed in turn. Their final destination was Sushi's chamber. Upon pushing open the door, the first sight to greet Clisha was the imposing wooden display cabinet, within which lay the familiar gray rekindled wand alongside an ordinary candy jar of unknown significance. "Master, what is this?" Clisha's tone revealed her confusion. "Surprised? Aren't you, Clisha?" Sushi chuckled softly, opening the glass door of the display cabinet to retrieve the charred wand. "The wand you lost years ago has fortuitously found its way back to me. I initially intended to keep it as a memento, but since you have returned, would you like to take it back? After all, it rightfully belongs to you." Listening to Sushi's inquiry, Clisha subtly shook her head, her gaze fixating on the candy jar in the first compartment. With a hint of bewilderment, she asked, "Master, what is that?" Sushi responded, "How should I put it? It's rather difficult to explain. Consider it an important memory, even though it merely appears to be an ordinary jar of candy." The witch seemed to grasp something vaguely. She was not foolish. When it came to matters concerning Sushi, the clumsy witch was more astute than ever. After receiving Sushi's permission, she stepped forward slowly, making slight adjustments to the positions of the candy jar and the wand. Now, the wand occupied the foremost position. Regarding Clisha's actions, Sushi found himself puzzled. He could not quite comprehend why the typically emotionally detached Clisha would specifically rearrange the positions of the candy jar and the wand. Was it merely a matter of aesthetics? Sushi did not dwell on it too much. Merely accepting the new order while the candy jar remained, he believed that even if M.O. Lee were present, he would not comment on it. "Let us proceed. Clisha, it is time to prepare dinner." "Yes, master." The autumn sun noticeably set more swiftly. The sky outside darkened, thick with gloom, scattered with the orange-yellow hues of the sunset, the last remnants of sunlight. Gentle and slow, brushed across the ground like a paintbrush, perfectly timed. Through the tall vertical window of the kitchen, the light illuminated Clisha's indifferent countenance. The golden remnants of the sun did not diminish the pallor of her skin. Rather, that accentuated its details, revealing every fine hair with striking clarity. "Master, allow me to assist." "No. Clisha, let me handle it," Sushi insisted, feeling that reuniting with Clisha in reality was a moment worth celebrating. He intended to cook personally. However, it appeared that the witch shared a similar sentiment. Ultimately, this dinner was a collaborative effort between the two. Charcoal grilled chicken, stewed dragon beast meat, ginseng, and red fruit soup, and sought ed necromantic mushrooms filled the spacious table, steaming with extraordinary dishes that dispelled some of the autumn chill with their warmth. Click, Sushi turned on the bright overhead light. After the cooking was completed, the sun's brilliance faded further, and the moon began its ascent into the sky. Only by turning on the lights could the interior remain bright. His surprise. The feeling of reuniting with Clisha in the real world seemed to evoke a sense of. Sushi pulled out a chair and sat down, gazing at the witch across from him, whose hollow eyes met his own. Unconsciously, the corners of Sushi's mouth lifted slightly. Quite delightful. The return of the silver-haired witch brought a measure of liveliness and warmth to the otherwise desolate new courtyard, a sense of home. Despite Clisha's not being of a cheerful disposition. "Let us eat, Clisha." "Yes, master." Sushi took the lead in serving himself, after which Clisha followed suit, picking up her own chopsticks and food. When had the witch learned to use chopsticks? Sushi recalled that before the conclusion of the second simulation, chopsticks had still been an adversary for her. This indicated that she had learned during the time after his death. The relentless passage of time inevitably forces one to grow and acquire skills once deemed unattainable. Clisha, Sushi suddenly spoke, placing a piece of tender stewed meat into Clisha's bowl. What is it, master? Clisha responded, somewhat bewildered. It's nothing. I merely wanted you to eat more. Sushi's tone was gentle as he watched the Immortal, which cautiously take a small bite of the stewed meat. The dinner was unremarkable, devoid of any surprises. Yet, amidst the gentle clatter of bowls and chopsticks, an indescribable clarity resonated that it was the one thing the witch had yearned for, toiled for, and shed tears over. This is wonderful, Clisha suddenly remarked midway through the meal, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet, Sushi's enhanced hearing captured it with clarity. What is wonderful? To see you again. It is truly wonderful. Listening to Clisha's reply, Sushi smiled. By the way, Clisha, have you thought about what you would like to do upon arriving in this world? To accompany you. The familiar response echoed once more from the witch's lips to Sushi's ears. To accompany you tomorrow, the day after, next year, and for the next decade as well. A few strands of silvery gray hair fell from Clisha's forehead, delicate and sparse, yet just enough to obscure the flickering depths of her radiant eyes. Preventing Sushi from discerning what lay hidden within, he could only vaguely identify his own reflection. That's so. Listening to Clisha's unadorned voice, once again confronted with her simple and clumsy words. Sushi paused for a moment, his expression softening with a hint of resignation. Indeed, those are words you would say, Clisha, I understand. Since it is your choice, I shall not hinder you. The witch had already ascended to divinity. Sushi himself was a mage of the holy realm. As long as the witch wished, she could remain in the courtyard for as long as she desired. The so-called economy, the matters of food and shelter, posed no issues for them. Dinner concluded,